And we are recording on Wednesday, December 20th, 2023 at 1:08 p.m. Eastern Time. I just said the date. It's the last episode of the year, episode 1395. I think the first episode of the year was Insurrection Cast with Tom and Jim and not Dave. And that's one of the reasons I am here. I'm sick as fuck. I'm vomiting and shitting my pants, but I refuse to not be present for this because I saw what happened when Dave wasn't here. And right now that video, which was just inside jokes, is right now at 1.2 million views, and that's terrifying to me. It is
What?
it is
What?
the second highest out of all 1,395 episodes. It
One
is
point something million
1.2
views?
million is us
People,
just making fun of you
okay,
for 3 hours.
listeners, you guys have to get a life.
Yeah.
That's fucked up.
Seriously, like
I
if you guys
don't
tune
Seriously.
in that
And
much to
by the way,
listen to
Tom, what day were we on together with Rudy? What was that, Monday?
that was Monday. It was Monday, right? Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah,
we're out of
And then
gas. We
Yeah.
used up
so
all our ammo.
yeah, you're good.
I don't know about that, Dave, but I know
No.
we used a lot of it the other day. But I don't know about you, but I'm like Russian artillery. So
Yeah, we just keep marching. Well, and our artillery, we're talking about shit updating and how it's millennials justifying their jobs and how that's probably all of human. And everyone, you know who you are. They go to the description, follow their Twitters. If you look at the arms of Krupp, Krupp, it was like a 400-year-old German. I think it's still around. Just like artillery manufacturer. And as they started to really saturate the market with artillery, they didn't know what else to do, so they started making barbed wire, which they sold to both sides in World War One. So like it may not I was saying it as a meme, but it really might not be like that. That might be all of human history coming together and an odd Howard Bloom, who we've had on here a million times before, talks about he's like, you tweak one little thing with an electron and a proton, and then a couple layers later, you have a ham sandwich, and you have no idea how you get there. But there are these reverberations throughout, like just reality, and that might be it. Like you never know who had the job idea for barbed wire, which led to this, which led or mass produced barbed wire, sorry, which led to that. And next thing you know, like the Ottoman Empire's over. Like it might actually be something like that. So, Tom, you're smiling. How
that's
tie
just
that
hilarious. Dude.
into
That's a
today?
great way of putting it. And
Yeah,
Well, it's just the old butterfly effect, is it
that's
not?
that's yeah. I'm
it's just
stroking out. I'm the youngest
Yeah.
one here, and I'm
It's,
not getting oxygen in my
I
brain.
just like the way you put that, Tommy. It's like,
Yeah, I should have said butterfly.
hey,
effect.
who had the barbed wire contract and Ottoman Empire's gone. It's hilarious.
But legitimately is like what happened, and all this tanks. Tanks were originally because they were bringing up huge tanks of water, of drinkable water, and they didn't want them getting shot up. And so they would start putting like wood around them, and they just called them tanks. And as they started to get, and I know I'm skewing the history a little bit here, but if as they started to be like, well, hey, we've already got this fucker on treads, we just put a gun on it, shoot back. And now, like 120 years later, there are Abrams tanks rolling through Israel, vaporizing Hamas faggots, and like that's a kind of another crazy thing. Drinking water to the front, vaporizing children in a somewhat of an entertaining way. Tom, bail me out of this.
No, I can't do that, sir. I am not touching that one with a 10-foot
Oh, I got to throw up. I got to go.
Or Dave's dick. No way. Neither way.
You have passed the fail-safe point on that, right?
All right. Well,
I think you're gonna have to ask the resident Jew.
When you start talking about precious bodily fluids, like
precious bottle.
Well, vaporizing kids in an entertaining way. That's the one that.
Well, it happens
no
anyway.
way to bail out of that one, Tommy.
Yeah,
well, it happens. What happens? Fine. I'll fucking I'll tap myself.
Reference.
All right. Well, we're already vaporizing kids anyway. We've been doing it for all of time. We've been doing. I mean, World War II, they had little fucking little drummer boys going getting vaporized by. I guess World War II is German 88s. Might as well get something out of it now. Might as well get.
Did you hear that one about the woman who says, my husband and I've decided we don't want to have kids. We're going to tell them at dinner.
Oh. Yeah, sending them to Ukraine. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think what is it, Colorado taking Trump off the ballot? Is that actually going to go to the Supreme Court? Is that actually going to stand? Is this the beginning of the Civil War, or is it just like
I think it could be an interesting inflection.
Yeah,
myself.
Yeah,
it's about as preposterous as you can get at about the highest level you can get of supposed seriousness. This is a Supreme Court of a state. making an absolutely preposterous judgment that a guy's an insurrectionist based on no charges of insurrection, no conviction on insurrection, just some story that they're making up among the several justices. And, you know, here's what it shows me and tells me. What we're seeing in lawfare is basically feminine dirty fighting. This is how girls fight, you know, by having no rules that they're willing to observe. And, you know, it's really a form of faggotry, really.
It's reputational attack, Jim. You're absolutely right. That's really a great way to think about it. Women attack your reputation. Men just, you know, fight out fight. What's interesting about this, I watched something this morning by Viva Fry, and he was talking about this thing. It might have been last night when the judgment came down, or this thing came down. He said, "Look, this is a bullshit order. Like they've stayed their own order until they don't even believe in their own order. They stayed their own order until the Supreme Court weighs in, right?" And the whole point of it, I think the point that he was making, and he was also paraphrasing his partner Robert Barnes on this, to which I agree with both of them on this one, which is that this is just chum. This is laying the groundwork for hoping that somebody will get really outraged and go, you know, I don't know, stage an insurrection against the Colorado Supreme Court. Now, what Fry didn't go into in this 12-minute video, which is the obvious thing, which is that clearly if they're trying to set up that situation, that, okay, well, just add feds and let's just create that moment anyway, so that then they can justify to everybody, they can create their real outrage moment so that they can manufacture consent to bully the Supreme Court into saying, no, Trump can't be on the ballot because, you know, MAGA-tards are, you know, bad people. And like, it's so clearly in the next week and a half up until January 4th, we have to now watch out for some group of feds with their high and tights and their walkie-talkies and all the rest of it, creating a quote unquote false flag over the Colorado Supreme Court. That's, I think that's the biggest takeaway from this.
I think that's a good theory, actually. I think that it was so preposterous. It was so preposterous that I think a first-year law student would know it was preposterous. I think a fifth grader would know it was preposterous.
I think a social studies student would know it was preposterous.
And so that it's almost so preposterous that if they were Republican nominated justices, I'd say they were doing it to help Trump.
Yeah.
Right. And the fact that they're all Democrat appointees tells me, well, that can't be the theory. I mean, there's some reason why they did it. They sacrificed complete credibility, 100% down the drain.
There is some weird hyper normalization that, like, we know this is what they're doing, and Alexander Solzhenitsyn, right? They know,
right.
We know, they know, we know, they know, we know, and we're all just kind of watching the trains go at each other from a distance.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you say to yourself, what's the grander strategy if they even have one? Well, clearly it's to continue to undermine. And look, if they win, if they get the win, they get the win, right? They get to take Trump off the ballot, and then, you know, H-1B Obama, Ramaswamy, goes out. Oh, well, I'm going to take myself off the ballot because, you know, this is wrong. Like, I urge everybody else to do it. I'm like, oh, shut up! Like stop simping for Trump. And then
but they guaranteed no one else will do it.
Right, and moreover, like the reality, if they get Trump off the ballot using this, well, then they get the win, and if they don't, then they get to undermine everybody's faith in the judicial system that much further. The goal is always the grander strategy is always destroy the credibility of the United States at every level, destroy the political, the legal system, the political system.
So these are Soros appointees then by that model.
They are, and they are.
Oh, is that true?
In some ways, yeah. No, that's what this is about, right? And so we just have to not rise to the occasion. You know, we just have to look at them and go, "Oh, that was funny." No, it's not working.
Well, you know, the part that doesn't really add up also is why would they do this to their own reputations?
Well, that's
like
I mean, they
reputational
sacrifice
suicide.
Everything. They sacrifice everything for this stupid game.
Of course. But they don't care because they've been promised the gold watch, Jim. They don't care about their own reputation.
But you know, this lawfare thing is becoming such a ubiquitous, evil, just evil thing in our culture. You know, an analog to this Colorado Supreme Court thing was the Brandon Straka case. He was the guy who was Brandon Straka was a gay fella who was
turned right wing, right?
Yeah, and he was getting people to leave the Democratic Party. That was his campaign. And he went to the January 6th protest demonstration to you know, to play his role and just be present there. But he wasn't, you know, anyway, he got sued by half a dozen Capitol Police guys who were all black for causing them some kinds of injury and distress. It turns out that 5 of them were on the other side of the building. And when I say the other side of the building, this is a building that's a quarter of a mile, you know, long. It's fucking huge. And the 5th guy or the 6th guy was out of the District of Columbia in Maryland. And they sued him for, you know, for bodily injury, causing them bodily injury. How did this suit even go forward? And how does he not turn around and you know, sue the federal attorneys for malicious prosecution and sue these fucking Capitol Police for, you know, for defamation? And I suppose the reason for that is that it would only end up in a DC district court, meaning there's no point in pursuing it because you'd only get a DC jury who would never go along with your suit. So, but you know, this is just the worst sort of dirty fighting, and I don't know how it's going to stop. I don't know who's going to stop him, but it's got to stop, and it's got to stop in some sort of definitive way that doesn't involve, you know, violence or knocking off, you know, public figures. You know, there's got to be some kind of interventional authority who comes in. Now, you know, one of the questions that hasn't been answered to my satisfaction for the last couple of years, all of the Supreme Court justices have some kind of jurisdiction over a region that they're assigned to. Like Sotomayor is assigned to the New York districts of the federal courts, and so on. John Roberts is assigned to the DC federal district. And he has some kind of supervisory capacity.
I think he also is assigned to Epstein Island, but that's a separate issue.
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, that's what they say.
Yeah,
however, you know, he has some kind of supervisory authority, and nobody is asking him why he doesn't step in and use it. And I'm wondering why that is.
Well, I do know
putting it out there.
That's a really good point.
I don't know what their you know, regulatory authority is, but they have some say in how their district is being run.
So I've read a lot of books lately on rising authoritarianism, authoritarian states, and the 2 properties that keep showing up are demoralization and confusion.
Mm-hmm.
And this looks like a perfect playbook. They're gaslighting the shit out of all of society.
And they're taking the only remedy that really people feel they have, which is the courts, and completely disabling it and making it appear that you can have no faith in.
Well, they've done that perfectly. They've done that perfectly.
Yes, they have.
But you know, you really got to wonder, because there are an awful lot of lawyers in this country who are not radical leftists. And why is the opposition to this so impotent? Anybody got a clue or a guess?
I do know one thing is OBS is fucking up, and it's never
OBS. Tell me OBS.
OBS is what streams my screen. So like, we're
Okay.
talking on Zoom. OBS is the thing I use to stream it to Rumble. I've never had OBS crash, and it's not.
Rumble's been crashing lately.
Yeah, but yeah, well, and from DDoS attacks from all located in DC, I've never once had OBS crash, and it crashed about 3 minutes into us talking. I never look at chat. People are in chat going, why is it stopping? I've never.
We're converting Jim we've talked about this before. We're converting Jim from a guy who I recall being rather disgusted by conspiracy theories to a complete Alex Jones wackadoodle.
It's not connecting. And so, well, I'm still recording it. Doesn't matter. I'll just upload it. And it might boot back up. But yeah, no, I mean, in terms of reasonable explanations, Jim, I don't think there is any. I don't think you can find a reasonable explanation within the framework of what we accept to be discourse and the political process and the legal process. If none of it's adding up, it's because there's fuckery afoot.
Yeah, I like to occasionally ask, sort of what would you like to have the answer key to, right? One of these things where in chemistry as well, we'll face a problem that's so complicated. We're not getting to the bottom of this. Usually we get there, but there's times where I just go, okay, I'll skip the whole publication thing. Give me the fucking answer key. I just want to know what the hell's going on. And that's where I'm at now, where there's just things that I go, I wish there were a way to just have someone say, okay, here's what you're missing. There have to be people who know the answers, right? There are people who know the answers. There's no one who knows the whole picture. So I was on I tell you about the Zoom group I used to be on that had Robert Kennedy, all sorts of guys on it. One guy in it was a national security analyst. And did I tell you this story?
No.
I don't want to repeat it if I did. And one day we're talking about the vaccine. This was a twice a week Dr. Zoom group. They'd invite every anti-vaxxer on the planet went through there. By the way, did you see Archbishop Vigano this week? Came out and called Hillary and all the authorities a bunch of pedophiles. Oh, he nailed them. He nailed them. I mean, he ripped them and he said, you can't explain geopolitics without invoking pedophilia. That's what he said. That's what I've been writing about. It was a mother.
Where is he an archbishop?
I don't know. I think he's in the Vatican.
Oh.
I mean, he's been outspoken. He came to our Zoom group just to give you an idea how far we reach, right? And so
thanks, Tom.
I lost my train of thought, but that's okay. What was I supposed to be?
Conspiracies and
nothing adding up.
Yeah.
And fuck, it's gone. It's gone.
If nothing's adding up, the political process, then there's fuckery afoot. If you want to see who has the answers to everything,
so
skip to the back of the book and find the answers to the OCAD.
Get the key to
I want the answer key. Yeah.
Fucking Dave's stroking out.
I'm stroking out. I actually had a kid on my course evaluations actually suggest. He says, "Look, I'm being totally sincere. I think you have a mental disorder."
So thank you.
No. He actually said, I think you ought to go get checked out. I think you have a mental disorder. You know why?
Because you're concerned about your country.
Well, because several said I was too political and I had never mentioned Biden or Trump or anyone. And then I realized, though, about 6 times during the semester, I let rip with something to bait them. And I would say, it turns out the vaccine probably cost more lives than it saved. And just to shock them, or I'd say climate change is the biggest hoax in history. I just saw that. No one ever came back to me and said, could you show me something on this? I'm intrigued by what you said. No one ever did, but they view that as political.
Well, what's funny is these are the same people as we've identified, Dave, as we've talked about this before, that this is a generation that wants to be told by their quote unquote betters, by the people higher up the knowledge chain than them, what to think, right? And yet here you are as a subject matter expert
telling them what to think.
Right. Well, telling them, oh, by the way, this is what's going on. This is my opinion. And then they absolutely just reject it because it's not what they already think they know.
Well, you got to imagine what it's like to have some guy tell you that climate change is a hoax when you've been told by every authority figure in your life since daycare that it's a crisis.
Yes.
So that would be like telling some devout Catholic that that there is no Pope. It's all a hoax.
The people from Rumble are looking into it right now. What you're saying about being told by an authority figure, my buddy Don, the combat veteran, and he's a fucking brilliant geopolitical guy. But he always talks about it. He's like you and I look at he said it about everything, but it applies to now. We all look at like what's happening at the Colorado Supreme Court. We know it's horseshit. It's not for us. It's for people that have the predisposition and they want to hear the authority figure, not Dave tell them something they don't want. They want the authority figure to tell them what they want to be true. And God damn it, Donald Trump. I mean, Howard Stern, that fucking cuck. He came out like yesterday, and it's the same cookie
he's a
cutter.
total douchebag.
They
He's
always.
a total douchebag.
I almost want to stop swearing because the way I watch liberals now. Because whenever I see them use the word fucking, it's so bad. It's always in the sense of fucking democracy is on the ballot. And it's
Tommy,
like, it's
if you
not
stop
cool.
swearing, the silence would be deafening.
It would be,
Well,
but no, but really,
now, I remembered what I wanted to say. NSA guy in my Zoom group.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And we asked, we kept talking about they, right? The they was, Gates, whatever. And I said, Stephen, who's, so the funny part of the story is one day he starts going off on Hegelian philosophy. And I'm going, oh boy, we didn't all know each other. That's the thing. And he's talking about Hegelian philosophy and shit. And at first I think he's losing his mind. And then he's starting to make sense. I go, where's he going with this? And someone says, what are you, a professor of philosophy or something? He said, no, I'm a lawyer, but I used to be a national security analyst. And we had to study the Arabs, and they follow Hegelian philosophy. If you want to understand them, you got to speak Hegelian. You got to know that like the back of your hand. And I asked who the they is, and he said, I don't like to name names. This is very important. He says, I don't like to name names because if I do, then you'll say, okay, now we understand problem solved was for dinner, basically, right? So if you say Bill Gates is the source, it pinpoints the evil to a simplistic answer that then allows you to stop thinking. And I realize that there's a lot of ways in society where we inadvertently get ourselves to stop thinking, as opposed to keeping the debate open. And so there's some that are intended to do it, like calling someone a conspiracy theorist, things like that. But there's just calling someone stupid. Kamala Harris is an idiot. Clearly, she's an idiot.
And then it's the end.
But below the surface is, then why are they letting her speak? Who's writing her speeches that are so stupid?
It's
why are they writing those stupid speeches? There's many, many more questions about Kamala that are shut down by saying Kamala's an idiot, which, by the way, the guy who runs the Babylon Bee, the head, said, I've got this terrible job where I've got to be funnier than Kamala Harris.
No, but there is something about it, though, that you're hitting on that I've been thinking about more and more lately. And it's this weird, and it was completely apolitical when I was thinking about it. I don't know why this year I've been thinking about it, but like how logic kind of stops at these like cliche statements, and not science, not equal and opposite reaction, not whatever the spin of an atom. It's when you say something, even if it's accurate, which I think most of us, a penny saved, a penny earned. The early bird gets the worm. When you say it, it's just this stopping point of it's like when, my mom would be trying to like discipline me and my three brothers, and we'd be total assholes. And then dad would come in, and it didn't matter.
This is my shock face here. By the way.
Yeah. Didn't matter what the logic was. When dad said we're doing this now, it was the end. It was the truce. It was the peacekeeper force rolling in with tanks, and it was just the war was over. And that same way, so many times, and it's in virtually all the time, it's not nefarious. It's just like, well, you know what they say, Jim, it goes around, comes around. And a lot of times it is true, but sometimes people just say something like, well, early bird gets the worm. Like, I don't know about that, man. There's still 16 hours of working and then 8
it's
hours
like
of sleeping.
The meek shall inherit the earth.
Absolutely not.
Is that all about?
The meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, that's written above the fucking E-ring in the Pentagon, you fucking retards. No, it's $900 billion of death machines. So my point is there are these almost stop points where the thought just stops. You go, well, freaking Joey Biden. Everyone goes, what an asshole. And then it's the end. And it's like, wait, no, what do you mean? What do you mean? No. Why did we send money to Iran and Israel? What is that? Why is that happening? Why is Biden meeting outside of Ukraine talking about how U.S. special forces are there, and then why is
Putin selling diesel to Zelensky?
Yeah, but that's because Putin's a fucking murderer.
I have an answer.
Because at the end of the day, well, that's funny. On that point, Alex Craner reminded me a long, long time ago, which is that in every war, like the goods don't stop flowing during the war. Like,
No.
Well, the simpler
they are
answer.
buying diesel fuel against, you know, they're selling one side food and the other side gasoline because they still have to like do the thing, right?
Armies
Like,
march on full stomachs. Yeah, it doesn't.
and
Well,
you
but
know,
also
and
they're just
diesel
going to
fuel.
blow the shit out of it anyway, so they might as well sell it first.
Oh no, yeah, exactly.
too.
No, it's total win. But that is an odd thing, which isn't unique to this election or this country really. But I do like that you pointed out is it's this weird natural stopping point where we all just agree it's Bill Gates. Oh, fucking Bill Gates.
So,
The end.
so my
Oh, yeah,
my
always,
NSA
always.
buddy, who by the way is on Twitter, his name is Stephen Coughlin. He kind of described the oligarchy as a self-assembling oligarchy, and so he said they don't know each other. They have common interests, and the metaphor I ended up using when I wrote about this was a murmuration of starlings, which is an extraordinary organization, way cooler than a school of fish. And you ask, well, which starling is running that operation? The answer is none.
Yeah.
There is some reason why they all fly together that way, and I guarantee you, whoever has explained it is wrong because it's got to be complicated.
There's one thing that explains it to my satisfaction.
Sure.
You
The
know,
starlings or what?
maybe not no, not starlings, but the behavior of this blob, this deep state blob,
Mm-hmm.
and or not just the American deep state blob, but the international global blob, plus the U.S. And it's this uniting thing that what all the behavior that we're seeing is basically a desperate attempt to cover up previous crimes, because they've added up so much now, you know. I mean, from, you know, the Skokovo thing with Hillary Clinton and the Uranium One thing and the 2016 election and the Russiagate and the impeachment and Eric Charmella and Alexander Vindman and fucking Adam Schiff and, you know, all of this.
And I'm going to hurl in there with pretty good confidence now, Pizzagate.
Well, yeah, you've been following it. I have not.
I've been digging deeply.
So you really have a conviction about this.
I have a conviction about this. Yes, it is. Yeah. It is. There's just too many things pointing to it. I have a conviction. Yes.
Yeah.
What is your okay? Let's just go along with the possibility that it's for real. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What is your schematic idea of how it operates and how it has been operating? What it did?
Well, first and foremost, I don't think you corrupt powerful people. I think you corrupt people and then give them power.
Mm-hmm.
So if
the activation switch,
if the person is not corruptible, they don't get the part in Hollywood, they don't get the part inside the Beltway, they don't get the key jobs, they don't get anything. And so I think it's an evolution of a person. I think you groom the adults in the sense that you start out by saying, hey, here's a bimbo, why don't you bang her? Next thing you know, it's like, oh, here's a bimbo, she's really sweet, why don't you bang her? Well, by the way, she's 15. And then pretty soon we're doing 13-year-olds, and then pretty soon where the story gets so dark that you go, I pray that's not true, is this shit that so here's a stat I want to throw out there to your listeners before they hang up. No one contests that something like 1 million kids a year disappear.
No.
Right? The various agencies in charge of tracking them, the CIA, they all have numbers. They're all monstrous numbers. There is no way that anyone has come close to explaining where they're going. There's no description of the end consumer of 1 million kids.
They will throw out. Kids. They will just throw out human trafficking, and that's where it stops.
No. That's the vehicle to get them to their destination.
But no, what I mean is, like earlier when you said,
yeah, they'll talk about the coyotes. They'll talk about the trafficking.
It's just the statement that ends it. He goes, "Well, fucking human trafficking, dude. Sick fucks. You fucking heard that, brother." And then it's
trafficking.
And
then
where are
they? And no one says, "But by the way,
where the fuck are they? Where are the graves?
They're not. They're not going to fucking trailer parks that are ring fenced from elementary schools.
No, the United States.
These guys don't buy the children.
So what's the end product? Is it the adrenochrome thing we've been hearing about?
I actually think the adrenochrome thing is very real. I watched a guy get interviewed by credible interviewers, guys I recognize, about a startup he has to rejuvenate people by giving them what they were calling young blood. And the interviewers did not ask him, what the fuck do you mean by young blood? You can see they were trying to, and they're working around it. And then apparently that company kind of blew the fuck up. And so he wrapped it up and started a new one that he said was not just young blood. But the fact of the matter is, to find a home for 1 million kids, there's no simple explanation. Now, I think some percentage of them are going to make adrenochrome. And if you read about how that's supposed to work, it doesn't matter if it works. It only matters that people think it does. They're willing to pay top dollar to do it. That they're sick motherfuckers. And so the adrenochrome they're harvesting from the kids. These are like, this is like, these are,
it's just so funny, Dave, when you say stuff like this, because I read Bug Jack Barron by Norman Spinrad back in college when I had hair. That's literally
Jack Barron and Spinrad?
Bug Jack Barron by Norman Spinrad is a classic science fiction novel about the corruption of a shock jock who comes across an immortality serum and he's like, and he's being groomed to become part of the thing, and all you have to do is sign your soul away until he finds out that, guess what, they're harvesting the pituitary gland hormones from children.
So the adrenochrome
literally
story,
Norman Spinrad was writing about this shit back in 1969.
Well, because I think it's been around, and that's, by the way, what I think Vigano was talking about. Archbishop Vigano was talking about this week, and the horror of it is that the adrenochrome is supposedly at its peak harvesting moment when the kids are suffering mercilessly.
What's adrenaline?
So in China, supposedly, yeah. It's and so in China, they apparently cook dogs alive, and they cook them in a way where they don't die, because it makes the meat taste better. So this kind of thinking sneaks into a lot of places around the world.
It does exist, and sorry to interrupt, but it's also widely used in poultry industry. Is, I guess, for different animals, it's different, where they don't want the animal scared because it fucks up the meat. So if you do, even if like that, the little, it's you bring up with the little cattle thingy, it's just the right, No Country for Old Men right in the head, because you're not walking up to it with a torch and screaming. It freaks the fuck out.
Right.
So there is logic to fucking up the meat or enhancing the meat.
So then when you dig into this, what you discover is that the Venn diagram of the child trafficking with satanic cults is huge. The two are always proximate to each other. So I have one of the theories I have. I just work on theories is to kind of answer Jim's question. One of the theories is that Hollywood's role is to what I call fictionalizing reality. So the CIA, MK Ultra is a problem. So what do? You create the Bourne Identity. And then all of a sudden you talk about MK Ultra, they go, oh, that's just the Bourne Identity, which means you've anchored to fiction.
And then if you point it out, they go, oh, you're one of those predictive programming freaks.
The skull and bone shit. Okay, make a movie with Matt Damon of The Good Shepherd and fictionalize that. And
Bohemian
so
Grove and Alex yada yada yada. I get that over.
Right.
So we get but at the same time, you then have it's funny this interesting. I had a conversation with James Dellingpole recently on the podcast about this, and
he has a satanic interview. I can't get my mitts on. God damn it!
And it's funny. It just how much of this, the predictive programming, revelation of the method, this stuff has permeated now all of the zeitgeist and around this thing and around where we exist in the commentariat, for lack of a better term. And it's really funny how deeply now that's being used to in a lot of ways to discredit everything. And now all artists and all movies and all television, it's all predictive programming, as opposed to realizing that sometimes the artists just get there first. Back in 1969, no, Norman Spinrad was just ahead of the curve. Why is Hollywood obsessed
But
with
I don't
Philip
think
K?
he was. I think it was already happening.
Well, no, I mean, I'm
So
talking
he
about he
fictionalized
figured out what was
reality
happening in
again.
the same way that
Yes.
Philip K. Dick understood the process of creating the NPCs, like, and being obsessed with simulacra and the military, the rise of the military-industrial complex, and everything else. These guys saw this stuff and then wrote about it as warnings. And then why is
Medley
Hollywood so
Butler.
obsessed with Philip K. Dick? Well, because they're trying to undermine that which he actually was warning us about 50 fucking years ago,
You know,
60 years ago. And that's the point of a lot of this stuff. And so now it all exists, and now it's we don't even trust the fact that the Matrix was like warning us about, that's the distillation of a lot of this stuff. And now we don't know what to fucking believe, because
so the problem you get into,
you never know what the truth is, because the whole point of destroying our ability to assess information today is by destroying our touchstones to the information that came before this. The goal is always to seed in as much mis and disinformation as fucking possible, to then have us distrust our own.
You're fucking up everybody's compass.
And so now
William Happer, the famous Princeton physicist advisor to presidents,
I had him on here 2 weeks ago.
Oh, very good.
Yeah.
He talks about how the numbers from the past are now being modified fairly aggressively to get rid of the embarrassing parts of the climate narrative. And he jokes about it as it's hard to predict the past, which is apparently a famous quote. But he talks about how now all of a sudden things like the medieval warming period is now they're erasing it by readjusting those numbers and things like that. And so I think credentialed experts have been obliterated in the last 5 years. I think they have no credibility whatsoever, whether they're doctors, virologists, climate scientists, you name it. I was on Tom Nelson's podcast, who's a climate change guy. He's been chasing climate change since 2007. And he's interviewed every one of them, anyone he can get his mitts on, obviously. And I asked him, I said, do you know a solar physicist who buys the climate narrative? He said, nope, not a one. There's not a solar physicist out there who thinks CO2 is a problem.
Exactly.
They're all saying, look at that fucking big glowing thing in the sky. That's it.
Dr. Patrick Moore, who co-founded Greenpeace.
Exactly.
I've had him on here, man. He has done a 180 so fast.
He's so pissed off.
It disconnect your spinal column.
Did he account for how he got flim-flammed?
Well, no, he just started kind of going over the history of it. He just slowly, it just started to dawn on him that what were, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I want the world to be beautiful for my kids growing up.
But you said he flipped. So
well, as the years
that happened suddenly.
No. No. When I say he did a 180, I mean from who he was to where he is now. You're like, who the fuck are you? But no, what it dawned on him was it was just a total everything, no matter what it was, the end result, no matter how logical or illogical it was always an increase in government power and an increase in just the revolving door of new contracts for you're building the green shit. Well, hey, Exxon, make some new company, call it, I don't know, fucking, grassy acres, and then they're going to start building geothermal. Who did that, and who got fucked by that? Well, they owned that piece of land, and the government came in and said, because of CO2 emissions, we're now ceasing all of your farming operations, and oh, by the way, we're handing over to this company, which is a shell company for BP, and the entire thing was or it was regulations, taxes, to the modern day of, well, we got to have shut off valves in all cars after 2025. Why? Fuck off. That's why. And all right, well, that's a good argument, but that's what he came to. Is that?
But here's the 180. The 180. Yeah. My 180 took about 3 hours. I had been getting pestered by my brother and some doctor named David Walker, who I have no idea who he is. And they kept saying, how do you know? How do you know? And I kept giving them the standard line. Everyone I know believes the story. The entire scientific community has signed off on this. I don't know how you're going to convince me. And I finally said to one of them, I said, send me some names of people who don't buy this story. And so he did. And I expected him to come from, buttfuck you or something. And they were famous institutions. They were the place you want to get the numbers from. And then I'm thinking, okay, but I'm going to Google these guys. They're going to shoot down some model, and that's being interpreted as therefore there's no climate change. And I go look them all up, and they're not shooting down the model. They're saying this is total crap. That Richard Lindzen, former head of National Academy of Sciences, biggest hoax in history. You got Happer, you got all these guys. They're saying Nobel Prize winning physicists saying this is crap. So I'm sitting down with Konstantin Kysin this last October, who gave the most brilliant speech at the Oxford Union on climate change. You search Konstantin Kysin, K and a K, at the Oxford Union. But I asked him, I said, when you started looking into this, how long did it take to figure out that the story was wrong? He said, a couple hours. That's all it took me, a couple hours. As soon as you discover there's 20 famous scientists who think it's total crap, the very first lie has been obliterated. And that is that there's no credible person who doesn't buy it. That's the lie that leads off the 97%, consensus number. Turns out to be the most bizarre survey of abstracts of papers, which literally 0.4% of the papers actually said it was a crisis, and that got turned into a 97% consensus number with the miracles of statistics. That was Crichton who pointed that out. And so the whole story collapses as soon as you start digging, unless you are a member of the cult.
So why don't these dissenters get any attention?
Why didn't
there's too much money. There's too much money.
So let's take what Jim just said though.
30 trillion, 50 trillion. Too much money.
But let's hold on. Let's just look at it's I always use the analogy of when I got arrested for drinking and the cops basically I was 17. The cops basically told me I can have my parents come pick me up or they can take me to jail. And I was like, I'd rather be shot in the face. But like, so my dad came and picked me up at like 3 a.m. and I tried to convince him that this is the first time I'd ever drank. Right. And right. And oh, Dad, gee, shucks, this is the first time. By the way, I had one beer. I know I can't speak right now, and I smell like whiskey, but it was some heavy Corona. Yeah, right. No, it's I got caught, right? So and then that's kind of what dawned on me over interviewing all the doctors throughout the last 3 years was like, yeah, I don't think this was just it seems silly now. I'm like, you always know this, the FDA is corrupt. Of course it is. But to the extent that we saw this horse shit pushed, and you start to go, I think this is just the one.
The FDA wasn't always corrupt, though. The FDA got corrupted in a fairly systematic way.
Okay, FDA, CDC, WHO, all of it. We go,
well, yeah.
Oh, wow. Oh, they're all fucked. Then you go, well, they wouldn't. I mean, healthcare, I get the military industrial complex, but healthcare, and then you go, well, you look back at the food pyramid, right? And all the huge the sugar companies and grain companies were paying off Harvard dietitians to say that fats were bad. And what do you need? 6 to 195 trillion servings of grain every day. Well, who the fuck owns all those General Mills, right? So they're making money off this, and you go, that's the food pyramid. That's the fucking food pyramid. That's like the most, non-nefarious. We're just, hey, that's for the kids. We'll all kill each other for political office. Let's leave the kids out of it. And then you realize, no. So as you start to look at all of this, and this is kind of going to what Jim said, well, how come we don't hear the dissenters? You got to start dipping your toes into the idea of, I don't think the censorship industrial complex is new. I think we uncovered it. I don't think any of this shit's new. Oh, fuck. Oh, reefer madness was because, they did the hemp farm. Oh, shit. And you start to uncover, well, that's why it happens. So how come I've never heard of the vaccine injuries? I'm like, I've done 500 interviews on them. Well, where are you on iTunes? Well, I'm not on iTunes. Where are you YouTube? I'm not there either. What's your Twitter handle? Well, I'm not there either. Oh, and you start to look back and you go, how come we never hear about any of these things? And I think that's why. So that's my rant. Tom?
It really is simply that it's been going on. I mean, it was easier to control information.
Yes.
And therefore the information you got. I mean, we can go back to Ansel Keys and like the lipid hypothesis. And I lump the lipid hypothesis in with global warming as one of the biggest fucking scams of all time.
Yes.
Because it's destroyed three generations worth of people's health. This idea that saturated fat is bad for you. And that was all done in service of this this ultimate agenda, and this ultimate agenda is fundamentally anti-human at every level. Has been forever and a day. And so, you like, dude, Alex Jones is back on Twitter. I was doing my very best to keep the fucking seat warm until they let him back. Like, that's the way I was looking at it. Because we went down this. I mean, for me, it was the many of the wake up moments. The big wake up moment for me was those moments when we shifted our diet 30 years ago, right? And
we all started getting sick.
And got healthier. And I'm like, okay, well, if they lied about our fucking diet, will they not lie about everything else?
Yes.
This isn't hard. And this natural skepticism, I always looked at the left-right divide as a lie anyway. The whole Republican-Democrat thing. Since I'm 9 years old, I'm like, they're the same fucking party. Dad, why are you Republican?
Okay, so here's
they're no better than the goddamn Democrats.
Let me stop you on there. They're the same fucking party. That's an excellent example of the thing that allows you to then stop thinking if you're not careful. The uniparty, the uniparty statement is a way of saying. So I have this super liberal friend who we can sit around for hours and talk, and we can overlap about 95% because the evils of the world are evil for both guys. It's where you get into the solutions, and we somehow are able to discuss the solutions and the sources. But what I notice is whenever I would sort of score a point, he always turned it into they're all bad.
Yes.
And I finally started saying, no. This is your fucking team doing this right now. Right? I realized that he was doing that to me. And it wasn't evil. It was the way he thought about it. And at one point, I made some reference to something being probable. I said impossible, and he's going, well, it's not impossible. I go, yeah, it's impossible. And I said it's a 1 in a gazillion. It's impossible.
Now, when it comes down to this stuff, that whenever you do hit the core of somebody's belief system about how the world operates, or who's the good guys and who's the bad guys and everything else. When they want to, that's when they say, oh, they're all bad. That's no different than calling for the check or asking for the bailiff or whatever. This is that is simply purely, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Let's agree. Yeah, they're all bad.
Or I don't want.
That way it absolves them of all responsibility of their fucking.
I don't want to give you a point. I want it to be a tie.
Yes, of course.
I want it to be a tie.
It's absolutely about that, and then and if you're smart, you go, yeah, you're right, and then you leave, and then 4 years later they come back to you and go, you know what, Putin really isn't a bad guy. I'm like, yeah, you're right, Putin really, or whatever the thing is, and you're like, and you go, oh really? Tell me more.
Well, so
I told you so. You just say that.
I told my class after I threw out a couple of these barbs.
Hold on, Jim's trying to say something. Jim.
Yeah, there are two things that kind of that I stumble over with this. One is that when you introduce that idea or that scenario of the people being corrupted by having a woman brought up to their quarters, and then then it's a 17-year-old girl, and then it's a 15-year-old girl. The thing that I don't understand is you have this whole spectrum of political players. Do none of them have any sense of boundaries whatsoever? I find that hard to believe that they have no boundaries.
I totally agree with that. The problem is this is where I'm going to go back to the original.
And let me just say the other thing, the part B, which is whenever you're talking about all this current fuckery that's going on, okay, it all basically comes down to the well-educated, thinking, educated class in America. These are the people who are behaving the worst.
They're the hardest. They're the easiest to fake out, according to psychologists.
Well, that appears to be.
The intellects are easiest to fake out because they're the ones who trust their own judgment.
It is the tyranny of midwits. It is the people who are just smart enough. They didn't. No, truly, it is the tyranny of midwits. Midwits are the people in the 110. I think it's 105 to 110. I think I've heard 110 to 115. IQ people who are smart enough to have success in life, do what needs to be
That
done,
doesn't
all
work
this
for the
stuff,
Ivy
and
League.
then they can be a successful lawyer or a doctor.
I don't
or,
buy the Midwich either. I think
it doesn't
I
work for
really
the
do
Ivy League.
think
What you've
I
got,
think the high intellects buy
what
shit.
you've got is villainy.
Mhm.
You've got villainy operating here.
Mhm.
It's not just that they're self-credulous. They're
no.
behaving evilly.
Yeah.
Here's how
Because
that
now
happens.
they have to defend. Now they have to defend. When you get into a position where really smart people have to defend their position and they know they're wrong, they will fight it like a dog, dude. I have been fighting this fight amongst. I no longer have any of my old friends,
Me either.
and they're not,
Me
and
either.
none of them
They're
are
all
dumb
gone.
people.
Nope.
None of them are dumb people. They're
But
all
they're gone.
they're gone, and they'll never come back because they know that at a fundamental level, it's about their conception of who they think they are.
Now, let me get back
touched
to the
on either
Ivy
their
League.
imprinting, their childhood PTSD, or something along those lines,
Yeah.
and you'll never get them.
Let me
Yeah.
get back to the Ivy League for a second, because we've all gone through, we've all watched this spectacle play out with MIT. Well, it's not the Ivy League strictly, but with Harvard and Penn.
The
and,
elite
all
universities.
those three college presidents. It seems to me that really what you're seeing, what's really been revealed about all this, is that all of this behavior adds up to nothing more than fucking careerism.
Yes.
That's all it is. That's all this DEI stuff is in the Ivy League. Just careerist bullshit of the baldest sort. And now they have to pretend that that's not what it's about. And they've decided they'd rather be evil in defending it than fess up to what is really going on.
Hmm.
Yes, Jim.
It's a
Agreed
selection
completely.
bias.
Agreed
You
completely.
don't get up there unless you do that.
Well, what do you
Sociopath-
observe on your own campus? You're in an Ivy League school.
Well, but I'm kind of cloistered. I'm in an office 99.9% of the day. And here's the thing that doesn't make sense with me. So the elite schools are 98+% left of center, right?
Mhm.
I think I was talking to my brother-in-law who's a trustee, and I said, I know 5 or 6 conservatives. There must be more hiding out there. And he said, I don't think so. And he knows this place. But in the chemistry building, it is a meritocracy. It is a free market.
Well, you got to understand what the fuck you're talking about when you're in
Well,
chemistry.
you do, but what's also true is you're constantly competing for students. You're constantly competing for research money. You are cranking on all cylinders. My colleagues work 14-hour days
No,
comfortably.
but wait a minute. That's the same dynamic that's going on in the social sciences with these
but the
with
social
these fake,
scientists
with
can
these
low.
fake majors. They're competing for grants. They're doing the same kind of competition.
Right,
Yeah.
but
They're not toying with
we end up
objective reality.
But they don't have to know anything.
Most of the I've never seen evidence of politics sneaking into, until recently, politics sneaking into the process. And when someone achieves well, there's another school out there with millions of dollars up their sleeve to come and steal that person from you if they're good.
Mhm.
And what?
So
the
that's where
sciences, you're talking about STEM.
I'm talking about STEM. Now, here's the weird part. My colleagues are still probably 28-2 left of center. Even though we don't recruit based on ideology, we're looking for the person we think is going to be a fucking rock star of a scientist. We are phenomenal at hiring youngsters. After they get tenure, within a year or two, most of them get big motherfucking outside offers from other schools. We hire well. But and so the free market's out there too. I mean, we're breaking the university because right now I have a faculty of 30. Right now, 4 are in play from other schools, including Chicago, 2 at Santa Barbara, which turns out there's a reason to be there, and 1 at Stanford. This is a free market.
Don't you think the money for that's going to dry up?
It could. It would probably be better if it did. It used to be, here's the money we'll take to move you here. Would you like to be here? Now it's turned into Powerball. Now it's turned into power. Big money. I've seen offers, standard offers up to $15 million of research support. I've seen there's a guy at Berkeley who is a phenomenal scientist who got offered supposedly 150 million at Scripps, but gets a little vague because they say, we'll give you this institute. That turns out to be the institute. But supposedly, Berkeley, through congressional assistance, countered with 40 million.
That's awesome. If money's going to be thrown around, I'd rather it be at schools.
Right. But the point being is they're still all left of center. Why is that? I don't have a good answer.
I think
because it sounds like a right-wing group. Sounds like a right-wing group.
I think it's what you mentioned with the climate change, or we're talking about like with COVID. I think that it's, I mean, it's not an original thought that there's a lot of closeted and quiet people, but it's that, right? It's not wanting to admit you're wrong, right? No one wants to do the great quote by Maya Angelou. I remember reading it. I got way too fucking high my last semester at college, and I had known that I like didn't want to be a doctor, but it had been creeping up on me. And one night I took a couple edibles, and I was just like fucking, you know, on cloud, like just I was on a different planet, like examining every moment of my life. And I was like, deep down, I know I don't want to be a doctor. I know
I had the same epiphany in the ground round sitting there with my girlfriend one Saturday night over Christmas senior year.
Yeah.
But I wasn't stoned or drunk.
I was fucking higher than
round. Now that brings me back. Wow.
As my redneck buddy CJ said, I was fucking higher than giraffe pussy. But I fucking read this quote in it, right? And the quote said, there's no greater agony than bearing an untold story. And that implies admitting you were wrong. So if we come back to that very base idea of the ego, not wanting to be wrong, tribalism, wanting to be in my group and protect my fellow guys. And you know what? Fuck you.
You're not married, right? You're not married?
No. Right?
Get married. You'll get over that being wrong part.
Okay. Or exactly. Okay. But in terms of arguing back and forth with people, right? No one wants to admit they're wrong. That is such a wildly huge thing that clearly goes up to the highest levels of science. So to answer your question, how come they're all left of center? It kind of seems like surface cohesion on like a, you know,
no, these guys really are.
I don't think my point is I don't think until people start making the uncomfortable poke and breaking the surface cohesion, like you said, once you realize a couple of scientists don't believe in the climate change, the whole thing starts to fall apart. I think that's what it takes. Everyone's looking around going, I mean, I don't. And finally someone goes, this kind of seems like horse shit. And then it's a second, and then a third, and then 2 years. It's not that you discover, oh, wait, it was more like 70-30, not 98-10.
What's creeping
Well, first of all, I told my class after I threw out a few barbs, one of the reasons I do this, I told them explicitly after I threw it out, I said, the reason is because the next time you're reading an article about such and such, and you're ready to blow it off, you might actually read it. You might actually slow down and read it. That's why I throw these out. What's creeping in is there's all sorts of shit you have to fill out to apply for money now.
Yeah,
we have a real fundamental problem. NSF fellowships are freebies. We love them because I don't have to raise money if they're paid for by the NSF as a fellow. So now, our NSF, wait a minute. Let me finish this thought. Sure. Our NSF fellows have a terrible attrition rate. They leave. And you go, why? You picked the cream of the crop. Well, not so much anymore. Now it's how many organs did you donate to Guatemalan orphans? Yep. And what we're getting is a person who, by being able to check that box, at some level may be demonstrating that they're not even focused on chemistry.
Yep.
It's theology.
So there's two stories I want to talk about here, or two angles on this. How did we get to the point today, after about 30 years, where they have to work really that the acceptance for ketogenic diets being, you know, therapeutic and all the rest of it? That's because it was orthodoxy that it was the high carb, low fat diet was orthodoxy back in the 90s.
Right.
When we were, because having been in this area for 30 years, one of the things that was brought up really early on was it's going to take time to change the public opinion because there's no quote unquote peer reviewed research and studies being done because no money was being allocated to this back then. And then once the breakthrough started with the early stuff with like the Atkins diet and whatnot, then the research started to come. And then once the research started to show up, then it became a conversation that we could actually start to have. Because again, we're getting back into the tyranny of, you know, the tyranny of scientism or whatever you want to call it. So you have that. So that's why it's taken this long. When I was at when I was at UF and I worked in soil and water science, there's no quote unquote STEM field science, soil and water science, right? That bridges this perfect, like Dave's in organic chemistry. I was at the soil and water science, which is all environmental stuff. I can tell you back then that every fucking grant, no matter what it was, you applied for, everything had to, if you wanted to get the money,
Save
you
the
had
whales.
to tie it some way to climate change. And that way you would get the money.
Mhm.
It didn't matter if you were studying, like the arsenic in the water column of, the travel of arsenic down a water column, leaching out of pressure treated poles. Didn't matter.
Right.
You had to tie it to, you wanted to discuss the mating rituals of raccoons. You tied it to climate science, which is, by the way, how they manufactured the 97% number
Consensus. Yeah.
Oh.
But it's even worse than that.
By having all of the grants go through that process, and then you had to, and they were, in fact, contractually then bound to then write some stupid one graph conclusion tying it to climate science in the papers, and therefore then they could, run the big data set, the meta analysis, which is all they did of all the papers to come up with the 97% number.
But it was also,
when I tell people that
really shitty analysis, dude.
Oh, absolutely,
not just
Dave,
a
in every
pre-selected
fucking
group.
way. But I've been pounding this point home to friends of mine for 20 years. Been saying this shit. I'm like, by the way, that number is bullshit. I said, because here I am. I'm in science. I'm in soil and water science. I have this on good authority from everybody at the local university. Like, guys, this is how the process works. That's where that number comes from. And they're like, no, it can't be that. I'm like, yes, that's the way it works.
You lose your
I have it
voice
directly
if
from
you don't.
multiple fucking professors and the dean of the goddamn
Guaranteed.
department.
Guaranteed. You lose your voice if you don't have a program. And you won't have a program if you don't follow the narrative. And so I've asked colleagues who believe in climate change. They said, if I ever came up with a grant proposal that looked like it was going to upend the story, I'd never get funded, right? They go, yeah. Even the guys who believe in the story. Exactly. So the science is gone. The other thing is, if you read the IPCC, which is the Bible of climate change, it's where they, every 5 years, I think it is, they compile everything they know. If you actually read the scientific part, the scientists are more honest than we're told. They will say things like, for example, what's the evidence? They will actually say in the IPCC report that the evidence that severe weather events are increasing is very low. There is no evidence of increasing severe weather reports. There's none whatsoever. None. Zero. None. And
what's interesting, Dave, you go take it one step
I'm
further.
listening. I just have to get coffee.
Every one of these, the IPCC, I'm glad you brought this up, because one of the interesting part about going back to solar physics, right? Ben Davidson over at Suspicious Observers makes this point all the time, that the way they calculate the heat to justify all of this is based on, binning of the heat that's introduced in the system, in the Earth system, based on, what is total solar irradiance and what isn't. And they describe, and they for years excluded the contribution from the solar wind on purpose, because then that heat would then be added to the side of the ledger of has to come from man-made sources.
Yeah, they left out tornadoes.
So what's interesting is that as the IPCC has gone on, the fucking scientists have come back and go, you know what? No, we have to add in some of this solar particle physics contribution, and that's changing all the numbers. And so even the IPCC is slowly but surely having to tell
the
more of the story.
IPCC is broken into two parts. There's the scientific part and there's the political part. And the political part is writing about what appears to be a completely different subject.
Right.
So the political part is just politics. That's all it is.
Agreed.
And so the scientists are actually embedding key things. And by the way, a number of the serious detractors of the narrative are authors of the IPCC report.
Yes.
Right.
I know.
So
I know, but it doesn't matter because we have a political industrial complex.
Here's a great this year the cult shat their underwear when it turns out that the ice at the Antarctic, which had been not changing at all of a sudden dropped And you can see they show these plots of the ice over the year, and it's like 40 years of the ice. And then all of a sudden this year, it just took a nosedive. And they go, oh, they're fucking Lord, we're screwed, right? And it turns out that someone came along and said, by the way, we had severe southerly winds. The ice piled up, so it actually got thicker.
Yeah.
And they forgot to measure that part. Now, here's the funny part. It was 6 standard deviations off. Now, when something's 6 standard deviations off, it's time to get a new model. There's something wrong, right? So I, writing about it, turned to Fat Tony. Do any of you guys know who Fat Tony is? Fat Tony is Nassim Taleb's character, where Fat Tony gets asked, okay, Tony, I have a coin here. It's a legitimate coin. I flip it 30 times, which turns out to be 1 in a billion. Because 6 standard deviations is 1 in a billion. I flip it 30 times, comes up heads. What are the odds that it comes up tails on the 31st flip? And Tony says 0. And then he says, no, it's 50-50. And Tony says, no, it's 0. And he says, why do you say that? And he said, because the coin's rigged. And he said, no, I told you it was a legitimate coin. He said, you lied. And then all of a sudden you go, oh, problem solved. So somebody lied. So here's the funny thing. So if you look at the same group again, it's like this swath of the ice going up and then back down and then one just diving low. But if you look at another year and you don't even know which year, in the month of November, it dropped down 6 standard deviations in 1 month. I go, what are the odds that the ice could drop 6 standard deviations and then recover in a month? And the answer is 1/1 Google. And so it, and then you Google this plot, which is this is data that's all over the internet now. But you Google it and you find all these plots that are obviously the same data, but the fine structure of the wiggles is different. It's not the same data. You see it's jagged here, but not in this plot, but it's different over there. And by the way, a couple of them now have the missing 6 sigma drop in November. You know what I'm going? This is not how data is supposed to work, guys. That was raw data you showed us.
I do that with Rumble all the time. I look at views, and you can put it in days or you can put it in months, and it depends.
So here's
on
the other
what
discouraging
reality
thing.
I want.
I'm in writing
Hold on a
mode.
second, Dave. So is all this part of the murmuration of
Yes.
people who are not coordinated, but they seem to the glue that seems to hold them together is the pursuit of grant money.
Right. Well, the glue that's right. Self-interest. The glue that holds them together is self-interest. Fortunately, most science is not political. Most science. But it's sort of like a Supreme Court decision. I was talking to a Supreme Court scholar, and he said, I mentioned the 5-4 votes all the time. He said, no. You're reading about the 5-4 votes. What you're missing are all the 9-0 votes that they do. Right? So we keep seeing 5-4 because those are contentious ones. So we're seeing the collapse of science in those relatively few areas where the collapse is causing trouble. Now, on the other hand, I've read a lot of books on anthropology, and boy, do those guys go batshit when something gets challenged. It's considered accepted lore. So you say, oh, I found this must be, and they go, oh, no, you're so fucked up. There's no way that couldn't be a hominid, blah, blah, blah. They attack like dogs. The Leakey family was terrible at that. So scientists do dig in and get super boneheaded sometimes.
And bringing back Ansel Keys and diet just to like it's the same thing. It's because it's because human chemistry and human biology is so fungible in terms of what the data actually means, because because it's so difficult to even do good research, right?
Especially on complex subjects.
Exactly. And there's so many variables that bear that at some point, you can just make it, you can always argue, you can always attack anybody's conclusions about anything. And then, and for example, and Keyes was such a fucking asshole. I mean, you talk about the Leakey Foundation, Keyes himself was a fucking attack dog that he just browbeat and bullied everybody into submission, along with, selecting his data sets and throwing data out and all the rest of it in order to create the fucking curve that created the Lipid hypothesis in the first place. He threw out 2/3 of his fucking data.
Right.
His country data. Like, that was the whole thing was based on. He took 7 countries, and he had 22 or 23, but he threw those out because they didn't fit the model, because it was clearly an operation at some level.
Well, psychology is going through a crisis. I'm not sure. Maybe they've gone through it. Maybe they don't care. But someone figured out, and I think Kahneman certainly played a role, that the stats were just not good enough, that they were using inadequate sample size and stuff like that. So what you'd show is you would do some study in psychology, and you would say that, you'd say that such and such is true. And then they'd find out, yes, provided that you're willing to use just Stanford grad students as your sample size. If you go over to Europe, you get a different answer. And so there's that. And then, of course, then there's problems like we had a guy who was writing all sorts of influential papers on nutrition, where he said, if you use a smaller plate, you'll eat less. And you go, of course. Well, it turns out he faked it. He completely faked it. And there's this phenomenon. There's a phenomenon. Just because something makes sense doesn't mean it's true. That's key. That's
fuck off. That's
I'm in a very complicated field of chemistry. I was told no one could figure it out. I was told, there's all sorts of things I was told when I was young, and I kind of fairly seriously dominate the field. And there, what I have found is that nothing that we were told, including Nobel Prize winning work, holds up to scrutiny. Nothing. So there's these different size rings that bind metal ions. And it won a Nobel Prize, got 2 pods. There's depending on the number of oxygens, you bind different metal ions. It turns out they're called, for you, Tom, they're called crown ethers, right?
I know exactly what they are. I was about to say, you're talking about crown ethers, right, Dave?
So that's right. So what we did is we went and studied the crown ethers, the idea that this one binds lithium, this one binds sodium, this one binds potassium, right? Because they're different size. It turns out we studied them, and 2 things were wrong with that story, Tom. You're going to love this. First of all, they all bind identically.
No shit.
Identically. And they suck. They suck. And I'm going, holy shit, what's that fucking Nobel Prize all about, right? And so we do shit like this all the time. What you find is...
So, Dave, what you're saying is that the Grignard reaction is that the whole Grignard reaction sequence is like bullshit.
Well, they don't understand it at all.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry for geeking out here with Dave. Like I'm having like flashbacks to second semester organic chemistry and whatnot. But sorry.
And then people cite Occam's razor, and they cite it wrong, and they say the simplest answer is probably right. Anyone who's ever studied something complicated knows that that's always wrong. That's always wrong. There is no example where the simplest answer, except one day we did a study where there was a simple answer from 1933, and then it got way more sophisticated. The explanations got really elaborate, and we studied it. We go, that douchebag in 33 nailed it, you assholes. It was that simple.
Are you talking about Hitler?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah. Except he was called a different name, and he looked different.
Well, and this is one of the things I was thinking about this morning, is Dave, when you and I were on with Rudy on Palisades Gold Radio, and we were talking about how gray-pilled, black-pilled, now we are about the economy, right? We were talking about the economy and all this stuff on that show. And I was thinking about it this morning. I was doing my podcast for my patrons. And I said, Dave and I, when you guys go to watch this, Dave and I like have some sincere like disagreement about things. And I'm like, by the way, disagreement is great. I love Dave because he and I don't necessarily have to agree on anything. That's why I love chatting with him. And but what's interesting is what popped into my head was while I was doing this rant was that it's like, guys, you have to realize that not just the disagreement is good, but that the more you study when at a certain point, I remember taking general chemistry and thinking to myself, "Oh shit, I know everything now." Right? And the reason I thought that was because the way general chemistry was taught at UF, it was taught as an overview course of everything, and then the rest of my degree was spent explaining why general chemistry worked. This is the way I've described
I have a similar maxim. I say that we take freshman chemistry when we're 18. We spend the rest of our careers trying to understand it.
Exactly. So the point I was making, the broader point I was making for my patrons this morning was that what's important here is it's the nuance. And this gets back to everything we've talked about in all these other idioms in this podcast, which is that once you up the uniparty, that shuts off all debate. All these ideas that we've just thrown out there. we have to, when we become really, when we want to become good at a particular thing, what I was saying this morning was global macro. Well, in order to become really good as a global macro commentator, right, you have to become really good at politics, because global
That
macro
is
is
global
about
macro.
politics. It's not
Right.
about economics. And so when people ask me like, dude, how do you learn all this shit, or why did you learn all this shit? It's like, because in order to become a good global macro commentator and then give good people good information about what to do from a strategic investing perspective, I had to then shift into becoming an excellent political analyst. Okay, if I wanted to just know whether or not General Mills was going to have a good, next couple of quarters and whatnot, I can do a discounted cash flow and do
But that's micro.
MBA thing,
But that's
and I can
essentially
figure that
micro,
out.
right?
That's not what I do, right? So it's about the nuance, about all of these issues, about learning the nuance and in order to try and tease out the truth. The problem, of course, is then you have to explain that to people, and people don't have the time to understand the nuance. And so
And by the way, you can't Google tricky subjects anymore.
No, not at all. Are you kidding?
So as I'm writing this fall, I'm trying to check up on shit, and I go, I can't find what I know is there. It is now so buried in the fact chokers.
Oh my God.
If you find a topic where there's a ton of fact checkers, they're covering a big lie. They are covering. There's things that fact checkers shouldn't give a shit about. You say, oh yeah, there's little green Martians living in Sheboygan. They're not going to fact check that.
Dude, I went.
But if you say the Lahaina fires were started by a directed energy weapon, they're going to fact check the shit out of that thing.
Okay, ready? The other day I was working on a post, and I said I want to make sure that I was trying to check up on. I used to be able to like find stuff out about Russian pipeline projects or this or that or anything else.
Good luck.
Easily, right? So I wanted to know whether or not Transneft was actually starting to build a second train of a second spur of the Espo pipeline going down to Kamchatka, because I heard about it about a year and a half ago that they'll probably double they're going to probably double this, because it makes sense that they would double it because it's now running at capacity now, right? At the beginning of the war, I knew that they would, the Russians would start pumping more oil out to Kamchatka, because oil can flow east just as well as it flows west, right? And when I did a search across 4 different search engines, I kept coming up with the same 5 websites over and over and over again about this: the BBC, New York Times, Washington Post, blah 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 blah. I could not find anything. I had to go to Yandex. And even at Yandex, I couldn't get anything out of Yandex, because even after a fucking
wait, let me straighten that out. Yandex, Yanex. Just so if people want to go there, I think it does have a D.
Oh no, Yandex. I thought it does have a D.
Is that the Ruski Google?
Yeah, that's the Russian one, Yandex.
I don't think.
Yeah. So,
I'm gonna fact check you, USOB.
It got even worse. I couldn't get the Yandex even properly, even through a fucking VPN.
So I did a search.
Basic information out of Transneft as to whether or not they're thinking about building another fucking pipeline. And this is a very specialized thing that should be easy to tease out, with the right, with the right search engine. So
you're right. It is Yandex. So here's what I did at Yandex. This is just a total tangent. Tom Hanks was accused of taking a photograph of weird shit. He does that. He admits it. I've seen him be interviewed. Like a glove. Where's the other glove? He's quirky. One of them had something that said something like USA SRC or SRC USA or something like that. And they said, you won't find this on Google, you won't find it on Brave, but if you go to Yandex, you'll find it. It's a pedophile network. And I had to look. And there it was. Now, I'm probably
what did that say about
list.
Tom Hanks to you?
Well, so Tom Hanks is in the sights of the pedophile hunters in a very big way. You would never know that. Tom Hanks had to shut
huge
down
during the pandemic, during 2020.
Huge. He draws fire. He is right up there with Bill Cosby or something, right? No, he's drawing big fire.
Dave,
is it true? I don't know.
You completely. I was gonna try to tie this all back into child trafficking. Back to Jim's question, but you just did. So I mean, goddamn, sir, good.
You wouldn't believe the guys who have been accused of trafficking. Now,
Who
here's
are
what's
some of them?
interesting.
Presidents and senators. I don't know.
Presidents, senators, CEOs.
Johnny
Supreme
Gosh, who
Court
took Johnny,
justices.
the little paper boy that
Who
went
took Johnny
missing,
Gosh? Who took
allegedly
Johnny?
went,
You're a
allegedly
sick
was
fuck.
with.
You are a sick fuck to know
No,
Johnny Gosh.
I listened to
I
Tim
have
Dillon.
to. I have to pull a Kerrigan and go pee in the middle of the cast. I'll be back in a
Go
couple
Pete, dude,
minutes.
you're good. Yeah, no,
okay.
no. Tim Dillon always talks
So
about him. Really.
who are the other celebrities who are involved in this? I'm sorry, I'm so ignorant about it, but I haven't been paying attention.
I'm writing about it in January. I'm going to say everything I got, so
All the
that'll help.
conspiracies say Oprah, like
Yep.
that she has a school in Africa or some shit, and all those girls, like a wildly disproportionate number,
There's a
go
guy.
missing.
There's a guy named Cappy who called out Tom Hanks.
Cappy.
Somehow ended up Cappy.
Ended up dead. Yeah, KAPPY.
Ended up throwing himself off a bridge within a week or two.
Yeah, and he was writing in his journal and telling people I had on
Anthony Bourdain and Chris Cornell were putting together a documentary on the subject. They're both dead now.
I don't know if
Barack
that one's proven.
Obama.
I don't know if that one's
right.
I don't know if that one's proven. So if you're trying to get to it,
Well,
don't pair it that way because it might make you look
No,
uncredible.
when I write about it, I say, look,
Okay.
there's a 90-10 rule here. 90% chance I'm 10% right, and 10% chance I'm 90% right.
Yeah.
So
and
so
if 1%
somewhere
of
in
this
between.
shit's real, it's fucking insane.
So who else?
But
Barack Obama, you said?
George H.W. Bush, Ronald Reagan, apparently that's where
Obama's
Johnny Gosh went.
Obama's all over the Pizzagate story. So if the
He's all over the
Pizzagate
hot
story is
dogs, the
real,
walnut sauce.
yeah.
Whoa, and remember those emails that came out in like 2017 or 2018? The Hillary Clinton and like Huma Abedin like cables.
Oh yeah.
And they were talking about going to the fundraiser and hey, these kids at ages 6, 8, and 10 will be in that hot tub. And I know how much you like kids in the hot tub. Like, what the fuck is that?
For who likes kids in the hot tub?
It was cables between high level donors for Clinton and Huma. This was like 2017, 2018. And then people kept going and they're like, it can't get worse. And it got into spirit cooking, which is mixing semen, blood, and breast milk.
Shit.
Yeah, and they put it on their left hand. And there's pictures of John Podesta, who he and his brother were the largest lobbyists in D.C. And they have a statue of the Arch of Hysteria in their mansion, which is a famous picture taken by Jeffrey Dahmer after he cut the fucking head off of one of his victims and made it stand. It looks like some exorcist shit, and they have a gold statue.
Unambiguously fucked up. Unambiguously fucked up. The Podestas are beyond comprehension fucked up.
So what's keeping this thing out of the public domain and the legal domain?
It's all there. Oh, the legal
ivermectin
domain
and a
because
fat
the entire
rich diet.
system is crooked.
A censorship industrial complex. Self amalgamating shit. What's their mutual interest?
There was a Globe article. There was a Globe article that said three guys got whacked as Obama went for the Senate for the first time. 3 guys who became inconvenient. There's Obama's. I think it was Obama's. His White House counsel ended up getting whacked. There's just so what happens is what you discuss. Kevin Spacey got accused of sexually assaulting boys.
Mm-hmm.
He also
and he got sued by he got sued by 4 people. 3 died and 1 said, "I'm good, I'm out of here."
Yeah, 1 said, "You know what? I was young and whatever. Let's move on.
Whatever, never mind me."
What do you make of the Obama chef death story?
Obama supposedly has been known to be gay for many, many years.
Yeah, I saw that interview with the guy.
Why wouldn't he just come out and say it? That's
no. But there's a lot of people.
Well,
there's a lot of people.
Then it might be gay for kids.
And I don't give a shit. But then when you start pulling on that thread, it gets weirder and weirder and weirder, and you just don't know where you've left the surface of the planet when you're reading it, because you're not reading it in CNN, you're not reading it in Time Magazine, you're not reading it in places which we feel better about, even though we know they lie.
We know it's horse shit, yeah. But it's
why are they protecting him?
Because they're owned by the CIA.
Well,
no, the CIA can buy every single news agency in the world.
Well, CNN's owned by Time Warner.
Budget.
CNN's owned by Time Warner, which was
so. What do you make of the chef?
Presidential donor.
The death of the chef in Martha's
It's
Vineyard.
good we have Jim here that is calling Dave and I out on Pizzagate.
I'm not calling you out.
I'm not being sarcastic. No, you're being. No, I'm not being sarcastic.
There's 2 theories.
It's
There's
good
2
friction.
theories. One is that there was some accident. It was Obama's Chappaquiddick moment. and there's a bunch of police reports with redactions and shit. And it's pretty clear that Obama and this guy were having fun in the middle of the night on their paddle boards and something went bad. Now, the alternative is that someone whacked the guy for some reason, but it would seem to me that would not be with Obama's authorization, because he sure as fuck wouldn't be near it if they did.
Is it a man? You get.
And so,
I thought it was. I'll be honest with you, Dave. I thought it was an attack on Obama himself.
I was about to
Could be,
say, was
could
it
be,
like a
could
Russian
be.
shot across the
And
bow?
that they went after Obama because he.
I think there's Secret Service agents who had to get involved in shit. And
And
so something went wrong. There's photos of, which could be Photoshop, of Obama showing up about, a handful of days later on the golf course with taped fingers
Mhm.
and a shiner.
Yeah.
So something went bad.
Mm.
And now they can be fake, but people said, oh yeah, he tapes his fingers for golf. I play golf. Tape does not help your golf game at all. At all. That would be like putting a sock in your ear to go to a concert. No, you feel the club with your fingers. You don't tape them.
Dave, are you getting any closer to the center of things than Whitney Webb did in her book,
No,
One
Whitney,
Nation
Whitney's
Under
so
Black Men?
far, she's so far ahead of everyone.
And she won't fucking respond to my emails.
Yeah, I know. You want me to reach out to her?
Could you, please?
I can.
Not legitimate. Yeah.
She, but you got to behave yourself.
I could button it up. I can do it.
Okay,
I come
just
on with
checking.
y'all, and you guys are the hooker.
I know.
You guys are the hooker that my wife and kids don't know.
Well, this is like a
about.
locker room,
Hey, no, you guys are the
Yeah.
hooker my wife and kids don't know about. I come in here, I shut the door, and I beat the shit out of you.
Whitney
all right?
is...
You're not to take home to mom and dad.
Oh, so what you're saying is that we
Whitney
can't
has
pass
a
the
gift.
hooker live boy test. Got it. Okay.
You guys are
Whitney-
my cook. You guys
Sorry,
are my
go ahead.
Obama
Go
cook.
ahead, Dave. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
Whitney has a gift. What Whitney does not do, and I don't think she even necessarily tries to, she does not formulate the big picture. What she is a puzzle piece assembler. She says A is tight with B and B is tight with C, and she makes these connections. What she doesn't do is make these big sweeping statements that people would like.
That's
Her
almost
two
good, though.
volumes, her 2-volume series, I went through, and it was absolutely brutal. And as Rudy said in a podcast before, not this week, but in another one, he said it's a reference book. You don't read it left or right.
Yeah.
But you gotta really want to read it. The first volume
brutal
is
to
really
read
hard.
is what you mean. Brutal
Yes.
to read, not
Mm.
Brutal to
necessarily
read.
because of the content.
So the first volume are things you don't know anything about because it's
Yeah.
first half 20th century.
1920s gamblers and gangsters.
But so what I did while I was reading the first half, I just kept translating it to a bank CEO. I just converted it to, okay, a bank CEO did this and a politician did that. So I had to translate it down to, I don't care about the guy's name and what company and whatever.
Yeah.
The second one gets more interesting because it starts hitting scandals and stuff that we lived with when we were younger. And so
So
you
if
start
she's
recognizing names.
If she's just piling up the connections and the names and dates,
she's archiving.
You're more of a big picture guy. What's the big picture that you're inferring from all of that that ant heap of data?
Well, her message is that the whole world is this big connected mess, right?
What's
And
your
that's
influence?
Well, that's my take. That's my
I
take.
can give it a shot. I can give it a shot.
Go for it.
It's the efficiency of weapons. World War I, the number of people you throw at people, you just throw mountains of people until they get torn up. You get horses, they get mowed down until you finally get vehicles. Go to World War II, plane technology is a little more matured, a little more developed, but at the end of it, we have rockets, right? Now you have a rocket which could go Mach 3, Mach 4, Mach 5, put a warhead on it. You don't even need a pilot. You just shoot it right into London. That's why we brought them all back. We, amongst other things, but we wanted the rocket.
I have to answer the phone. I'm getting multiple calls from you.
Yeah, go for it. Yes, the CIA. And then put an A-bomb on top of it. Well, why do we want the rockets that badly? Is we want the A-bomb on top of it. We married the two, right? Again, it's forced projection. You're seeing these over decades. You're seeing the ability to transfer larger and larger amounts of power. Dave, I'm going to mute you so you don't fucking...
Who's a $100 bill?
You have no... All right. Right, you want forced projection. smaller and smaller vehicles with less and less points of failure, less and less people involved with greater and greater payloads. Curtis LeMay, right? The guy who fucking Secretary of the Air Force under Kennedy, the cigar chomping guy, right? The
bombing of
bombs
Tokyo.
away LeMay, yeah, right. If we had lost the war, I would have been tried as a war criminal. He's a fucking total badass. But he would always say, no matter what, no matter how big the bombing fleet was, no matter how it didn't matter how intense the defenses were, you were always going to get at least one through. And if one of those people has an A bomb instead of a dumb bomb, it's that much more powerful. So if you can put it on a missile, is my point, you only need one missile to get through. So you're going on and on and on. And then tertia optio, right? The third one. We have open diplomacy, that's number one. You have all out war, that's number two. Tertia optio, it started under Eisenhower, it's the hidden hand, it's the CIA assassins. Again, we don't need to go fuck shit up. We don't need to go to just listen. We don't need to go to a war. If we just go knock off one guy here, or we buy off these politicians here, and keep communism out of Greece or some shit.
Well, how does this fit with the pedo stuff?
As you go forward more and more, it is a continual whittling of power into smaller and smaller points, to the point where you no longer need a marching army to go overthrow a nation, or to
you just call the guy and say, we got videos of you getting
just go, hey man, remember that 8-year-old you fucked and then cut her throat? Yeah, no, I'd really like it if Hamas didn't attack Israel this week. Yeah, all right. So that's the logic Jim, behind it. I'm not saying it's real. I'm saying that's Jim, the logic. Oh fuck! What are you? That's so rude of you, Jim.
Well, I'm still on the.
I just finished this argument. I just finished this argument.
No, just tell.
You're muted. Fuck you. Thank you for listening, Tom. So rude. I just explained.
You're welcome, Tom.
I think that's a reasonable argument. It's more and more efficient. Less weapons, less footprint. So finally, you just call up another fucking prime minister. And
unmute him now. Unmute him now.
Yeah, I got to ask him to unmute. It's less and less people involved, and a greater and greater ability to project power. It's what it is.
But what Jim is groping for, which I totally understand, is that there's a level of depravity that seems to be so broadly based and so dark.
That too. It's not just a weapon. There is a Venn diagram.
No, but it's incomprehensible to a mentally healthy person.
It's what people said. You cannot fathom the depths of the.
Yeah. There's another level to it, though, for me, which is that when you introduce enough disorder, degeneracy, and depravity into a system, the system can't really bear it anymore.
That's right. That's right.
Excellent.
I agree.
Yes.
And that might be why
something's got to break.
I mean,
it's end of Empire.
Why was Sound of Freedom a huge movie this summer? That has entered the Overton window.
Sound of Freedom. I have issues with Sound of Freedom.
I never saw it, but the point is the very idea that was a blockbuster, good or bad, misinfo, whatever. The very fact that we're talking about kids and shipping containers is a wild shift in the Overton window.
Well, except for the fact that it was out there, and the Sound of Freedom stopped short of all the important issues.
But how many how many unplugged boomers and like my extended family, and how many people we know because we're all fucked up. We research this shit. How many people who had never once looked up from their phone went like, "What's that about?" That got a lot of dipshits to at least half take their head out of the sand.
Yeah, I mean, stuff like that, stuff like Sound of Freedom and other pieces are designed to move the center.
Yeah,
the people within the first half standard deviation.
Yeah,
of the situation, and God's bless him for trying and getting it through and gotta.
Yeah.
So, and that's the starting point, and that's where people, and look, it's the process of. You got to take people through this in stages. Otherwise, you get them. Once they start down the Kubler-Ross 5 stages of grief on this stuff about the world that they thought they lived in and the world that they do live in, you have to take them through to that mimetic collapse process.
Yeah.
But it's also a limited hangout to the extent that what people were not, the Sound of Freedom, to the extent they showed recipients of the children, which was very Spartan. They were your typical guy with a van who was a perv who just was a bad dude. Mm-hmm. And they stopped short. Sure. By the way, there was also a lot of fiction in it. There was some serious bullshit in it. And so I'm not convinced it wasn't in some ways sort of like starting a fire to stop a forest fire.
You're not wrong, but it's one of the things where with most topics we have limited hangouts and you want to you add a little bit here to sway here, but there are some things that they just don't want fucking addressed at all. They don't want misinfo, they don't want to poison the well. They don't want you to know the well exists. And I think this comes back to
But
Jim's point is I think the system's so big. Maybe it's just the internet learning about fucking yet again General Mills and Harvard and sugar and the food pyramid. Like it might just be that the system's getting so big that maybe they're looking at it and they're going, let's fucking try to get a foot out in front of this and make a movie and then say it's just, the creepy guy down the road. But I'd rather none of this shit have ever happened. But this is probably some talk that went on at like a Bilderberg meeting. Like, I would prefer this wasn't here, Bill, but this is where we are. They're getting on to us that we eat kids or something, right? So
Well,
they're like, let's throw this out there.
And that's why that's why there's a fundamental difference between, say, for example, Sound of Freedom and Eyes Wide Shut.
Yeah.
Because Kubrick made Eyes Wide Shut because he had a deal with Warner Brothers where nobody at Warner Brothers knew anything about what he was doing, because he had an ironclad contract with Warner Brothers that he could make his movies effectively
uncensored,
in secret.
Laissez-faire. That's
and then
awesome.
all that, and then they didn't, and then Warner Brothers didn't see the movie until Kubrick showed it to them. So he then screens Eyes Wide Shut, and 4 days later he has a goddamn heart attack. They recut the movie and they put the movie out.
That's, man, was that his fucking like lifelong goal? Like, I'm gonna make movies so good that eventually people are just gonna leave me alone. And then
that's exactly what he did.
And then
that's the deal he got after Doctor Strangelove.
Yeah,
he had that deal either after Doctor Strangelove or 2001, and he was able to make whatever fucking movie he wanted. And every movie he made after that, from that point forward, was literally, oh, by the way, they're evil fucking people in the world, banging fucking children and trying to destroy the world.
Yeah.
Go watch every one of his fucking movies going back to Lolita. He chose his subject matter on purpose. He warned us about the technocracy in 2001. He warned us about the best people. He turned The Shining into a metaphor of how you corrupt normal people. Go watch The Shining from the Dave Collin perspective of how you corrupt normal people.
Well, hey,
and you won't be able to watch The Shining ever again as anything other than, oh, by the way, yeah, they're really fucking evil, and they're and in The Shining, of course, they're ghosts corrupting Jack, but the process of corruption and all the weird imagery in The Shining is all in service of that.
Are these guys beginning to lose now, or what? What's your estimation of that?
My buddy Drew always has a great line, and he goes, it might not end well, but what they are doing is mag dumping. They're just fucking, when you play video games, your primary rifle's out, you throw it, you pick out the pistol, and you're just shooting at the guy. You don't know if the last bullet's gonna finally take him down, and the big guy would be us, the masses. But they're mag dumping. Fucking COVID, fucking Trump off the ballot, UFOs, fucking blow up Nord Stream. They're fucking pulling out, Middle East. Remember that whole shit that we just
That's
finished?
what they're doing now. They're and knowing that they're at that moment where they're just throwing everything at us.
Well,
to me,
telling you that they're worried.
To me, they're like the guys who have hijacked a furniture truck and they're throwing the chairs out the back of the truck at the people pursuing them.
I saw another great line. Somebody said, something is ending. Whether or not we're going somewhere good or bad, we don't know. But something's very clearly ending.
What if it's just hyper normalization in play?
Which in that case, it's over, and there's already been a coup, and we're just signing our death warrant by doing these podcasts.
Too many things are breaking, and I think also, there's so many things we don't take into account. One of them is that I'm pretty sure that there's a large coterie of males out there who are completely sick and tired of the pussification of the country.
Mm-hmm.
And are, if they're not already in revolt, they're going to be in serious revolt soon.
Oh yeah. Look at the guys I interviewed. Those guys, there's a reason years ago they all fucking to a T. They've all left cities and they're all out in the middle of nowhere with really long lines of fire and what looks like just a home, you realize you're like, oh, that's got water, that's got shelter. You can't attack it from an angle. Oh, the sun rises behind them. I'm like, oh,
Yeah, but
and
this
what they're
goes
all
beyond survivalists. This
no, no,
is
no. Well, no, no. These are all
I'm talking about across a broad spectrum
no.
our
I'm with you.
country.
I'm with you. But I'm looking at like the most hypermasculine. Not only that, they all write extensive books about how to train normies like us. They're
Hmm.
they're loading the guns.
Hmm.
It's good or bad. Yeah, no, it's something's ending.
Hmm.
I don't know where it's going, but something's ending.
Well, I got the
I'm not
feeling
con
the last few days that we're moving into a period of time where we're going to see some serious street fighting in Europe, in the European cities.
Yeah. Again, yeah, we're something's happening, right? Where it's what's the the chemistry, guys? What's the heat of fucking vaporization where you're
No, it's
adding
the activation energy.
yeah, you're adding it, and then it flatlines and nothing happens.
It's activation energy.
And
We're
then all of a sudden it bubbles. It's yeah,
it's
it's
like
bubbling.
it's a process of yeah. I mean, or you can look at it as heat of vaporization, where you're approaching boiling. You're at the boiling temperature, but you still have to add a little bit more energy in the system to get the thing to fucking boil. Or
Yeah,
it's the activation energy in order to get like you need a lot of activation energy to get thermite to
yeah,
go right because
yeah.
there's a huge activation barrier to reorganize this. And this is this is an interesting metaphor. I use this one all the time. It's that you add enthalpy, you add heat into the system because you're trying to drive an entropic reaction. And entropic reactions require a real massive reorganization of the atoms and the bonds and everything else. And it usually takes a lot of energy to get it started. And then once it starts, that entropic reaction is usually then becomes self-sustaining because it releases so much energy that it spirals out of control quickly. This is how this is
Yeah.
like the thermite reaction is a perfect example of this. And yes, we're getting close to that point. And then once it goes, it's going to be an uncontrollable thing until all the reactants are burned up, and we have a whole bunch of molten iron now, like destroying shit everywhere, right? And cutting through vault doors or whatever the hell it is you use thermite for. This is a good way. It's a good metaphor
Yeah.
for this. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, but this is
no, that was
my
okay.
Yeah, that's
But
kind
it's true
of
for anything. It's like lighting a fire in your fireplace.
right.
You got to add some heat to get started. Then it becomes
I mean,
self-perpetuating.
the SR-71 Blackbird had like 3 different engines to get started. It had they had something called a start cart, and it used
Yes.
like boron or some shit, and like 2 Buick engines, which started something else, some other flame, and then that flame went and lit the JP-12 rocket field. There's like a series of shit. It's like, why
The
are they doing all
SR-71
that?
is an amazing piece of engineering because the whole thing shudders and doesn't like none of it like the airframe itself doesn't tighten up until it gets to a certain
Yeah, it
speed and like
stretches
there's
a
all sorts
foot.
of shit that go. And here's the best part about that fucking thing. They designed it with slide rules.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
You
by
look
the
at all
way, physics just works, dudes.
yeah. Well, but there is some more symbolism to this though, right? It's like, no, a lot of activation energy, but if you can get it going, you have this fucking jet that can fly at 90,000 feet in Mach 3. If you do it right, you're
Right.
Gucci. You can run the world if you do it right. So like we're in some sort of activation energy. Now, I guess for me, like the $100 quintillion question is, is this just a chaotic emergent phenomena that the system's finally collapsing, or are there good guys somewhere pushing this?
Yeah,
I think
I
it's a
don't
bit of
get any
both.
sense that it's the latter. To me, it is totally emergent.
I think you're probably right. I don't want it to be that.
History shows
I think there's
it
a little bit of
is.
both. I think at a certain level we're all staring into the fucking abyss and going, "What?" And I think that's where we are at this point. There's a
Yeah,
whole lot of people are staring into the abyss and going, "They suck what? You want us? No, we're not going there."
So
yeah,
And then
Tom,
then whether or not there's enough of a counter process to stop the emergent chaos. Oh, that's a good question. I think it's an open question, but I think to completely discount the idea that there aren't people staring at this situation going, we can't go there.
we haven't
Because
even touched on the financial corner. And what do you think the prospects are that somebody is actually preparing to just pull the plug on the banking system? And Dave, maybe you have an opinion about that. too.
There's times where it's discouraging because it could be the whole boom bust cycle is just some guy throwing switches on us. Certainly when the Fed decides it's time to tighten, they're telling us get out of the way because this is going to get ugly. I don't even believe that Powell has gone soft necessarily in his recent statements. I'm not convinced that he's actually lost spine. I will be completely stunned if we don't see a downturn soon. You can't take rates where he took them as fast as he took them without broken teeth and stuff like that. So the guys who think that, oh great, Powell's now going to turn, everything's hunky dory. Now what really troubles me is that in his historical downturns, we've always started them euphoric. Think of the .com bubble, for example. We thought it was this brave new world was coming. Tech was just going to do everything. And then we get the wake-up call that says, oh, by the way, that's not true. Come out of the 0809, we entered it thinking, oh, everyone gets to own a house and everything, and we can all get mortgages, even if you're broke and you have lousy credit, stuff like that. I don't see euphoria. So if we start a downturn now and everyone's as pissed off as they are now, where does it go from here, right? That's my big concern, is that we're starting from such an awful baseline of temperament. Right, most people already want to burn the system to the ground now, and we haven't even. Crudely speaking, I think we're about somewhere between 120 and 150% overvalued in the markets over historical fair value. That assumes if you only go back to historical fair value, you're going to clip 60% off your net worth.
And you're not going to only go back that far.
Well, my arithmetic says you got to spend half your time below it, and people think the markets always go up, and that's just not true. History shows that's not true. All you have to do is look at the Nikkei, and you can go decades without making serious progress towards getting wealthier. And so I don't know what happens to the boomers if you clip 60 or 70% off their net worth, right? Most of them are just not ready for that.
They can't all be Walmart greeters.
That's right. That's right. And you say, well, then the Fed's going to print money. And I go, and if the price of fucking turkey goes from, I recently paid $13.99 a pound for sliced turkey. What the fuck is that all about? I was with a fucking business school guy the other night, and he's trying to say, well, inflation, you're just seeing the stuff that's going up. I go, no, I'm not. I was talking with Jimmy Iorio on a panel discussion, and someone asked him an inflation question, and I said, wait a minute, before you answer it, let me jump in. I said, you own a restaurant. What's the inflation rate according to the cost of goods going into your restaurant? He says 20% a year for 2 years. That's his inflation numbers.
Yep.
And so when the average person goes to the store and can't feed their family with their paycheck, we got a big ass problem.
Aren't we there yet?
We are there. We are there. They're using credit cards. They're using all sorts of shit.
Is 4 meals away from chaos.
Because I live in a really poor town, and I can't imagine how these people are getting by.
I can't either.
There's not an item in the store that's under $5.
Right. And they started out not being able to rub two nickels together.
Yeah.
That's the staggering part. That was prior to the, people are saying, oh, there already was inflation. I go, yeah, but now we got the kind that's totally in your face. When was the last time you saw some guy on Twitter cackling about how it'll make his mortgage cheaper? And I go, how's that working for you now? Is your mortgage getting any cheaper? No, because your paycheck's not going up. And by the way, if your paycheck goes up and keeps up with the cost of goods and services, the Fed will step on the fucking economy because that's inflation. And so that no matter how you cut it, the little guy's going to get stepped on. The little guy's going to hurt. The middle class is going to hurt because they've got savings that are going to get cut in half.
Well, then how do you think Joe Biden's doing?
Joe Biden, as long as they keep a steady supply of young children, he'll be fine.
Is he on the pedo list?
Because that's
is he on the pedo list for sure?
He is on the pedo list. He is on it, whether it's true or not. But watch him sniff little girls and tell me he didn't buy kids.
Yeah, I mean there is that.
You don't need a list. You just watch him on press conferences.
Yeah, and there's no way that now what may be false. This is actually one of the stories that made me frustrated with Google. is that I tried to Google his daughter's claim that she didn't want to take showers, and all you find are fact checks. That's nothing, wall to wall fact checks. So I couldn't actually find. I was pretty sure there was an interview.
It's in her diary.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but the diary is claimed to be a fake, claimed to be a meme. And so I'd end up taking it out because I couldn't confirm it. But Sauce Chocolate with Brandon Ike, who wrote JavaScript for Mozilla. So he basically wrote Firefox, and then he started Brave. And you go, well, go to Brave. Well, it turns out, and I don't know why he did this, Brave defaults to Google. And I'm going, so when I search on Brave, I'm just going to Google.
Yeah.
It used to be DuckDuckGo, and DuckDuckGo has to go to Google.
No, DuckDuckGo is different. Yeah,
I mean, look, the algorithms are the search algorithms are all the same. Like this is, I mean, people have been, I mean, even DuckDuckGo, like they tell you flat out, it's like we have to use something close to Google's.
And they also
there are only
jumped
certain
in on
algorithms
censoring.
that can be out there because they've all been patented.
They jumped in on censoring.
Yeah,
they jumped in on that last year when they came out and said we're not going to allow this information. It was about the Ukraine war, I think.
How long do you think that they can pretend that Joe Biden's running for president? Isn't that another one of the most preposterous things that they're putting over on the people of this country?
What I think is happening right now is that they're trying to figure out ways to get rid of Joe Biden. They have the problem of Kamala standing in the way. They want Gavin Newsom. They don't know how to get rid of Kamala Harris because she's made it abundantly clear she's not going to be Spiro Agnew.
Uh-huh.
And this has been going. I've been saying this for months, and I keep seeing the same thing. But the body of evidence that's building up around Biden,
it's Newsom, yeah.
It's like at some point this whole thing has to collapse. So again, they haven't been able to figure out how to get to Kamala Harris and get her out of the way.
I forget about the fact that there's no way I'm going to believe the election no matter what. In a fair and legitimate election, can Newsom beat Trump? I don't think he can.
No.
All they got to do is show videos of San Francisco 24/7 for 3 months.
That's exactly the infinite loop.
No, loop. No, there's no way. It doesn't matter because ultimately this is what they want. But it's like I don't know what they're thinking because I know they can't win. Like there's no good hand here for these guys. Like there's no good hand they can play. Right.
Yeah.
So
there's one.
Yeah. Bang, bang.
Kill Trump.
No, that's not a good hand. They could, in my opinion. They're not going to. We've talked about this before. They could bring in Bobby Kennedy. Mm-hmm. But they're not going to because Pfizer will then cap somebody.
He wants to destroy the party anyway.
That's why they're not going to. But if they want to win the fucking thing and they can say, look, Bobby,
I think
you turn on us, you're following your relatives to the grave.
I think it's like when it's 3 a.m. and you have struck out with every girl and you finally go and then text the ex
that's my thinking. Yeah.
I know. I think they're looking at Bobby Kennedy and they're like, what do you say, boys? One more time.
I'm drunk enough now.
Yeah, they're like, what? We've done it twice.
I don't think that he'd sell out like that at this point.
No. Yeah. He wouldn't. They'll get rid of him.
I think that the Democratic Party is going to burn itself down with this business.
I agree. I agree. And I think in many ways that what we've seen so far is a setup for them acknowledging the fact that they can't stop Trump.
Yes.
And that knowing that they can't stop Trump, they'll just have to figure out how to get rid of him or invalidate the election in such a way that it sets up something terrible between the election and the inauguration. Mm-hmm. Like I'm dead serious. Mm-hmm. And this is part of the reason why we're seeing the push behind, the Waffle House waitress. And why we've got H-1B Obama.
What's the Waffle House waitress?
Nikki Haley. Nikki Haley is the Waffle House waitress.
Yeah, she's polling it like, what do you say, 5% or something?
Yeah, she's polling at 5-6%.
But as you also said on Monday, so was Biden.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
it could be World War III. They might be going Hail Mary.
Well, I mean, again, Tommy,
that's a good. That's not a bad idea.
It's pretty obvious that we know that they don't like elections to happen in ways that they don't approve of. Like this is
Trump supporters, though, will never vote for Nikki Haley. So it would have to be a rigged election on a colossal scale This is not just going to be we got to get 5% to flip over
No.
somehow.
No, man.
A MAGA voter now is not going to vote for Nikki Haley. I don't think.
You know what it feels like?
Nothing would get me to vote for Nikki Haley. Nothing.
It feels
They
like
could put up fucking Kamala. I wouldn't vote for Nikki Haley.
There's no way I'll vote for Nikki Haley. None.
it feels like we're watching somebody with one too many pool balls slowly fill up the rack, and they're determined to get it all in there. And it's like, dude, I don't know how you're gonna. They're like, I got a sledgehammer, I got a hydraulic press, it's going in there, and you're going. That's turning into a claymore. I'm leaving. They're like, I just got to get it in there, bud. And you're going, I'm fucking getting out of here. Something's happening. Maybe in the infinite possibilities of the universe, there's some weird quantum tunneling, and he gets the extra ball in there. And I don't know. Logic says
the only path for 2024 to not be a complete and utter disaster. Forget about whose team you're supporting. Yeah. I think it's a total disaster for both parties. Mm-hmm. Is if somehow a good candidate shows up that we're not looking at.
What?
Now, a good candidate's not going to overtake Trump, so it's going to have to come from the left. The Democrats have to find a candidate,
and you know they don't. And Michelle Obama.
That's why I keep hoping.
I don't even. You know, the whole argument about Michelle Obama. You and I talked about this on Monday, Dave. Invoking her as Big Mike, which made Rudy really.
Rudy was not happy with the Big Mike joke.
Yeah, he was not happy with the Big Mike thing, like at all. Michelle hates America enough to, you know, be acceptable as their candidate, like
right.
And they want another term of Obama running the country because he's only had 4,
Three.
No, 4, including Trump. He ran the shadow government under Trump.
Oh, okay.
Let's not get ourselves here. He's already had 4. He's already had 4. You know, this is their FDR. He's just their black FDR, dude. Or mulatto FDR, or whatever the hell he is. Like it's very clear that that's what they want. But you know, they don't have to get what they want. Like, and this is why I look at this situation and I'm like, why are they acting the way they are today? Because they know full well that for all of his faults, Trump will go in on day 1 and start putting people in jail.
Do we know that? Do we know that?
And I think that they're just in absolute desperation mode to stop this however they can.
Do they fear that?
Throw the furniture out the back of the truck, as Jim said earlier.
Do you think that's true that Trump would do that? I personally,
I do.
I think he is on a like.
And I'll tell you why.
Revenge.
Well, the other thing that'll scare him is
he has
because
been
Trump.
Wronged.
Yeah, no, it's not even for good reasons. It's because
right. Trump was personally wronged by these fucking people.
My ball.
And he's
it
like,
was my birthday.
I'm taking
and you blew out the candles. I'm fucking stabbing you.
I'll tell you something else.
I think it's just Trump's persona.
They absolutely deserve it. They absolutely deserve it.
Of course they do.
But the problem is, it doesn't mean that it won't be ultimately a super destructive period in history.
Of course.
Well, no, it'll be bad.
I did, of course, Dave. I didn't say this would be a good outcome.
No.
It would be partially the right outcome. I mean, and again, and to Rudy's point the other day when we were chatting with him, we've been through worse as a country.
Sure.
And sometimes it takes a really awful period, and like there's certain things that have to happen. I am not a fan of Lincoln at all, but you know, the country was under, you could make a very credible argument that the country at that point was under external threat by foreign forces to pull the country apart. When you map who was backing the South, the Brits and the fucking French were backing the South, and Lincoln did a whole lot of to save the Union, I've got to destroy the Union, right? This is kind of you can make the argument sympathetically. Again, I'm not a fan of Lincoln. I don't like what the outcome was, but I can see why from that perspective, I can understand Lincoln. Okay. I don't like it, but I can entertain it. And I can see that there are things that have to be done, and we're at the hour is late. All this stuff this is dangerous. And he trampled the fucking Constitution to try and keep the country together. And you can make the argument that had he not done so, you know, we would have never had the opportunity to set up, again, take the really long view of history, right? That go back to the idea of the Chinese foreign minister who was asked, you know, what do you think of the French Revolution?
Too
And he
soon.
said, it's too early to
Too
tell.
soon to
200
know, yeah.
years after it happened, right? Well, say take the same argument, take that same perspective and apply it to the American Revolution. And I've made the argument, again, going back to the whole financial markets thing, that getting rid of LIBOR, moving over to SOFR, and for the first time in the history of the United States, we have our own debt indexing rate and can price our own fucking currency in a way that we, as Americans, have control over, as opposed to City of London. And that everything that happened after Cornwallis surrendered at Yorktown, where we wound up with the Constitution as opposed to the Articles of Confederation, that in many ways you could make the argument that this has just been a one big long fucking British operation to get their fucking colonies back. You can write American history from that perspective and then go, oh, so maybe what we're really looking at here is that moment where it's it's finally, finishing off the Declaration of Independence. And that's taken this long to actually get rid of these fucking people.
Finish off what the Beatles started.
Can anyone name an event in history where there was a big turnover akin to the American Revolution that ended smoothly, which the American Revolution did?
Yeah, the Russian overthrow of communism was the most remarkably bloodless transition that we've seen in modern history.
I guess that's
right.
That was supposed to end in thermonuclear Armageddon, and it just kind of broke down into oligarchy. That's actually pretty fucking good. That's a plane landed and didn't hit anything. We're like, oh, all right. I mean,
okay,
that's
Jim, that's actually perfect. Yeah, no.
And then if you think about the 10 years after that, right, under Yeltsin, that was all a Western attempt to take control of the chaos of the situation engendered by the breakdown of communism. And then Putin comes in and says, yep, no, this period of history is over. I'm in charge. We're putting these people in jail. We're stopping this process. And then we're now 25, 23, 24 years down the line. And what's Russia doing? It's over and over and over again, working its way to getting independence from the West. And, Putin came out the other day during his 4-hour annual Q&A that he does, and he was asked about this, and he finally admitted to the one mistake that Putin observers like myself and others like Mercouris and others, we've talked about this, and he said the biggest mistake that Putin made was that he trusted the Europeans, and specifically he trusted the Germans and Angela Merkel, right?
Oh, he said that before, though. He has said that before.
He has said it,
lamented
the
trusting of NATO's word. He has lamented that many times.
Yes, and then so you can argue that it wasn't just that; it was that he's really put that in place. So now go back and think about, when did he actually declare Russia's independence? Well, that would be the 2007 Munich Security Conference speech. Remember, Putin was at the 2007 Munich Security Conference and gave a speech that pretty much said, fuck you. This is unacceptable. And then since then, we've slowly been moving towards quote unquote World War III for the last 16 years.
Well, I think we need a moment in this country, which is going to be like the moment in the movie The Deer Hunter, where the character played by Robert De Niro, and let's forget for the moment where he's at currently, but the character played by De Niro, they're out in the Pennsylvania woods, and he's had a lot of trouble with this character, the pussy character played by Johnny Cazale. Remember him?
Mm-hmm.
And he holds up the bullet and he says, "This is this. This is this." A very cryptic remark, but that is exactly the moment that America needs. It needs a clarifying moment where the truth is the truth. This is this. We're not going to live with, two standards of truth, the misinformation and untruth and disinformation. And, it's going to be a this is this moment.
I don't see how we get there with the internet.
I think we get that way in the first 3 months of the first 100 days of Trump.
Some point
and he rounds up these
point
people.
Of nucleation.
He puts people on trial like these fucking people like Mary McCord and Lisa Monaco and
Fiona Hill, all
Fiona Hill, Strzok, that fucking woman who was the ambassador to Ukraine, Eric Charmilla, Comey, Sally Yates, that whole fucking gang. They go on trial, and we're going to find out that this is this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That,
Exactly.
I think you're
And
right.
we have to have it. We have to have an end of the illusions moment.
The press.
The press, when all is said and done, the press is a bunch of pussies.
Well, yeah, well, they work.
I'm going on the assumption they're not working for Trump, though.
Nope.
No, they're not working for Trump, but they'll
therefore
work with whoever they have to work with.
Well, they didn't work with him when he was president.
Well, the first time he got buffaloed, he didn't know what he was doing.
Well, there's a
Yeah,
lot
he-
of that.
he-
I think the other side of this, Jim, I think, and Dave, just to make this point, that once the whole thing starts to break down, the rats leave the sinking ship. Everybody's going to stand back. And no, I didn't do anything wrong. And they're all going to sit there. It's like the Joe Scarboroughs and
they're going to rat each other out too.
They're all, listen to the level of histrionics that these people are going through at this point. They say, we can't have him coming back into power. It would be the end of democracy. No, it would be the end of you.
Yeah, and they're going to rat each other out.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, look at the very end
It just goes back to the enlightened self-interest and all the rest of it. But at some point, they know where all the bodies are buried, and they're going to cut fucking deals. This is my good friend Alexander Mercura says this all the time. He's like, I have an interesting perspective on this. Legal time moves slower than political time. He's right.
I like that phrase. I heard on Monday you used that, and I liked it.
Yeah, and just to remind everybody again, it's like it's really important to understand that things are happening and you can see it if you look really, really closely at what's happening within the DC echo chamber. That things are happening, but they're very slow.
There's another thing that's going on right now.
Build the pressure slowly.
A really weird story that started late this week to the effect that Donald Trump, that the real reason for the Mar-a-Lago raid was that the FBI was desperate to go in there and get a dossier that Trump assembled in the late moments and hours of his administration, or over the weeks previous, of all of the documentation of all the fuckery that went on at the FBI, the DOJ, and other agencies, State Department, that amounted to all the hoaxes that were run on him. And it's a huge dossier. And apparently copies were made and distributed, but they were all redacted, heavily redacted. And then there was one copy that had no redactions. And that was supposedly in Trump's possession. And they thought they might snatch it at Mar-a-Lago. And apparently they didn't get it. And I think that's, to me, what I noticed this week, it's the one thing that really accounts for Trump's confidence in all of these roadshow campaign events that he's been doing, is that I think he really has the goods on these guys.
PEAD, P-E-A-D, Presidential Emergency Action Documents that go back to Eisenhower. And it's shit that only like the president can put in place. And for Armageddon, and Armageddon doesn't necessarily have to be, it's to save the Union, you have to destroy the Union. It can be anything. It can be thermonuclear war. It can be bioweapons. It could be a hacked election. I don't know. But and they stay in place until the perceived threat is over. And that's really weird. And he put in acting secretary of defense, Chris Miller, that former special forces guy. And I don't know if you guys ever seen that in like the final weeks of like his presidency. Chris Miller, this hardened fucking Green Beret. Yeah, I don't know what he's 60s, 70s now. He's giving a speech, and he looks over at like Pence or Trump, and he's like, and thank you. He starts choking up. He goes, for helping me pull off the most complex military operations in recent history. And you're like, what? And then that's it. And that guy was also heavily involved in planning for continuity of government. There's some, I don't know what any of this is, but there's some really weird, and there's been all these inquiries by senators into Trump's PEDs, but you can't get access, but they're still trying to pry in. Like, what was he saying? What was it? And it's still something, I don't know what it is. I have
And
no
what
idea
was
what it
Kash
is.
Patel's role in that as Miller's chief of staff?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have no idea what it is. It might be that they're all just fucking us in the ass, and if we're lucky, we'll end up on
I
Epstein.
don't think so.
I'll put on braids. I don't care.
I don't think
But
so.
no, but there's something odd. You put a gun in my head, I wouldn't be able to tell you. Put a lie detector on me. I wouldn't be able to tell you with pure certainty that he doesn't have the goods. I don't know what that means, but I couldn't
I
tell
think
you
he's
now
got
he's done.
documentary evidence of exactly what these people were doing to each other,
There's
including all the memos.
He
there
also
there's something fucking
is
weird.
ready to put together a
The A team.
a war cabinet, unlike 2016 when he was in a complete shit show where he didn't know who he could trust and he didn't know, so he basically brought his family in.
Yeah.
Now he knows who to trust. He knows where the spoons and forks are, and he can build a war cabinet, much like Bush Jr. did, but for a different war.
Man, I interviewed Fred Burton, who is the former head of security at Stratford, I think, and he worked in the U.S. embassies, and he wrote a great book. But in his book, he talks about going into one of Trump's casinos or something in like the 90s, going into like the command and control room. He said he was looking around and he was like, the Pentagon would envy this type of full spectrum surveillance. And so I always think about that quote. That was his private company and the notes he took. And that always, and then another Trump quote. Um, I always have wondered and yearned for a day where I lose everything so I can see who's really on my side. There's just a
Trump
lot.
said that. Trump said that.
There's a lot of weird, just like, is he bluffing?
Wow.
Oh,
I never heard that.
That's
Expound on that. I
introspective
want to hear more about that.
beyond. That's
I think that's
introspective
just a
beyond what
quote.
I
Let's
thought he
find it.
had.
Yeah.
By the way, there's a 3-part documentary called Trump Dynasty, the Trump Dynasty, which is worth finding and watching. My wife and I were watching it, and at first she was getting irritated because she doesn't like Trump, but she's not rabid, but she doesn't like Trump. And by the end, she said, that was really good. And it showed both. It was funny is the parts they showed of Trump that you could be hypercritical of also illustrated a chutzpah, a kind of a skill to do something like he built a major facility in New York City on land and finished it without ever getting the signatures because no one bothered to look. And you're going, okay, that's criminal, but you're going, but holy fuck, how do you not give a hat tip to that guy, right? I mean, and I know the other developers in New York City all were infuriated by him, but marveled at his capacity. Like when the unions were on strike and you couldn't get concrete delivered. Trump's project was getting concrete. And you go, well, that's obviously crooked. And they go, that's a guy who knew how to not be beaten.
Donald Trump, someday I'd like to lose everything to see who's loyal and who's not loyal. I mean, there's just little breadcrumbs that I'm like, I don't. Now, who knows? Maybe it's all bluffing. This is also what you would do if you had nothing. You'd be like, fucking scare him. But there's just some weird, and for the fucking sake of just me not getting no-knocked, we're talking about hypotheticals and how much they hate Trump. They absolutely, I personally believe this. If they could kill him, they would have by now. I don't think that they're choosing not to.
I don't know because he might be more dangerous now.
I think he's got some loyalty somewhere. I mean, how do you not? We can.
By the way, I saw a tweet the other day by General Flynn.
Yeah.
That had hashtag Pizzagate.
Yeah, man. There's some weird shit. There's some odd shit going on, man.
I'm trying to divert you from that thought process, but it just came to me. But General Flynn, hashtag
I mean,
Pizzagate.
It's like, man, there's some weird shit. And like, man, if I'm someone in like the NSA,
guess who's going to be Secretary of Defense?
Yeah, right.
General Flynn.
No, me. But it's like, there's someone somewhere that has the same sensibilities as just like an adult male but who's like who is like 9 layers deeper than like TSSCI at the NSA. He's probably made up in his mind, like, you know what, like if it all goes south, I'm just gonna. It's like the cheesy scene from every alien invasion movie where the aliens take over every screen on the planet. Someone's got a fucking encrypted drive where they're just gonna be like, you know what, fuck this shit. Plug it in, make sure it comes up on every phone of just, I don't know, the most damning shit, and then I don't know, he'll blow his brains out or something as you know, as he gets no knocked. But there's just too much, there's too many like hair trigger, I don't know what. I mean, who knows what fucking dead man switches exist? It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, I hear you, Tommy. There's like Trump. They know they can't. I don't know. Maybe they can't. They this Trump being around at this point is kind of prima facie evidence that he has people
Yes.
who are keeping him around.
No
Like that
answer is an answer.
he's prima facie evidence himself of the
Who's
existence
his
of a
VP?
counter
Who's his
revolution
VP?
in
Who's his
DC.
VP? Who's his VP?
That doesn't matter right now. Just what Tom's pointing out is important. It's like what Dave, when you said you Google something or and you see it's fact check, fact check, fact. Well, that is the answer. You know, Mr. Tommy, what do you think about this? I'm not answering questions today. That's an answer. Trump is alive. Something's fucked for them. I don't know. Maybe it's bottom of the fucking ninth inning and he's barely alive. I don't know. Maybe he's got more power than we know. The fact that he is alive, VP Tulsi, Jim, you're allowed to talk. Yeah. So I don't know. That's my thoughts on it.
What I would say, it's like it was interesting after Jamie Dimon, for example, came out, CEO of JP Morgan, came out in favor of Nikki Haley. And my first, right now, think about that. I just go with me on this one for a second.
I know.
When Dimon came out and said Nikki Haley, okay, we went, me and my community and everybody around me, we all went like 18 layers deep into this. Like, why would he do that? He's like, if he's part of the if he's part of the cabal that's trying to stop what's happening, if my theory about the banks and the Fed and everything else is true, then that seemed discordant, right? And then I was chatting with a friend of mine, and he just kind of looked at me and was like, dude, Dimon crossed party lines. Dimon, most of the guys, the big wigs on Wall Street are Democrats. What does Wall Street always do? Wall Street always gives equally to both sides because they don't want to be stuck with the vindictive, the getting revenged by the party that they didn't back. So if they all back the Democrats and the Republicans win, then they're all going to get fucked when the Republicans come to power because they didn't give them any money. So Wall Street always hedges its bets smartly, buys both sides of the trade, gives equally. Dimon coming out and saying, no, Nikki Haley. That was like saying, guys, you don't have to give equal money to the Democrats this year.
Yeah.
That's all it meant. And it's literally that. And then that sets the process in motion of going, yes, we're going to starve them of their cash.
But it's also revealing. Normally if you're betting on a horse, you're not saying, okay, I'm putting my money on number 15. Right. It just that's an outside bet that you make for laughs, hoping that you get a 50-1 payout or something.
Or you're sending a message.
You're sending a message.
No, that's right. That's right. So that's a fundamental message that the fact that she's ranked way down the list doesn't mean shit.
It means nothing. It means that it would be fine if it also means that if Trump is, you can always say, okay, well, if Trump winds up not being the GOP nominee, then we have bought Haley and we're going to make her do what we want her to do. Now the question is, of course, what is that going to be? We can't buy the other ones, or they're not, or that, and look, Nikki Haley has nothing as a candidate if she doesn't have big GOP donors behind, if she doesn't have the donor class behind her. Right. So that's the other problem here. Look, when the Democrats' big donors are running articles in Politico and Axios or wherever it was the other day saying that the Democrats have a Kamala Harris problem, that's a big fucking tell. they don't want Kamala Harris and they don't know how to get rid of her, and that they have put their money behind Gavin Newsom, right? Wall Street coming out and saying Nikki Haley, that's saying we want that the forces within the Republican Party that are ascendant, and the changing of the guard is already happening. And that again, these are just little. Again, we're trying to read tea leaves here. I'm not saying this is correct, but these are the things you should think about. These are the little nuances to try and see if we can find what's actually happening. I don't know. But I keep throwing it out there because to me it was really discordant when Diamond came out and did that, because he's the head honcho on Wall Street.
It's also very telling, and we can wrap this up whenever, by the way. We've been going for 2.5. Is even when we just look at like exporting goods and war material, not even weaponry, like the F-22, which we don't sell even to our allies, but just whatever. There's all sorts of shit. Nationally, you can't sell that, and it's often classified. You're not told you can't sell unless you're the guy selling it. They come to you and go, "Hey, you can't fucking sell that to wherever, Madagascar." Man, like someone somewhere signed off on not building up a massive horseshit case for Elon Musk buying Twitter, which is the global town square. And it's not nothing that the guy who was like a coordinated CIA hit, removed from all platforms, Alex Jones, is now back on and does an interview with Tucker Carlson, and then like what, 3 days later with Elon Musk too. Like, just I don't know what that means, but it means the very fact that it happened is like, we don't have the complete picture. There's this iceberg's big. I don't know what shape it is. Maybe it's a fucking.
He's deep state from head to toe, right? Every company ever did was something that you would say the deep state has an interest in.
Yeah, but why is Tucker Carlson and Alex Jones doing a 20 million view interview about election integrity? That's the very same thing that will get you banned.
I don't know.
That's what I mean. I don't know either. But
I compiled Tucker's pre-firing third rail touches. I'd been collecting them, and Tucker, before getting canned, had been touching the third rail with unbelievable reckless abandon. There's things you just don't talk about, and he went to every last one of them. So either it's as simple as he wanted to get fired because that was the way he would be freed up.
Yeah, from his contract. No, it could be. It could be.
Or something else. I don't know. But now they're paying his salary because supposedly it puts a gag order on him, but they can't stop him from speaking for free because that's free speech.
Yeah, man.
So they're paying for him to hammer them. They're paying for him to hammer them.
That's what I'm saying is like, some things I'm very certain on. Like if I let go of this phone, it's gonna fall. I'm very certain. I would take 100% bet on that. Put a gun in my head. Yeah, we're not in orbit. There's nobody around about to grab it. Yeah, this phone's gonna fall. Other than something like that, I'm not 100% certain in saying that like the deep state coup is complete. Like I couldn't pass a lie detector test. Maybe it's just my own hope. Maybe it's optimism. But there's just too many little breadcrumbs that make me go, yeah, man, it something's for them, for the other side, for the bad guys, something's fucked, right? They're almost gonna win, but like, and I don't understand sports at all, so it might be a bad analogy, but it's like Tom Brady getting the ball with 2 minutes left. They're like, dude, I've seen him do this like 9 times. Like, we shouldn't celebrate yet. Like, that motherfucker, he might march down and do. I don't know if he will. All I'm saying is like, don't start cheering. That's kind of what I'm looking at this as. It's still the odds are slim, but they're not zero, and that's I don't know, man. It's so huge that he did a 1 term in office. He actually got in there, and he was the goddamn president of the most powerful nation on earth. I mean, that ain't nothing. It's not like we're talking about a hypothetical.
Well, you'd also have a tough time identifying something he did that was awful.
Yeah.
Very tough time.
So people say killing Soleimani was a bad idea,
but it was fun.
But that's not awful. It's totally consistent with the U.S. empire doing what we do, right? That's not that's not Trump derangement syndrome awful.
No,
I'm
no,
talking
no, no,
about-
no,
That
no,
scene
no,
was
no,
pretty
no, no,
awful,
no,
but
No,
you
no, no,
know,
no. But at the time,
didn't know.
he delegated, right?
Yeah,
At the
yeah.
time, when he
Also, he had
started,
all these, experts who were basically shoving him into that.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
No,
yeah,
experts
and
I get it. I get it. It's one of the few times where he didn't let his instinct
he
of
should have
not
fired
listening to these
Fauci when
people.
he realized, but he was up to his ass in other fights. The last thing he needed to do was to fire the guy who most of the people in the world thought was saving everybody.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, true.
Right. So he was cornered by that. It was, they need Fauci had to be caught in bed with a 5-year-old, which probably they could have if they wanted.
They have that video somewhere. Dave will be
What's scary is all they got to do is find child pornography on their computer and they can put that there any day they want. So
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So
Hey, do any of you follow the great aphorist Amy Therese on Twitter?
no.
No, she's really fabulous. It's AIMEETERESE. She is just a fabulous wit.
AIMEEPERSE.
No, AIMEE, last name TERESE.
PERESE.
TERESE. AIMEETERESE.
I'm not seeing her.
AIMEETERESE.
T as in pony?
No, T is in Tommy gun.
As in okay, I found her.
Okay.
I
want
found
to
several.
I want to read you one of her quotes from yesterday. She says, "If you're so infantile that you fret over being magnanimous towards your enemies because you fear it will come across as weakness, you're not ready for political prime time, let alone the presidency. Nobody likes a small-souled little bitch who lacks generosity of spirit." And there was another one that she put up that was, yeah, here's the other one she put up a little bit earlier. She said, "Until we bring back male bullying as opposed to the effeminate manipulative variety, we will be ruled over by women and homosexuals, actual and aspiring. Boys grow up retarded if they don't fear being beat up, if they act like a whiny little fag. This is a major
Jesus
social problem."
Christ.
Fuck yeah.
Did you see the post of Biden's wife and those guys dancing around the White
I
House?
sure did. Yeah, yeah. It's just
Oh
more
my
faggotry
fucking Lord.
in
Someone
your
called
face.
them uncaught pedophiles.
Yeah.
I heard from the great Tim Dillon. He was talking about, he's like, if you need to go haggle like at a store, like bring a woman. He's like, because a woman will leave there scorched earth and rightfully everyone will hate her, but you'll have the deal. And he goes,
Well, my wife lived in Morocco for a year, so she's the queen of haggle.
but he goes, so he then quotes Ann Coulter, which I don't know was an Ann Coulter quote. He goes, there is a reason why women shouldn't be in the military, but it has nothing to do with physical fitness. It's because they are way too cruel. And like, and then it just flashes to Lindy England, the Abu Ghraib bitch with the cigarette, and you go, "Oh fuck!" So, I mean, yeah, yeah. So,
Here's another great Amy Therese one.
And Coulter and my wife can hang out together.
yeah,
Here's another great Amy Therese. She says, "I've never seen adults go as batshit crazy retarded as Trump makes the malicious liars and cry bullies in the media. He didn't attempt a coup. There was no insurrection. He didn't collaborate with Russia, and he's not a Putin puppet. Nor is he a racist, fascist dictator. Grow up."
Yeah. No, that's exactly what it is. But gents, you want to wrap this bitch up? It's
Yeah.
2:36, and well, nobody's watching because it's not streamed. So I don't know what the fuck that was. I texted the Rumble people, and they looked into it, and I don't know, fuck me. But hopefully, it means that these powwows are getting big enough that we got fucked in the ass. But doesn't matter. I'll just still upload it.
How do you see the count of 1 million? And that just caught me by surprise on that.
Oh, so I go and check I always
So
do.
you have stats that I can't see.
No,
Are
no,
they?
you can, you can see. So go to my show and then sort
What's
by
this on
video.
Rumble? Is it on
Yeah,
Rumble?
yeah, and then sort by view count. Episode 1043, the first episode of this year, Insurrection Cast, 1.2 million views.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
Dang.
it opened with us talking about how Dave was shot dead on the steps of the Capitol on January 6th, on the anniversary. You were trying to recreate the best day of your life. I had no idea a million people were going to see that. I apologize.
So, David,
I
Dave,
don't.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
Dave,
Tom taps.
Dave.
He fucking gets me. What?
Hey,
Oh,
Dave, this guy you follow, his name is Stephen Coughlin,
Yes.
STEPHEN.
Let me see if I can find him. Let me just Steve STHSEPHENCOUGHLIN Twitter. I don't think he's super active. Let me see if I recognize his face. Yeah, there he is. STEPHENCOUGHLIN.
Mm-hmm.
And he is, if you want the actual Twitter feed, at capital S underscore capital C
Yeah, I see it.
Coughlin underscore DC.
Yep.
Very soft spoken guy, but just wisdom, just super, super, super wisdom.
Tell him to come on.
And I was actually invited to give a talk to the Doc Zoom group crowd, which is pretty good because again, they had an elite group, including Vigano. And apparently Coughlin showed up. He wasn't there that day. It's apparently someone had emailed him, said columns on, you got to go there. So in any event, yes, Coughlin's good. A guy named Lee Slusher.
I've had Lee on here.
Lee Slusher is a 4-time tour of duty analyst in the region of the world we call Ukraine.
Yeah.
And and when Prigozhin got when Prigozhin supposedly went against Putin, I asked Lee, I said, is there any chance? He said no. And so I have this great, I wrote about this. I have this great meme that shows Prigozhin looking at the camera, sort of slouched over, and he says, I got drunkard and fucked last night. I didn't do anything stupid, did I?
Yeah, dude. That is pretty good. Well, gents, let's wrap this up because I gotta go piss. I'm very proud of myself. I didn't vomit. I didn't even go to the bathroom, which might be bad actually. That might be very bad.
Maybe you did, and you just have no
Yeah,
feeling.
no, now that I'm saying that out loud, I'm like, wait, I go to the bathroom for 30-minute episodes. We've been sitting here for 3 hours. That's a bad thing. For other people, that's good. For me, that's very bad.
Hope you have some good reading in there.
Yeah, right.
Or you're so dehydrated now, Tommy, that there's nothing coming out.
That actually
none of that's good, dude.
Well, that's dude, that's a very
That's
good
true.
point. Yeah. So let's wrap this up, guys. Please go into the descriptions. You can find the links.
So you'll send us the link.
Yeah.
Send us the link.
I'll have to upload it, and it will take 30 minutes. Then it'll take like 30 more minutes to process, which is fucking gay. But I'll email to y'all when it's ready.
So you're gonna bleep out all the swear words, right?
Yeah, sure. Whatever you need, Dave. And I'm just gonna edit it so it's just Dave talking about Pizzagate. None of us ever saying a word. I'll be like, Dave really took
God,
by the reins.
The rest of this fucking cast is shit, so it doesn't matter.
The rest of the show is shit.
Before you sign off, Tommy, y'all, thank you as always. This was a great year. I enjoyed every one of these talks. And Merry Christmas. And I mean that sincerely to everyone, including Janet Yellen, who I know
Aren't
is
you
Jewish.
supposed to say Happy Holidays and stuff?
No,
fuck
Merry
off.
fucking Christmas.
Merry goddamn Christmas. It's a Christmas tree in a beautiful country.
And Jim, have a wonderful holiday season because I know that all of it, it's all good.
No,
I'm
fuck
a Christmas
you.
Jew.
Guys.
Yeah. No, Merry Christmas, Jim. You can have Christmas too.
I'm a Christmas Jew. We got a tree upstairs.
Oh, you're doing better than me. Excellent.
So Jim goes and chokes the chickens. Tom goes and humps the goats and
you flog the dolphin.
And you do unmentionable things with Boston Terriers.
Yeah, and Dave's name comes out on the fucking Epstein client list, and the most heinous of them all.
And the most heinous of them all, the Boston Terrier.
That's right.
All right,
321
flights.
folks.
All right, guys. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming on these. I look forward to doing a lot of these next year, unless, of course, we're all killed today for talking about Pizzagate, which is a non-0% chance. Guys, please go in the description. Follow them on Twitter. All the links to their websites, Patreons, blogs, all that shit's in there. And like Tom said, earnestly, Merry Christmas to everyone, even the people you hate. It's a wonderful time. Enjoy it. We can hate each other in 11 days. We'll be right back at it. All right. Much love, everybody. Guys, thank you so much. Happy New Year's, everybody. Last show. We are recording on Thursday, March 28th, 2024 at 10:11 a.m. Eastern Time with the bald ones. And whoever made that, my buddy Andrew texted it to me, but whoever's listening, whoever made that meme, the Twitter meme with the the Trojan horse, that's the funniest fucking shit I've ever seen. And it is true, and that is how I will continue to exert my influence on Twitter, even though I'm banned. That kind of inspired me, thinking like I need to start having proxy chats to get back on iTunes, get on iTunes, get on Reddit, get on everything, and just start going full.
So let me ask you this: since
Yeah.
you get booted off Twitter, are they sophisticated enough where if you make a new handle, it blocks you?
They probably are, but I don't think they try. Reddit's very good about that because they're full on they're owned by Tencent, and Tencent is any corporation in China has to have members of the CCP on it. They're good. They'll IP ban you no matter. You make a new account. I got IP banned from Reddit.
What if I already have one?
On what, Reddit?
No, on Twitter.
Oh, you're fine. An alternative account?
I have 2 other accounts.
Yeah,
that
no,
are
you're
dormant.
fine. No, because I make alts and log on every once in a while, and I don't get banned. Reddit will ban you instantly. YouTube doesn't care. YouTube cares if you start uploading. If you start uploading, they'll ban you again.
I have a self ban on Reddit, so
yeah, no, it's
absolutely.
No,
they're all Reddit is just trash.
They're all commie fags. It is
the last I checked, I'm not a millennial, so why the fuck would I ever be on Reddit?
Yeah, no, exactly.
Because
someone
Reddit is the place where millennial midwits go to quote Wikipedia at each other.
Yeah,
no, someone said that the younger generation does their searches not with Google but with TikTok, and I'm going, what?
What the fuck?
It was a credible source.
It might be better than Google.
My daughter's group, they share all their information on Discord now.
Concerning
Discord for them is their chat room.
Concerning searches with Reddit, concerning searches, it's not that bad of a thing to, if you want to like a new video game or a new whatever, if you type in for instance, like Helldivers 2 is a huge game right now. You type in like Helldivers 2 review, and then you follow it with Reddit. Because if you get a review, you're going to have some company that's inevitably been bought off by the game companies. Versus you go on Reddit, there's some schmuck like me going on. It's like, yeah, it's pretty fun. It's not that bad of a learning curve. Within an hour, you can pick it up. So if you follow it with Reddit, you'll get a lot. You actually will get, for all this trash, you actually will get good user experience. But so as not to bore people so they blow their brains out as we all talk about the benefits of Reddit. Not the least of which is me. My trigger fingers itching.
I'm about to snooze.
Just blow myself off.
I tried to insert some levity.
Tom, you did very good. And
am I biased? Fuck about it.
Am I biased because your name's also Tom? Perhaps, maybe, but I don't know. Somebody.
I give a fuck about Reddit.
We do have to skip together here.
Somebody commented yesterday. I normally don't do this. I don't give attention to anybody that comments because I generally don't care about any of them. But somebody commented and said, I will not be watching this podcast, sadly, because of Jim Kunstler's comments about Palestine on a recent podcast. And I just said you're virtue signaling, fuck off. But yeah, so fuck that guy. But aside from that, so one thing I did want to talk about, because I've done a couple episodes this week about it. I had Murray Sabrin on, I had Charles Smith. They're both two financial guys talking about the concept of the super cycle, and it's something I've wanted to do for a while. It's something that's been brought up on the show before, about the fourth turning. And I looked up, because I'm a cocky asshole who thinks I can get any guest. I looked up Neil Howe and the other guy Strauss is dead, so I can't have him on. So I'm trying to get in touch with Howe. I don't know how successful that will be, but in general it does kind of
I have his email if
really?
You want it. Yeah, sure.
There we go. All right, perfect.
I had him on my podcast.
Oh, okay.
And he's really, he was really amazingly equivocating about things. One of the things that we locked horns about was in his new book, which is something like, Here Comes the Fourth Turning, or We're in It Now. I forget the title. he said that literally most of the violence in our political matrix is coming out of the Republican Party. And
Oh
I just
God.
said to him
Oh
on
my
the
God.
podcast, I said, that's absolutely crazy. You got
Provably
the
untrue.
Democratic Party is sponsoring Antifa and BLM, and they're the ones that are rioting in the streets. And I just thought he was out of his fucking mind. So
That's
I have my tendency is to kind of put him in the penalty box for now.
that's fine with me. I have people on all the time I don't agree with. I mean, to me, I mean, a little peek behind the
Yeah, but with
curtain.
him, it was, you know, look,
Sure.
it's hard to tell whether some of these people, some of these people on the post-liberal left, let's call it. I think that's really a good term. And
It is a good term.
I heard it
Post-liberal left.
I
Interesting.
first heard that from Eugipius, the German Substacker. And I think it's much better than progressive because there's obviously nothing progressive at all about progressivism. And but you have to try to parse out whether these people like Neil Howe actually believe these things that they say. And you know, it's possible that they do, but it's still crazy.
Yeah, no, you might just be towing a line because you put your finger in the air and you think that's the way things are going. I don't care. I'll have him on. Well,
I think it has something to do with his audience, who
no,
he thinks
exactly.
his audience
I
is.
mean, listen, dude, if that's what's paying for your
But I
fucking
think he
rent, go
just
for it.
shut the fuck up then.
Yeah.
That's the
Well,
other thing is you can just be. I don't know,
he
man.
didn't
Well,
want
the,
to,
the
he did
other the
not
other
want to,
possibility.
he
Oh,
did
sorry.
not want to engage on that matter of whether most of the violence in our society today is coming from the left or the right. He didn't want to talk about it. And I thought that was very
It's
disingenuous.
because he's
Well,
emailing you
Delling,
silently, going, "Don't fuck my gravy train. These people pay for
Oh,
my
yeah.
rent. Shut up." Yeah, he's going. Just cut it out. Yeah, I don't care though, dude.
Dellingpole wanted to drag me into a Jews run the world debate. And I said, look, I'm kind of
Well,
not interested in going there
not
just
that
Yeah,
the,
I
because.
not
did
that
the
the,
same thing with James.
not
When
that this is
James
the
when
topic.
James asked me about the Khazari Mafia, the first words out of my mouth were, "I like my platform too much to have this
Well,
conversation, so let's move on."
all right,
Right.
the one thing.
But, I've talked about it on my
Well, you
podcast
Fair
can.
enough.
You
What's that?
can. You've got
because
the
I'm a
seal
Jew
of
boy.
approval. Yeah, well, maybe I identify as one now.
The
But,
thing.
I've been trying out my new Jew joke, which is
Oh,
Which
that,
is
the four of the biggest lawfare villains all miraculously die at the same time from a vaccination heart attack. Okay. And they go up to heaven or they go to the next plane of existence and they meet their mothers there. And the first thing their mothers say is, why couldn't you be doctors?
It is true. It's one of my buddies does my game stream with me every night, and he's Jewish, so he's my Jew shield. And but what I found with, I mean, not that this is the topic of the show, but who cares? What I found with people who like I disagree with or something is very early on I figured out like don't butt heads with them because number one, it's the easiest route to be like Democrats this, Republicans that, but rather you just kind of nod, and if you really want to get into someone's head you agree with them. If you start saying like, and not saying this is what you're doing, Jim, but if you say to someone like, explain yourself or something, instead just kind of nod and be like, well, why is that? Why is that? I had a guy on right after
like
October
Chris
7th.
Williamson does that really well.
Okay,
Chris
yeah.
Williamson, when he podcasts, he goes, "How so?"
Well, no, you just lean in because anyone can be like, I
How
disagree
so?
with you, and then it just devolves in a right, left, Trump. Nobody gives a fuck. Versus if you really actually, if your true intentions are to get into the cogs of someone's mind and legitimately see how it works, you don't say that's retarded. You go, why is that? And you just let them. Now, people in the comments will be like, why didn't you fight back against it? Because everyone can do that. But if you want to come to the show to get a peek into someone's mind, that's what you do. That's what I love about Rogan is you can tell when he disagrees with someone, but he'll just say like, oh, okay, like why, and then you get them to open up, and I think that's how you actually, learn. Now you can make fun of them afterwards, and privately, but oh, speaking of, yeah, but of the super cycle of the fourth turning, is it something that can be avoided? That's or is it? I think the analogy me and Charles Smith were talking about yesterday was it seems to just be a wave, and a wave doesn't really care about which water molecule it's hitting; it just propagates through it. It seems like this just propagates, doesn't care what your race is, what your language is, what the country is, what your constitution or monarchy is. It just seems to propagate through empires, countries, whatever you want.
Well, I'll
So
give you a
yeah,
simple way of understanding that.
go for it.
If you accept the idea that the universe is emergent, And also accept the idea that just about everything all the energy in the universe is transmitted in wave forms.
Hmm.
I think that you can put that together and understand why these emergent cycles are there.
Okay. That I wrote my personal statement for my medical school application high as fucking shit. And I wrote that I said it's if I was just toasted sitting in my apartment in Athens, Georgia, just looking at the trees, just like Jesus fuck. But it came down to like the most I could divide a reality into is outside and then consciousness. There's all the physical laws and then there's consciousness. And I thought it was interesting that the most widely accepted common rule of all physical sciences, for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction. And then what's the most common core thing of almost every religion? It's some variation of the golden rule, which is the conscious version of equal and opposite reaction. And I was like, that is kind of fascinating. That seems to be the core of our reality. So I think that would make sense if even what is it, 2015, the gravitational waves. Yeah, I mean, if it does seem to be like everything can be boiled down to waves, why wouldn't that apply to economic cycles? Why wouldn't that apply to the rise and fall of empires? Why wouldn't that,
Mhm.
apply to holding on to personal wealth? I think which is a weird,
Well, obviously it does. I don't even
yeah,
think
Well,
we have to
yeah,
argue
but
about it.
celestial mechanics are, I mean, look, yeah, it is, and that's then you're positing, a lot of the stuff about the electric universe, as opposed to the gravitational universal, the electromagnetic version of the universe versus the gravitational model of the universe, and this is a big deal, and this is one of the areas um, where scientific orthodoxy is very dangerous, right? It's both great that we're skeptics about new ideas because then they have to be tested rigorously through a generation or two, or depending on how big the idea, right, of how of a particular theory hypothesis is. We test the hell out of it as a species, but at the same time, it's also slow to turn. Yeah, it also means that the ideas are slow to turn. So we're still caught now, I think, in this very interesting um, conundrum or flux between the gravitic version of the universe and the electromagnetic description of the universe. The older I get, the more I'm convinced of the latter model.
hmm,
But hey, I'm a very open, but I'm a very open, intellectually very open person.
hmm,
So to new ideas, but and to test them and like have fun with them and free associate on them and whatnot. A lot of people aren't. And so let's just work with that. But this is part of what Martin Armstrong has been banging his shoe on the table about for years, that, you know, that there are cycles to human behavior. There are cycles to everything, and maybe he thinks they're based around variations on pi. And, you know, does that have some other, does that have greater implications? I don't know. It's worth at least discussing. Like, again, and we can discuss these things without having to take a position one way
Yeah.
or the other. And that's what's important, because that's what actual honest to God intellectual inquisition is all about,
yeah.
right? That's it. Like, and that's as far as and just remain humble in the face of data.
Hmm.
I think society is like a drunk driver, just weaves down the road.
Well, weaving is a waveform.
That's right.
All
I
Mm.
right,
think you
that's the
you
end.
hit the left hand
No,
curve,
it's
you hit the
great,
right
dude.
hand curve,
Jim, Jim,
you
Jim.
holy fuck, so you try to straddle the center line, hoping not to get killed,
But it's
see cars
I'm a
coming, you
fan,
move
dude.
to the right.
but it's like when you see like you ever seen those studies on crowds and like how they behave and things, and
Mhm.
Yeah.
you realize like you're no different than any of them, and you're like, so you can take part of a macroorganism and have no goddamn, and you're like, well, not me, I'm Tommy, I don't take, no, you're no different than anyone else. Like if a crowd is lined up here and like the light is here and there's an entrance here, 99% of the time you're gonna create this like meta formation, and you're like, what? So you obey these laws without having any goddamn idea that you're behaving that way. So it starts to make you look, humility. You start to back up and go, if there are these waves that propagate through space and time, that's a lot of humility, because you start to go, well, what if you've accrued great wealth? Part of you has to start looking at it and be like, oh, was I just at the crest of the wave? Am I different than I think I said it yesterday. The water molecules at the crest of the wave, do they look down at the ones in the trough and be like, you fucking degenerates? Maybe.
Yes.
But should they?
Yes.
Well,
As a
Absolutely
in our
chemist,
in our current
as a
in our
chemist, I
current
can say
society, Tommy, of
definitively.
the oligarchs who have won so many interpersonal battles over the centuries, absolutely believe that
That-
they are better than the water molecules at the bottom of the bottom of the wave.
Well, that's
That's
true.
the fucking problem. That's the fourth turning. Is
then
when we understand that, because now we have wealth disparity that is so unbelievably egregious.
Yeah.
And
Well,
that they're
let me
on top
give
of
you.
that, then you start to really think about what, like, Martin Armstrong, and again, go into solar cycle waves and everything, go into solar cycles and everything else. Are they all timed together, right?
Yeah. Orbital mechanics and
And
shit.
are we talking about the cycle high of a cycle high of a cycle high?
That's the $1 million.
Right.
So as a chemist, there's two of us here. What they will tell you, or physicists or whatever, is systems are always trying to get back to equilibrium, and they shoot through it and whatever. But the further from equilibrium you get, the more shock sensitive you get, and the more violent the response. And so if you're in a chemistry lab and you get all the reagents together and the reaction hasn't taken off and it starts to go, you blow up your fucking lab.
Yep.
If you're in California, there hasn't been a big earthquake in 100 years, you're about to get your ass kicked.
Yes.
If you're skiing and you're below some goddamn huge pile of snow and there hasn't been an avalanche that year, you're probably going to get whomped. And so what people don't understand, especially people in markets, which we should take it back to, is the shock sensitivity goes up.
Yes.
And so the best analogy I know was by Richard Russell, who said, someone said, why can't this just go on forever? And he said, go in your kid's room and start stacking blocks. What happens? And the higher the stack, at some point, someone closes a door downstairs, the whole fucking thing goes because it's shock sensitive. So displacement from equilibrium enhances the shock sensitivity. Overvaluation guarantees there's going to be a regression to and through the mean. And the Fed doesn't seem to understand this at all. They're clueless oligarchs who look down on us as infantile water molecules, and they know that they can be garish. By the way, I watched the guy talk about authoritarianism the other day, and he pointed out that authoritarianism arises when you get, which by the way is a displacement from equilibrium, right? Arises when the symptoms, I've read enough books on it now, the two symptoms keep come back is demoralization and confusion. This guy also brought, which is a subset of demoralization, he also brought to bear something I've been squealing about for a couple of years now, in your face. So now instead of shooting Kennedy and trying to get away with it, they just shoot the fuck and say, make my day, try to get me. Yeah. Right. And so now you look at Biden, you go, we got a fucking retard in the White House.
Yeah.
Right. And someone says, oh, can you say that? I go, I just did. Sorry.
Yeah.
And somehow there's a percentage of the population who's willing to vote for them.
It's David Hoffman said in his book $1 Billion Spy, which is about this guy named Oleg. I forget what his last name was, but he took all these pictures for the CIA. He was worked in an aircraft factory in the Soviet Union, and the pay was so little and the risk was so insane. I mean, he would have to cover the blinds and stack his books up so he could get the camera placed directly above it. And finally, his handler told him one day, they're like, your service has been, invaluable. I don't know if we'll ever be able to exfil you, and the pay isn't that good. But he finally told him after 10 years of this, he was like, they love you back at Langley and Strategic Air Command. They know about you. He's like, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Then he goes, my parents were worked to death in a gulag, and my wife's parents are currently in a gulag. And he goes, I will do anything to destroy this system. And Hoffman talks about, we talk about the hidden hand of the free market. He goes, there is a hidden hand of tyranny, where the more you take away from people, the less they have to defend. And finally, they just go, you know what, dude? Fuck you. I don't, what? And eventually he was caught, shot in the back of the head. There was no happy ending. He didn't give a fuck. Right. He was like, I'll do anything to take this down. And he did. And it led to the, so when the MiG came out, whatever MiG it was came out, it was already outclassed. And, it was put to, you could see it in Desert Storm, and it was just absolutely smoked by, whatever the U.S. had. But that is the case. So, talking about authoritarianism, a deviation from homeostasis, you do start to have people that the less and less they have, they start to go, you got a nice McMansion, suburbia, you're like, you're
not going to bitch.
No.
You're not going to bitch.
But
by the way, if you want, Tommy, if you want happy endings, I can send you some links.
Yeah. No, I already got. That's why I do this podcast so I can screen record
Dave,
your
does your wife
face.
know about this?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I use
There you
video
go.
of Dave's
Now,
face. It's all I need.
well, and so Tommy, what you're describing is why I found the timing of why you're gonna be shocked that I go into this. Why the timing that Warner Brothers greenlit and Denis Villeneuve wanted to make Dune, because that's exactly what Dune is about. Dune is about such an extreme societal deviation from the norm.
Right.
I mean, 10,000 years in the making. Right. And the Fremen are us. Okay.
Yeah.
And that's the metaphor. Okay. And watch Dune as a if you've never it's better to read the book because the book is better. But
I find those movies unwatchable.
Okay. Well,
I fucking
that's
hate 'em.
fine.
You have to
That's
get
fair.
stoned like Tommy.
But what's important to understand is that what Herbert was talking about was the war between the desire to control the species through the application of power and the species' genetic imperative to evolve and get out from underneath stress. And it really is a story about genetics and about this genetic imperative.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all through Dune.
So
Like, it is an incredibly, I think it's an incredibly rich
we're the
piece of
mammal
work from that perspective.
with our leg caught in a trap.
No.
We will eat our leg off to get out.
That's a brilliant point. Your genetics, it's the same reason for like right now. It's like, how come I'm eating so much? And it's like your body still thinks you're on the plains of Africa and that food isn't guaranteed. Think about it. Well, what if you're under an authoritarian, communist dictatorship that's stealing the food? Does your body know that it's a communist dictatorship, or does it just think that you're not getting nutrients? Right. Your genetics are like, hey, fuck that. I don't give a shit, Jim.
Well, what I wonder about is how come the people who are exercising the authoritarianism seem to have no self-awareness of where they stand in history?
I think they do. And I think they know that they live
they end up there.
Well, I think they know that they live for 70 to 80 years. They don't give a shit about what the big picture is. And, well, I mean, think about it.
Like all these lawyers in the Justice Department, do they have no idea that they're wrecking the American justice system?
They're making.
They have no idea.
They're making their quarterly nut. They don't give a shit. I'm not saying it's right. They don't, but they don't care. And I mean, the same thing is like I get authoritarianism because what would the genetics do? The genetics says
I don't think we'll find out.
Get all the women, get all the resources. So becoming a dictator is also genetically advantageous, right?
I don't think we'll find the answer to my question until we prosecute these people.
No, I don't think you'll get the same answer we got 80 years ago. I was just following orders. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, well,
I'm not saying
the
it's right. I'm saying
response
it's what
is usually violent. The return to equilibrium.
Yeah,
it's
violent.
Cultural, right? Yeah. It's violent. And so
again,
it's never a good solution.
No,
when you watch it, right?
And the other thing, Dave, to remind yourself is that, especially in capital markets, however far you went away from equilibrium to the positive, you're going to go that far to the negative in order to get back to quote unquote the mean.
Right.
You have
to spend half your time below it.
And again, the violence that accumulates over this is Herbert's point, and we see it in other areas and we see it in history, that the violence committed against the natives of Arrakis for 10,000 years builds up and builds up and builds up. And then it explodes in a jihad that kills billions.
Rwanda.
Billions.
If you ever.
Okay. And that's what makes Paul Atreides' story so compelling, is because Paul gets that vision and understands it and then tries to do his best to reject it and then have to embrace it in order to try and mitigate as much of the damage as possible.
Who are we talking about here?
Story from that perspective.
He's back to Dune. He's got the Dune thing. He's in his Dune buggy today.
Nice, Dave.
Dude, it's very timely. Like, it really is. And artists get there first, folks. Like, it's very important to understand this. That
the black community gets there first. The black community gets there first.
Well, that's true.
They're unbelievably good at finding the tip of the spear.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And then, it gets co-opted and, but artists get there first. And some artists are 50 years ahead of their time and some artists are 2 years ahead of
Dr. Strangelove, man. When I first watched, first watched that in 2015, I think. I thought it was made in like 1990 because like I love the Cold War.
Exactly.
I had no, I don't know. When I found out it was in '64, I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like
I have
that's so
there's a
insane.
film there's a film that I've never been more on the edge of my seat of watching the first time, and I watched it in college in a midnight show and at the university, on 16 millimeter print. Like
Yeah.
that's what I saw,
Yeah.
and I was just astounded.
CRM
You,
114.
you didn't see Pink Flamingos, apparently.
But it is
No, actually, I have not. Me and John Waters, we don't have a relationship, dude.
The theater empties within 10 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really amazing to watch, actually. Yeah.
There's a physics
kind of
simulator.
like John Cage's 454, right?
So back to the markets.
Well, I was gonna say, but to what Dave was saying, there's a physics simulator I love fucking around with on my gaming computer called Beam NG, and it's just like a driving simulator. And they compare it side to side to like real world crashes of all these different cars and how accurate it is. Everything else about it sucks, but the crashes are almost perfectly realistic. But one of the things is when you get the speed wobbles going really fast and it starts going like that, your instinct is always, and you got to do it like 100 times before you finally learn not to. Is you're like
black ice.
You swerve, and
black
then
ice.
the SUV just tumbles and the engine flies 600 yards. It's counterintuitive, but when you start wobbling, you have to go, just hit it a little bit, and everything in your body is like hit it more, hit it more, hit it more. But if you finally can get that control, you will start to get normal. But the problem is whereas those is 100 cycles I can do in 100 minutes, it seems like something like the super cycles or the fourth turning it happens, but every time it happens, it's 4 generations apart and no one remembers the last one. So everyone's always doomed to just whip the wheel.
Well, the turnings also don't have the same characteristics and outward characteristics in many ways. Like it's very hard to compare the World War II fourth turning to the woke insanity that we're in now.
Yeah.
I mean, they seem
Really.
Outwardly.
By the way,
they seem to have very different characteristics.
Strauss and Howe missed the first fourth turning in the United States. They go back to the Revolutionary War. They missed the one. What do you do? What do you get when you go back 80 years?
The Salem witch trials.
Exactly.
Oh,
and they missed that. They missed that.
Yeah.
And 80
the other
years before
thing
that was Harvard was created, 1604.
The other thing is, I think what happens is you reach a fail-safe point if you're at the top and you go, and now I have to continue or die.
Oh yeah, right? Of course.
So I think once you get to the fail-safe point, then the excess is a guarantee.
Yeah.
So you start clamping down harder and harder, which is what the Fed does, which is what Stalin did, which is what over and over.
Which is what Lagarde is doing, which is what they're all doing. Like, which is what everything that's you're seeing out of the EU right now. Like,
so now,
they have, dude. Think about the way they have reacted to Ukraine over the last 2 months as the Ukrainians are, and then you have Joseph Borrell finally just come out and say the EU's foreign minister basically say, look, we don't love the Ukrainians. Like, no shit, Dickless. We didn't know this. We're only here for our interests.
I mean, think about
it. And
he
also said
now they're freaking out because the Americans are like, you know what? We don't want to have nuclear war with the Russians. And so, but you'll note they are pot committed. It's like in poker. You are pot committed. Like at some point, the pot has grown to the point where no matter what you do, you're betting your odds. You're pot committed.
Think about
Borrell also said that the EU is incapable of mounting an army to engage in Ukraine,
which is why they're freaking out that we don't want to.
Think about the
elite. Do you know that experiment where you auction off a $20 bill?
No.
To your class. So you sit in front of the class, you say, I'm going to auction off this $20 bill. The rule is whoever is the second highest bidder has to pay. So what happens, someone says, I'll go for $1. Someone will go, I'll go for $2. Yeah. Someone goes, I'll go for $3. And then around $14 in, you're going, oh, wait a minute. I got to bid again because I don't want to be the second lowest bidder. And pretty soon everyone else will step back. And then next thing you know, you got 2 guys bidding for NVIDIA. And they keep bidding it, it'll get up to $300 or $400.
It's the Cold War,
right? And because you can't not bid up, you cannot go up.
To think about the people at the top and why they keep doubling down. I mean, I just thought about this. Think about it. If they don't give a fuck about the repercussions and hurting people that are alive today, why in God's name would they care about like what happens after they're dead? They already don't care about the people who are alive. Why wouldn't they get raffle off people who don't even exist yet?
And then let's just think of it this way. Again, as to Dave's point, right? Like they have a 0% chance of surviving if they stop, if they admit their perfidy. And they have a measurable percentage chance of surviving if they double down and try and survive for a little while longer. Like you're falling off a cliff. You've fallen off a cliff.
Well, there is
you have X amount of time before you hit the ground. What are you going to do about it?
That's where they are. And they know this.
There is a weird out there, right? Is it the art of war? Give your enemy a golden bridge to retreat across. That's what Operation Paperclip was. Give them an out.
I mean,
yeah, and that's exactly the predicament that Mr. Putin is in, because if he humiliates the U.S. and NATO too deeply, they're going to do something crazy. So it seems to me, for the last year or so, he's been taking great pains to avoid that sort of humiliation, but it's getting harder and harder for him.
I think he looks brilliant
because the people he's fighting are doubling down because they see the existential threat to their long-term projects.
Putin made the mistake of thinking he could enter Ukraine, throw a fastball past someone's chin, get us to back away. That was his only mistake. From that point on, I think Putin has played this as brilliantly as you could. And the problem is he's dealing with an insane opponent.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
He is dealing with an opponent that refuses to. The way I've been describing it recently is we're talking about, it's one of those, you ever meet a dog that doesn't know how to submit and will literally has lost its mind to the point where it will bite you while you're trying to make it submit, even though it's in its best interest to submit. Like think a Chihuahua or a pit bull or whatever, and you have to literally go in with steel gloves while they bite, and in order to try and get these guys. And they're never. The thing is here, eventually the dog submits. Eventually, because they're dogs. Eventually they run out of
back to markets. I follow 25.
But no, it's exactly the same thing, Jen.
25 metrics of valuation, all of which show we've displaced from equilibrium by a healthy margin. The most interesting thing to note is in all these metrics, we appear to have departed from, I would say, a range, a normal range of being overvalued, undervalued, sort of correcting, which was really flat for the 20th century in about 1994. And it took off. Now, Michael Green claims that's when the flows of money started to go in, brainless indexing money. I also think you can see that's when, for example, corporate debt started to pick up big time, and it never looked back. So we literally have been going precisely 30 years. And in 94, when it left the channel, it was about 50% over historical fair value. And so we started in a dangerous metastable situation, and then we launched from there. And here's what I'm seeing right now, and I don't understand it. And that is, I see chart after chart and tweet after tweet from smart guys saying, you are right here. When you see an economic chart and it says you are here, that is a bearish person. Both never say you are here. And it looks to me like we are completely fucked.
Yeah.
But the system somehow is not responding yet. There's some sort of metastable situation where the muscle memory of Bill Fleckenstein, they don't want to accept the fact that the low inventory of houses, which is now breaking, right? The inventory is now spiking like crazy. But they didn't want to admit that the low inventory is because the sellers won't sell, the buyers won't buy. We're completely fucked. And when they finally the logjam breaks, it's going to break to the downside. And that should have terrified people. And yet somehow the system, I'm seeing all these indicators. It says the logjam is breaking, and somehow people still are buying today, this morning, NVIDIA.
Yeah.
No one wants to admit Titanic's leaning.
That's right.
Again, because there are other factors on the markets. Like, this is why I keep looking at the big signals being given by the central banks, right? Like, to my argument that's been going on for a while now is that, central banks are the ones that are dominating these markets, and they're dominating the capital flows in and out of the bond markets. Like, why did the Swiss National Bank cut rates the other day? Clearly, for one reason alone. because it's a wholly owned subsidiary of the Bundesbank, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of the ECB. And for a couple of days, we got a counter trend rally in the euro and euro bonds and blah 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 blah. And this and in the meantime, the markets are beginning to snip out across the board that we're headed to war.
Yeah.
Asset values on all bearer assets, equities, gold, Bitcoin, you name it, all up. Oil up.
Canadian
the capital flows are clear, and they were ahead of the game on this a week ago, 2 weeks ago. And now we've got and now we're starting to cross Rubicons. Like we're starting to cross into territory here where, did the United States and the British and and the Turks execute 140 people in Russia?
Yes.
And then 2 days later, the Russian, and then who hacked the friggin' ship and sent it into the Francis Scott Key Bridge? As far as I'm concerned, I can make an equally compelling case that it was the British trying to get the United States and the Americans to fight, the United States and the Russians to fight a world war no one wants.
Yes.
And I can easily say it was a fourth generation tactic by the Russians to stop U.S. Resupply of Europe.
Why wouldn't you?
We've got massive NATO. We got behind the scenes. We got massive movements of NATO material. So shit's happening here.
Yes, it
the
is.
Equilibrium has fucking broken.
The basketballs are flying at Lexington and Concord. They're just quiet.
But it's like you've gone off the 100-story building, and you're still at the 95th floor.
Doing okay.
Exactly.
And so here's an interesting
Takes a minute to reach terminal velocity,
and you don't have Batman wings to try and ride the wave to try and get back to the building and land on a balcony on the 50th
Great
floor.
Depression is said by some smart people, I think, was founded upon the Florida real estate boom, and that was sort of ground zero when things finally started breaking. As you said, when they first broke, they said, "Oh, those are just the Florida banks; those guys were just crazy fucks, and therefore we don't need to worry about this." And 12,000 banks later, the thing had finally regressed through the mean. But what's interesting is, there is the belief that the first trigger, you're not going to believe this, was a ship that capsized in the harbor of Miami and shut off the harbor for 40 days.
When was this?
1926, I think.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
And then I posted that, and then Chanos jumped in and said, "Yeah, that was actually the first." But he says the big one was when 8 months later a hurricane. The hurricane hit Miami, but the first cracking sound, the thing like you're on a pond and all of a sudden you go, what was that sound, right?
Yeah.
Something just cracked underneath my feet.
Yeah.
The first cracking sound was like the Bear Stearns hedge funds breaking in 2007 was the first real audible crack. The first audible crack that led to the Great Depression was the goddamn boat. And they said, look, they got the boat out of there 40 days later, but it was over then.
I don't think we can overstate the ramifications that are going to emanate out of this shutting down the port of Baltimore and I-95, and the implications
the butterfly effect is going to be wild.
I was talking to a guy today who has I was talking to a guy today who's got an interest in a trucking company in Tennessee, and he explained to me that most of the fresh produce in the Mid-Atlantic and North New England is coming up I-95. And, that interruption is going to mean, we're going to start seeing some kind of effect in the grocery shelves in a couple of days.
Prepper time. The other thing, the stats. So someone wrote a brilliant article that talked about how fucked Baltimore was before, right? We all know that, right?
Correct.
We all know Baltimore was.
My two best friends live there. Our favorite drinking game is we sit around with the app and go, "Oh look, shooting within 0.6 miles," and then 30 minutes later, "Oh, guy stabbed him in the neck, 0.4 miles."
But then they go on.
We've said for years that Baltimore, no one actually lives in Baltimore.
Oh no,
That the whole thing is just a big Social Security scam. I've been saying this since college.
I know too.
But then this article goes on to point out that 15,000 jobs are directly involved in running the port, and 150,000 jobs are indirectly involved in supporting the port in a city of 500,000 people.
Yeah,
you might as well just drop a goddamn A-bomb. Baltimore, right? Yeah. Dresden firebombing.
They're trading proxy war punches. Tom's right.
So what I'm wondering is
but who is trading property war? Because again, It was the British and the Ukrainians who bombed the Kerch Strait Bridge and Nord Stream 2.
I think that is
okay?
so funny.
I don't fucking buy for a moment that we gave anything other than logistical support for the bombing of Nord Stream 2. I don't buy
Putin
it.
must be laughing his ass off.
But it almost doesn't matter who did it. Proxy punch. It
doesn't
does, but it
matter.
doesn't. Proxy war punches are being exchanged.
Okay, I'll back off. Jim, what did you have to say?
No, I'm with you, Tom. I'm just saying, regardless of who's doing it, proxy war punches are being exchanged. That's crazy.
Well, what I was going to say is, I got the feeling, within an hour or so of the Baltimore Bridge disaster, that this was going to be the thing that's going to crash the American economy.
Right, the trigger.
Because the economy is already so fragile. Mm-hmm. It's as we've been saying, it's just a disaster waiting to happen, and the disaster has happened. I think that, and also because the things emanating off of this thing are so profound.
Absolutely, Jim.
It's like in '98, the downturn started with a Russian bond default. Who gives a fuck about a Russian bond default?
No, wasn't it the Malaysian bot or something? Or the ringgit?
It was the Thai bot as well. But yes, the Thai bot was part of it. But Dave's correct.
And who gives a fuck
that the Russians defaulting on their bonds was a big deal. So, just to underscore my point about why I think Perfidious Albion is involved here. With the Francis Scott Key Bridge, aside from the fact that it's the Francis Scott Key Bridge.
Yeah, I know, right?
Let's go there. But
he's my sixth great grandfather. He's my sixth great grandfather.
This fucking thing happens at 1:26 in the morning. By 8:45, the MI6 journal itself, the Daily Mail, commits multiple acts of journalism explaining what fucking happened.
I know.
They knew they had. There's a big fucking article on the Daily Mail that Dexter White and I were talking about this that morning. Going in the process, they usually wait 24 to 48 hours. A big article in the Daily Mail explaining everything that happened. I'm like, oh, really?
Wait a minute. Was that article about the ISIS K, or was it the real story about the Tai Chi?
For everybody listening, it says the internet connection's unstable.
What the fuck just happened? And the goddamn Daily Mail knew all about it.
What reminds me of this, and this is dangerous territory, and I don't want to divert us, but that was exactly what I noticed when on October 7th, how many lieutenant colonels were paraded across the mainstream press explaining how the Israelis fucked it up.
Yep.
And I'm going, their lips are moving. I don't know what happened there. Now let's get the fuck off that subject. Let Jim the Jew talk about it if he wants. And by the way, I do want to know what happened. Did you connect up with Bill? Did that work, Jim? Bill?
No, he never answered my email.
Fuck.
Yeah. In fact, I was going to ask you to, shake his tree a little bit.
Okay.
There is something interesting about and just for FYI for everybody watching, it says my internet connection's unstable, but I recorded on multiple softwares. There is something interesting about that ship in Miami that Dave was talking about, or in this case, the bridge. None of them are necessarily novel events so much as they were just the spark after the gas has been running, which kind of brings more, I guess, weight to the idea that these are just waves, and something was going to happen. It's the water molecule at the crest. That ship is not necessarily unique. It's just in a healthy, booming economy, no one would give a fuck. They'd be like, yeah, more jobs, build the bridge. In this case, so it kind of makes you think like it could have been anything. It could have been.
By the way, I saw a video of someone driving across that bridge before it went down, just during the day, and it turns out I have what's called Jeffrophobia, very mild case, I hope, but where when I drive across the bridge, I get the heebie-jeebies. It's not a vertigo thing. I used to skydive. I used to skydive, for Christ's sakes. It's a sort of this odd sense of heebie-jeebies. And that fucking bridge, the guardrails are about 2.5 feet tall. I would not be able to drive across that bridge without basically my skin crawling constantly.
Dude, I always take off my seatbelt and I take my shoes off when I go across like long bridges. My little brother was driving me once.
And lower your window.
My little brother once looked at me. He was like, dude, relax. And I was like, fuck you. I was like, I'm surviving this. I'll tell mom and dad what happened to you, but I'm surviving.
That's what people don't realize. If you're hurtling into some lake or something, hit that window button fast.
Yeah. Can't open the door.
So just so you guys know, like here's a little piece of my own strange psychology. I grew up in New York in the 70s, and I remember the West Side Highway falling down. Just dropped one day. And so I remember I have had a fear of bridges my entire life. And I think it traces back to the West Side Highway falling down in 1975, 76. Like drive over the outer bridge crossing from Jersey into Staten Island, or the Goethals Bridge, or any of these old rickety fucking bridges. Dude, I can't. I've got across this Tampa Skyway once. I will never fucking do it again.
And by the way,
I took that friggin' bridge into Baltimore once in high school for a jazz band competition in a bus, and I'm like, it was the Chesapeake Bay Bridge. I'm like, in a bus. I couldn't even see the freaking road because I'm in a school bus. Like, I can't see the road. All I see is we're driving over fucking water. I'm like, I
is the Chesapeake Bay one? Is that the one that goes underwater?
I think part of it goes under. It's
the Chesapeake Bridge Tunnel.
I've done that one like 100 times. It's like 45
when I learned how to
minutes
drive. When I learned how to drive in New York, I would take I-84 from my house from Middletown down to Port Jervis to visit a friend of mine, and there's this area you come around the mountain, and there's a valley down there. I'm on Interstate 84 for Christ's sake. And I get into the left-hand lane and do 45 miles an hour. I'm so goddamn scared. My car's going to lock up because I'm in an old GM. And it only might me buying a friggin' Jeep Wrangler and driving through the Blue Ridge Parkway, where I literally am doing 35 miles an hour. I'm like, well, if worse comes to worse, I'm in a Jeep. I can make my way down the hill. That got me over this shit. It was really, really bad.
Watching
that bridge fall, I'm like, I freaked out and I couldn't do any work for like 2 hours.
No, dude, I get it. And there's something about it. It's like, well, how come I care about bridges and not planes? I'm like, planes, it would be painless. A bridge would be horrifying.
Yeah, it's literally horrifying.
What the hell is that? I thought I was unique, and I didn't tell anyone. Then one day I told my wife. I said, I get the sort of the skin crawl.
You're human.
It's not a panic attack.
You're on a strip of pavement above.
I've had panic attacks,
but here's what's also true for me. Here's what's true for me. If I'm driving along a river and it's close by, I get the same effect.
Oh, I don't.
So it's not a vertigo. And again, I used to skydive.
You guys are more neurotic.
That's weird, Dave. Like,
Jim's like, fuck these pussies. I'm out.
No, I thought I was exotic. You guys.
Jim's like, let go. It's all over.
No, I've been spooked by bridges, but I never took my shoes off.
Yeah.
That's Tommy.
No, that was paranoia. Yeah, it was bad. But
I mean, yeah,
I've had anxiety problems my whole life, but I've never gotten freaked out from just going around.
I don't have anxiety problems generally, and so that
it's obvious.
I didn't even notice.
I have that nuclear war anxiety that I think that all Gen Xers have, but
yeah,
I don't even.
I know you guys are a little older than me. I don't know, but I mean, for me, it's like.
Which makes me want to introduce an idea. What if there is a strange reaction to all of the backstage turmoil that's now going on because of the Crocus attack and the bridge thing? And what if the strange reaction is that finally the United States has to go to the negotiating table, or at least talk behind the scenes?
I think that's probably
to settle this bullshit.
That's why I think
there's some
Newland
Khrushchev Kennedy back channel shit probably going on.
Well, this is really interesting. I read a really great analysis of this. I don't remember where I read it, but my patrons find these things, and I read them, and I'm like,
Tom Spankin's in the description.
That we got wind of what was going on, and Newland greenlighted this thing, I think, pretty much on her own, and it was supposed to happen on March 7th, and we got wind of it. And that's why the State Department put out the statement, hey, stay away from, opera houses and whatnot. Right. And the concert halls and whatnot. And then, trying to help the Russians behind the scenes on this. And then this thing just had operational tempo. And that's why I refuse to.
Wait. When I hear that story, what I heard was the United States trying to build plausible deniability in advance, knowing it was going to get whacked. And giving him a noisy.
Newland's firing was a big deal, Dave, on Super Tuesday. About 4 days later,
fired. She got fired.
She was fired. She said resigned. Blinken said retired. In that letter, read that letter carefully. Alexander Mercouris at the Duran did a great honest to God, lawyerly read of Blinken's statement, and never once did he thank her for her service, and and he used the term retired. Now, later on, he eventually thanked her for her service, but he didn't do so in the official letter.
How long was she regarded as a loose cannon on the deck, I wonder?
That's a good question.
Maybe now we're going to get to the table. Maybe we're now going to get to the table. Maybe.
And then Putin's statement after Moscow, he said this was done by the hand of ISIS-K, but he didn't actually say,
right.
But then he goes, right, which is easily a way of saying, yeah, they actually did it, but we know who organized this.
Yeah.
And now we've got, you know what I mean? And so
the puppet hand of
ISIS-K is shaping things, because again, Dave, as you said earlier, which is a great point, that Putin and to Jim's point as well, that the grown-ups are trying to assert themselves into this situation to avoid what's actually on the horizon, and
besides Putin, who's a grown-up,
the fucking pit bulls won't let it go.
Besides, they're trying to get Orban out of there. Orban's a hero. They're trying to get Orban out of there. So I'm not sure it's backing up yet.
Yeah, well, and that's what I think makes.
I think it's all Europe. I think they're the ones with the incentives here.
Oh, they have the incentives.
They have all the incentives in the world, and it's not the stated upset. It's not the stated incentive, which is, we're worried that Putin's going to invade Poland. Putin can invade Poland. Okay, it's about their capital markets. They need a cover story, and in order to cover their economic collapse. That's what this is about. I agree with Martin Armstrong completely on this point.
Maybe it's the reverse thing. They're going to need a cover story to cover the Ukraine collapse
and the bond default that comes with all of it. I mean, there's a massive.
That seems more likely to me, and it seems also to be the train wreck that's most likely to happen would be trouble in the currency bond markets, and that's much more likely than anything else happening right away.
Yeah. And Germany's a mess. Germany's a mess.
And to Dave's point about why the capital markets are so fucking overvalued is because capital is flowing into things that are, at least right now, safe havens.
NVIDIA.
I look, where else are you gonna go? Like, you have to, like, when trillions of dollars when trillions of dollars are trying to move, and you've got to drop them into the largest pools in order to keep the price from moving as much as possible. And yes, unfortunately, NVIDIA is like a bad example of that, but it's not in terms of things like ask yourself the question: why, for example, is the DOJ going after Apple in order to knock the price down? Right? Because it then allows for a massive amount of capital inflow into Apple in order to absorb these flows without moving price. Remember, I just professional money managers want to move money without moving price.
I just bought a $100,000 Italian violin yesterday.
Fucking hell!
Wow.
Yeah, I will not be playing it. My son will be playing it, but I am the owner.
Holy mackerel!
Yeah,
I've got a $1,500 violin.
Yeah.
I wonder what the difference is.
$400 guitars.
Yeah.
Wow.
You hit early 18th century famous Italian maker violin. The zeros start going on the end of that thing fast.
Hey, Abe, forgive me for diverting from the violin conversation, but it seems there are so many inflection points now where something could go wrong, and I want to ask Tom. One of the more obvious ones is the threat by the EU to confiscate Russian reserves and apply it to buying weapons to send to Ukraine. That seems to me to be a move that could really disturb the bond market.
It is. It's also clearly they keep pushing this in order to try and get us to do the same thing. What they really want to do is get the United States to do it, because nothing undermines the American bond markets and the American banking system more than capital not feeling like it's safe to hold their money in American banks.
It's insane.
It is truly insane.
And so many American banks are, just on the ledge, waiting to jump.
But as an individual,
No, I think
thinking,
it's too many American politicians, Jim, that want to do this, and I believe that most of those that argue for this are in the pay of the fucking Europeans. I'm dead serious. Like I don't make any bones about this, guys. I full on Euro trash commie conspiratard at this point. I don't give a shit.
I
Fine,
love
fuck
it.
you.
No, it's probably my favorite thing about you is that it all comes
Dave,
down
what
to
are
the
you trying to
British.
say?
I just like having a punching bag.
as if they can do it to the Ruskies, they can do it to us. They can shut down our bank. This is just a reminder that their desire to be able to just lock us out of society, which, by the way, you would die, right? You'd either die or end up living in a cabin in Montana or something, right?
Do you remember what,
Learning how to
Ron Paul used to
shoot
I'll be farming northern Florida.
do you remember in
I'll be
2012?
where I am.
Do you remember in 2012 when Ron Paul was talking a lot about blowback and
Yep.
you know how, and then there's kind of an interesting take on it when you realize just how much of what the DoD does is absolutely classified. So we don't even know what the, action A was. We just see action B. And we go, why the fuck did they do that? We don't know. You don't know about it. They hate our freedom. And then you start finding out about the Mujahideen and Operation Cyclone and Zbigniew Brzezinski and your Stinger missiles. And you're like, oh, okay, maybe. I wonder if there's kind of that same thing. If there's, I'm not, by all means, I think the answer probably is we have a bunch of cocky, detached elitists and it's kind of end stage empire. But in the sake of humility, could it be that in the same sense that there is like the classified blowback, so you don't know what the first thing was, you just get the reaction? Is there a, to quote Teddy, is there a big stick we don't know about? Is there a weapon system? Like the $1 trillion that occasionally goes missing from the Pentagon goes somewhere. Now it might just be penthouses, but just to play with this idea, is there a weapon system we don't know about? Is there something that they are negotiating from a place of unimaginable power, something that is as alien to us now as, the SR-71 Blackbird was to 1960s America when,
DEWs.
What?
DEWs.
Yeah,
DEWs.
yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. Or some sort of orbital, SDI was. There's a great documentary on YouTube with Lieutenant General James Abramson, who's the head of SDI, and he's talking about this shit, the declassified shit in like 1983, talking about particle beams and energy weapons and liquid carbon monoxide lasers and shit. And that was 43 years ago.
I put hundreds of hours into that at the end of last year.
I think you and I talked about this.
And I was reading 1985 RAND reports, 1985 declassified.
We talked about this.
And so this is outside the government paywall. This is 40 years old, and they're talking about the number of megatons of power they can get to the Earth's surface.
So that's what I mean.
And I'm going, holy shit. And they're talking about nuclear-powered lasers. And then it's cool stuff. Like, they got to get through the atmosphere. So they use one laser to basically punch a hole through the atmosphere. And the second laser then goes shooting right down through that hole. And hits the target.
And the way to, like, phase change. So if you shoot it unfocused through the clouds will focus it. And then, and is that just a psyop?
Do they make it public? Is so old and so out of date.
Well, then you have to consider, was it a psyop? Do they leak it to the Soviets shit their pants? But let's say it's not. Let's say it's legitimate.
Well,
that's 40 years ago.
I've read technical reports where the guy starts out saying, look, this is non-classified information, but I think it'll be helpful and blah, blah, blah. I seem very sincere. And the shit they were talking about was amazing, actually.
Yeah.
And 40 years later, behind the DoD paywall, you got to figure.
What do you think's going on there? What do you think's going on around Groom Lake? So I'm not saying that's the answer. That's the answer I like because I love this shit. But, start taking the disparate pieces and, what about all the UFO hearings last year? What about the, the last 3 years of kind of the hell will freeze over?
I think that's bullshit.
No.
UFO stories, total bullshit.
Or is it a facade that you're putting out there? So when crazy fucking Star Trek shit starts going off, if it gets hot, they go, we told you, it might have been UFOs or UAPs, I don't know. It's just to obscure the battlefield. Are they negotiating from a place of just unimaginable power?
Who's they? Who's they?
The military and intellectual intelligence,
the Western
technocrat.
Western,
maybe. I don't know.
Maybe China's ahead.
Maybe it's China. I don't fucking know. Someone's negotiating from a place of insane power. I don't know. It's something to toy with.
I think the Baltimore Bridge tells us that we could get fucked so badly on the flick of a switch.
Yeah, or we did it.
I think the Baltimore Bridge shows us when people are whimpering about soft targets what that really means.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know.
Mm.
Or they've already, or they've already made their
Even
checkmate.
if they didn't take it out, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
If
Look.
you're some foreign power that wants to bring the United States to heel, even if it was a sincere mistake, they go, oh, note to self, we should take out another bridge leading into, New Orleans. I don't know, right? Take out the
Right.
Mississippi.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then you think about that program that happened under Reagan, where we found out that some Canadian firm was selling like American trade DoD secrets to the Soviets, and instead of like prosecuting them, we took it over. The CIA took it over, and we started selling them all this shit. And like 1 out of every 10, whatever microchips would be flawed in a way that would benefit us. So you can think of like Stuxnet, but like 30 years prior, to where a Soviet cobalt mine would, whatever, the power would shut down. And one time they kind of overplayed their hand, and they had this oil refinery go up. Like a train went off the tracks and blew it up, and it was the largest non-nuclear explosion detected from space, to the point where Reagan had like an immediate, like a 2 a.m. Everyone comes into the white. They're like, "What is this? Was this a nuke?" This is long after that. Everyone's outlawed, above ground nukes. And then someone from the CIA, actually, the president wasn't briefed. Someone from the CIA had to come in and say, "It's all good. This is like, here's our program. We did that. Like, we derailed the train." Why wouldn't they do it to us? Is Putin going, "What the fuck is this?" And they're going, "No, it's all good, dude. No, we just took out that bridge." I don't know. But if it happened
I
40
got
years
train
ago.
tracks that run along the lake in front of my house.
Yeah, no,
And
you're
if I
fucked,
went
Dave.
down there, no, these are stupid trains. It moves salt from Ithaca down to somewhere. But if I wanted to, I could go take a stick of dynamite down there, blow those tracks, and that whatever train came next would go off the tracks.
Yeah.
It'd be that simple.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've had.
I get it's hard to, this is a big deal, right? That for a while now we've been talking, within our community about land-based versus maritime-based security of moving goods and services, of moving goods. Like ships, you can take out individual ships, but it's hard to take out the entire supply train. Taking out a train track or taking out a bridge, it's a different story, right? That, or taking out a pipeline or whatever, depending on how it's built. So, you could argue that that's why, for example, what the Houthis are doing in the Red Sea is so interesting, because they're attacking maritime power at the same time that other people are attacking terrestrial power, terrestrial infrastructure. So this is why, I don't believe for a second. I believe easily. I don't, that the Ukrainians are not capable of infiltrating Russia and blowing up train tracks or the oil refineries or anything, right? Because they speak Russian, they look Russian. I mean, they are Russians, right? So, this isn't difficult. So it's not hard for us to believe that we can't have it happen here. And, this is part of the game. Like, have we taken the gloves off fully?
So I know someone well who's cued into the CFR every day. Now, the CFR is not what people think. They don't realize there's 20,000 members. They're not sitting there with goat's heads sitting there doing weird things, right? That's not to say there aren't people with vested interests hitting back rooms and talking to each other, because they do.
Mm-hmm.
But they also are just kind of bringing big guys together to chat about shit. And I never get gory detail, and I'm not sure I want it. But the question I always ask is, what's the hot topic? What do you guys think the hot topic is right now?
Yes,
wild guess.
What's that?
What's the hot topic? One jumped out.
It's got to be. It's got to be infrastructure. This infrastructure.
Well, today I don't know, but this week, a week ago.
I'd say the hot topic is, how do we get out of Ukraine?
Tommy.
space-based redundancy for everything, or how to control people after money?
They don't talk like that. I really don't think they talk like that. That's the conspiracy side.
That's
They
too high
talk
concept.
about big.
Conspiratorial. How would you control people with 10,000 before money
No,
in
but
a
they do
post-money
things
I
system?
think
like
that's too high concept, Tommy. I think that's what Dave's getting
Oh,
at.
okay. Oh, so
the open sessions. They talk about big events that are occurring, and they bring people together.
EMP hardening. I had on Brigadier General Robert Spalding. He's a 1-star general, flew B-2 Spirit stealth bombers, Obama's National Security Council. He got out of that, and his entire thing is now Semper, which is the entire thing is about EMP hardening, just basic infrastructure. That's
The
my
answer
take.
turns out to be, despite what's going on in Palestine, Israel, and all over the world, we talk
If
about
it's
the
gender,
answer
if
turns
it's
out
gender
to
surgery, I'll shoot myself right now.
be you could gender surgery yourself. It turns out it's the southern border.
Yeah, wow.
Okay.
And the people coming across and who they are.
And what they're talking about, I don't know. One of the topics, and I think the CFR brings people who are varying degrees of evil together, but I'm not sure the CFR now is quite as what it used to be with David Rockefeller and Alan Dulles running it. I think that there might be a slightly more benign slant to these guys. They're in part worried about the total destruction of various South and Central American countries because of this wave, because it's hurting them too. They are breaking underneath the pressure. But I, for example, it was described to me what happened when the tsunami hit Indonesia. And he said to me, you would not believe how within 15 minutes the CFR was on it. And within 20 minutes, Clinton had come down from Harlem and was making phone calls all over the world. So they really do mobilize. They really do good things.
That's a crazy thought. I never thought about it because, we're, we could say we're getting all the people from those countries, which is fucking them more. It's that making them more malleable to be, I don't know, hey, are you with us or are you with the Chinese? I mean, are we looking at 5
but also,
years? Are you protecting our hemisphere for the next World War?
If we're bringing important people, they're not going to sit inside the CFR and have conversations and be confident that these are not being listened to. So I don't think the discussions are as dark and evil as a lot of people think.
Dave, do you think that the CFR is the handmaiden of the intelligence blob, or are they more of a referee now?
I sense they are a negotiating vehicle. And that they're sort of a United Nations. It's right across the street from the United Nations, by the way. And I actually think it's powerful people who are trying to keep communication channels open. And that with 20,000 members, every douchebag in the world is a member. Plus many more. But I think it's about
so they're mediators,
not having World War III, for example.
Are they mediators?
There's mediation. There's like when the Gulf filled up with oil, they immediately jumped on it. What did they focus on? I said, was environmental concerns? He said, no, it was about saving British petroleum.
I mean, one thing I had these SF guys on last year. And they're like, man, if I were to walk across the southern, like, if I wanted to, what you do is, you'd come across the southern border, no ID, no nothing. You go to Home Depot, go get a chainsaw, go get some gasoline. He's like, me and a couple buddies. He's like, we could immobilize like rail traffic in like the Southwest of the United States in a week. Like 3, he's like, just Green Beret, not even like Delta. He's like, no, we could do that. Do it easily.
And by the way, if you're an enemy of the United States, or should we say at least worried about the United States.
Well, and so
there's no way you've missed the chance to move your people
which makes me think that we're kind of which makes me think we're letting everyone in to use that as a general way to launder whatever false flag we do against ourselves. Well, this is what we get for an open southern border.
But that's a psychopath. That is truly psychopathic.
Who the fuck do you think runs the
world?
Well,
then how does this?
What?
Let's presume that.
That's psychopathic. Meaning, you would think people running the country would have some basal level belief in our system, and they don't.
No,
I would have thought that. I would have thought that they can have distorted views of how to achieve it, But what I'd like to think is that Newland thinks she's doing something for the United States.
They probably do, but the attack dogs that they have in the intelligence community, they're the psychopaths, and they go, "Don't tell me how it." They go, "Don't tell me how it happened. Just get it
I think
done."
they're a crime syndicate that happens to also have a line item in the budget.
Yeah,
I think they're
they're
that
the
simple.
psychopaths that they do it, and we go, "Don't tell me why. I just want to keep America." So you have good people going, "The American dream, liberty, whatever." They go, "And don't tell me how you did it. I don't fucking want to know. I don't fucking want to know. Just go get it done." And it's a way of it's a cowardly way of laundering the dark work through other people, and then going, "Hey, it worked." It's for the
Well, so
greater
does
good.
any opposition arise out of the Council of Foreign Relations?
I don't get a lot of details. I don't want a lot of details because, for one, if I tell you that the guy told me that
Right.
the southern border is the big topic, that's public knowledge.
Yeah,
Right.
but how do
I
they
think
regard the Joe Biden regime and what they're doing to promote that?
I sense from talking to him personally, which I'm sure he's being influenced by the people around him, that there's panic about Biden and panic about Trump. I think the big players in this country realize that we've really created this odd, Sophie's choice moment that or whatever you call it.
Hobson's choice.
Hobson's choice, yeah. And
Yeah.
and
I don't know. Wouldn't
and,
you be more panicked about Biden and the Democratic Party than you would about Trump?
I would, but Trump is who are the two biggest nationalists in the world? And the answer is Trump and Putin. Right? Who are the two guys that are drawing the most fire from every direction? Trump and Putin. So it's clear to me someone is taking out nationalists. Who's next? Orban, right? You go through the various players. These are guys who are saying, "Look, this is my fucking country, and I'm going to do what's best for my fucking country." And they go, "Oh no, you don't." Right? That's the problem we're facing right now.
Or and the dear point about Newland, I can believe absolutely that she in her way believes that she's operating in the United States' best interest.
I think so.
But that is also but I also think that she has other agendas as well.
I think the guys
that are genetic, that are personal, that go back a long way.
Family Russia hatred.
What's that?
Family Russia hatred.
Absolutely. Family Russian hatred. And I think that at a certain level has led her to a moment. I think she was given all the rope to hang herself.
Yeah,
right, with Ukraine. I think Ukraine was her. I think Ukraine was her project within the State Department. I think she was handed that project, and I think she fucked it up, and then she was allowed to hang herself. And
it's hard to find a rational Eastern European derived person who doesn't basically hate Russia. It's hard to find those people. Guys like Jan Jekielek from Epoch Times,
right?
Who I spoke with for about 2 hours one night. And he's totally rational, totally grounded, but he's Polish, and there's nothing that's going to sway him from the idea that Russia is to be feared. And he wasn't being fearful. You could just hear his Polish roots. You could just hear it.
I have run into this as well with Ukrainians and Poles as well and others.
But history is a trickster. And it's one of the strange inversions of history right now that Russia is behaving like much more like a rational democratic republic than we are.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a really startling video that's out there on YouTube. It's something like the title is something like a 20-minute stroll, evening stroll through the streets of Moscow. And, it shows what appears to be a beautiful and normal European city filled with young people who look healthy, don't have tattoos, are not overweight, and are enjoying themselves on a summer evening in a beautiful place. It's perfectly normal.
And taking subways in beautiful subway stations.
That's not only taking subways that are beautiful, that are beautifully appointed and furnished.
Right.
And then you think about what it's like in the streets of Baltimore or San Francisco or Chicago. And, you come to some pretty strange conclusions there about who's who in this world.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. I haven't been to New York very much.
I was there
but
about a month ago.
I lived there for 3 years. Would you not be able to take the subways now without feeling pretty creeped out?
Well, they have the National Guard in there now, so it's a
Well,
little bit different.
Oh
But
shit,
but
really?
somebody just got pushed.
Multiple levels of creep out now.
Somebody just pushed a guy in front of a subway train and killed him just the other day.
Yeah, we're just
Even
but
with the National
if I
Guard
went
around.
down there, would it be a totally different world than I knew in 1977 to 80?
I think fractionally yes, but the New York City subways have been scary, ever since about 1930. I mean, it's a terrible, terrible, depressing, hellish kind of system. Just the physical design of it is ghastly. I mean, every station was originally designed in white tiles, like the hydrotherapy room in a sanitarium. It's just terrible, and the noise, it's hellish. The sparks flying off, the noise of the trains, the filth of the trains, the skeeziness of the people who live in New York City. It's like, and I grew up there, and I grew up taking the subways in the 1960s, and it was just like descending into a hell of mutts from Muttville.
Do you think that kind of the Trump Biden back and forth, and it would be crazy if Trump got back in, which would make me think more. Do you think that these are like engineered speed wobbles to get people
No,
more and more
I think they're just
willing?
happening.
Really?
Yeah, I
All
don't think
right.
that I don't think there's any godlike figure or group of
Well,
godlike
I
figures
always,
who are pulling the
I
strings.
know, I know,
Well,
no,
I think they pulled the strings in 2020 to get Biden in there.
I know, I think about 2016 though. I think
Oh,
about
yeah,
what,
okay.
and I know not
Point
everyone loves
taken.
him, but I think about what Alex Jones said, and Alex Jones is a big Trump guy. But I remember he said on Rogan after Trump got in, he was like, "How do you get the left, the historic, the left? How do you get them to rally against free speech? You put an orange man." So vice
That's right.
versa, what are they? Just to I think we're all probably a little more conservative, or at least anti-left here. But to be humble, what is Biden doing in that same vein that we are now willing to negotiate on? Just to be humble. I mean, I'm just thinking the left going against free speech, shut it down, censor. What happened to like don't trust anyone over 30, like turn on, tune in, drop out? What would be something that we would be now being like, well, how do you get the conservatives to do what? Like, what are to step outside of our own biases? What are we now for? I'm just an open
Liberty,
question. I'm asking. I don't
personal
know.
liberty.
We're for the restoration of police and law.
There you
We're
go.
playing defense, though. That's the
We're
key.
for more government power.
We're
And
playing defense. We do not
clean up
have
the cities,
ball.
roll in the
We do
National
not
Guard.
have the
Clean
Yeah, no,
this
we
shit.
do. I agree. I also agree with Dave. We do not have the ball.
No, we don't.
So
But
we're responding to everything.
I'm just,
interesting
I'm
note.
just putting that out there as like as a thought. Like, what would we be
Yeah,
more willing to
agreed.
negotiate with? Yeah, roll out the National Guard, wrap them up. What?
Here's another one, and it's a little thing that popped up this morning. It's a weird. It's going to sound like a weird diversion, but it's actually not.
It's called Morning.
We don't have those on this show, Tom.
We're very.
Biden was just turned down by Simon and Schuster for a post book deal.
Ooh.
Now I want you to understand that why that's so.
That's how they do
Because
payoff.
the book deal is the golden watch.
I
The
know.
whole publishing industry exists
Yeah.
in order to launder money to these people for a job
And
on as the gold watch.
yeah.
Biden's not getting a book deal after he leaves office. This is the biggest signal
huge.
I have
That's
gotten
crazy.
yet
That's
that
huge.
he's not going to be
Oh.
reelected in the fall.
Oh.
And that's a huge tell that he's a one and done president, and either they're going to replace him very soon now, which would be obvious, or everybody has made their peace with the fact that Trump is going to win in November.
They've got
Every day I see more and
that's
more
fucking crazy.
circumstantial evidence of the kinds of moves that tell me that that somebody's playing offense.
That's crazy. I gotta piss. That's crazy.
Well, what you actually do is you actually get the left to vote for Trump by referring to him as a squatter in the White House.
I just think that at a certain level, they know they can't cheat enough to put a Democrat in the White House again. So between now and then, they're going to make sure that Mike Johnson is neutered by continually pulling Republicans out of the majority. He's down to a 1-seat majority from the day from the day they started going after Kevin McCarthy. We've had 3 squishy Republicans removed and replaced. He's down to a 1-seat majority in the House. They're desperate to get Hakeem Jeffries in as Speaker between now and January in order to set they're on a clock, folks. They know Trump is coming back to power, and now they're going to accelerate from here. That's what I see.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Johnson had to sign off on the terrible spending bill, because he didn't have any other options. And then who the fuck immediately shows up, not Matt Gaetz or anybody else, to say, hey, we need to vacate Speaker Johnson. Marjorie fucking Taylor Greene, who was banging fucking Kevin McCarthy and is one of the fakest fucking MAGA bitches in the fucking world. Fuck that cunt.
Was she banging him?
Yes. We got body language after body language guy going during the friggin' during the whole thing. And they were absolutely, it's so clear that they were doing the thing.
You know what she did before she was
I don't trust her as far as I can throw her.
You know what she did before she was in politics?
No,
I
don't.
A personal trainer or something like that?
No, she ran a construction company. She's got more under the hood than you realize.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something about her is off. Really, really off. I think she's a snake in the garden.
Shocking. This is my shocked face.
I know. This is my smug face. Let's get the Jeremy Clarkson out. And if
are we going to get
speaker vote this summer?
I didn't like McCarthy, but I didn't know Johnson. Are we going to get through the 2024 election and realize the whole thing was all fucked up, or is there some chance that it'll look like an election?
That's a really unfair question.
No, because we knew they were playing games, right? WikiLeaks showed they were playing games. But well, you know, Kennedy's father played games. You know, they've been working the edges, but then 2020 is when it got garish, right? Mm-hmm. The question is, are we going to go back to a more normal looking election where one side is not just squealing at the top of their lungs?
Well, if you believe the Republicans, they say that they're going to accelerate their ballot harvesting operations to match the Democrats.
Is that a smart move?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
I don't know. What I'll
say
is this: I firmly believe that RFK Jr. is running as Trump's stalking horse. I think he's doing exactly what I said he should do, which is to run to the left,
take away the left, right?
To take away the center left away from Biden, to ensure that they don't have any other options. I'm now going to go pull Tom Kerrigan. I'm going to go pee. I'll be back in a minute.
Well, I think about what you just said about what's it called? Will we have a fair election? I think we will.
No, we won't have a fair election. Will it?
No, excuse me.
To be a normal election.
I perceive to be fair. I think we will if the perceived outcome of a total fraud, one way or the other. I think the military industrial complex. I think they fucking run the show, and it makes me think of the Frank Zappa quote. If it's normal, it'll be because like the big dick energy said like, yeah, we're not doing a civil war here. We still got too many inches. All of our bunkers and our penthouses are here. The illusion of freedom will continue as long as it's profitable to continue the illusion. At the point where the illusion becomes too expensive to maintain, and expensive can be expensive in any category, expensive to maintain, they will just take down the scenery. They will pull back the curtains. They will move the tables and chairs out of the way, and you will see the brick wall at the back of the theater.
I've read that quite a million times.
I know.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Now, here's something that just crossed my mind.
It will be perceived fair if some fucking whatever agency you've never heard of comes out and they're like, yeah, we're not doing that.
If they know Trump's going to win,
yeah,
a horrible click that just occurred in my skull, but Thomas probably years ahead of me, a horrible reality is that they therefore will need to get us into a war before he takes office.
Yeah. So I don't think you can understate or overstate the possibility that the country will be punch drunk from a financial catastrophe.
Right.
Well, I also believe that that we're going to have I think we need to have there's going to be a catalyst for something. Again, I've been describing this as a race. Dave, thank you for for picking up what I've been laying down for quite a while now, which is that yes, it is a race against the clock of poison pilling Trump second term as much as humanly possible and making sure that nothing goes off, that the Gantt chart that they have over Global Central, that the Microsoft project file they have over Global Central continues to proceed apace, that this is what they're doing. That's the way I see it at this point. And so, yeah, I think that there's that. The biggest question, the other race that's going on is who's going to crack first, Europe or the United States? What's the catalyst for the European markets cracking before the American market, right? And so all of these things, all of these issues that we've touched on today need to be viewed from that lens of where's capital going to flow? Is it going to flow to Europe? Well, if the ECB cuts before the Fed does, then it's going to flow to the United States. And I think that that's the game. I know nobody here has a positive view of the Fed, including myself, by the way, in the long run. But as of right now, if I'm thinking in terms of we have clear evidence of sovereigntists trying to get control of this shit show that is the United States, which is I think a fracturing political elite, right? I see fractures all across the political elite. I see fractures in the political elite in the UK and even in Europe to a lesser extent. So then the question is, can they gin up a financial crisis here in the US that forces the Fed back down before the ECB does? Now, and again, I go back to the clue I threw out earlier. Why did the SNB cut rates the other day? Which was, again, to funnel money out of Switzerland, out of the Swiss system, and back into Europe.
Because, well, I would say this, Tom, that there are,
and that's a big tell. While at the same time, the Bank of Japan, the Fed's wingman, is now getting off of yield curve control and starting to raise rates.
Yeah, the timing of all this is really amazing, isn't it?
Right.
Hey. I think
they're colluding. They're colluding.
Of course they are.
Let me get in here.
Go ahead, Jim. I'll shut up now.
Yeah, please. I think that the European public in the many European nations are more pissed off right now, more visibly pissed off than the Americans. And I think that some governments are going to fall, and there are more governments in Europe that can fall. And as they fall, I think that will be much more of a shock to the system.
Jim, thank you. That's exactly the way I see it as well. And and as you were saying that, what popped into my head is the following. Why is Europe so angry with us? Not just because we refuse to put money into Ukraine, but how much are our people helping the process along to drop a French government or a Dutch government or a Danish government or a German government or. Now, I think the Germans are immune to any kind of political change because I've gone through this with the structure of the Bundesrat and all of that stuff that I talked about in multiple previous podcasts. But France is, I think, the very big one.
And the Netherlands is still in a completely unresolved leadership situation. They've elected Wilders, and he can't govern because of the
and I saw just to that point, Jim. I saw something the other day saying the Dutch have decided Geert Wilders will not become prime minister. That the other parties have all gotten together and put the cordon sanitaire up. So again, Davos, the European Union, whatever you want to call it, that no matter what the people want, they won't get. Now, also interesting, we're seeing a farmers' protest in London. I don't know if you guys saw that. Big old friggin' the only thing I didn't notice in the minute and a half clip that I saw was there a Jeremy Clarkson on his Lamborghini tractor joining the farmers protest, right? That would have been hilarious, dude. Of like if Clarkson had, that would have been the best, right? But Clarkson unfortunately is still way too pro-European for his own goddamn good, even though Clarkson's farm is one of the most poignant things I've ever seen because of what he's actually highlighting in a very popular medium, which is the plight of the individual farmer producing food, not just in England or just in the UK, but all across Europe, all across in the United States and Canada. The whole West is under siege. Farmers are under siege.
Let me bounce a polar opposite idea past you. I'm part of that. That is, my sense is Europe wanted nothing to do with Ukraine, and the United States was bullying them, and that this shift in the United States' stance toward Ukraine, maybe under European pressure, where they're saying, look, you guys get the fuck out, then we're going to get the fuck out, and we're going to let Putin get what he has to get and end this goddamn thing, because we're going to get our asses kicked if we're not careful.
I would love for that to be the case.
You just don't believe that.
I just don't buy it. I wish, okay. Dude, I would love to place, I would love to push in with my Doyle Brunson into that pot, my 210 offsuit into that pot, but I just don't see it. I don't think Europe's holding a pair of aces here. I just don't.
To the point about
this is
to the point about how do you get the Tom? How do you get the free speech left to go against free speech? Put in Trump. I've always pointed out, I don't think it's even a unique view. It's like, Trump was like, you better take the threat of Russia seriously and where you're going to get your oil. And he also was like, we're going to get all these countries to pay their fair share of NATO. Fuck you. How do you get them to actually do it? You bring in Biden. So it's just the flip side of that coin. You have all of them gearing up for war that were laughing at Trump, saying you need to gear up for war. I think that we're probably weakening them to get them more. We're the mafia saying you need our protection. I think the big money, or whatever the fuck DARPA's NSA supercomputer, I think we're getting ready for the big one. And the big one is going to have a million little things leading up to it. I think we're saying, hey, which side are you coming on? And you don't want someone fat and happy going, I don't want to take a side. You guys, China, you guys duke it out. No, you're making everyone take a side. I think that's probably what we're doing. We're weakening.
Yeah, but the big one, Tommy, I mean, has everybody forgotten mutually assured destruction? Have we forgotten?
I'm not saying it's rational.
It's absurd.
Well,
I'm not saying it's rational.
I'm not sure that's I talk to a Canadian intel guy occasionally. And he talks to both Canadian and American intel guys, and he says that the guys sort of at his level are nervous. He says the higher up the chain you get, the more nervous they appear to be. But it's not about us versus Russia. He thinks that the conflagration is going to be some sort of us against Iran, plus who knows who else joins in.
That's another.
And he thinks that he basically said that he thinks in the next couple of years there's going to be a real hot war. So he's in agreement, but I don't think I think for Russia, it will be a proxy war.
Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, and I think that they're going to try to stay out of it as much as possible. I don't see them wanting to join an Iranian-Israeli conflict. I think that and I kind of believe that the Israelis are going to settle that as decisively as they can, as quickly as they can, and that's probably the most likely thing that's going to happen in the short term, because they're going to go in and try to clean out Hezbollah. And when they do that, we'll see what Hezbollah has got for rockets, supposedly a lot of rockets, and supposedly targeted much better than the crap that the Palestinians were sending over.
So someone help me out here and tell me how the Israel-Palestine conflict, it's being treated by most as just a standalone conflict. But how does it dovetail in with all this European, U.S., Russia shit? Where does it fit into that picture? It seems like it's got to fit in.
We're drawing a line.
Tell me how. Someone tell me.
Drawing alliances across the entire planet: Europe, Middle East, and next is going to be Taiwan.
Well, that's one. What I'm gonna let's go back to incentives. What does the UK want? What does Europe want? Those are two different questions. The answers are different things.
Right. Mm-hmm.
The UK wants to continue to have their ability to disrupt and control maritime trade around the Middle East, and control ultimately how trade flows into Europe. The Europeans want, despite everything they say publicly, they want cheap access to Middle Eastern energy. That's what the JCPOA was always about. So I think Israel has been a proxy war between Britain and the European Union, and what the American neocons aligning with British interests on this. And then they mapped to Netanyahu's opposition maps to Europe, because it was the JCPOA was designed to open up European investment into Iranian and Iraqi oil assets, right? So, but geostrategically, the British are always focused on blocking Asian integration, always. And Iran itself is, the crossroads between from north to south, from St. Petersburg to Chabahar, and from Beijing to Bandar Abbas, right? East west, north south. And so, from my perspective, Israeli politics and British politics are mirror images of each other in this fight between which one of these two power centers are going to emerge mostly unscathed and in control after everything changes. The United States is clearly, through the appointments with the State Department after Nuland, that we want to pull out of this Russia-Ukraine European theater and pivot to China, right? That leaves the Europeans scrambling. That leaves the British scrambling, because their plans locally all depend upon the Americans being their attack dogs and their maritime power and their potential military, ground-based military power and air-based military power. So, you can see that why I've come to the conclusions I've come about what's going on, and why they're freaking out, and why I don't agree with Dave's statement that I think the Europeans were always pushing us from behind into Ukraine. I think everybody's incentives lined up with kill Russia, but for different reasons. And it's failed, and now they're scrambling to try and figure out what's going on. And I think that the Israeli-Palestine conflict was a second front in this particular war.
So killing Russia, do you think the U.S.'s goal, forget about killing Russia, but just getting Putin out of there? Is that the simple?
Yeah, I mean, that maps to Anglo-European, Anglo-American issues. About wanting to, again, everybody here is trying to act in some kind of colonialist fashion. They all want what Russia has, right? And they also, and from an American's perspective, how do you weaken China? Well, you weaken Russia, and you weaken their ability to get natural resources and trade and the raw goods from the Russians and from the rest of Central Asia to flow east towards China.
That worked well, huh?
What's that?
That worked well, huh?
I mean, one could argue that the main reason the Europeans were so goddamn angry about the Donbass breaking away was because of the natural gas resources in the Sea of Azov, and the fact that all the coal and the iron deposits in Ukraine are in the Donbass. And all that has been flowing east to China for the last 10 years, not flowing west to Germany.
If you're fearing a world war coming and the whole Trump, how do you get Europe to, militarize? It kind of seems like this is almost like a vaccine. If make a small reaction, we fuck up Russia, give Ukraine a lot of money, and then we're like, I don't want to play anymore, and we can leave. But now you've got Europe, which
we can leave
geographically is right there, and they're going. You what? You can't leave. We're going. Yeah, no, you're good.
But you were supposed to end NATO and Article 5.
So then what would Europe do?
They would be able to manipulate you dumb fucking Yanks, into doing our bidding for us.
So now what is Europe going to do? They're going to have no force but to start building up war materiel. And now we have them gearing up for war.
They can't do that.
And they're also planning. They've always been planning on deprecating NATO anyway, and having the French run the new the French and the Germans run the new European military industrial complex. Moreover, here's your big tell that their plan was to take over NATO from the United States.
So the French,
who's not in charge of NATO?
The whole thing's a fantasy, though, because Europe is deindustrializing. They're going back to the 11th century at warp speed, and they're not going to have the ability to mount any kind of 21st century army.
Is this
Jim,
our
I'm
way
not
of
arguing with you,
that?
but that's why Russia was the key to all this. And now
and we picked absolutely the wrong moment in history to get pugnacious with Russia, because Russia had actually rebuilt themselves to the point that they had a pretty robust economy, and they had all of these resources, and they were obviously going to resist being fucked around with, which they
And they
have.
know how to
FYI,
suffer. They know how to
Yeah, and they know how to
suffer.
suffer.
Agreed. I agree with all that, Jim. And so the goal was, of people like Newland and all those and the MI6, CIA, K Street think tanks. Their argument was bleed Russia white, and eventually you would destabilize them. Has not worked. That's why Janet Yellen tried to put the oil price cap in place. All you can see why they did all of the things that they did. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And it didn't, and none of it worked because Putin saw the trap and just went, you know what? That's nice. I'm just going to keep doing what I do. Right.
Yeah.
And I know that I have my allies in the rest of BROPEC to help me support global oil prices and continue to raise the cost of collateral, physical collateral, with the Federal Reserve raising interest rates, making dollars expensive. Now, all of a sudden, it's our commodities, your problem, Zoltan Pozar, and our dollars, your problem, Federal Reserve. Now, that's been my thesis for a while. But going back to what I said about NATO, after Ben Wallace they put the kibosh on Ben Wallace as NATO General Secretary to replace Stoltenberg last July, who have they floated recently to take over for Stoltenberg after the year's up? Mark Rutte.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Globalist himself from the fucking Netherlands, who is not going to be prime minister, who can't be who is supposed as prime
The
minister.
guy who lost the last election.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now,
And he
I
is
have
one of the top 5 lieutenants within the European Union. And Donald Tusk was installed in Poland, and he's literally running the Davos playbook to destroy British influence over Polish politics.
Well, I think something larger is going on here, which, I think that the macro mega trend here is for the world to become a larger place, and for many, many things that are organized on the giant scale to disaggregate and break up. And all of this contradicts the fantasies of the WEF. But it also says to me that the long distance supply lines, the trade of all kinds of major resources and commodities is going to neck down and become much more localized, and that we're not going to have access to many of these things that we're now assuming are going to be the major dominoes on the game board. The whole oil industry faces all kinds of swirling dynamic problems that in one way or another are likely to make it less of a thing in our lives in the decades ahead, including depletion and simply the difficulty of moving their product in areas of the world that are very unstable.
That I will agree. That final point I will agree with. I think that the purpose of everything, a lot of what we're seeing, and that the spasm of violence that we're seeing against the infrastructure and the movement of things, I think that is still on the Gantt chart over at Global Central.
So then maybe
if we can't win the world, then you're not going to have a world either.
Maybe the lockdown was about prepping us.
Of course.
Because the
macro. Well, you say, of course, it's not that obvious.
It was to me. I'm sorry, Dave.
What if the macro?
I'm sorry.
Well, confidence is dangerous, right? I mean,
the trouble with the lockdown is that
it was my base case 3 or 4 years ago. Yes, and then it's kind of played out that way as the data has come in. But yes,
the trouble with the lockdown, I think, is that you can only run that rehearsal once. The second time, people aren't going to do it.
No. But what it did is it was a way to, under non-violent conditions, test supply chain problems.
Yes.
Well, I think what Jim
very good.
Kind of actually interesting. If the super macro farthest out trend is kind of localization, decentralization, and you could almost argue, what would if Europe's militarizing and so is Russia, then seems like someone's pulling the strings so that everything, almost nationalism, is re-rising. That does kind of seem like a counterpunch to the WEF.
And by the way, Europe's not remilitarizing; they're pretending to
Whatever it is,
remilitarize.
but what you're
That's
saying though,
different.
the localization, the
Yeah,
decentral, it does seem like, and that is the antithesis of the WEF.
yeah.
Now, is it
Well,
natural or planned? It doesn't really matter.
again, I'm not arguing that this is a good plan. Okay. But you can see what the plan is. And the plan is, and to Jim's point, yes, they don't have the money. Well, they actually do if they can figure out a way to default on their debt, issue permanent bonds, default on the actual debt obligations they don't have to pay back, and then reissue a new currency with euro bonds issued through the European Commission to pay for the militarization, because they come out with a clean balance sheet, but a terrible. It's like a company that has, that defaults on its debt, declares bankruptcy, and then has a clean balance sheet but terrible credit. Okay? But if the European Union as a political entity has the confidence of the capital markets, then they will be able to make this shift. And that's why you see every moment, every instance of political disagreement within Europe beaten down with the fucking banhammer, like you wouldn't fucking believe. Like,
so I have a hard
it's
stop.
because they're trying to assure the capital markets that they are in control, so that when they go to this round, they won't have to issue debt at 15 fucking percent in order to do this. They want to issue this debt at 3%, 4%.
I have to go, but what I want to say is,
me too.
Cheers, gentlemen.
Cheers. Thank you. So yeah, I have to wrap it up to have another show in a couple minutes. Guys, thank you so much for all of your times. That was, as always, I thoroughly enjoyed. Guys, please go in the description. You can find the links to all of their podcasts and Patreons and websites and Twitters and all that good shit. And yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think Jim's running it all. I think Jim is the front man for the Jews, and
Oh yeah.
thank you for allowing us to stay alive, Jim.
Super Jew.
We will be your court jesters.
Shalom, baby.
All right, guys. Much love. Till next time. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. Take care. God bless. Peace. And guys, real quick, if you're watching, you like this show, please go to the description. American Heart for Gold. Please text Tommy to 65532. Get yourself a chunk of silver for World War III. But legitimately, they sponsor the show to a pretty tune. And if you like the shows, if you like the unholy shows that I do with Doctors or Delta Force or with the bald ones, please go support the show. Or you can go to the description, go get some merch, go to the locals, go to the Patreon. There's Cash App. There's PayPal. There's you can super chat during the Rumble live streams. You can become a monthly supporter on Rumble, or you can go get any of my graphic designs and the merch, the art prints, and all the Heaven's Harvest prepper food. Go use the link in the description. Prismatic home battery systems. Go use the link in the description. Get 10% off. It's all bullion, prepper food, home battery systems. It's all geared around World War III, and they all support the show. And the off chance there is no war and you live to a ripe old age, go to the wellness company. You can use the link in the description, get all your vitamins and supplements so that you can live a long, healthy life. But I got to wrap this up because I have another show in 2 minutes. Thank you so much for watching, everybody. God bless. Much love. Peace. And we are recording on Thursday, D-Day, 80th anniversary. Shout out to my late great uncle Rich, 18 years old, was on D-Day. I figure you gotta give credit where credit's due. So I'm allowed to have a joke of a life like this because men like that had much bigger balls than all of us combined. So that's about the only moment of sincerity in this whole show. Followed up by that beautiful tribute to Dave's first words to me. It looks like I'm growing a pussy on my face. So that's the energy we're starting on today. My friend Don's is a GWAT vet, and he came in my video game stream last night and said, "Have you been eating ass because you have a skid mark on your face?" So when people ask why I don't grow facial hair, this is why. So but other than that, it's the bald ones.
I think your friends are a self-selected group.
Yeah, no, I think
based on the comments you're getting, you are a dirtball magnet.
Apparently, I am. No, I like keeping friends with mostly military guys because there's nothing, they don't give a shit. They don't care about anything,
and they know shit that some of us don't know.
Well, also then there's just kind of they know when to care and when not to care. But to kind of, I was just thinking, like, so if today's the 80th anniversary of D-Day. And so next August would be the 80th of VJ Day, right? Victory, and then spring would be VE Day. And they're doing all these 80th anniversary things in Normandy right now. Tons of they're flying the old planes, and I was just thinking, and I don't know, maybe I've just seen too many like movies, but like, man, I wonder if they're gonna like move a bunch of armament as like an 80th year display, and really it's like it's just a cover for us to have like 9 aircraft carriers in Japan really close to Taiwan next summer. I don't know if I've just been watching too much. I was just thinking about it earlier. I was like, that would kind of be hardcore if that's what they did. But
Our
Well, the
government
road,
could do just about anything stupid right now at this point.
yeah.
they're getting so bad. I'm not sure they can do stupid things anymore. Their confidence levels dropping below the do anything. One of the Roman generals, the Roman legions really were amazing because they were so standardized that you could take someone from any unit and put them in a new unit and they knew what to do. But these guys marched back and forth and did all these exercises for months with the opposing team across the river. And then all of a sudden they just ran across the river and destroyed
That's what I'm
them.
saying.
That's what that's
like,
right.
They can't.
I don't think we're going to do that to, for example, Russia. I don't think that ain't going to be happening.
Well, no, that wouldn't
No,
work because
no.
we would have to do some sort of weird celebration of our allies. But I mean, why wouldn't they do it in like Japan or something? Then at the when the unconditional
Who's
surrender,
they?
the United States.
That is
Do
the
it in
question of the,
Japan?
that's the question of
Well,
the decade,
so
Jim. Who's they?
next summer would be next
Okay.
summer would be the 80th year anniversary, right? So
So
August
why
6th.
would we invade Japan?
No, no, no. I'm just saying to cover. So one of the hardest things is how do you move war material in an age of
Hmm.
satellites? You can't. No,
Right.
everyone
Yeah.
can see. How would you do? It's the 80th. Next summer would be the 80th anniversary. That general region, the Pacific. How would you cover? If you just send 10 aircraft carrier strike groups over there, you see them the second they depart. Versus they're there with a bunch of the red, white, and blue, and everyone's there in ceremony like they're doing right now in Normandy today. But they're flying
Right.
all the old planes and stuff over, but they still have new ships there. I was just it's a stupid thought, but I was just thinking like, how would you move something in an age of satellites when you cannot hide moving things?
Tommy, I think that's sort of beside the point. Those carrier groups are obsolete.
I know that.
Our adversaries have hypersonic missiles that can just blow up the entire Pacific Fleet and then some instantly. Within a
Okay,
few minutes.
okay,
It's
sure, you could blow them
insane.
up, but how would you cover even just if you moved things over to
Well, why
Japan?
move them there in the first place if you know that they're just sitting ducks,
Use
which is
them
what
as
they are.
vessels to move. Like an 18-wheeler can move shit. You can blow up the 18-wheeler, but once you've moved everything, if you have to
Well,
hide something that's impossible to hide,
what are you proposing that they might
to
move?
go a massive armament, troops,
Yeah,
so
forget
everything
about it.
to Taiwan or Japan or in that region. How yes, they'll sink them. They'll sink them once war kicks off, but they are still moving runways that you can use to move a bunch of stuff over, get it
Mhm.
off. How would you hide the thing that you can't hide? You'd put it right out in everyone's face.
Let's back up for a second. I don't, and let's remember that going after U.S. aircraft carriers is part of our nuclear doctrine.
Yes, well, that's it.
Let's just stop the whole bullshit.
Yeah.
Like if we move them into place, and yes, our enemies have missiles that are carrier killers. We're in a different world. It won't matter at that point. Then
Yeah,
the material
yeah.
we would be moving into place would be anti-radiation meds.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I refuse to buy sodium iodide. I'm not going that far.
Yeah,
Well,
it
all
doesn't,
of these
and it doesn't
scenarios
really
go to
matter because
Endgame.
I don't think iodine actually protects against the cancers that would come from that kind of fallout anyway, and we're all too old for that. We're all too old for that as well.
Or for that matter, 10,000 degrees in your face.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's always that whole weather forecast. I have the picture of a weather forecast for Alderaan. Sunny in the 70s and then 10,000 degrees and nothing, right?
Right.
Yeah. No,
Right.
I have a
5-day forecast for Alderaan.
I have a functioning gun and some liquor. Yeah, that's my nuclear war plan. But
So, I got a tweet sent to me from a guy named Brendan Ike that was put out by a guy named Will Schreiber on Twitter. Do you guys know Will Schreiber? I don't know who he is. He seems to know a fuck ton of stuff. He seems very good to me. I've had guys who I know a fuck ton of stuff say it turns out that he's very, very good. And he says there is a carrier that has not been seen for a long time,
Eisenhower.
the Eisenhower.
Yeah.
And that he thinks that they might have gotten seriously hit.
Yeah.
And that they can't bring it back through some strait because then it will be spotted and that will become downloaded on Twitter.
My buddy Ashton
Well,
Forbes.
it's funny. It's funny, Dave. Yeah, it's funny. I earlier in the week when I heard the story about the Houthis claiming that they hit the Eisenhower.
Oh, they did claim that?
I think
Oh,
somebody
there's-
claimed, or
they
somebody
did.
claimed that the Houthis hit the Eisenhower. I saw this earlier.
That's a plot.
It was on Zero Hedge. It was all over the place. And my
they're
first
a bunch of
was,
commie dogs, though. So
yeah. My first thought on that was, yeah, if you're trying to create an orgy of evidence that the United States is spiraling out of control, then you want a, I don't know, false flag event, then you spin that one up. That to me just feels like counterintelligence. It doesn't feel like the Houthis.
Wait a minute, who's ours?
Yes.
Okay.
Like we're clearly itching for casus belli here.
Mm-hmm.
And like we're getting prepared for an orgy of evidence that something terrible is going to occur. And this is the thing. I think, Tommy's onto something in fact that they're trying to move material into place. And, but again, the stuff keeps getting leaked in such a way that it gets seen on Zero Hedge across the entire alternative commentary space. So now you have to ask yourself how much of that is chum for us to chew over as opposed to it being real.
Yeah.
Well, if they put it on Zero Hedge, a place like that, then it means that they want it to finally get out about 6 months later.
In the mainstream press, right?
That's right. So Zero Hedge is where you put it, and then it simmers in the crock pot for 6 months, and then they come out and do it, and then Zero Hedge posts a link saying, "Oh, by the way, we said this 6 months ago."
Right, we said this 6 months ago.
My buddy Ashton Forbes he's got like 150,000 followers on Twitter. He's the guy that does the whole MH370 and it's orbs and DARPA tech and all that stuff. But he tweeted on I think it was Friday or Saturday. He was like, a source of mine says the USS Eisenhower was sunk. And I texted him. He's like, I'm just saying it's from like a reliable guy. And then like 5 hours later, he retracted it and said like, yeah, I jumped too soon. Like I knew there's a chance of this. Like I apologize. And then he started getting attacked by these like news agencies that were like, you're a fearmonger. And then later that night, the Navy came out and said like, well, we were shot at by the Houthis several times today. And we shot them all down with like, I don't know, Aegis phalanx, all the armament you'd expect. But that alone is weird. That just in a course of 6 hours went from like, oh, dude, you're crazy to, well, no, it did happen. It didn't get sunk, but it did happen. And then it was, and then it was the I guess the admiral or the captain of the Eisenhower posted a picture and said everything's fine. He posted a video of a plane landing, but somebody pointed at it and they're like, there was like a date on it, and they're like, that was March of this year. And then like again, so like a couple hours later, turns out it's like, well, the Houthis actually did make 2 attempts at us. So they went from like nothing's happened to posting a video that was from months ago to there was 1 attempt to actually there was 2. And when they said that there was 1 attempt, at that point there had already been 2 attempts. So it's like very quickly it started coming out of like, you're insane to like, all right, granted, the Eisenhower was hit. And it's like, that's a crazy shift in 12 hours.
This reminds me, I don't want to change the subject, but the analogy goes there. And that is, it reminds me when Hamas hit Israel. Within 10 minutes, our lieutenant colonels, that is the talking point rank, best I can tell, lieutenant colonels, all parade across mainstream media explaining how Israel blew it. And I'm going, it happened within the last 5 hours, and you guys are explaining what went wrong. So Ellsberg in his book I think it's called Secrets, says that when he had top security clearance and he was in the basement of the Pentagon or something, and some guy would run in the door and say, such and such just got downed over such and such a bizarre place. We need a story. We need 5 of them. And so they brainstormed together 5 bullshit plots. Some guy'd run back in and take them. And he said, we would watch the news that night to see which one they chose.
Right.
I guarantee you that's all automated right now.
on that same point, we have, and to the point earlier I was trying to make, and I kind of blew it because I knew I had a thing in my head I wanted to talk about with relative to the Eisenhower and the timing. It's just the following. If you wanted to create the narrative that you're trying to get Iran to go off sides, Raisi was killed a couple of weeks ago. Over the weekend, another IRGC general, not necessarily the guy who took over for Soleimani, but one of the top generals in the IRGC was killed. So clearly, we've tried to we tried to get the Russians to go on tilt and go offside, and they wouldn't do it. So now we're going to go after the Persians. So how else do you want to continue to sell this narrative than to have the Persians, proxies, the Houthis go off the reservation and attack an American aircraft carrier and wound it and put out just enough information to let everybody think that it's been wounded and that they're more powerful than they are because everything's getting ready for the next big thing. Like this to me screams chum from the intelligence.
That's
what this screams.
I'm with you 1,000%.
Because there's no nukes flying. That's
the next big thing. What is the next big thing? Give me
the
an
next big
example.
thing is that we're going to move NATO troops directly into Ukraine.
Oh, that's such a bad fucking idea.
Well,
I know it is.
For the record, nothing we're proposing here is a good idea. It's an objective observation.
Well,
we're watching like
this is just. I'm just observing the.
No, it's all awful.
You growing a
what cards they're
vagina
dropping
on
on the
your face
table
is a good idea.
Dave, I'm gonna fall fucking.
Well, hey, the latest. It seems to me the latest thing that happened was that we threw some missiles at Russia's early warning systems units inside their country. That's going to piss them off. And, you know, the chatter that I hear is that if Russia does anything kind of immediately, it'll be a very direct rocket attack on government offices in Kiev. And that'll be it for now. I mean, you know, they don't want to invoke the Article 5 protection clause of NATO, which says that an attack on one country is an attack on all, and all must respond. I don't see any prospect that the Europeans can really marshal a meaningful number of troops. It's all symbolism, and it's stupid symbolism, because it really only gives the Russians more to complain about. And, you know, there's a lot of chatter about flying American warplanes into Russia, which would require really NATO or American pilots because the Ukrainians haven't had enough training.
Let me ask you this. Are we flying the drones?
Yes.
We pretend.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, but we pretend like we're providing coordinates, like there's some dotted line above that you can't cross. We are flying the drones.
The
right?
Ukrainians are flying them in the same sense the kid with the plastic steering wheel is driving.
I imagine they're out there.
That's right, in the shopping cart.
Yeah.
You know, they're out there in vans with all of this tracking equipment, and they're moving around Ukraine and coordinating all of the satellite targeting.
They have some Ukrainian guy who they say, okay, now pull that red switch right there.
Well,
they have a guy in Nevada piping it into a van in Ukraine. So if Russia's SIGINT or ELINT people find the van, they go, it's coming from the van. But the van's got it up.
But there really is there isn't even a thin wall between us and bombing sites in Russia at this point, right?
No.
Right?
If they do take out government offices in Kiev, you know, they're going to take out the government. And then there will be no government there, and then you know, Ukraine will have a serious problem. They're going to have to.
It's like the Chinese. It's like the Chinese
wall. I
think
they already have a
serious
problem. Right? Just for the record, I think Ukraine already has a serious problem.
Sorry about that.
So speaking of serious problems, one, this wall between us, like the Chinese wall between investment and commercial bank sides of the.
You fucking racist!
Defense.
You fucking racist!
So
here's
that.
Really?
Me?
I heard
never.
homophobia.
Ruskies to the left of me, Chinks to the right. Here I am stuck in the middle with you. Now that being said,
homophobia is what I heard.
Now being said, wait, let us talk about Russia's response to all of this. Medvedev, he's their drunk attack dog. Yesterday, quote from Joaquin Flores on his. I'm going to read you part of what Medvedev just wrote about this. So yesterday, for the first time, the president of Russia allowed our weapons to be sent to regions that are at war with states that supplied weapons to Ukraine. Or rather, they use these weapons in our country. In other words, those forces that are in conflict with America and NATO countries. This is a very significant change to our foreign policy. After all, as the Yankees and their European slobbering dogs argue, we have the right to transfer any weapon to Ukraine, that is, to our country's enemy, and other countries are not allowed to help Russia. In other words, we will destroy you in all possible ways, but no one should dare to supply Russians with weapons and equipment or other material to protect their country. Now, let the United States and the allies feel the direct use of Russian weapons by third parties. This is now real. Medvedev is not, he may be overstating all of this because that's what he does, but every day the escalation continues.
Who are the third parties he's referring to?
France.
Well, it's going to be Syria. It'll be Iran. It'll be
those third parties.
Yes.
And then those parties have
Libya and others. So
Lebanon.
What are they really capable of doing?
Lebanon. Well, if you believe in the efficacy of Russian weaponry, which the Russians have held back in many ways from being out into the world, then they're going to change the way they're going to distribute that. Whether this is just an official change or of an unofficial policy that's already been in place or not, that's up to you to decide. But the Russians are now literally taking the last of the veneer off the coating. This is now a global war.
Well, I think they put it a little more succinctly the other day. I think it was Putin himself who said, remember that you people in Western Europe live in very highly concentrated population areas, and
Yes.
Just consider that when you start heaving stuff over here. So
because
it's a one nuke per population. Probably.
I was going to say this is shorthand for fucking stop it or we nuke London.
Yeah.
Well, you remember,
boom goes London.
Boom. If any city in Europe is going to get bombed, it's either going to be London or Brussels, because that's where the biggest nest of vipers are.
Uh-huh.
Did you? There was a story last week that I only picked up shards, and I can't even remember the details. But supposedly, I thought it was the French who said they were going to do something, and supposedly some Russian diplomat walked into the consulate there or whatever, walked out 15 minutes later, and the French said, on second thought, no, we're not.
Yeah.
That was at Putin's inauguration, and the French ambassador was summoned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Lavros, and he walked in. And Macron had said one thing. He walked out 15 minutes later, and France isn't sending troops to Russia. Never mind.
I think he must have said, "Look, we're going to drop a nuke right on your fucking head."
I think they just showed him the blast range of like a 500 kiloton weapon. They're just like, yeah,
and said,
there you go.
So how much of this is the USA just making faces?
A lot of it.
I don't know.
It just seems to be
that's
utter
scary,
idiocy.
Right? That's like a bar fight.
Yeah.
There are a couple of guys are puffing up their chests, and you go, well, they're just a couple of roosters. But, the chance of some teeth getting knocked out gets pretty high pretty fast.
Well, and it gets pulled in.
Especially when there's alcohol involved. And,
Yeah. Well, then
we are talking about Russians after all.
Yeah. But then everyone in the bar gets pulled.
They don't drink.
They don't drink.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
you called Medvedev a drunk, and I was about to say, how do you know? And I go, he's Russian, you moron.
He's Russian, exactly.
That's definitely what's happening, though. Is it's neither side's backing down, which is, I mean, the most predictable thing ever. I guess we're just gonna see how much of a deterrence nuclear mutual assured destruction is.
So my guess that this is not going to finish this way. That the reality of the situation is that Russia has the Ukrainian situation under control.
Totally.
They are rolling it. They are rolling to the conclusion. They're going to try to conclude it as rationally as possible. They are going to have to manage the humiliation of the West and NATO. And I think they're going to successfully do it. And all of this face making and jumping up and down, going woo, woo, woo by Washington and Brussels and Macron and everybody else is just a lot of mummery. And we really can't. The West cannot process the idea that Vladimir Putin is an able manager of his own sovereign nation, and that he is actually making probably the most realistically prudent moves on the game board, and that everybody in our sphere looks like a madman, a senile idiot, or a moron.
A year or
And
two
that's
ago,
part- and
I
that's-
did a Twitter poll and I said which leader is acting most in the best interest of their own country, and I gave Putin, Biden, Macron, and Trudeau, I think, and Putin got 71% of the votes.
Mhm.
Twitter knows that Putin
Yes.
is the most responsible.
And I'd go
leader.
further, and I'd say that he's not just an able manager of his own
He's skillful.
nation. He's not just that. He is actually trying to maintain the stability of civilization in
Right.
in
I agree
modern
100%.
times, and not
agree.
have it go savage, and not have it go back to the 12th century.
Did you guys hear
yeah.
Jeff Sachs get interviewed by Tucker Carlson?
Yeah.
It was phenomenal. And I
Yeah.
spent 2 hours on the phone yesterday with Steve Hanke, in part talking about Jeff Sachs, actually. And these guys cross paths a lot. I'm not even sure they get along perfectly, but these are the guys who always get called in when there's a problem in some banana republic. And
Yeah.
and the Sachs interview for listeners was phenomenal. And you gotta admit, the hair on your arms was standing up when he talked about how he was sitting across the table from Yeltsin. And the phone rings and he goes to the next room. He comes back. He says, who's in the next room? And the answer is, Sachs says no. And he says, the generals. They just voted to dissolve the Soviet Union. I get goosebumps just telling that story again.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
What an amazing moment in history. Sachs was the first Westerner to be told the Soviet Union had just died.
What I'd like to know is, what did he do for the next half hour after that?
I don't know. Clean his underwear. I don't know.
Put in a few
Sachs
calls
admitted
to DC.
Yeah,
No,
I was gonna say
Sachs,
stock
I
exchange.
believe, is sincere, and I believe I referred to him as naive, and I regret the term because it makes him sound stupid. Sachs, I think, has a default setting of believing people when they say shit to him.
Mhm.
And he's talking to a bunch of pathological liars. So that's
Mhm.
that's a blind spot. But then he figures it out. And he said, look, when Russia, when the wall fell and the Soviet Union fell apart, he told the Ruskies, look, the U.S. will come and help you. I think there was even reference to the Marshall Plan. I'd heard this years ago, but I didn't realize that it was said to be wrong. And I think the reason it was wrong is because the Marshall Plan existed because the Soviet Union existed. And as a consequence of the Soviet Union, no need for a Marshall Plan. But he pointed out in that interview that we explicitly helped everyone but the Russians. We let them swing in the breeze. And
Well, no,
we
Jeffrey
just fucked
Sachs,
that up.
the part that Jeffrey left out is that, he was back in Russia in the period after the Soviet Union fell, and he assisted the various oligarchs in the asset stripping of the
Oh, is that right?
Soviet. Of course he did.
Oh, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
No, I don't think that he necessarily did it out of malevolence.
So that would be Bill Browder, but yeah.
It
That
may
would
have
be
been.
Bill Browder. That would Bill. There's a sweetheart.
I missed that. What?
Did I go there? I said
Bill
that would be Bill Browder.
Browder
Maliciousness, that would be
helped
Bill
strip
Browder.
Bill Browder helped strip.
Oh,
mine
Bill
Russia.
Browder.
Yes.
Yeah, Bill Browder, the American communist.
Yes.
Bill
Turned-
Browder, the
turned,
MI6 asset. Let's not even
Turned
get
capitalist.
Oh, is
let's
that
not
right?
mince words
Is
here.
that right?
Yeah,
I didn't know that. I
absolutely.
didn't know that.
Absolutely.
Well, in any
I just-
case, Jeffrey Sachs helped a great many people in Russia maneuver around to secure the wealth, the remaining industrial wealth of Russia and their infrastructure, turn themselves into billionaires. And then he walked away from that. And Tucker did not ask him to explain that.
Yeah.
But he has, for the most part, been a voice of reason.
Well, he's flipped.
He-
Obviously, he sees what's going on. He realizes the danger of our idiocy and our madness, and he's trying to stop it. And he's
But he fought
sadly
it during
a lone
2022,
voice.
though.
What?
He fought
Yeah.
it during 2022. This is not revisionist history. All through 2022, Sachs was outspoken against the war.
No, he has, and he's been on with our friends over at the Duran many times, trying to help this. And it's clear that he's now either honest. It's again, it all depends on how generous or cynical you want to be. He's either a man who realizes his past mistakes and is looking for a path to, fixing those past mistakes, or he's someone cynically trying to buff up his legacy on the back end. And for Sachs, I think you can be more generous for a guy like Chris Cuomo, who's now doing the fucking tour to try and make himself look like he didn't want to fucking kill every grandma in the fucking room. Guy. Oh,
you saw the Patrick Bet-David debate with oh my God. Now, here's what I will say about Cuomo. We just topped rails here. I thought he did the best he could possibly do given the circumstances. And that is, I thought he did a good job of bullshitting his way. I'm still actually only half done. But I thought his ability to bullshit and lie and do the various things that he had to do to cover his ass, I thought he did as good a job as you could. I'm not a critic of KJP. And the reason is because there's this woman who I don't think is the sharpest bulb in the deck. But she's being asked to defend an administration for which there is no defense.
Right. Yeah.
So you can't say
it's
she's
pathetic.
an idiot.
It's just more pathetic than anything else.
That's right. They need Kayleigh McEnany in there. If she was the press secretary, she could defend anybody. She could
look at the end of the day. Whatever her name is, KGP.
Karine
there you go, Karine Muppet Head. Dude, I'm sorry, she just looks like a short, dark version of Beaker from the Muppet Show. But
she looks like the mop that they use to clean up the commissary in the
at a certain point you just say to yourself, "Oh, honey, it's just
the corners of your living room,
honey. It's just a fucking job." And at some point you have to look yourself in the mirror. And I guess you look back in the mirror and you see a clown. So that's what you see, and there it is.
Getting back to Jeffrey Sachs. Getting back to Jeffrey Sachs. This raises the question: why are there no other people of what used to be known as, quote, standing, who will come out against this idiotic American behavior, the behavior of our country?
I think they exist. I think the problem is they're drowned out by the opposing team. It's just the noise. It's just the noise. When I wrote about it in 2022, I assembled all the people that I thought were trying to really get I had about 50 names. So they're really out there. I think Glenn Greenwald was out there. Gonzalo Lira, who I think was a lightweight right until he got himself killed. And then he became a more important figure. He became the George Floyd of the Ukraine war. And he live tweeted his own death.
Yeah, really?
Well, almost.
He did. He basically was tweeting about how he was trying to escape, and they caught him. Right?
Yeah.
That's pretty stupid. I thought
he wasn't tweeting; he was broadcasting videos about it.
But I thought he
was saying, "I'm going to get myself a motorcycle, and I'm going to drive to the Hungarian border or the Moldavian border, and I'm going to try to find a way to get across through the forest."
I assumed he
went west as opposed to east. That was his problem.
I thought he filmed it, got out, and then used that to pretend like he was live recording his escape. And but then he got killed. I'm going, well, apparently not.
Well, he was in jail for many months before they killed him.
Right.
So there was quite a span.
We did nothing. We did nothing to get him out. One phone call could have got him out. One phone call could have gotten him out.
Yeah.
We could have just said, to Zelensky, look, we're cutting off your billions of grift. Unless you let him out. Let him out. This is stupid. We didn't do it. Why? Because we wanted him dead.
So, are the Russians going to just roll on and roll through and tie this up with a neat bow and say, fuck you, NATO, fuck you, USA, this is over?
I like your theory that they're kind of above it all.
I think what they're ultimately going to do is continue to do what they're doing, which is grind it out bit by bit. They are now in a low risk manpower position, and they're going to continue to do that as long as they can take territory. So every every small stronghold, every couple of square miles. They're just going to continue to walk their way across the Dnieper River in the Donbass, and they're going to move, and they're going to continue to force the Ukrainians to play whack-a-mole. So
and the Ukrainians have nothing
then they'll
left.
come in from the north, and they'll come in from the south, and they'll keep forcing the Ukrainians to do what they need to do. And then
but we know now that the Ukrainians have nothing left. They have no manpower. They're not getting the artillery they need. You know, that's why we're seeing all of this noise around NATO and Washington about, you know, sending in European troops and sending missiles into Russia and blah, blah, blah. If the Ukrainians had anything left, we wouldn't be doing this.
Right.
I actually don't think.
So it seems to me the Russians
Jim,
can roll over before August and finish this.
But I don't think the Russians want to do that. They would be better for them to just continue to conserve, take as much territory as possible with as little risk as possible, because they know that the next move is going to be NATO coming in, and that look. It's like everything else. You're dealing with people who are thinking 2 or 3 moves ahead here. Because if they make the big push, then it's only going to embolden a bigger response from the West.
Yeah, but the longer they drag it out, the more room there is for this lunatic West to make some miscalculation and you know, start a world-ending conflict. So I don't see that as being necessarily wise or prudent or in their interest. I think their interest would be to roll it up as quickly and efficiently as possible, and not give NATO or the US any more reason to be fucking around in there.
Get it below the fold.
Or you're waiting for, or they're better. Like they may not have an option here. I agree with you, Jim. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to throw the counter, you know, scenario from the way the Russians would think about this. Because I think, yes, if they have the ability to do that, then they would be well served by that. But at the same time, there's another theater here, and the other theater is that we're dealing with the real reason why we're pushing for a wider conflict, and that is that the financial markets are the real weak point here. They need a cover story in the West for a collapse of the Western financial markets. That is ultimate. I agree with Martin Armstrong on this. That is what's going on here. And so no matter what Russia does, that's not going to change. Okay. And it doesn't matter if they roll it up slowly or they roll it up quickly. It doesn't matter, because whatever happens in the chaos of a large scale conflict, where say the Russians move 300,000 troops across the border from Belarus and make another flash strike on Kiev and take Kharkov and all the rest of it. Let's just blow that out there. Whether it's real, whether it's possible or not is irrelevant. Let's just say that that's the scenario. Well, that's going to evoke the response from NATO. It's going to create chaos. It's going to create the opportunity for multiple false flag operations in order to get the wider conflict that they want. The better thing in the long run, Putin's best asset is not his military. It's not his economic strength. It's not his political or social cohesion at home. It's grinding this thing out until the West finally says, the people finally say, that's enough. No fucking more. You want us to go to war for you? No. And we're not quite at that moment yet.
I once heard diplomacy was the act of giving your opponents an exit. Yeah. So the grind out model, in some sense, would allow the West to just kind of forget about Ukraine.
Yeah, you're giving.
We know, of course, the architects of this do not want under any circumstances.
Who are the architects?
The Newlandistas / MI, the old British McKinderists and the old European money that are the ones that are really fomenting this. I do not believe that this is a U.S. quote unquote led operation. I believe that we have factions within the American government and the American intelligence services and the MIC that want this. Yes. And there are others that do not.
Wouldn't you say that this is destabilizing European populations?
Absolutely it is. Absolutely.
That they're liable to
I think it all backfires on them. And
they're liable to act before anybody in the United States.
That's why we should talk about the European parliamentary elections this weekend.
All right.
Because I think
couldn't get more exciting than that.
It's boring as shit.
But hold on, but real quick, I agree with what Jim was saying. I think they're above it, but I think that I think you and Tom are both right. I think they're so above it that they don't need to wrap it up. They're like, hey, I mean, if they pull up Dave Collins' Twitter, they go 71% of people. That wasn't the case 5 years ago. It was Russia's still fucked up. They're not as bad as the left makes them out to be, but it's still the Soviet Union. Versus, people now like, man, Moscow doesn't look too bad. Like, look at those subways, and it's just making the U.S. look worse and worse and worse. If they are so above it, if they do have such an ability to just end it whenever, they're probably looking.
Have you seen those videos of the streets of Moscow on a Friday evening in the summertime?
That's what I mean. They're looking. They're going.
All these healthy-looking people, beautiful women, well-dressed,
but really, in a world,
people,
in a world of information,
orderly streets.
I didn't notice the women.
Hold on,
Jim.
But in a world of information warfare,
you're just saying that for your wife.
In a world of information warfare, Russia's probably looking at this, going like, "This is the best propaganda money can buy," and the Americans are footing it. They're going, fuck it. Just let it run.
I mean, imagine doing a video of going down, one of the main boulevards of Detroit on a Friday evening.
You'd be in an MRAP with a hazmat suit, like keep it like good. But that's what I'm saying. And then they probably have different like exit markers.
Forget Detroit,
where they're like
New York City.
Well, there you go. Sure.
I would imagine Russia probably has different markers. They'll go, let's keep it running, and then if X, Y, or Z happens, okay, we'll wrap it up. But right now, I think they're going like, just let it keep going. I think just let it simmer.
So they have a 20-point lead, 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and they're like, put in the new kid, and if he fucks it up, we'll wrap it up. But I think they're just watching it, like, why not? Why not? So I don't know. But Tom, what were you segueing into?
Yeah, the European parliamentary elections. How orderly are they going to be?
I don't know.
Orderly as ours.
Well, what I'll say is this. I really didn't think that they were going to be a big event this year, to be honest with you. Because, of course, we know that the European Parliament is not a legislative body, but they do get to pick one of the 3 European Union presidents. The ruling coalition within the European Parliament gets to choose the president of the European Parliament, remember, there's 3 presidents, and one of them is nominally the people's representative. And what's clearly obvious is that there's a massive anti-populist campaign going on across, especially AfD in Germany. And now we're just now into Antifa stabbing AfD politicians on the streets of like Mannheim and Berlin and whatnot. So look, they're doing everything imaginable to tell everybody, don't create a coalition of populist center right, which you would include AfD, and nominally you're supposed to then to say Marine Le Pen in France and Meloni in Italy. Guess what? They have rejected AfD as a bunch of fascists. You know goddamn well that manila envelopes hit their fucking desks to say that. So this whole thing is, so I'm not saying that they're so scared. What bothers me is that these people are that scared of this fractious center-right potential populist wave within the European Union that it could sway the European parliamentary elections, and they're that worried about this.
I think it could meld into an effective opposition very quickly.
I agree, and I think that that's what they're trying to nip in the bud desperately. And I also think that that's part of the reason why the European Central Bank cut interest rates this morning.
They did?
Okay, because they're worried to death that the fucking banks are going to seize up, because I'm seeing multiple instances of what look to me like real credit stress and real currency stress within the European Union. I recorded a podcast with Vince Lanci last night talking about this. I haven't put it out yet, but this has been my thesis all for the last 2 weeks running. I'm like, why is the ECB pre-announcing this rate cut when they haven't gotten inflation under control? Like, what's going on here? Lagarde has run out of other people's money to manage the European bond market and the European banking system.
Mm-hmm.
She's run out of other central banks to help her out, to prop up the euro and to prop up German bunds. And Powell refuses to cut rates. Mm-hmm. So the entire narrative, we're starting to needle scratch now of a narrative shift to recession in the United States. Not that it's wrong, but notice the narrative has shifted. The United States is out of control politically. The United States is out of control legally. We're now indicting Donald Trump for a ham sandwich, folks, or convicting Donald Trump of eating a ham sandwich for all intents and purposes. I guess because they think he's Jewish and it was Saturday. I just don't understand anymore. Like, it doesn't matter. It's the full court press to tell you that the United States is fucked and Europe isn't. And it's all about this. And then if they can get through the European parliamentary elections with European political stability intact, then they have that as well. Remember, the EU never shows weakness. It is always the EU is eternal, the EU is eternal, the EU is eternal, the EU is eternal. It doesn't matter if it's true or not. They just repeat the big lie over and over and over again. Trump's a convicted felon, Trump's a convicted felon, Trump's a convicted felon, Trump's a convicted felon. Like, this is the way they approach all of this. It's MOP, management of perspective politics. That's all this is. And at the same time, they're trying to activate every goddamn agent they have within the American political and power apparatus to get us involved in a land war in Eastern Europe, to bankrupt us, and to help. And while Biden is going to shift to, literally, Biden is trying to shift to the pro-peace plan by backing Palestine, by bring Israel into it. It all fits with the narrative that they're trying to construct. They're trying to construct the narrative that the United States is out of control. They're preparing to steal the election. They're preparing to put Trump in jail if necessary. They're preparing to all of this clown world shit. Meanwhile, they get to look like the insouciant, wise, and stoic leaders of the free fucking world.
What is the narrative in our country?
A goddamn minute of it. These people are just fucking evil, goddamn colonial communists.
I don't give a shit what the Euro wankers do.
What is the
either?
By the way, Tom, have you tried decaf?
Yes, I'm drinking decaf right now. As a matter of fact,
put some caffeine in that. No, I want more.
Tom, what is the narrative in our country?
Redline it, burn out, flame out the engines. I want to see you go full Boeing 737. Let's do it.
Dave, I can take this even farther. I think they're setting up President Trump to pull us out of NATO and the UN so that they can actually get their global government. Like, don't even really get me started.
I think we should take flying lessons down in Florida and then get on a couple of jumbo jets and do our thing.
What, learn how to take off and not land?
Yeah, exactly.
Mr. Garrett, step over.
Oh my God,
Tommy, you're going to be the first guy to get booted off Rumble.
Actually, I'm in Portland. I'm like a mile from where Muhammad Atta actually boarded the plane and went to Boston. So,
oh really?
Yeah, that was
You guys tight? Did you do a podcast with him? My wife has finally figured out if she wants to have a chat with me. She just says, "Dave, can we do a podcast?"
Fair enough. But I mean, on to kind of frame what Tom's saying in a different angle, is there, very loosely, is there anything good about this that they're throwing everything on the table? You don't throw everything on the table if you're in a place of strength.
Exactly.
But it's also the cornered animal is dangerous. I get that whole thing. But
you don't take a risk if you're leading.
Exactly. So it's bad because they are getting crazy, but you're getting crazy if you don't have an iron grip on everything. So there is kind of it's a tight window, but there could actually be like a real change in, I mean, what seems to be like the monolithic global financial military order.
But they could burn the place down.
That's most likely that, but.
Well, hey, since you don't want to introduce the American narrative, I'll try to put in my version of it, for a limited version of it for now, which is will be the subject of my blog tomorrow on Friday.
In the description,
probably come out before this podcast does.
No, this podcast is
it is that how amazing is it that we're just beginning to hear chatter from the left, from the Democratic Party, that maybe Joe Biden is not equipped to run for president? How funny is that?
Wild.
That we're just beginning to hear chatter about that. That the Wall Street Journal put out this enormous article yesterday, talking about or describing the back room talk inside the White House about how feeble Joe Biden actually is. And the idea that they've been pretending up until this point, early June, of an election year that this guy is actually capable of being president is
And they're
just the most,
asking
it's
his-
the most hilarious thing you can imagine.
They're asking his very inadequate spokespeople, right? So that they're trying to get the black vote back, which, by the way, I am on record in 2016 when I wrote about the election. I said it's just a flicker, but I think the black community is moving to the right. And
Yep.
I don't think anyone else was saying that at the time. It has turned into a tsunami. I do not remember blacks for McCain, blacks for Dole, right?
It's
They're-
cool now.
It's like what Andrew Tate said.
Rappers have taken it.
So what Andrew Tate
We
said.
didn't
Trump
know each
has
other
the-
back then, Dave. Yeah,
That's right.
We didn't know each other. Yeah, we didn't know each other back then, Dave. But I saw the same thing.
But it's,
Right.
it's,
So,
it's
so,
like
so
what,
the problem is,
hold on,
this
Dave,
is a
to what
sea
you're saying,
change,
it's
'cause they're
what-
not going
it's-
back. They're not going back.
it's what you're
They're
saying.
not going to go back.
Andrew Tate tweeted the other day. He's like, Trump has 34 felonies, 3 baby mamas, and a mugshot. He's the blackest president we've ever had.
There's a comedian who did an imitation of Trump, and he says he's going to make it cool,
Yeah.
and then he sits there, he starts doing a Trump voice imitation, which I usually hate because they
Sean Ferris.
Okay, and he sits here and he goes, 34 felonies. Those are big numbers, right? He says, John Gotti, he only had 27, right?
Those are big numbers.
Capone only had 9. What is this is child's play, right? So he goes through this whole routine, and I'm going, this is what Trump would do.
Yeah. No, it just makes him look cool.
By the way, I have to go through this. I have to go through. I'm sure you've all heard it, but your readers have not. The exchange between Trump, and I think Tom and I might have talked about this. We did. But the exchange between Trump and the judge, that was the best one-liner I have ever heard in my life.
Yeah.
So for your listening pleasure, Trump at the end of the trial calls the judge. He says, "What a moron." I know you guys have all seen it. What a moron. The judge throws a contempt charge at him. Trump says, I only said 3 words. The judge says, that's contempt. Trump starts going through his wallet. The judge says, you don't have to pay me now. And he says, I want to know if I have enough money to say 2 more words. And I'm going, oh my God. Right? That's the comeback of the kind we can only dream of coming up with.
Yes.
The timing.
Like,
Trump
all the
did that.
time.
If you don't think he's a genius, you are missing a very important picture.
That's enough.
Seen a delivery.
That's
I've never
fucking
seen it.
that's
Well,
incredible.
it's nearly as good as his
You'd
comeback
be in
to
jail.
Hillary on the debate stage when he just said, yeah, because you'd be
You'll
in
be in
jail.
prison.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, I know.
I wrote it at the
He
time. It
called
was the
women
5 words that won Trump the election. Like, it was just simple. That's
Also, during that, you've called women fat, obnoxious, hairy, and smelly. He goes, correct,
Rosie
you're
O'Donnell.
only Rosie. Only Rosie.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Only Rosie.
And like everyone's cheering for him. Like exactly.
There's parts I don't understand the Trump haters why they can't see those merits, right?
Right.
I mean,
This
there's
is everything
something.
you asked for.
Who do you want to have a beer with, Biden or Trump, right?
Yeah.
You can't even have a beer with Biden. You get to have paste and
I
Jello.
know.
Like, come
I
on.
heard he had to go
Ice cream.
through and shake the hands of 24 people the other day in a room. It took 20 minutes for him to shuffle through the room.
Jesus
He
Christ.
is now at the point where, if they were really being honest, he would be using a walker.
Mhm.
Look,
Yeah.
the worst part about all of this is that we're all, in a
There's
sense,
so many
wait,
candidates. Tom, you got a list of 20 things you're gonna have to sort through to come up with the worst part. Go ahead.
okay, is that this is just elder abuse.
Oh,
yeah, no,
his
it's-
wife.
it's-
His
yeah.
wife.
This
His
is
wife's
just
job is to say, Joe, it is time to go home.
Yeah, no.
Jill
it's
Biden
literally
should be
this is
saying it's time to
literally
go
elder
home.
abuse, and it's
Yeah.
and I that's the image that the rest of the world is getting.
But
I
unfortunately,
think
they
that's part
know
of the
that
stage management.
they know that if he stepped off stage, that all of a sudden his legal problems would snowball. And
No, you could cut a deal.
You
No,
could
no,
say,
you could
well, you
cut
could
a
say
deal.
dementia. You could
That
no,
deal
you
would be
could.
trivial.
Yeah,
what,
you
like a
cut a
Nixon pardon?
Well, that, and they say, look, we'll let go of Trump. We'll let go. Right there's no deals could be
Yeah,
cut.
yeah, they'll-
I
yeah,
have
they're
no
fine.
doubt.
No, absolutely. This is, again, I'm going back to the people who are the architects of all of this chaos are people who do not back down.
They're demons from hell. They don't give a shit. Biden's just
So what happens January 11th? What happens July 11th?
How about we talk about what happens on November? 'Cause who the hell knows what
No,
we're
let's
going to
start with July 11th.
Yeah,
July 11th.
I agree.
So
July
his
11th.
short
What
list.
happens July 11th?
So his short list is now it's a list that is uniquely terrible for vice president. I got it.
No. July 11th is when they hand out Trump's
his sentence,
his sentencing.
Yeah,
what happens?
I'd say he's going to probably home confinement with reporting to a probation officer, getting permission.
No, they'll perp walk him. No. He'll be like, no, fuck a whole lot of you. Put my ass in jail.
He did say that to us. Didn't he say that? He said, "Don't beg to not put me in jail."
Trademark.
Don't pay.
I think that'll be the sentence.
I have the trademark. I think I got there first on 4 years of community service.
Oh, well, that'd be pretty.
4 years of community service, and you can't campaign.
That'll be brilliant.
Well, 4 years of community service.
I'll run this country for free. I'll do it for you. I'll do it.
That's exactly right.
I'll take it on the risk.
Exactly.
Now, here's my question: do you think the judge? This has been haunting me. Do you think the judge is sitting there going, "I thought this would be fun, and now I'm really feeling the pressure"? Do you think the judge is there?
Yeah, I do. I think he's keenly aware that he's in trouble.
Well, yeah, because
he'll probably be disbarred or thrown off of the bench, or maybe prosecuted.
And given a gold watch and
but he's also
and a private island.
thought it'd be fun chasing Trump the way a collie will chase a car. They don't want to catch him, and I thought he thought it would be fun, and now he's going. Now I'm in a situation where I am charged with doing something, and there's no good answer here. And he's got to be regretting it.
Well,
really?
Well, he could just put him on probation, just put him on probation.
Will that draw huge fire?
Again, they put these people in place to do a particular task. When that particular task has been completed, they get the fucking gold watch and they get moved out.
I know, but he's still a human being.
Or he's looking at like something like Ukraine. And
is he still well, and of course, the human being part of him is, dude, do this. Or sorry, I'm not pointing at his head. It's pointing at the children's head, the wife's head. Come on. At the end of the day, everybody has a price. This is the way it is. If it doesn't matter, I can be generous.
So you think he frog marched out of the courtroom?
No, I don't think so. I think
he's given. I think he's given home. He's got to stay in his house.
He being Trump. I think. I don't know.
But I do think that there's something else that we're not talking about, and some people are trying to have a conversation about it, but not very energetically. Which is, it is absolutely imperative that the Supreme Court steps in and expeditiously takes this case for some kind of review above the New York appellate courts,
right?
And disposes of this is a crucial constitutional set of
existential risk.
And if they don't do it, they will be seriously guilty of destroying the republic and negligence.
I totally agree.
To step in, we're not hearing any chatter about that around the Supreme Court itself.
Now, and there's a reason.
We're not going to. I don't think they're going to.
And there's a reason for that.
I don't think they're going to chatter about it. I don't think the court's going to be leaking what they're going to do or anything like that. By the way, I also think they did leak the Roe v. Wade decision prematurely. Right. I mean, they leaked it.
So I agree with Jim and I agree with Dave, but we've gotten to the essence of what this whole thing is about. This is about going after the Supreme Court.
How?
Well,
they have already started the process. They have already started the process of going after Sam Alito. Mm-hmm. My thought on this is that the Supreme Court steps in. Oh, the Supreme Court steps in. Okay, it's a 5-4 decision.
We got to pack.
And then they activate. They activate a summer of fucking violence. They kill fucking Alito, and then they pack the fucking court between now and November. That's the fucking play.
I don't think you can pack the court between now and November.
No. Bullshit.
Mike
Johnson has been destroyed.
That requires legislation. That's not going to happen.
I think they could be.
They could try to kill Alito.
They don't have to pack the court. They kill Alito and they fast track his replacement.
I don't
that
think you
could
can
happen.
fast track.
Done.
I don't think.
No, but
don't think
I like
it-
what
that
Tom's
easily
saying
fast
as an
track.
idea. Just as like the dog is salivating. Trump's got 34 felonies.
His replacement would require he'd have to be passed. He'd have to be nominated and passed by 2/3 of the Senate. So that ain't gonna happen.
No problem.
But in terms of just general
Well, that's
madness,
dark
though,
view.
what
I
they've
think
done
it's
is
no. I think it's no. You kill a Supreme Court judge, those feckless fucking twats on Capitol Hill. I'm
Yeah.
sorry, guys. That's what I think. I gotta get another cigar. I'll be right back.
yeah, but I like what
He's
I-
taking a piss. That
like-
cigar shit's bullshit.
I like what he's saying though. I mean, you have the left just like they're already nutting. We got Trump. We finally got Orange Man. 34 felonies. What if they had the Supreme Court step in and go, yeah, never mind. That would make 2020 happen again. Just as a general idea. I'm not replacement. What I don't know any about that. I'm just saying as a general idea.
What do you mean, riots in the
As they
streets?
stabilize the
Antifa?
United States.
Yeah.
There is no better way of doing it than that.
There's no better way of making just be like target. They're the new bad. They're the Supreme Court would be the new Derek Chauvin. It would just be we had Trump.
What are they going to do? Appeal to the Supreme Court?
I have no fucking idea. I mean, just as a general, put a target on something.
Like,
They don't.
I don't
does it
think
really
they can do
matter?
anything about it.
How about the whole freaking thing? How about the whole thing? You just like shut the door on the entire concept of that we have a constitutional government. Isn't that good enough?
No, I don't think that a lot of people in America don't want to do that.
I know a lot of people in America don't want to do that. I'm not talking about from the perspective of America. I'm talking about from the perspective of
most of America didn't vote Biden either. But
you fucking enemies. I mean, yeah, I know I look like a fucking guy with a hammer and everything looks like a nail, but fuck these assholes over in Europe. And the fucking Chinese are just as bad, and so are the Russians. They're all looking at this opportunity.
Well, they're not going to determine whether the Supreme Court takes up the case of Judge Merchan and Alvin Bragg. That's going to be up to the Supreme Court. But it just mystifies me that there's so little intelligent chatter about this out in the arena.
Jim,
It's got to happen. It's something that's got to. It's imperative.
I agree with you completely, and I'm always in this mode of watching these people lay out Hobson's choices. Mm-hmm. We have to do this. Therefore, now let's get two competing outcomes that lead to the same freaking outcome. Let me ask you a question, everybody. Why has the Supreme Court, which has had it on the docket, multiple cases to challenge the Chevron deference, which gives the three-letter agencies effectively legislative power over Congress for everything? Why is the Supreme Court not dealt with those cases? They keep pushing them off and pushing them off. These were supposed to have been adjudicated 6-9 months ago, if not a year ago, and they still haven't touched
what
them.
What is it called?
The Chevron deference, which is the thing that allows the three-letter agencies to incorporate Congress incorporates whatever the three-letter agency says is best practice. So if the EPA says this is best practice, it becomes law, meaning the EPA writes the fucking law. Not Congress.
I thought
that was given, and that power was given to them by the Chevron deference in the 1970s.
Why do you think they haven't? Why don't you?
I think they're scared deathless of this because I think that's the key to getting back control of the fucking republic.
Mm-hmm.
So of course, I think the Supreme Court is scared to death.
I find it difficult to believe that the Supreme Court is all just a bunch of cringing justices that have no. Have no self-possession.
What if we are so late in the game that they have not been guaranteed any real protection? What if it's now their families have been threatened? It's not like John Roberts hasn't been thrown down the fucking stairs. I mean, this shit's real, guys. Like I'm at the point now where
clarify the Roberts down the stairs metaphor. What was that about?
That showing up with a cut above his eye, like same thing with Mitch McConnell, same thing with Harry Reid, blah blah. It always seems that everybody, whoever like stands up against the wrong freaking thing, winds up getting thrown down the stairs.
Ends up slipping in a bar of soap.
Yeah, I mean,
you kill him. You just have to, you have to put the fear of God into it.
Roberts, the internet, which is never wrong, has rumors of Roberts being at Epstein Island. So.
Probably. I mean, why wouldn't you? I
think we're in the breakdown now in a level of this is mob politics at a level that so many of us just don't want to admit is a higher probability than it actually is.
It's metastasized.
And I think that's where we are.
So there's a process that you go through to collapse, and you're further ahead of us than we are. We're back a few steps.
I think so.
Not to say that we're behind, but we're disagreeing on where in the process we are.
Right, and not to say also, and in no way, manner, shape, or form am I passing judgment on anyone here. This is just where I go when I start analyzing the people at the table.
So this is a political landscape of just people threatening to kill other people at this point, is what you're saying.
Did we just not kill Raisi? Did we just not attempt to kill Robert Fico over in Slovakia? Did we not just? They're in foreign lands.
I've said it before on these episodes. I think that we're just moving farther and farther along to a military coup, and it's going to be the same demons, but they're just opportunistic, and it's going to be the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So you're going to have a lot of people go. You're going to have idiots going, the military stepping in and saving us. You're going to have more pragmatic people going, these are just the next level of opportunists going, in the name of, we're going to defend the republic. And God willing, maybe they do, and then they hand it back to the people. But I think that we're just seeing, you're going to have opportunists looking at this. You're going to have a lot of second in commands going, they're looking at the fucking NSA things, and they're going, Trump really did get 100 million votes. They're going, if we do a counter coup, the vast majority of people will support it. And these are the same demons from hell. They're going, I just want the throne. They'll dress it up as America. They don't care. But I think we're going to see that, man. The border, you're going to have, I'm probably going to Supreme Court judges and being like, you need protection. You want some like Navy SEALs?
I mean, every day I'm see
on the
another
same thread as you, Tom. I'm just saying.
No, I
had this guy on my podcast this week, Steve Murray. You might have heard him on Mike Ferris.
Big fan of Steve. He and I are good friends.
And I asked him explicitly this question. What about that level of the mid-level officer corps, the colonels? Who are the ones who are generally involved in coup-like activities. And he just said, forget it. The whole command structure is wrecked. They're not going to act.
I've heard that too from the colonels.
Yeah, well,
I've got friends who say the same thing.
Because I've been kind of mystified for the last year or so.
Down.
I've been mystified why they haven't done that already. The United States so badly needs an adult in the room to just stop all this fucking craziness.
There's no,
we can't seem to come up with that.
Because that's not like a light dimmer. That's a light switch. If you do it and it doesn't work, you're tried for treason and killed.
Yeah,
if you do it and win,
dangerous
you're
business.
the new king. That's why is no one's gonna just dip their toe in. They're gonna do it. And it's going to be all in. It's going to be.
But brave men have done that before in other countries and other times.
Sure. A lot of them don't work. The few that do Chile. Work are
somebody who tweeted out the other day that this country was founded by a whole bunch of convicted felons.
A bunch of cop killing felons. Yeah, yeah, they're awesome. Yeah.
I think it was Sharpton who said.
Probably Biden.
Who said what would have happened if Jefferson and Adams had tried to overturn the country? And some said, well, they did.
Yeah, right.
What would the founding fathers say? The founding fathers
exactly.
They were legit putting on like masks and being like, "Let's get fucked up and go kill some cops." They're the original NWA. They didn't give.
I guess Al went to the New York City public school.
It's not like Al Sharpton's got 3 brain cells to rub together to make a spark. Let's not kid ourselves, right?
Yeah. No, I think so. The reason why these things haven't happened, to answer Jim, in my best estimation, is because it's when it happens, it'll all happen. So
that's
there's no
break the glass model.
It's how come nuclear war hasn't happened? Because the only time there was ever a nuke drop is when we had them and no one else did. The next time it happens, it'll all be over in 30 minutes.
But you got to wonder whether it might not happen around the background of Joe Biden being so dangerous in possession of the nuclear football that it's just got to be taken away from him rapidly.
Maybe that's what they're doing.
Well, I don't think
about to go to nuclear war with Russia.
I don't think he has the nuclear football. I don't think he's had it.
I don't think that he even knows what the codes are.
No.
Well, that may be so, but as far as the rest of America is concerned, Joe does, and whoever has the football in the name of Joe. It's not good to not know who that person is.
You're probably going to have
Who is it? Who's running the country?
I think it's Barack Obama.
I've been saying that from the beginning.
I think he's a puppet.
You're probably gonna
I
have
just-
something like we all get a text on our phone and it says there are ballistic missiles inbound from Russia. Then and only then would a
mean, like
lot
in
of people
Hawaii?
would
Like in Hawaii?
imagine that, but imagine that in all cities. That and only then are people not going to freak out if they see Delta Force swoop on the White House. Then and only then, because right now Ukraine's over there. If it says in major city centers, like wrap. What do they always say? That cover your windows in blinds to cover from exploding glass. Like if there's a dead body, make sure to wrap it in plastic. I think when all of a sudden a bunch of people are looking at that and going, "Holy fuck!" Then and only then are you gonna have people that go, "Yeah, the military just went on the White House." They're gonna be going, "That's fine." I don't want it to happen. I don't want any of this shit to happen. I'm 33, but.
Right.
That's when you would have. And now, is that planned? I have no fucking idea. Planned or organic, that's when a lot of people go, maybe Biden is a little old. That's when you have a bunch of people going, oh, maybe give your enemy a golden bridge to retreat across. Then and only then are you going to have a bunch of people going, oh, maybe the 2020 election was stolen. Oh, yeah, okay, no, you're right. Yeah, no, World War III. I mean, yesterday, the Telegraph posted an article that said COVID vaccines may have caused a rise in all-cause mortality.
Yeah, I know.
Hell's frozen over. And people are going,
right.
oh, well, they lied to us. Give them a golden bridge to retreat across. You're gonna get like if you were in this city, in that city, all of a sudden you're gonna be going like, did you hear the fascists took over the White House? You're gonna be going, dude, shut the fuck up. We just had like a 9/11 moment. Then and only then. Now that could this all still be the same cabal and it's a false dichotomy so they can probably, I don't know, they're all demons. But something like that's gonna happen. We're absolutely at the, what do they call it when fires are like at a house is burning, the flashpoint when everything hits the combustion.
inflection point?
No, the point where it gets so hot that all of a sudden
Just
everything
lights.
can combust.
Oh,
Lights.
We're almost right there.
We call these DEWs.
Yeah, directed energy weapons. I don't know.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think you're probably gonna have something like that because there's no, and then it might, I'm not saying like, oh, it's all planned. It's just you might have a bunch of. So, Jim, when do these people act? When
do they act?
When the 30-minute window happens and they go,
Well, that's why I'm so curious about the what's going on with the revelations that Joe Biden actually is non-compos mentis.
Yeah,
and it's coming from his own people.
Yeah.
Well, the other something pointed out that they've scheduled a debate before the convention.
Yeah.
To road test Biden's ability to be drugged up enough to survive yet another debate.
Yeah,
Trump will turn him into a quivering mass in that debate if that's the case.
Yeah,
and especially if it takes a couple of hours because Biden's drugs will wear right off.
It'll be like a bullfight with a very weak, senile, elderly bull.
Trump will do something like wear a GoPro. He'll be like, I'm just gonna make sure it's live streamed.
That would be funny. Right?
We can watch it on Truth Social.
I hate to say this, and I don't wish this on anybody, including Joe Biden. And I say this with all seriousness. The best thing that can happen to this country is for Joe Biden to stroke out on the stage during the debate. Because it would finally rip the fucking Band-Aid off that this is insane and we have lost all sense of proportionality.
Yeah.
It'll be like that moment when William Jennings Bryan goes,
of people to go, oh my God, this is not about Donald Trump and the fact that he triggers me. This is about something far bigger than this.
No, you're right.
We put this man on stage who has no business being there. He is there as a prisoner of political forces that are beyond everybody's comprehension for nothing, for their own benefit. After they convict Trump of eating a ham sandwich in the presence of a fucking porn star, none of it makes any goddamn sense. And
who hasn't done that
kind of dramatic? I need a dramatic event. I need a dramatic event, and I don't want millions of people to die to get that dramatic event.
But Biden will be able to fake the stroke pretty well. All they have to do,
unless he's an AI construct, and Trump's up there, and neither of them are actually there.
I mean, if that's the case, we're so farther in than
it looks to me like they're trying to bum rush him out before that debate.
If two people go, if Biden and Trump both aren't there,
so who are they going to put in? Who are they going to put in then?
Newsom.
Let's say
Newsom.
it's a free for all at that point. It's not going to be the vice president, Kamala. And from that point, it's between Hillary and Newsom, Michelle Obama, and maybe the governor of Michigan. What's her name?
I don't think
Whitmer.
Michelle does it.
Gretchen Whitson chains.
Oh yeah, yeah.
No, it'll be Newsom.
Whips and
God.
chains. Yeah.
It'll be Newsom. He's
But I think it'd probably be. Well, I think it could. I think it would probably be
sharp.
Hillary.
He's a demon from hell, but he's sharp enough. He's
Yeah, but he's got California around his neck.
yeah.
I just don't see it.
Well,
You also forget how
I still thought this was going to happen in the last election.
You
The
forget
guy
how
who I
racist this
think-
fucking country is. Even
You
Republicans
bring
will
in-
go, at least
you-
it's a white guy. I mean,
You bring in Andrew Cuomo.
no.
I
Good
thought
luck.
the last election they were teeing him up. When he became the COVID czar of the media, I thought they were
Yeah.
teeing him up.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think he was a good prospect for what that job is, being a Democratic
What's
candidate.
the
but-
probability of the left going and making some demon deal with RFK?
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
He's, by the way,
there's a
moving
lot of chatter
sharp-
about that.
He's
Really?
sharp. He's moving sharply left right now.
Mhm.
RFK is
might be his
leaning
path.
way over to the left now.
Mhm.
That would be fucking crazy. If
But
he
of course,
became the-
he's going to be in a position, if he gets elected, he's going to be in a position to prosecute a whole lot of people. And remember, he's the guy whose direct family members were rubbed out by the blob. So,
I
he's
think-
got
I
a
think
lot,
that's
he's
why
got
he
a
won't-
huge axe to grind.
Yeah, no,
He's
I think
like
he
Paul
does.
Bunyan.
I think he's going in there and he's just like, I think it's like he's like, this is my fucking destiny.
Well, yeah, it could be. I mean, this is a strange moment when history is calling figures.
Yeah.
Trump's in this weird position of being kind of a comic buffoon who history has knocked on the head with a sock full of silver dollars and said, "Go forth and save your country." And the weird part is that I think he has in fact gone through a kind of a personal transformative experience.
I agree with that 100%.
Really?
100%.
And that he's seriously patriotic, cares about his country, and wants to rescue it
Well, he's
from
also
this
how-
clack of
how old is-
maniacs.
How old is he?
He's 77.
Yeah, he's like, he's at the end. He's like, what's the Trump name? That's just another corporation.
Yeah.
He's probably looking at it like,
He has weaponized narcissism. He has figured out to be one of the true greats. He has to do something right.
Yeah.
yeah,
But at the same time, history is kind of knocking on Bobby Kennedy's door and saying, you're in a strange, unique position of
But
being.
they would have pivoted to him sooner if that was in the
Yeah,
cards,
but
I think.
Yeah, I agree that it's a long shot.
9 months ago, they could have pivoted to him and it could have been done easily.
Did
But they're
something-
going to be in a desperate situation. I
Has
don't think
some-
you can overstate how desperate their situation is. And they're going to
Well,
have.
what about if they just are trying? The alternative model for me is that if you look at it, you can make the case that they're getting ready for Trump to be president, trying to set him up to not be very effective.
Well, I think that's a good, plausible scenario. And they're trying to, figure out how they can Russiagate him all over again, basically cut him off the knees, defenestrate him in office, and make sure that he doesn't indict anybody or
Deracinate is one of my favorite words. To
pull him up by the
rip out.
roots.
That's right, but it has this awful sound to it. I can feel my balls getting ripped right off when I
Right.
hear the word deracinate.
Well, defenestrate is just as bad if you actually think
yeah,
about it.
yeah.
Right.
deglove is the word.
Any way you cut it, and they did manage to do that more or less last time. I just think he's learned a lot about that, and he wouldn't make the same mistake again. And
He knows where the
more
he knows where
quickly.
he knows where the spoons and forks are now.
Yeah,
Mhm.
man, I will be blackpilled if Biden makes a trip to Ukraine anytime soon. They will be trying to,
What?
because they'll be trying to the current power structure in the U.S. will be trying to get rid of Biden and get a false flag to go to war with Russia. They will just one.
So what does he go to Ukraine for? Exactly.
So
Be
that
in
they can kill
proximity
him
to
and then
Russia,
declare
so
war
Russia
against
can,
Russia.
yeah.
That kills two birds with one stone, as they say.
Yeah. The demons in charge would love that. If they're getting this desperate
to like lob
to get rid of the president, they don't want to run because he's brain
Uh-huh.
dead, and to get cautious belli to go into Russia.
Yeah, I don't
I don't
see
want it to
that.
happen. But if they are as desperate as we're saying that they are, and if they are as psycho They're going to do anything, man. They're
He
going to
didn't
start.
even go to a peace conference in
Did you
Geneva,
guys
wherever
see
the fuck it
Donald
was.
Trump Jr. and Tucker Carlson?
No.
Donald Trump Jr., first of all, was very impressive. He's smart. His interview was obviously biased because he's a Trump, but he's also at ground zero. So there's no one more qualified than Donald Trump Jr. to present the Trump side of the story, right? And one of the things he said that stuck with me, it hit me like a truck. He says, we've all made this huge mistake. And this is a Luongo. This will play into Tom's view. He says, is that we've made the assumption there is some line they will not cross.
Bingo.
That is the problem, is that there's no line they will not cross.
Nothing's
we are
beneath
going
them.
to have to stop them, right? Which means, therefore, Tucker Carlson at one point was being interviewed by someone who was on a Zoom call or something. He said, look, they did A, B, C, D, and E. He said the next move is assassination.
Right.
So level-headed people, I know there's people who hate Tucker, says he's not level-headed. I think he is. I used to hate him. I'm a convert. Are saying, look, this is on the table as a, this is on my bingo card.
Yep.
Jeez.
Yep. It is.
Yeah.
So if you had to bet a paycheck, February 2025, who's president? Yeah, you have to put serious money. Let's bet $10,000. Let's 10,000. We use Monopoly.
I'd guess the president would be J.D. Vance.
Man, you'd lose, I think.
I like that.
The president would be Tim Scott.
Oh, boy.
Because Tim Scott is on the short list for who Trump's
VP,
and he's the one He's the one that scares me the most.
I like instead of the.
So I would have to bet Trump. I was
gonna say. I'd say I like that instead of the paycheck. I heard someone say like, okay, you're connected to a lie detector machine, gun to your head. Who do you think's gonna XYZ?
I would have to bet.
Trump. Actually, you're assuming that Trump is not assassinated. I thought you were.
Well, this is assuming all possible outcomes.
Okay, so there are 5 people on Trump's short list, and Tulsi Gabbard is not one of them. It's J.D. Vance, Little Marco Rubio, Stefanik, Ben Carson, and Tim Scott. And I got news for you. It's going to be one. It's going to be either Rubio or Tim Scott. And I think Tim Scott is the one.
Projectile vomit.
I think.
Yes, and that's exactly what he's supposed to do.
I think.
I think it's possible his short lift is bait and switch, and that he's going to try to keep his real VP candidate out of harm's way. So I don't think it's going to be that list.
Yeah, if the stakes are as high as we're saying they are,
I hope so.
Yeah.
I agree. I hope, Dave, you work.
I pray it's not some person to win the votes in some swing state or something. That's so boring. I want it to be an interesting appointment. So, for example, RFK's appointment, uninteresting to me. Tucker, Alex Jones, Tulsi Gabbard.
If it's Alex Jones, I will fuck it. That
would be great.
I would.
Oh, that'd be
holy shit.
That would be so much fun.
If Trump chose Alex Jones,
oh my God,
I would lose my fucking mind. That would be the single greatest thing ever.
Between now and then, Alex Jones will be in jail.
Yeah, no.
I got a colleague who seems to be sincerely trying to convince me to consider throwing my hat in the ring to be provost at Cornell, and I go, "Are you out of your fucking mind?"
Exactly.
I said I would get 3 votes, and 2 of them would be mine.
Vote early and often, Dave.
Yeah,
I think it'll be Trump.
The problem is that Cornell's in New York, not in Illinois. That's the problem with that problem.
I think it'll be Trump.
I got into it. I want to vet for a second. It's a tangent, but it'll be familiar to you.
Sure.
I had a colleague yesterday out of left field, and I would call him a friend, said, "You saying the election was rigged is irresponsible." I said, "Well, I think it was." And he said, "No, there's not a shred of evidence." And I'm thinking about Boghossian saying, "Look, you don't win arguments with facts, you win it by other ways." And so we kind of got into it, and we just got by it. But it's been bugging me. It's been stewing in my head. And then I realized, first of all, what he's saying is that he doesn't have a shred of evidence. And the more I thought about it, I said, look, I wrote probably 25 pages on how Dominion's owned by a company in Beijing and all the setup and all the videos of the vote rigging. And I read Molly Ringwald's book, Rigged, and I'm going, you can't say I don't have data. And it's been bugging the fuck out of me. And I go, I don't talk about things that I haven't done a fuck ton of homework. Maybe not a Tom Luongo fuck ton of homework, but a fuck ton of homework, and it's been bugging me. It's been gnawing at me.
Well, I meet people like that every day who
It
are
drives me
otherwise
nuts.
appear to be intelligent, who take these idiotic
The goal is
positions.
to be a splinter in your brain, and they're doing it. Don't.
They're camping out for
No,
free.
Yeah,
I think
you
the only
gotta
thing that really explains
pull it
that
out.
is, the mass formation theory.
I think that's right. I think that's right. And I started to go at the look, the 61 court cases never got adjudicated. I mean, we never actually got to lay the data.
They don't
on
know
the table.
that.
They don't know that. They
Yeah.
don't know that.
They
And
think
by
that
the way, I don't even blame the judges. You want to be the judge who tips over the election? No.
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 You'd have to have the
That's the
military to do
Luongo
that.
model. You will
Yeah.
get a bullet in the head if you be that judge, right?
I paid a large Mexican $50 to kill you. Yes.
I don't know. I don't accept the basic premise from the other two bald ones that there are no people with any courage in this country. Because
No, I
didn't say that. I didn't
seems
say
to
that.
be your basic premise.
No,
Well,
that is
no,
not.
no, no,
That is
but
not the
a
case.
bunch of here's one of the problems that happened, and this I can't remember who said this. It was a very disorganized attack on the legal system to get the cases forward, and so what happened is it produced this chaos of deliveries of lawsuits, and they were all being thrown out on procedural grounds, and they were hasty, they were careless. The clock was obviously ticking very quickly.
Mhm.
And so then what happened is once a ton got thrown out, the rest got thrown out. That's what I think happened. The Supreme Court Justice of Wisconsin Head called his colleagues cowards for not taking the case.
Uh-huh.
Openly called them cowards. But
As
I
far
was
as
bugged by the fact that a guy accused me of expressing an opinion with no facts. I'm going, we collect so many more fucking facts than 99% of the population.
yes.
You just have to accept the fact that he's, suffering from a species of psychosis, and
Yeah, no.
Well,
despite the fact that he looks normal.
Okay.
So, a couple of things. One, Jim, I do believe that there are plenty of people within the American power structure that are trying to stop this. I have done everything imaginable to try and eliminate who I think they are. I just don't know that they're winning.
Who do you think some of them are, by the way?
I've made this case abundantly clear multiple times. I think that the people with the most power and the most organized response to this are within our banking system. Federal Reserve starts at the Federal Reserve.
Yeah.
Lewis Powell, then
Moves
Diamond.
to it's Powell, it's Diamond,
Or what is his name? Jay Powell.
and we're dealing with a pushback from the intelligence services. We're dealing with pushback from remember, we're dealing with a multi-headed hydra that has institutional depth to their workforce and institutional inertia on their side, right? And this is part of the problem. Okay.
But a guy like Jamie Dimon, who presumably might know what's going on and be one of your people, has to do more than make Sphinx-like comments every 6 months, because that's all he's doing.
Yes, that's true. But again, it's like, I think there's been pushback. I think there's been very strong pushback. I think the fact that we're sitting here at 5.5% when the ECB is cutting this morning, which is a complete white flag moment from Lagarde, but then that means that they've won a battle. So now, have they won the war? No, because now the counter move is going to be what? Right. And this is where you have to start going, if this, then this, and if then that. And then, what's their counter move scenario? And again, it's not one big narrative either. It's also a whole bunch of people just running around doing shit, because there's a whole lot of chaos and there's a whole lot of people doing stuff. And so I can identify the motivations and the modus operandi of the people that we're used to dealing with, that are actively trying to fuck with us and actively trying to destroy the United States. They've done this in other countries. They're doing it here. We've all studied color revolutions in what we consider banana republics. We know what those look like. Well, I got news for you. They're doing the same fucking thing here. Mm-hmm. So why should we be? But at the same time, are there forces within those countries which were able to either resist it? Did they succumb to it? Yeah. The ones that succumbed didn't have strong enough institutions to stop it. The ones that were able to fight them generally speaking, they were in the orbit of Vladimir Putin and being advised by Vladimir Putin, because he's the only one that successfully actually stopped one of these color revolutions, which, by the way, is an old British system that's been going on for fucking 300 years, right? So, like, I mean, they're running the same playbook on us, and we're arguing, and I just want, all I'm trying to do is illuminate that to everybody, so that you can then make some rational decisions about
So
where you
who
think
are the players in
I'm
the
not saying we're going to
financial
lose. I'm
system?
just saying that it's running.
Who are the players in the financial system who you think are brave Americans who are trying to correct the fuckery that's going on?
Well, I think that it starts around it's centered around the New York Fed, and I think it's centered around Powell's contingent within the FOMC. Remember, he sets the agenda. Like, Powell's in charge of rates. The banks are in charge of the bank presidents are in charge of local policy. But at the end of the day, he's in charge of rates. And if Powell wasn't working for us, we'd be at 4% today, or 3.5%. They would have already sold the country back out, because the only people who benefit from us going back to 3.5% at this moment in time are everybody else that is the rest of the freaking world.
Yeah, but at 4.2% for a 10-year bond today, that's not doing anything to control inflation.
It's not about inflation. That's okay. That's another hour conversation. And honestly, I'm going to just say, look, I had an hour-long conversation with Vince Launching last night where we went over all this and what that operation looked like. There's a sincere effort to manipulate our bond yield, our bond curve, because it has to do with cross-border credit spreads between U.S. and Germany, U.S. and UK, Germany and the UK. Like, it's all there. And I've been doing this work for months on end, and I can see it happening. But let's just, like, and I can't do this here because I'd take an hour for me to do this in this podcast, and I don't think it's the right forum for it. I've already covered this, or about to cover this in other venues. So when that gets published, which I'll probably put out either tomorrow or Saturday, you guys can watch that. But understand that I've watched it carefully from this perspective. And Lagarde just lost a major battle. We had a massive move in the U.S. Treasury yield curve down, the long end of the curve. But at the same time, German rates didn't move. The last time the U.S. rates started to break up, German rates didn't move. Why didn't German rates move? Because Lagarde was sitting on those rates. Now she's cut rates, and they already pushed the U.S. yield curve down, and German yields couldn't move. Why? Because the markets are rejecting her policy. And then she cuts today, and the German freaking bond yield this morning rose 3 basis points during the fucking presser. Okay? Yes, not down, up. Meaning the market sold off because they don't believe that Christine Lagarde cut rates because inflation's under control. They believe Lagarde cut rates to save the German banks that are all about to fucking go tits up. And they're worried about the European parliamentary elections and all the other things that we're talking about here. That there's an incipient credit crisis that's been brewing for 2.5 years since the day Powell started tightening, that they've been screaming bloody freaking murder at. And they tried to get rid of our fucking Fed chairman in October of 2021.
But that was Brainerd. That was Brainerd. I'm not sure that. I think that might have just been Brainerd positioning. I'm not
that
sure
wasn't just Brainerd. That came from Obama and everybody else. Like, Joe Biden has threatened Powell multiple times. Janet Yellen has gone around the world trying to get people to buy our friggin' bonds. Like, it's been going on and on and on. And I'm not saying this is the only avenue on this. Okay, but it is the big one, because when you realize that if you can create an incipient sovereign debt crisis in Europe, and by the way, for those anti-imperialists who think that the United States is directing all of this fuckery, well, guess what? My argument here, all the data tracks with that the United States is throwing Europe under the bus and using the dollar and interest rates to its advantage, blah, 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 blah. And the empire is trying to defend itself. Sure, if you want to term it the empire, great. I can term it as I can make it just as plausible an argument for it's not the empire trying to immunize itself. It's actually the empire. It's actually what's left of the constitutional republic trying to save itself from imperialist forces from without destabilizing the country from within, because then once you start taking into consideration the immigration policy and the environmental policy and the shutting down and the shutting down of like oil pipelines and no new refineries and all this fucking EV bullshit and all the climate change and all the rest of this fucking rotten nonsense, it's clear that these people are trying to destroy us.
Well,
maybe we deserve it. I don't know. I'm at this point. I'm not here to argue one way or the other for this.
You've got two major political systems, the European Union and the United States, and they're both in a state of gross disorder.
Exactly.
So, I don't think they're like two people that don't know how to swim, fighting each other in deep water, and both of them are going to sink.
Agreed. And that's the way Putin. That's the way Putin views all of this. That's why he's not doing anything.
It doesn't seem that Jerome Powell has any remaining power left to be able to do anything.
Just holding it 5.5% is draining everybody. They're gasping for air, Jim. They're gasping for air. And by the way,
Peter Bookfire's been talking about that. He says right now time is tightening.
Who's buying anybody's bonds, really?
Well, that's why they're selling it. That's why they're selling at the short end of the yield curve. They can sell their debt because people are saying, "I want a 2-year." Yep. Right?
Why would they want any short or long term?
Well, because unless you think, unless you want to go be a maximalist and buy Bitcoin, or unless you want to be a maximalist and buy gold and silver.
Right,
you're down to some pretty shitty options, and
silver's back up to about 2,400.
Silver's having a good day today. Yeah, I saw that.
Gold is back up to 2,400, and silver's up to beyond 31 today, I think, or 30.
So my discussion yesterday, by the way, we talked about the BRICS. And I have been making the highly uneducated statement on podcasts. There's a case where I say what I think is true, which I have no real hard data, is that the BRICS is not about a currency. The BRICS is about alliances.
Yes.
And the guys who say, the BRICS currency won't be worth a shit. I said, that's not the fucking problem. You got 40 fucking countries saying, I'm not with the United States anymore. That's the fucking problem.
They can figure out how to settle cross-border trade in gold.
Yeah. They'll figure that out later, right? And Hanke, who knows the global currency market, said that's absolutely true. He says the currency arguments are a sideshow.
Yes, they are. They're a complete sideshow. I agree with Steve Hanke completely. So again, it's like we have. I think Trump is part of this cabal that wants to try and save the United States. I get it. I just don't.
This is a QAnon sounder right here. This is QAnon where the guys come in.
No, I'm not
come in.
I'm not going there. I just think that Trump is honest in his desire to do this. I just don't know that he has the stones or the skills. He has the stones. Whether he has the skills is a different story. Whether he has and that's a fair assessment of him as a person.
But he has grown up. That gets back to what Jim said earlier. I think Trump has matured since he first ran for president.
I'm hoping he has. I am absolutely hoping for that.
And he certainly knows that the game is different than he thought it was. He certainly has learned that this game is a full contact sport.
How about we go back to what he said when he first was moving through the transition period in 2016? He said, I knew it was bad up here. I had no idea it was this bad.
Right.
Okay.
Well, he didn't expect to win.
He's got 8 years of people now. Again, has he? And again, even this is why I've been focusing on the VP thing, because I think the VP discussion is all about whether or not Trump V2, the second season of the Trump show, is going to be dominated again by the same brilliant people who gave Ronald Reagan George Herbert Walker Bush, or not. And if we get a George Herbert Walker Bush for a VP candidate, we know it's over. That Trump has taken it as far as he's willing to go.
Yeah,
folks.
That'll be Marco Rubio.
And look, everybody has a price.
That's right.
And we all know that Trump loves his family. Like, it's not hard. And could anybody here blame him if he doesn't sacrifice his entire family on the altar of? At the end of the day, folks, everybody listening to me talk about this, dude, you have to ask yourself, what would you do if you were in his shoes? Because we know what Putin did when he took over the Russian Federation. He put his fucking family in hiding. He paid the price with, he's divorced. He didn't see his kids for years. Like,
That's
Putin
true.
paid that price, and he paid that price willingly for whatever reason. Now, I don't know if we have anybody of that caliber, that Donald Trump is that person. I don't know if he is, but I know that they tried to storm Alex Jones's, apparently his studio the other day. They're trying to take out the Epic Times.
What was that about, by the way? What
You know,
happened there?
I don't know if it's true or not. I just, I saw what Alex posted. I'm like, I'm not following it that goddamn closely. Like,
What are they doing with the Epic Times?
but
Yeah,
they
tell
were
me about
going
the
after
Epic
the Epic
Times.
Times.
Who and how? The Justice
how?
Department or?
How?
Justice. Yeah.
For what?
I don't know. For whatever. We're at the point
much
now where Merrick Garland
much
is saying
truthiness.
anybody who questions the results of the 2024 election will be considered an enemy combatant or whatever. He's a person of
that's
interest.
right.
A terrorist.
Yeah, a terrorist at this point. That's what they're. I mean, this is where we are.
Well, that's what my colleague told me.
This is where we are.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that where we are is a very pregnant moment, and that it's not going to
Agreed.
stay. The tension has got to be broken by something, and I would expect that we're going to see something break it in the next, 30 to 60 days.
I agree with you completely, Jim. I absolutely do. And what I'm hoping for is a catalytic event where the fewest number of people die to wake everybody up as to where we are. I pray for that in my own, kind of semi-atheist, agnostic, not really sure what, how the universe works kind of cosmology. But
That's why I think a financial event would be probably the most salutary way through this, because that would just be a lot of people going broke.
They had their opportunity in 2020. They had their, of course, Biden.
Well, they got they've got another opportunity now with things being as disordered as they are.
Bird flu.
Well, they're trying that.
I'm not eating any more McNuggets. I'll tell you that.
I got my chickens just 10 feet away outside my office.
I know.
I think
I put out a social awareness poll, and the choice was, I think the choice was, I'm not afraid. The other one was won't eat McNuggets. I wrote bird flu, spelling it FLEW ? And then I gave some other one. Debbie Burks wouldn't lie. And some guy said, this is the stupidest fucking poll. And I'm going, are you unaware that was a joke?
Right.
You're the
retard. Twitter is the place where humor goes to die unless you're posting a meme.
I also think that the bots come in and do you find you put out a tweet and all of a sudden you get porn at the bottom that basically shuts down the tweet? You find
all I get is nature is amazing.
I like nature's amazing.
I do.
I get people send me goat videos all the time, like baby goat videos, because duh. Yeah. What else? I don't know. I think I would hope that the financial thing would be interesting, and then the question is, who's financial?
So how do you protect yourself against the financial thing? There's this David Webb guy who came out. He's got a lot of traction. I think a lot of what he said we already knew was it's not some big epiphany. We knew that when the ownership of the shares became the brokers, which happened many years ago. Used to be in the old days, I think when someone shorted stock, they had to not only borrow it, but you got paid for lending it.
And you had to deliver the paper securities.
That's right. So I think a lot of what Webb said was known, and I think some of what Webb said was wrong. He said that, for example, you can pay cash for a car, and that car would be confiscated because it's collateral for someone else. I'm going, I don't think so. I just did not believe that part of the story. But there is the risk that the bail-in risk, right?
Yeah, that your bank account would be vaporized, basically.
And so, and then again, how do you defend against that? And so the question I think Tom and I talked about is if you had the hedge of choice. Obviously, if you had 100% of it, if it worked, like let's say Bitcoin was it, forget about whether it is or not. Let's say gold is it, forget about whether, but let's say you were right, you made the call. What percentage of your worth would you need to have in that hedge for you to come out sort of break even okay? It doesn't have to be 100%. 0% is obviously not enough. There's some number for which the insurance policy against tail risk is like if you were in Weimar, Germany, and you had 20% of your assets in gold, you ended up a wealthy man because that gold was worth so much. So the question is, what percentage of your assets should be in tail risking hedges, real tail risking hedges, which means not in Fidelity, not in Charles Schwab, things. So it'd have to be Bitcoin, gold, real estate, things like that.
Yeah.
What percent? What percent?
My
Oh,
guess,
God.
my guess would be that it would have to be around 40% at least.
Okay.
In
Yeah.
what?
A significant amount, not just
assuming your tail risk is you pick the right one. I'm actually not trying to.
I mean, I know an awful
Tail-
lot of people.
I'm sorry. Just 40% in what, Jim? Tail risk
No,
assets?
in
Yeah.
assets, yeah. Tail risk assets. I know an awful lot of people who are keenly aware of the hazards that we're facing, who still have most of their money in the stock market. I think it's insane.
I think 50.
Right. Well, I'm running into more and more people who seem to not understand that market valuation will eventually be the thermodynamics that kills you. And they somehow think, they said, no, there's, I make this 40-year bear market projection. It's a very trivial projection. If we are overvalued as much as I think we are, to grow out of overvaluation or to get there somehow, it's going to take about 40 years to do it. The GDP grows, let's assume it grows at a normal rate. 40 years from now, your assets, if they regress to the mean, will be at the same place they are now, inflation adjusted.
Mm-hmm.
And there's people who just don't think that's even theoretically possible. And I go, it's arithmetic, right?
Yeah.
If you buy a Toyota for $100,000, it's going to take a long time for that car to somehow pay itself off. It's just how it works.
Mm-hmm.
But there's people out there who somehow think that we're all gonna get rich buying Nvidia, and I go, I've seen this plot many, many, many times, and that is never the case. And there's no asset market that ever got way overvalued that didn't regress to and through the mean eventually. No,
I just happen to think that one of the biggest hazards out there is something going wrong with the electric service, and one way or another, and that people who invest in Bitcoin are overlooking that.
I think it's
Are you paying attention to the magnetic pole reversal story?
Oh yeah.
What's your take on it?
I think it's gold, ammunition, and food.
I don't.
I really do.
I like canned sardines as well.
Yeah.
I'd rather shoot myself.
That's what the gun's for.
I mean, I'm Italian, so some cured olives and some some bruschetta and
I'm gonna really test out that Renaissance.
They're really good. It's actually really quite good.
I'm gonna fill
my
pockets
opinion
with
is that the human race has been organized for understanding the world for a very short period of time.
That's right.
500 years. And that there have been geophysical events in the history of the Earth that would be very surprising and shocking to us.
That's the other thing, is like we really might just be a hiccup.
Well, I don't want to get into a whole like end of days.
No, I don't mean that. I just mean you really. I hate man. It's all just a blip. But I mean, you have to at some point when you look at things, just look at on like the scale of geologic time. You're like, oh, it is. What Terrence McKenna say? It's a 25,000 year dash from the trees to the starship, and it can happen really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I just rewatched Battlestar Galactica, so don't talk to me about end of times.
All right.
Like,
all right.
All right.
It's funny. I have absolutely no patience for science fiction.
I love science fiction. I can't
bear it.
It
all seems idiotic to me.
Now I'm with you,
Brett
Jim.
Weinstein made an interesting statement where he says, so you're trying to raise your kids and prepare them for the future. And one of the problems that we face now is it is changing so quickly,
right,
that you can't prepare them for the future because it's coming at us too fast. It reminds me a little bit, the idea of creative destruction, where the new comes in and replaces the old, and that's how capitalism works. The problem is that if creative destruction accelerates, then you go through too many generations that are too expensive, and it becomes very inefficient. Because it's like, it reminds me, and what really clicked one day is I moved into some labs that were like 6 years old. And someone said, well, we're going to have to renovate them. And I go, they're 6 years old. And I go, we have to be able to get 40 years out of a renovation.
Yes.
And and so the problem we have is things are being renovated too quickly. And I go, if you don't understand it, every 5 years, tear your house down and build a better one. And
Right.
see how that works out for you.
Yes.
And I think we are in this accelerated thing. And so Blockbuster came and went, malls came and went, and it's going faster and faster and faster.
Floppy
and
disks.
inefficient.
Where I thought my information would be there for
I've
centuries.
got all my stuff stored on 8-track tapes now.
That it might be
guys, yeah. Speaking of malls, like I look at the Oaks Mall down in Gainesville. Half of it's been turned into an annex for Shan's medical facility.
Yeah.
So is ours. The local mall is now going to slowly but surely roll over into a full medical facility.
And you know what? That whole medical racket, which is expanding
oh my God.
at warp speed, is expanding into just the biggest collapse of an industry or an activity or whatever you want to call it that the world has ever seen. It's going to go down so fast and so hard.
It's also not constructive. It's not GDP.
No.
Right.
It's the cost of a rapidly depreciating asset, which happens to be
human
us.
bodies.
Right.
Right. And people who don't get that, I say, okay, let me ask you this. If we were all healthy and needed no health care, would we be better off? And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And if your car didn't need any repairs, the answer is yes, we'd be better off.
So it's a giant racketeering operation. My own personal, what do you call them? Family doctor, PC doctor. It belongs to a practice that builds a brand new building practically every year. And you can see how they've turned into kind of a real estate venture instead of a medical service.
Well, that's what happened to Japan. By 89, the Japanese economy was based on appreciation of real estate.
Uh-huh. Well,
and that worked out really well.
Yeah. But you know yourself, you had some serious medical interventions the last 24 months. How incompetent and inept even a fairly big regional hospital is in a place like Syracuse.
Yep.
Oh yeah, and it's getting even worse because doctors are now doing everything so formulaically. You no longer get the guy who sits and says, "Let's think about this. Let's talk about it. Give me some more details." Some guy comes in 7.5 minutes. The guy walks out. You have a handful of blood tests again.
Yeah,
which that's all it is.
This gets us to the one remaining serious kind of spooky thing out there, which is what's going to happen with all the vaccinated people. Sorry, Dave. I know you're vaccinated.
No. I'm taking me to the light.
What happened with all that? Geert Vanden Bossche was on the web yesterday with yet another warning that people's immune systems are going to be completely disordered when they encounter, the next iteration of COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know what are you thinking about that?
He was in my doctor's Zoom group actually, which still exists.
Huh. Lately, have you talked to him lately, or
it's been a while since he went through, I think. He is considered the gloomiest of the anti-vaxxers. Although I think his competitor is Mike Eden, the former Pfizer vaccine executive, head of the vaccine division. Yeah, he is completely and utterly convinced that it is a mass killing on purpose. I'm not convinced of that population culling model because it doesn't make sense. If you're an elite and you cull the world of 90% of the population, your life's going to suck.
Unless you're on the precipice of robotics and general AI.
Well, but
it'll suck anyway.
Yeah, it'll suck. That's not a win for anyone.
No.
And so that doesn't make sense to me. I think we're being gaslit on a lot of that shit. Where they're getting us to the shit we're arguing about is probably stupid. And they're putting up Yuval Harari, who, by the way, Yuval, your books suck. I didn't like them even before I got to know what a douchebag you are. No, I thought Homo Deus and Sapiens sucked. I
read them before I started the podcast. And I was like,
what's Luongo's axiom number 1? Don't be gaslit by morons.
I think just kind of food for thought, and we can maybe wrap it up with that, is what you're saying about, build a new house every 5 years, or if it's getting faster and faster. The only way that model's sustainable is if all of society moves digital. because then, yeah, sure, you could make a new house every day, just download a new software. None of it's real. That's the only place where that
Well,
would
I
be
can't even
continuable.
stand that component.
I'm
Cornell
just, I'm
is
just, I'm just.
constantly evading my computer automatically, where all of a sudden I'm finding everything's upgraded and shit becomes
So what if
incompatible and shit.
all of society moves to? And I'm not saying. I'm just as an observation. It's like
Well, it's like
it's
the
like
whole military has moved into this sort of comprehensive
it's like Moore's
globe
law. There's always
of
some.
internet crap that's making our military inoperable.
Mhm.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
So if you extend that to the entire society, which in
I'm
many
not.
ways has already happened, what you end up with is a whole lot of shit that doesn't work.
Oh, I didn't say it doesn't
The
work.
digital world is hyper fragile.
I'm
Oh,
not saying
absolutely.
it's good.
Hyper
I'm
fragile.
just saying as a continuation, the only way it could continue is to go digital. Otherwise, there's probably going to be some sort of pushback. We're for
World
whatever
made by
Well,
hand,
again,
baby. That's how we're
we,
going to
we
roll.
might be
yeah,
moving
well,
to
that's
some weird
well,
Luddite thing. I don't know.
and this is why they're obsessed with zero cost money, because the only way you can even paper over the idea that you can rebuild the world every 5 years is with zero cost money. So
Well, zero cost money
and-
is,
and
is
that
based on
eventually runs out as
capital
well.
that doesn't exist.
I agree.
Yeah.
No
Yeah.
argument, Jim. I'm like, it's not like I didn't say it was. I said they can gaslight you into believing that. Effectively, is what I'm trying to say. And the only people who benefit from that model are the ones that get the money for free. We never get the money for free. We have to pay the cost on the back end.
Cantillon effect.
I think it's always
So,
important to preface these shows
Yeah.
with
The
I don't think
cantillionaires, as I like to put it, the cantillionaires.
Oh, interesting.
They
That's an
win.
interesting phrase.
Yeah, I haven't used that one on you yet, Dave. Yeah, cantillionaires.
Akerlof wrote a paper back in, I think it was 96, where he talked about the bankers making money on the way up and the way down. And one day I sent him an email and I said, by the way, your paper's picking up steam again on the internet. And he says, it's interesting, about every 10 years, all of a sudden that thing just kind of starts revving up and taking off again. It's a little like, what's his face who wrote The Great Crash 1929? Who wrote that? Come on, one of you authors. Galbraith. Galbraith. And he said, just when I think this book has gone out of date, they fuck up again.
Yeah. Fair enough.
And so I think they've really fucked up this time. I mean, I think was it avoidable, or was this just a foregone conclusion that we would end up that Triffin's dilemma would eventually get us? Is that?
I think there's something to Kondratiev cycles. There are 80-year cycles where generations forget what's happened before, and they go ahead and make the same blunders all over again. This is like
happened
August now, right?
This has happened before. This will happen again, which is why I rewatched Battlestar Galactica, because that was the theme of that in that show that I hadn't quite really.
I just don't remember that part of Battlestar. I'm going to have to watch that. I don't understand.
Oh yeah, no, it's really powerful. It's really powerful because it's all about the meaning crisis between humans and Cylons, and they both go through a meaning crisis, both the machines and the people. And so, like, you can take that piece apart about 16 different ways, and from a and it becomes very interesting. It's not uniformly good. There's some, there are episodes like, oh my God, Jesus Christ, but as a piece, it's quite fascinating, and what it was talking about, and I think how ahead of its time it was, and how prescient it was as to where we're going today, and and the big argument that they make at the end is that in the end we all have to put the cycle of violence behind us and realize that it's time, that it doesn't matter who started it, it doesn't matter who, it doesn't matter.
But that phase, that's the start of the first turning, and we're just warming up on the fourth.
That's the problem, but I think it's important that we remind ourselves.
The guys who think Powell's going to come and save us, he said 3 times that it was going to cause pain. Mm-hmm. And if somehow people think that we've experienced pain since he did that, there's been no pain. I'll tell you, the the reason for pain is starting to show up, things like collapsing commercial real estate. There's a thing called the private debt market, which is this gigantic bubble, and it's very hard to track. There's a woman named Melody Wright, who's this very sweet lady, and who really brings a lot of game to her.
Yeah,
podcast.
Mike Ferris has had her on.
That's right, and so has Adam Taggart, and she's very good. And she was interviewed by a real estate person who was repeatedly getting shocked where he'd say, well, at least this is true. And she'd say, no, it's not because. And she just kept hammering away on the poor guy. And she says, no, because here's what's going on in that market right now. And so there are these hidden bubbles, and people are looking for something, the analog of the real estate bubble in 2007.
Yep.
And they're looking in the wrong place. It's going to be a different bubble, as we know. It's the private debt market. It's going to be regional banks. It's going to be the regional banks supposedly are now starting to collapse again. I couldn't believe they stopped them the first time a year and a half ago. I think they're now revving up to start collapsing again because the interest rates have been too high. I'm one of the few guys who doesn't even blame Silicon Valley Bank. No. I go, there's this huge flood of cash. They had to do something. What did they do? So here's the story. I was mad at them because they bought too many treasuries. I go, since when does a bank go insolvent buying too many treasuries? And the answer is since the Fed started doing insane monetary policy. Right. Where you couldn't possibly run a bank rationally. They say, well, they should have hedged. I go, who they hedge? To some hedge fund who borrowed money from them to do the hedge?
And where did the hedge fund get the money?
That's right. And it's like when Citigroup said, oh, don't worry, we're hedged. And I'm going, what, by the Klingon fucking empire?
Right. So, I don't see a whole pile of gold on your balance sheet, Citibank. Like
I have to depart early, if this is early or if this is the end, because I've got a contractor building a French drain out in back.
Don't worry. And I've got a couple other things I need to deal with too. But guys, this has been great.
Always fun.
I agree.
This has been
always fun. But happy to do it again.
Absolutely. But for everybody listening, guys, go in the description. You can find all y'all's Twitters. You can find your Clusterfuck Nation, Gold Goats Guns. You can find Dave's OnlyFans. It's all in there. Twitter, websites, Patreons, Substacks, whatever the fuck.
Thank you very much.
There. And guys, please go follow them. I was gonna say, I think we should probably always preface and end these shows with like 99% of the things we talk about are nothing that any of us like. It's just things we look at as probable. It's people are always like,
"Thank you.
Why'd you say that?" And I'm like, because
especially Dave's OnlyFans, but that's
Dave's OnlyFans. Hey, listen, it's art is art, all right, and love is love, all right.
Especially from Pussyface up there running the operation.
I was gonna say, but it's only if you like hairy backs.
I had a roommate in college named Pussyface.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's nothing in this cup either. I had my prostate out, and it's finally fully healed. Now, I asked my brother. I said, Ned, how long does it take you to piss? And he said, a minute, 2 minutes. I said, I can empty in 3 seconds. And he goes, what? And I said, I can stand there pissing into the yard. I said, I think I can probably get an 8-foot arc. And he goes, what? You show me a guy who's 69 years old. I'll show you a guy who can't piss 8 feet. And now I can. So life is good.
I'm very happy. Very happy for you, Dave. We're gonna wrap it up now.
And on that note,
everybody, guys, please go to the description. Please go check them out, gentlemen.
The hairy
recording stopped.
Much love, everybody. As always, a pleasure. Take care. God bless. Peace. Recording on Sunday, July 14th, 2024 at 4:03 p.m. Eastern Time. Jim should be joining us shortly. We have Mr. Dave Collum and Mr. Tom Luongo. Dave had emailed me the other day and was like, let's get the crew back together. And I was like, fuck yeah, let's do it. And we were kind of toying around with ideas. And then, this happened and it was like, well, I mean, this is what the next show is going to be anyway. So might as well just do it now. So I don't think it needs to be said. Through the either grace of divine intervention or a shitty outsourced CIA patsy, we're not in a civil war right now, and thus we are also not in a global war where every country would move on their targets. So I have about as much information as everyone else, so I don't think I really have any more authority or information than you guys. So Tom, you got here first, so you get to speak first. What the fuck is going on other than we should all be thanking God?
Yeah, you're whatever to whatever version of the universe you subscribe to. Yesterday's events are bizarre, and
Very.
in the best and I will say in the best possible way.
Yeah.
I was just chatting with some of my patrons. We were doing a little bit of theorizing, and we were talking about the potential that there was a second shooter or something along those lines. And I'm like, oh, I was like, big if, all that kind of stuff. And I'm not trying to make an argument for it. All I'm going to say is, let's just give you an idea of how weird this whole thing is. If there was a second shooter, and this was a quote unquote deep state operation to kill Trump, which which is my base case, right? Then the second shooter would have been there as the insurance policy in case the first shot missed. The shot would have rang out, Trump would have froze, and then a really easy follow-up shot to take him out, right? And what happened? He gets grazed and he moves. And then and any follow-up shot would miss and blah, blah, blah. So that's, because the basic argument would, that, and from that perspective is, do you trust an operation this important to a 20-year-old kid with an AR-15?
No.
Right, exactly. And that's the basis for that argument. Again, not saying that that's what I think happened, just putting a scenario out there, putting it up on the chalkboard. Here are the boundary conditions. There's the problem. Now, do I, my base case scenario being that I think that this was obviously an attempt, somehow an organized attempt to take out Donald Trump. As you and I talked about just before Dave got here, you don't get within 430 feet of a former president and not with a gun and not get ventilated. I'm sorry, I just don't buy it. So
what's called a wireless hole punch.
What's that?
A wireless hole punch is what you get dealt with. A
Right.
wireless hole punch.
Exactly. You get to experience lead traveling at a very high velocity.
Right.
And then see what that feels like. So from that perspective, then the first place I went this morning when I was doing my market report for my patrons, so I've already done an hour on this morning privately. I said, it finally hit me. I'm like, why did Joe Biden and why was there the big question for the last couple of weeks is why did the debate happen when it did? Why was it scheduled for this? Why did Trump agree? Why did Biden agree to it? Why did this thing happen? Well, clearly we can see in retrospect because they wanted to get rid of Biden. They wanted to finally show the world Joe Biden is non-compos mentis and they need to get rid of him. And then the operation has been running for 2 weeks straight now. Operation Get Rid of Joe Biden and replace him with somebody else. And on the eve of and why do that before the convention? Well, because they also need to get rid of Donald Trump at the same time. 6 months ago, in my February issue of the newsletter, I took all the zeitgeist at that point in time, and I said, you know what? This is feeling like for all the world for me, like they were trying to set up a Hillary versus Haley showdown. And that they were going to get rid of Trump, somehow get him off the thing. And that the only reason Haley stayed in the race till Super Tuesday was to collect some delegates and then be the one who could be anointed at the convention. And the only reason, and I think I saw something from Nick Fuentes, Vivek Ramaswamy, actually, I'll give Vivek credit on this one, said, no, the whole purpose of her staying in the race was because she's waiting for her donors to tell her that, Trump's been killed. And then, she's going to take over as the nominee. He said that back in February as well. So when you stop to think of it, Trump is going to win this in a walk if it's Trump versus Biden. There's no way that anybody would actually believe that. I just don't buy it. That they can cheat again the same way they did in 2020 and get Biden across the line. So what's the best way of taking care of this and ensuring that they get the outcome that they want? Well, you just give us a non-choice between two unbelievably horrible freaking neoconservatives who are committed to the cause. And then what's that cause? That causes, of course, World War III. And that's Hillary versus Haley, who are in effect indistinguishable. And it's also the most demoralizing thing imaginable because now you have a president who's been a mushroom sporifying in the White House, and they killed Orange Jesus. Well, Orange Jesus. He has now become Orange Jesus.
Orange
and
Jesus.
That's it. And that's the scenario. And it's the maximal amount of demoralization. I wrote this in an article, 3,500 word article, talking about it's all about demoralization. We are under a massive demoralization campaign. And
that's authoritarianism.
Yes. At its okay. So that's where my head is on this, guys. I'm not saying I'm right, but it's sure all looks for the world to me. It's like, why did Nikki Haley come out the other day and finally endorse Donald Trump? Why did this occur? Why did this occur at the only Donald Trump rally of 2024 covered live by CNN?
That's a.
I'll leave it there. Dave, what do you got?
I think if the deep state wanted him out, they would have got him.
That's also a fair point. I saw your tweet. That's you don't leave it to fucking Greaseball McGee, right? It's a great patsy, but if you're going for it, like you have to ensure it's foolproof.
I mean, a real deep state sniper, which would just be a sniper, can take a guy out from something like 3/4 of a mile.
Yeah,
right.
This was like shooting, and Trump's head, as Jon Stewart described Teddy Kennedy, his head is so big it looks like a box designed to hold his head. I mean, it's so big.
It really does.
And so someone said, well, he's only 2 inches from the center of his brain and from the center of his skull. And I go, to a sniper, that's a humongous distance, I think.
Miles.
The wind was, according to Eric Prinz, the wind was 5 miles per hour, which means first and foremost, not much to account for.
Right.
And so if you wanted to account for it, you'd aim for his right ear. And, there's a famous pair of sniper stories from, I think, World War II, where these two guys were stalking each other. And the winner finally put it right through the eyepiece of the loser. I mean, these guys can do shit that we can't imagine.
Right.
So I don't think I think the guy was about as authentic as Stephen Paddock.
Yeah. I mean, play.
And
sorry,
so here are my various concerns. Here's the things that jump out at me. First of all, Deep State wouldn't miss. I don't think they would. Second of all, there were too many shots taken before they finally capped the guy. There was something like 42 seconds of the guys with the scopes on the roof watching him. And you can say, well, there's a no first shot rule, but they would have called it in and said, we got a sniper on the roof.
From what I understand, they did.
Well, and then there's the guy who reminds me of Stephen Paddock's brother, talking about how he told Secret Service that told a bunch of people there's a guy on the roof, and no one seemed to be concerned about it. And then you've got the fact that the guy doesn't look like a deep state sniper. He's young. Patsy. He looks like a patsy, about as qualified as Oswald. And right. And there's a ladder. One of the pictures shows a ladder leading to the roof. So someone had to see him crawling up the ladder on the roof. Why? If there's a region you couldn't really cover well, you think you might have drones up there, diddling around, watching for stuff. It just, nothing makes sense.
No.
I am not convinced that Trump got hit. He reaches and grabs his ear. What could you do? Well, one of the things you could do is smash some blood-like thing against your ear.
Sure.
Right? So I don't think you even know positively. I mean, if we see a picture of Trump's ear and it's pretty gnarly, then, okay, you win.
I saw a picture of Trump's ear that was that clearly looked like there was a hole in it.
See, I could not see the hole. I could not see the hole.
I saw what's clearly looked like a woman.
Okay. Then that takes that out.
I think, I'll be honest with you, Dave, I think Trump turns his head at the last moment to look up at the Jumbotron, and the shot just missed. And it's like it's just timing. It's just timing. And then he flinches after getting hit, and then, it just all goes sideways. Like,
right.
It's, again, I don't believe, I don't know what to believe, clearly, and I'm not trying to argue against any one interpretation here, but I just, it just kind of looks like one of those things where they had it lined up, they had the shot, they had a broadside shot of his head, they were going to blow his head off on national television, and then somehow he moves his head at just the last possible moment, and then the whole operation falls apart.
Okay, so the only
maybe you want to call that divine providence, you want to call it whatever you want. I don't give a shit. Like,
yeah,
I'm at the point where the universe is too freaking weird for my taste.
So if he has a real wound in his ear, then he did get shot, and Maybe there's snipers who can say, look, I'll tell you what, I'll pick off his ear, but I doubt that. That strikes me as risky. And then there's the problem with the DEI run Secret Service.
God, those fucking
Now,
so
but again, it's conceivable that because it's Trump, it's conceivable there's a steady state of chaos. They might have also took all their losers and given to Trump, screw it, right? I mean, you can imagine a whole bunch of reasonable ways to do that. The pictures of the chicks that I first spotted when Cheryl Atkinson pointed it out, and then she got attacked for being, misogynist. I wasn't convinced they were acting as irrationally as they appeared, in the sense that under those situations, you'd be whizzing around looking in every direction, and that might be their cue. So there were guys getting Trump in the car, and the chicks were just, they looked like chickens with their heads cut off. But that might be what the outer perimeter of the Trump get them in the car. Maybe what they're supposed to do is look furiously in every imaginable direction. So I think that's a distraction.
Yeah, the idea that Trump, not as the official candidate yet, has a B team of Secret Service.
It's not shocking.
Not shocking at all.
Especially given RFK doesn't even have a team yet.
But Trump notoriously has top-notch private security.
Right.
I mean, there's a I forgot what book it was, but there's a book I was reading, but it's this guy goes and meets with and this book was written in like 2000s. It's talking about going to meeting that like Trump at one of his casinos in the 90s, and it was this, I can't fucking remember what the book was. I think it was about the NSA. And he's like, as a former military guy, I remember going in like the control room of just one of his casinos, and I was like, this is like mil-spec surveillance. And yeah, he was like, I was always respected Donald Trump's military approach, and that was as a casino guy in the 90s. So so to me, I try to look at, and what Dave, you're saying about like outer perimeter. I also understand, like, man, I have a biology degree. I really got to not armchair quarterback like Secret Service. A lot of special forces guys are, and they can. But so what I'm trying to look at this is like, when we look at, let's just say something like 9/11, we got 23 years between that and now. And you go, the planes hit. Can planes cut through steel? Were they planes? Was they projections? Were they drones? Was there thermite in the elevators? Was it a directed energy weapon?
Right.
All important questions, as all truth needs to be solved. But then you kind of look at the big Project for New American Century a year before. Bush, Cheney, and all that den of demons want to go into the Middle East. And then what is the effect, regardless of how it happened, is we put 500,000 troops and a couple $1 trillion of war material on top of the largest oil reserves in the world in proximity to China and Russia. So just forget everything else. Look at where the big military is moving and where the resources are. Directed energy from orbit, thermite, whatever. Something happened, and then we got something that we wanted and other people wanted. So although it's important, right? Was it a bullet? Was it a CIA guided bullet? Was he a patsy? Was there another sniper that we don't know about that was shot 3 miles out? Who knows? Big things is they want him gone. And I think, Tom, your point's genius. I didn't thought about that. As I always thought they're either going to remove Biden or they're going to remove Trump. If you removed both of them with a couple months left, that just more outright in general, you're like, oh, this is so fucked. I don't even care about. That is a way to completely demoralize everyone. So regardless of like how it happened and whatever happened, it's two primary things. An attempt was made on Trump's life, and why? I mean, why you do not get Lee Harvey Oswald. That was a moving motorcade in the middle of a city with thousands and thousands of windows. This was the president in a field surrounded by buildings. No, the biggest building was a shitty little warehouse, looked like a gym, and he's on top of it. And people, and there's not just the guy not the guy at the visor saying, hey, I was talking about this, because people are going, are we going to take his word? No, now there's video of people pointing and going, gun, gun, gun. And now it's coming out that the cops went up there. He pointed the rifle at him and the cops went back down. And the ex-president is still talking. There are so many things where you go, that should never in a trillion years. And
yes,
Lou Merletti, the former head of the Secret Service, talks about how they did a red cell thing, which is where we try to penetrate our own systems, of Delta Force getting onto the White House lawn in like the 90s, and they did it out of like a Cessna or something. They all of a sudden they gave the clear and they stood up, and the Secret Service guys were like, "Oh my God!" And they saw like 30 thermal images on the White House lawn. They do that to plug that shit up. That's Delta Force in the 90s. They plugged up the whole get on a high point with a sniper rifle a long time ago. So one, regardless of how it happened, why the fuck is that guy there? Period, bar none. Number
Right.
two, people wanted this, and it was supposed to happen, and it didn't. Now we can get into the whole nitty gritty of what was it? Was it a CIA? Was it a drone? Does this guy even exist? Was he MK? All that is important to find out in the way that it's important to find out what took down the towers. Big, big, big idea. How did those planes, how did they get through $1 trillion defense net? And how did we end up in the Middle East? How did somebody with a gun get on a building next to
430 feet away from the 430
and not only
feet away
that,
from
not only that, but you have people screaming gun.
It's even worse than that,
fuck?
Tony.
I didn't see that
Worse
video.
than, it's
I've
even
been
worse than
busy
that.
as
There's a
shit, but I
fucking
didn't
water
see that
tower,
video.
and there's not a goddamn Secret Service sniper up on the water tower, the highest point in the area.
Right.
Moreover, why is there a clear shot from that building to Trump? That was supposed to be eliminated.
That shouldn't have been covered. There should have been Secret Service on the roof. There should have been counter snipers, not covering it. They should have been up there and said, "What are you doing?"
I know. That's the perfect roof actually to have counter snipers.
That's where you'd have counter snipers, and this isn't
right.
It's
so
not.
It's all bullshit, and so until they are exonerated, the Secret Service has to be considered complicit in this.
I hope he's fucking talking to Eric Prince. I hope he's got a fucking team.
Eric wrote something this morning. Showed up on Zero Hedge.
I hope he's got some.
I didn't see it. I didn't see what
tier one guys fucking around is.
He basically said it's either malice or grotesque incompetence.
Okay.
It's.
And I'm sorry, but I'm a little beyond gross incompetence at this point.
Mm-hmm.
It's
hard to picture that.
We're at the point now where you have to assume malice, and then you get to prove to me it was gross incompetence.
Yeah.
And I expect you to prove to me beyond a shadow of a fucking doubt it was gross incompetence. And then if you do that, then everybody gets to be fired all the way up to Mayorkas, all the way up down, all the way up. Like you can't just say, "Oh, it was gross incompetence," and then nobody gets fucking fired. Everybody gets to have their
only bankers,
have their pension.
Only bankers get that treatment.
Exactly. Only trying. Yeah.
It's
and Ursula von der Leyen.
It's not even like it wasn't even like it was something wild like Shinzo Abe where the guy has like a steampunk gun and you're like, what the fuck is this? Or I mean, again, it's 9/11.
Wasn't even weird. Wasn't even clever.
Yeah.
Right.
No. This is so movie reboot. I mean, this guy is Lee Harvey Oswald 2.0, like weak chin, fucking greasy spaghetti haired faggot, like up there, wearing a demolition ranch gun, and he's up on again. He's on the. It's not like Trump was in the middle of Los Angeles and a shot was fired with a depleted uranium shell that wasn't behaving with normal trajectories, and there had been UFO spottings before. You'd be like, oh, that's wow. This is so layup.
Yeah.
It's
and
nothing's off the table, including does this help Trump? I'm willing to entertain anything at this point.
Oh, it helps Trump.
No, I mean, is Trump in on it? I know that's not popular for people that like Trump, but I'm saying
that you'd have to go on the assumption. See, that's why I looked very carefully at the ear, trying to figure out if
everything has. I don't believe it was, but everything for the sake of like intellectual limberness, every idea has to be on the whiteboard right now.
Sure. What I would say is that what bothered me, and Dexter White and I were talking about this last night, and I don't know if we can rule it out or not, but let's just throw it out there. Like, dude, had an AR, 140 yards, firing 223. Aside from the fact that 223 at that range is not flat ballistics, and that's for that, and that's to everybody on Twitter who told me to get fucked. It's not flat ballistics, but why would you have an AR under those circumstances? Okay, stole his dad's gun. If you want to believe the idea that he was just some random fucking Antifa jackass that somehow got up on a roof 430 feet away from the goddamn former president who everybody is worried that he's going to get shot, and then somehow that happens. Like, yeah, okay, fine. This is not in the line of fire, and we're not dealing with John Malkovich and fucking Clint Eastwood at this point. That's not what this is about. No, they went for the whole Megillah. They were going to shoot Trump, use the AR as a way to go for gun control, and these greedy fucking globalist cocksuckers got dumb. Like, hogs get fat and pigs get slaughtered. Like, you dumb. Don't bring the wrong tool to the job. Like anything else, any other gun. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from the AR. Either this kid is a miraculous shot because it's a 135-yard shot with an AR. I'm sorry. That's no bullshit.
Yeah, that's like claiming
you give me you give me with a friggin' 3x9 scope and 243 Winchester, and Trump's a dead man.
Yeah,
and I'm not even a good rifle shot.
Yeah. Right. Well, I was talking to some of my buddies because I interviewed Delta Force guys and SF guys. I was just talking to one of my buddies last night who was just a artilleryman, just former combat Marine, just basically. And I've gone shooting with him. He was like 10 out of 10 times I'd make that shot. And that's from like a basic like infantryman or whatever. Sorry, Don, whatever you are. I don't mean that. The other night I was like, sorry, Don, not all of us get to go shoot artillery in Iraq. And he's like, he was Afghanistan faggot. And I was like,
so did this guy, was this guy actually the guy who shot the gun or not?
Yes, I think he was. I'm not willing to say that there's not
I mean, the other thing is snipers, a real sniper, which if you were deep stating it, wouldn't you put a guy up there you knew could make the shot?
You'd also aim for the spot that didn't matter if he turned or not.
But that's right. A real sniper, they don't miss.
Yeah.
There's something wrong with this story. And a real sniper also doesn't shoot 5 times.
No.
Mm-hmm. Right?
Yeah,
guys, these are all good questions, Dave. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't either.
This thing there's something about this that completely stinks, and
we don't have whatever it is.
Maybe the calculus was that easy a shot, and even this kid could do it, and call it divine providence, call it whatever you want, but like something happened, and operational failure.
History is also, I mean, who is the Soviet submariner that didn't fire at the end during the Cuban Missile Crisis? I mean, Goering or who the fuck headed up the Luftwaffe who called off the attack, or no, they called off the ground forces circling Dunkirk because they wanted it to be a Luftwaffe victory. Like, the Hitler assassin. Like, this stuff does happen. Like, and not often, but I mean this. Like these once.
Well, it happens all the time in other countries.
Well, what I mean is throughout history is these.
No. But the key is that we're thinking first world, third world. This is happening, a number of times per year. Like, for example, when the 5 guys in Africa said we're not vaccinating, the 5 leaders in Africa, and they all died.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I mean, in terms of like the Providence thing, I mean, is like sometimes like history does just
not go as planned.
Yeah. Right. And I tend to think it's divine. I tend, but I mean, but regardless and if let's say it's not divine, you have a harder time explaining it then is it really? I mean, then man, we really do live in a world of butterfly effects, and whatever that was supposed to happen is, I mean, they went for the king. Like, there aren't going to be, so this is what I was getting at too earlier. And I have to find the silver lining and shit for my own mental health.
Mm-hmm.
You don't do this if the steal in November was guaranteed. Why would you? You would just do another. You would do it.
Wait.
You would wait for you. You wouldn't do a water leakage or COVID. You'd say a Russian cyber attack.
Let me back this out a little bit. Let me back this out a little bit. Just sort of short answer. Is there more method to the madness of the chaos in the democratic machine, or did they really lose their shit completely and fail? They went for the king too, right?
Right.
And they failed to get him. And the question is, are we being duped by kabuki theater, or did the Democratic Party really go for the hit on Biden and miss him as well? Or is there are there more layers to that onion?
As the comedian Tim Dillon would always say, he goes, "We're seeing the trust fund kids of the deep state that took out Kennedy. They can't fucking do the job that Grandpa did. They don't have the grit. They're not Carnegie fighting on the docks. They grew up with they had a Bugatti in high school, and they're
Right.
getting sloppy. You know, when you take out Kennedy, Oswald, no. You have 10 snipers. They don't even know. No one even knows who has the bullet. You probably got cartels up there. You got
And you got the
mob.
guys
You got
to drop
Russians.
the bullet on the gurney, and you got the
Exactly.
guys
You
you
got
got the guys
doctors
in
in the
place to run the
hospital. You
Warren
take the
Commission.
bubble
Yeah.
off the top of the thing. The phone lines go down in DC. You make sure it doesn't. You're not seeing this. You're seeing the trust fund kids you're seeing like the great grandson of like a Rockefeller being like, well, maybe we'll do oil. And John D. Rockefeller would be like, go kill their president, start a war. We're getting a pipeline. Like you are seeing sort of rot. And it's a funny answer. I don't think it's entirely untrue.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Sloppy.
It's like one of the arguments that's been made at me for a long time. I would talk about, going back to the talking about like Vladimir Putin. I'm like, Putin's running rings around us. I've been saying this for years, right? And the response to that was, if Putin had to fight against anybody halfway competent, he might actually have lost a battle or two here or there. I'm like, he's like fighting against he's not just fighting against the C team, he's literally fighting against the trust fund kids, the third generation, the ones who squander all the wealth. And if you're talking about people who are now that
stupid,
who feel that threatened, when they're that threatened, that's when they make mistakes. Mistakes get made. And like, this could have been a very hastily put together operation. It could easily be one hand, the Obama team doesn't know what the Clinton team's trying to do, or blah, 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 blah. And somebody bribed one of the CIA, one of the Secret Service officers is, looked the other way, and somebody else, and it's like, and it's not a real op, but it's an op of some form or another, simply because no fucking way does a kid climb up on a goddamn roof 430 feet from a Donald Trump and not, and without consequence.
And as Tommy said, probably the best place in the whole area to put the counter snipers.
Yeah, right. Everyone's saying, how come they weren't watching that? No, counter snipers.
It's sort of like there was a fire tower right there.
A lot of these things you occupy
a duck blind.
A lot of these spots you put guys up there simply to deny someone going up there.
Right.
You just put a guy up there. You see someone climbing a ladder. You go, "What are you doing, fucker?" Like just that.
Right.
And it's not that they were in Mar-a-Lago and some guy got on top of a Holiday Inn 4.5 miles away, took a pot shot, and it went through the window and hit the ottoman. This is empty field in, Pennsylvania, podunk buttfuckville, and there's like what looks like a prefabricated storage unit, and you climb up there. I mean, this is literally like the shitty part of the video game where you're in the tutorial and you're like in like the kill house, and it's like, all right, shoot the cardboard cutout. Like, this isn't like you're on level 9 expert and you're going for it. You're like, I'm trying to get the highest score. This is literally like, it's play the game Sniper Elite, where you're a World War II sniper. You can put up levels of difficulties where
now hit markers. I'm gonna bring in something wacky.
Yeah, go for it.
I don't think goes anywhere, but it caught my attention. If you look, I once years ago had a discussion with one of my grad students about QAnon, and I said, I have no idea what QAnon is. I figure QAnon started life as a bunch of intelligence guys who went rogue,
drinking,
and then started spilling their guts and doing what they do. And then it became just a dumping ground for anything that you didn't understand that was on the right side of the center. Right. But when I was reading about things like global pedophilia networks and stuff, once in a while I'd run across the QAnon guys. And one of their beliefs is that Trump is the savior. I mean, this just gets so weird that it's just unimaginable. That Trump is the savior and he's about to marshal all the generals and they're about to take back the United States. And it just sounds so bizarre. And when I'm watching a video and that shows up at the end, I go, oh shit, did I just waste an hour and a half watching a video from the QAnon? One of their most bizarre theories is that JFK is not dead and that he's going to come riding to the rescue and save the system. JFK Jr. And they've even gone so far, and I've been watching this for a couple of years, and it just was laughable to me. There's this guy who doesn't look like JFK. They say this is JFK with his latex mask on in disguise, blah, blah, blah. And I've been seeing this off and on for years, thinking these guys are just having fun with us now. He was sitting behind Trump.
Yeah.
Unambiguously.
That picture, dude, I saw that last night, and like,
it's not just a picture though, because I checked a bunch of different camera angles that people took of the shooting, and he's in all of them.
yeah, no,
so it didn't get photoshopped, didn't get AI.
No. He's in the video. No.
He's in the video. Now, Trump, how many speeches a day does Trump give?
But
right?
I saw this.
Right.
That guy right there.
Yeah, that's January 6th.
Right. That's January 6th.
Yeah. Now, maybe this is photoshopped. I might be sharing bullshit. Maybe it's photoshopped.
No, but he was not photoshopped at this event.
No, not yesterday. Not yesterday. I don't know if the J6 one, if that's accurate.
Yeah, right. So then the question is, okay, so who is he, right? I doubt he's JFK.
No.
Could he be a guy who actually is serving some purpose, right? Maybe a personal bodyguard of Trump, and he is just always there. There's a lot of potential explanations, but I thought I had to bring that up because it's one of the funnier oddities that's very difficult to wrap your brain around in this story, because he can't be going to every goddamn Trump rally. The odds that he's at the one where it reminds me, QAnon shaman, right? Antifa guy,
Jake Angeli.
Yeah, Jacob Chansley. I've got photos of him at January 6th with Ukrainian operatives.
Mm-hmm.
I was on a Twitter Spaces about international pedophile networks, and he came on. I go, what the hell is Jacob Chansley doing on this Twitter Spaces? And he starts walking the walk and talking the talk. He is talking about the international trafficking and all the details. I go, who the hell is Jacob Chansley? Who the hell is this guy? So that guy, you don't want to let him get off your radar screen until someone explains why he was sitting behind Trump.
I will say what you said about you had watched the video, and at the end it said QAnon and did you waste your time. And this generally goes for everything. You shouldn't write that. I mean, just because Anthony Fauci says something doesn't mean it's inaccurate. Fauci probably also says take calcium for your bones. So like,
no,
everything you saw was accurate. Don't write it. QAnon. Nothing. I've always said there would truly be nothing funnier in the history of this universe from now until heat death than if QAnon was real. But I mean, it is madness where you start looking and you're like, what the fuck is going on? And the Russians yesterday started writing on their artillery shells like "Stay strong, Donald Trump," and like this is for Trump's ear and like a fist. Like,
that's after or before?
After.
Okay.
You know, but it's like, what the fuck's going on?
Well, but see that could easily be our deep staters who are trying to get us to pissed. Well, it could also be our guys who want to get us revved at the Ruskies and set up a Russian explanation, right?
Fair point.
And so this morning, James Lindsay said people think they can write history in real time, and you can't. It's absolutely true that this shit has to incubate.
Yeah.
And you need time for it to settle in and start making sense, or pieces that just don't fit, saying maybe that's bullshit. You know, it takes a long time. My big fear is that we have no idea what history was in the past either. Right. And that we really are blinder than we ever believed. But now, in defense of the sloppy psyop that you were discussing, I think with the invention of the internet, the whole protocol changed, where they used to try to get away with it. Now it's just a total, they just say, look, we're just going to do it. And we're just going to use the internet and the mass media and stuff to do the heavy lifting.
Mm-hmm. That's what they do. I agree with you on that, Dave, completely. I do. That, you know, they're going to just do what they need to do. And again, we are at a moment in time where, and I think we've entered that phase of this operation, or the phase of the breakdown, that the goal here, that they have to go for broke, because the goal has never been clearer than I think what I've been trying to say for years, which is that we have to, the United States is being set up for a color revolution, guys. I've been saying this for years. Okay. Was it My wife watches
How do
the
you
body.
do me a favor and define color revolution? Because I always see it in context, but what do you mean exactly by
I was
that?
about to ask.
I mean
know
that
the
I mean
definition.
it's well it's the we use color revolution now because they like orange or brown or green or whatever, but it's this you destabilize over time, you destabilize a country at every level, and then you have those defining moments where you can get the people to rise up and do a thing that they want you to do and overthrow the existing government. And we're all of the elements of it are pretty much there. The only thing we haven't had is the actual revolution itself. And so we're getting very close to that moment, where there's going to be an intelligence operation that's going to explode. When you look at, they laid the groundwork for the Maidan in Ukraine for 20 years before that.
Yeah.
Radicalizing certain parts of the Ukrainian. It takes a long time to set that up, to give the money to right sector, to put them in the right places, to buy the right people, to set up the NGOs, to put to radicalize the kids on the campuses and everything else. It takes a long time to build the milieu, the zeitgeist, to generate the hatred and the division and everything else. And we're right there. We've got two groups of people in the United States right now, neither of whom will believe or accept the outcome of this election. And the best way to assure that outcome is to not have either Joe Biden or Donald Trump as the candidates, because if you want the complete explosion, because then there's the possibility that one side there could actually, the wrong side could win. But if you have Hillary versus Haley or whoever, pick, or I don't care if it's Gavin Newsom versus,
it's a do-over.
Right. It doesn't matter. And this way, everybody's demoralized. No one is going to look at this election and go, "Oh my fucking God, you got to be kidding me." Then you sow just enough malice and disinformation into everything. The right gets pissed off because they killed Donald Trump. The left gets pissed off because what happens if Haley were to win? What if it's Hillary versus Haley and Haley wins because she has the Trump sympathy vote? The same way that LBJ got the Kennedy sympathy vote, right? The revolutionary Kennedy, who's then given.
Okay,
who's then
here's the question: you gotta choose between Haley and Hillary. Who do you choose?
Gun to my head? I don't.
Gun to your head? No, guns to your head, dude.
Oh, I got to choose. Sadly, I have to choose Haley.
Okay.
You know why? Because I think because I believe Hillary Clinton is like the epitome of everything fucking evil. Whereas Haley is a fucking stooge who will do what she is told.
She's a neocon.
But she's a neocon, but that's fine. She's not as high up the fucking ladder.
Right.
I mean, and she's not as, she's almost as ambitious. Right. I mean, gun to my head, I have to pick gun to my head. Yeah, my daughter's life on the line. I'll choose Nikki Haley over because there ain't no way I'm choosing Hillary Clinton. I got 40 fucking years that tells me that Hillary Clinton is the worst piece of shit imaginable. So, as my wife put it so eloquently 8 years ago, I've been waiting 25 years to vote against that bitch.
Yeah, they were supposed to drop Trump yesterday. There was supposed to be a civil war, and then whoever the Republican nominee would have come out and said, we need a heal. I'm conceding, or Biden would then be like, we're gonna work together and something. And you tie in Russia and you go, we really don't even need this election. And you would have a bunch of Republicans coming out and saying, like, now is the time for healing. This here's another thing.
That's what they did in 2008 with McCain.
Yeah.
McCain literally handed the election to Barack Obama during the financial crisis.
Yeah. Right. Here's another thing is
fucking stop campaigning.
We know the power structure just across all things is it's not a monolith. The uniparty is Republican, Democrat, but within the Democratic power structure, is that not a monolith? Was this a sub-faction? No. Was this a sub-faction who thought the people in charge weren't going hard enough? Do you have true radicals that were like this? Do you have more measured people in the Democratic power structure who were like, no, 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 this is gonna work. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this, that, the other thing on the election night. Was this some rambunctious group of true radicals that would eventually end up against the wall? Do you have them going for it? I mean, do you have people in the DNC going like, you fucking idiot, like you weren't supposed to do that, and if you're gonna do it, complete it. Like maybe, I mean, it might be that this was I mean, was it partially foiled? I mean, it was Donald Trump. Was he really? Did But now let's look at Occam's razor. Like, was it really a security? I mean, did they just like, oop, we're gonna let it happen, or is there something we don't know? Was there another sniper taken out? Was there something? Was 3 out of 4? Are we gonna find out in 50 years 3 other snipers were neutralized? Tom.
I'm actually not going to answer that question because I was just looking something else up just to confirm. Everybody was out yesterday, happy to see that Donald Trump survived Mike Pence. We all told Pence to go fuck himself. All told Ursula von der Leyen to go fuck herself. Everybody else. You know who hasn't tweeted since July 12th?
Who?
Hillary fucking Clinton. Last tweet from Hillary. It's horrifying to see a leader of a major American party align with foreign autocrats like Viktor Orban. Trump is telling you exactly who
I
he
love
is.
Viktor Orban.
Peace
I
is to
love
give Putin
Viktor
exactly
Orban.
what he wants. Are you on Trump's side or with Orban, Putin, and dictators?
Yeah.
Even Hillary can't bring herself to go to put forth even crocodile fucking tears. Even fucking Pelosi said something.
Yeah, she said, well, I know political violence.
Yeah, I mean, they're all on the. I deploy political violence, but only when I order it, or only when I get caught. Fucking cunt.
Yeah, it is. There was in no way.
Bill tweeted, she didn't.
And in no way, shape, or form, what was Trump supposed to survive yesterday? That's what's kind of fucking wild.
Well, what if? Okay, so then the question is: let's say there's factions.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As far as I can tell, the only losers, guaranteed losers, by Trump getting winged, are Biden, but Team Biden.
Mm-hmm.
So you can argue that the other teams potentially win. Trump certainly. I mean, holy Jesus, did Trump come out ahead on that one?
Of course.
I think Bobby Kennedy gets Secret Service.
Yeah,
maybe.
Which is not worth anything, obviously.
Right.
So let's say it's factional. Which faction? Do you think maybe Hillary's team just tried to take him out?
Just a rage.
Well,
part of a plan.
At the risk of sounding like a broken record, Hillary and Haley both track to neoconservatives, which is indistinguishable from the British remnant.
Right.
And they're the ones who most desperately want continued war with Russia. This happens right after the NATO summit. It happens after all of this stuff. What's that?
You get Hillary against Haley, then you're guaranteed to get what you want because they're both from your team. If you get one of them, then you got to beat them.
It's got to be Lincoln Douglas all over again.
Hillary does not want to go against Donald Trump again.
What?
So she had the most to win. She had the most to win.
Yes.
Because Haley wouldn't be guaranteed, I think, to get the nomination.
No.
So,
but she's the one with delegates going into the convention.
So, like,
I'm not sure that matters.
So, a couple days.
I don't know that it matters. I'm just, it doesn't have to be Haley, but she's convenient.
There was a couple days ago, there was a tweet that Meta had officially removed all restrictions from Trump's Instagram and Facebook accounts and WhatsApp and whatever. And then I had retweeted what somebody said, this is odd. This is weird. And then you had the same day The Economist comes out and says Trumponomics wouldn't be that bad. And somebody just said, this is very uneasy. Why are these establishment organs all of a sudden holding up on Trump? Which could bring to two possible, a million possible, but just two off the top of my head. Do you pull back knowing an assassination's coming so that in a week you can be like, hey, the establishment was certain to kind of go, hey, Trump's probably going to win. It wasn't us. Or is it, do you have aspects of the big money establishment being like, I mean, at the end of the day, Trump does kind of protect the wallet, so what do I care? And do you have some hyper true believers in the movement going, Facebook's pulling back, The Economist is saying he won't be that bad. This is literally Hitler. Do you have some fuckers that really believed the propaganda and going, the Nazis that are surrendering? Do you have the other Nazis
Yes.
being like, don't you dare surrender?
Yes. It starts and ends with everybody surrounding Barack Hussein Obama. That's Samantha Power, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, blah, 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 blah. We can keep going down the fucking line. All of them. They're all true believers. They're all goddamn communists. And they all map directly. But at the same time, Hillary has a lot to gain. Like this is, I know that there's a lot of domestic stuff that can go on in here as well, and there's a lot of people who don't want to see the gravy train end. They don't want the NATO gravy train end. They don't necessarily want us to be involved in a land war with the Russians in Ukraine, but they just want to be able to sell weapons. Like I get that as well.
Let's say they got Trump yesterday.
Sure.
Does that increase or decrease the chance that Biden is the nominee and the winner?
Maybe.
I think they would have run Biden.
Well,
it's gut feeling off the top of my head.
Because I mean, because at that point, Biden is a known quantity.
It's
literally
level
horrifying
of
in the White House, being fed bullshit flavored ice cream.
It's some
He's
level
a known
of,
quantity.
Yeah, it's some level of stability in a storm.
What they want is they want continuity of policy.
Yeah.
And they want to demoralize us in every way to ensure that we do not have any hope. This is about destroying what's left of our hope. That we can get out of this and we can save our country or we can save our society or anything else. They're attacking the food supply. They're attacking the infrastructure. They're attacking everything. They just lost Chevron. They just lost the immunity deal. The SEC just got their ass handed to them. Oh God, what's the guy's the SEC case? Now I can't remember his name.
Is this a
blanking on?
Is this a
all of those were Jarkissi, the Jarkissi case, probably even more important than Chevron.
I thought nothing. See, I thought on the one hand, Chevron was most important of anything.
Yeah.
But that what would happen is they would just ignore it anyways.
Yeah, but now with Jarkissi and Chevron together, they can't use Star Chamber administrative courts anymore. They have to take people to court. We can actually go back and through the federal court system, actually challenge all this, and they can ignore it all they want. But good news for you. The two things I credit Trump most for while he was in office was Powell and Sofer at the Federal Reserve and installing a lot of very good lower district court judges that have allowed these cases to filter up. Without that happening, and no, they're not perfect, and yeah, some of them are a bunch of Federalist Society jackasses, and per Robert Barnes and all the rest. I get it, but in the end, they're not. They may be flawed jurists, or they may be, but they're certainly better than anything fucking Obama or Biden were going to put on the table, right? And so, because of that, I think that is we're seeing the dividends of that of those wins today. And it's almost what I believe at this point, the thing that gives us hope. And that's why Trump needed to be taken out. Because the stage is set for all of this stuff to be reversed.
Yeah.
In the first 6 to 9 months of the second season of the Trump show.
I mean, are we just in the fucking timeline where in 50 years we all just look back and go, yeah. I mean, I remember growing up in New England and being like a Red Sox fan and watching 2004. They were down 3-0, and then they won 4 straight, and then went on to beat the Cardinals and broke the curse of the Bambino. And I just remember people saying, it's almost, if this was like a movie, you'd be like, this is so gay, because it was so fantastical. Like they come down 3-0, you win 4 straight. And then you go, He'd break the 86 year. And it was just, but it happened. And like sometimes shit just does. And is it God? Is it the universe? Is it is there some quantum mechanic shit we don't know? Is like the overall will and desire of the most number of people, the double slit experiment? I mean, is there true desire for a better world? Tom, you once said in one of our shows, you said QAnon is the collective unconscious that we all know and wish that the world could be better.
So I think what you're potentially confusing is what appears to be a proximate trigger from a cause. So, for example, George Floyd. Right. There are people who think George Floyd transformed the world. George Floyd was just one of many victims who happened to be. That's right. He was the one. He was the one going down for the count at the moment that society was ready to lose their shit.
Yeah.
And it didn't hurt the fact that he was such a wonderful human being with such great upstanding credentials. But besides that,
no, you're right, Dave. You're right.
Yeah, no,
that
it was.
That's what the fourth turning's about. Is that they say, look, it's not that bad things don't happen during all the turnings. It's that during the fourth turning, society goes
pressure. Gavril Princip was not he's the most influential man. He was a gunman in a pressurized. He was a spark near a gas leak.
So the fourth turning again. You look at Ukraine or something. Shit like that happens all the time. But in a fourth turning, it somehow gets parlayed into a catastrophe because of the response. The reality that troubles me most, I think, is using an analogy to previous bad moments in history. The one that haunts me the most, actually, is the Cultural Revolution in China. Mm-hmm. So this is where when you look at the young, ultra-left, unworldly guys who blindly support team A or team B without knowing where they are on a map and things like that. That's sort of what the Cultural Revolution in China was. They got basically the young Chinese militants to destroy their parents, destroy the older generation. And that's why we should not lose sight of the role of things like the Palestine-Israel battles. Not so much about Palestine versus Israel, but about how the college campuses are filled with pro-Palestine, while at the same time there's certainly plenty of Jews on campuses too. So, but they tend to work differently. The pro-Palestinian crowd, I think the Jews know why they're being Jews. I think the pro-Palestinian crowd has no idea why they're pro-Palestinian. I think there's a different level of awareness on those two groups. But the fight is on now. Right, the fight is on, and if I, for example, come out and say I'm pro-Palestine or I'm pro-Israel or whatever, the fight is on. I'm in the middle of it. The second I say something like that,
right? Yep.
And Musk comes out yesterday,
and I was going to say, and it's the purposeful radicalization of people that is part of the color revolutionary thing.
That's right.
You take people who are feeling the anxiety and feeling things slipping away and feeling the attack on, and it's, and look, they're attacking the middle class, dude. This is not hard. These are
we can't even agree on facts. So the reason the three or four of us, Jim bailing on us, it works because we generally agree on the facts. There's facts we don't agree on, but they're not the kind of facts where we say, look, there's climate change, or no, there's no climate change. Those are not the kind of facts we disagree on. Right. And so you can't have a rational conversation with the other team now.
No.
And that is what the purpose of cancel culture was, which was not a grassroots movement, in my opinion. It was a very well orchestrated thing. And even though it seems to have died down, the fear of getting canceled has not gone away. And so it has imposed a censorship on everyone because they don't want to be the person on the receiving end of that gnarly mess.
Mm-hmm. Agreed. Yeah, no, we can't. When you've got people to gaslit to the point where they deny reality, and
that's what they did in Russia. That's what they did in Russia. They said, like, what's that? Live not by lies is about when you stop telling your children the truth for fear they will blurt it out.
But at the same time, we all have to remind ourselves, and I will, again, as always, because I'm going to need to go in a couple of minutes.
That
that reality is that which, when we stop believing in it, doesn't go away. Philip K. Dick.
Right.
This is the most important thing for all of us to remind everybody of. Like, look, I understand. And you can actually, and the best you can do is to try and approach this with people. It's like, look, it doesn't matter whether you believe Trump is Hitler or what you're worried about and what your fears are. Those are there, but they're not necessarily reality. The reality around you is that we're sitting here having a conversation and we disagree on things, and we should be able to disagree about them like civil human beings and still see other value in each other. We're not all one thing or one other thing. This is another thing that's been starting to bother me recently as part of the process. When you deal with people who are only dealing in absolutes, or only dealing in black and whites, you're dealing with people who are only engaging one half of their brain. Ian McGilchrist would call it the left half of the brain versus the right half. Pick your metaphor here. It doesn't really matter. What's important is that all they're thinking of, all that exists for them, is their threat assessment tool. Whatever that is, the thing it's the reticle, the targeting reticle. That's what scares me. That's all I care about. And fuck everything else. And fuck everyone and run, in effect. And like that's what we have to somehow get past. If we can't get past that with individuals, then we have to see it for what it is. Don't engage directly because you're talking to a brick wall, and move on and try and find some other person or organization or whatever, and continue to try and keep the bonds of society and the bonds of communication open as much as humanly possible.
Right.
Until they come around. And then when they come around, you say, you're welcome back into the fold. And you go, okay.
The fourth turning logic suggests that you don't actually back out, which is sort of what that sounds like, whereas you actually end up pushing through. And so
no, we're going to push through. We're absolutely, you push through and you stick to your guns and you say, this is reality.
And we're going to make all the mistakes. We're not going to all of a sudden see it.
Right.
We're going to make the mistakes. We're going to create the catastrophes.
Yes.
We are going to sign off on bombing Russia. We're going to sign off on, firing people for not using the right pronouns or not supporting the vaccine or whatever.
Right.
And we're going to sign off on using the court system to remove a presidential candidate from the race.
That's right.
It's amazing to me that someone could actually feel so strongly about this election that they support that. It just is beyond my imagination.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
It's like, Dave, you're right. It reminds me of something I heard. I can't remember where I heard it, but somebody said you're going to look back and you're going to find a mask in a coat pocket 15 years from now, and you're going to go, wow, that was a weird fucking time, now wasn't it?
Right.
It was a joke. I can't. Somebody mentioned it, and so I can't remember where.
I think it was Tim Dillon. Actually,
was that?
I think it was the comedian Tim Dillon. He has a bit about you can go.
Yeah, maybe. But I've also heard it like maybe on podcasts, but it's a simple. It's an idea that's been propagated, and it's had its.
We've got COVID tests in our closet. I look at them and I go, what are you doing? Right.
I mean, it's funny. Like last week, my wife and I started cleaning out our storage building that I built ages ago, and I've labeled it. I started calling it the monument to all of our bad decisions.
Right.
Because it's the place that we just stuffed all of the mistakes that we've made. Right. And there's a big friggin' room full of this stuff. And we're like, oh, we have to clean this thing out. Well, come on, order in the dumpster. Let's clean this fucking thing out. Let's get, and then go, what the fuck were we thinking here? What were we thinking? Oh my God, and it is what it is. And it was, and eventually you have to face all of those things, and then move forward.
But then there's the harsh reality that the other thing that's been bugging the crap out of me is that we've been living in a utopian society where while all around I was watching a sci-fi movie the other night. The comets were pulverizing. Some comet entered the Earth's atmosphere and was pulverizing the crap out of everybody. And I was looking at this going, this is what Ukraine and Gaza look like right now.
Yep.
And I realized that we have been living in such an isolated world where even these gigantic wars of the 20th century were way over on the other side of the world. And we lost relatives, but for us, we lost great-grandfathers, or we did not lose.
Yeah.
There's nothing tangible. There's nothing. If you go to Bristol, England, you can still see remains from World War II.
Yeah, you can bombed out buildings and shit.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so I worry that the fact that we've gone so long without really suffering, without wondering if we're going to get to eat, without wondering if we're going to, right, that it's conceivable that is now what is coming because we've gone so long without the experience.
I'm reading this. Sorry, Tom.
Go ahead, Tommy.
I was gonna say I've been reading this book right now. The End of the World is Just Beginning by Peter Zeihan.
I find him to be factually interesting and a hoser. I have a mixed emotion about him.
I'm indifferent. I just chose the book and I'm fucking with it. But
I'm reading Scott Horton's book enough already, and it's overwhelming but pretty good.
But the point is, and I know you got to run, Tom. But the point is he talks about like 45. He really puts into words what we all feel and know abstractly. 1945 till now, like, hey man, we've been living in this like bubble on a unicorn under a rainbow. Like, this is not the norm. And I was gonna say odd about yesterday.
In that respect, yeah.
Wasn't yesterday
life is a struggle under normal conditions.
Wasn't yesterday Caesar's birthday? That's kind of fucking weird. And then today, dude,
today's Bastille Day, guys.
And Trump went out golfing at 9 a.m.
This morning?
What a Chad.
Yeah, he went out golfing this morning.
Animal.
Yeah. Well,
that man deserves to be king of the country.
Right. But he also it's sort of like, when Martin Luther King got shot. The first thing Jesse Jackson did, who was sitting right there, is reach down, put his hands down on Martin Luther King and rub blood all over himself.
I know.
So Trump sees this opportunity, and you got a sore ear, but you go, but
sure. No, he's a gay. He's a showman.
Oh no, dude. Of course. His response to stand up and put his fist up in the air and go. He knew exactly.
He's an adamant. Yeah, he runs. He
collected himself before he stood up.
He stood up and said, "This is $1 trillion of PR."
It's
right
those
here.
images that look too good to me is the problem.
Fair.
That's why I went looking for the what am I missing here part of the story, because those images were so perfect. It's like when they restage Iwo Jima flag, when they restage the guy kissing the woman in Times Square, on Armistice.
Be critical.
I just went looking for it. It's too perfect.
But it's funny, Dave. I agree. I hear exactly what you're saying, and I really do. But Trump is a master of media. There's not a person on this planet who doesn't understand his role and how to use media. He knows that that's why he's Donald Trump. And so
the other thing is,
that moment, he's going to go, here's my opportunity to grab every black male in the country. They're all going to vote for me. This is how I'm going to win Pennsylvania.
50 Cent went out
and I'll give Trump credit enough to know that if he is exactly what he says he is at this point, which is that, their target is you and I'm just in the way, and he really is that guy, then you say, okay, then
right.
Let's rock.
He's going to in that moment go, yeah, we're doing this. Wait, fight.
I wonder if he wasn't even totally convinced until yesterday. I mean, there might have been a moment where he was on the ground where he was just like, this is so much better than living on a yacht getting old. There had to be a moment where he's let's ride this fucking bitch.
That's him weaponizing narcissism, right?
Sure.
He has weaponized narcissism. He has figured out. That
we've talked about this before.
Is nothing.
Take your flaws and turn them into strengths, and then do something with them.
Yeah, I don't care what the logic is. He's like, I want to go down as the greatest ever, and it's like, whatever. That results in a bigger paycheck for me.
So how do you explain?
We have to give Tom an out.
But two things. One is,
I'm just giving you an out.
Sure.
One is that when Biden did so poorly, it is stunning to me watching the people who supported Biden the whole way, and then all of a sudden, I can't explain how they could just change gears so quickly and say it's clear he's got to go now. And I'm going, we've been
Langley
this
sent
for
out
4
an
years.
email.
But also, how do you explain the guys who post-shooting could not resist saying nasty fucking things when the message should be to your brain? Let's say I hated Trump. The message to my brain should be, now is the time to shut the fuck up, Dave.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
Hey man, there's
Yep.
and I love this. I always have to go for a science approach, but I mean, dude, it's spiritual, man. There are people. Look at the fucking TikTok kids screaming. Yes, they literally all have the physiognomy of like hooked nose, grinning, scream, dude. This is demonic shit, man. You have them. They're like when I see Biden, I feel bad because I see my late grandmother. I see someone who should be surrounded by family. And I don't like Joe Biden and I don't like what he's doing with this country. But at a certain level, there's still part of me that goes, be your brother's keeper, love each other as I have loved you. You see people who Trump gets shot in the ear and they're going like, oh, it was almost so good. Like, dude, start
There's something
believing,
wrong with
man.
you.
These are
Yeah.
demons
But
licking
even
their
if you're
claws.
thinking that, I'm wondering why your internal filter didn't just say, okay, zip it, right?
Because
You remember my
no,
personal gag
they
order.
don't have an
Hamas
internal
attacks
filter.
Israel. My internal gag order said, don't say a word.
Yeah. Well,
And
even last
where
night,
was that gag order? Now it's like it's time to zip it. It's time to go have, it's time to go have a beer, close up your computer, because if I type something, I will regret it. You should
sure.
know that.
It's Duper's delight, man. It's that phenomenon where
The
people
duper's delight.
where they
What a great
smile when
concept.
they get away with it. They go,
Bill
you know,
Gates.
you see it, you see it all the time. Where whoever the fuck, who's the politician, their famous picture of him smiling when he's like doing that. It's a phenomenon. It's literally it's a phenomenon called Duper's delight. It's a dump of dopamine when you've gotten away with something. You can't help but smile. It's reflexive. It's like a hiccup or a burp. So you're saying, where's their internal filter? This is Duper's delight. Dude, they're demons licking their fucking face. I don't mean to sound like Alex Jones, like Joe, they're literally demons. They are vampire potbelly goblins from another dimension. But I mean, at a certain point, man, you're looking
You're
at this
pretty
and
good at that. You're pretty good at that.
I got to meet him.
Do the gay frog one now.
Listen, Joe, they've been putting atrazine in the water. I don't care what they say. You can call me a psychopath. Hillary Clinton is a goddamn demon, Joe. Yeah, no, you see them, dude, and they're you see these fucking dude. Okay, so I'll just show what I fucking screen recorded it yesterday because I couldn't stop staring at the fucking image of the way they were just foaming at the mouths, and there is
do they blow Biden out of there once and for all now? They've missed Trump. Do they now have to get Biden out of there? Does that increase the amplitude?
So
I think they take another shot at him.
Here's a 7-second clip. One of them's a kid lighting a candle saying John Wilkes Booth, if you're listening. And the other one it's a girl talking to the dead shooter saying, like, listen up, fuckface.
We can't hear it.
Oh, you can't? All right. Well, then the microphones.
Doesn't, yeah, it's
whatever. Whatever. It's, dude, but you have these, it's their Duper's delight. They're going like, oh, we could have been, call whatever the fuck you want, man. Yeah, dude, they're fucking licking their lips and they're going. I mean, dude, you had Dr. Malone. To his credit, Dr. Malone's been going to war with them last night on Twitter. You have all these professors being like, today could have been a great day. And he's screenshotting and posting it and like tagging their institute, or maybe someone else is tagging institutions. But dude, you have these people, like these professors being like, oh, today could have been such a sweet day. I think it's reflexive. I really do. I think they're not doing this to be edgy because a lot of them have now deleted their
So I tell you exactly the professor thing. The professor thing is you're in a university, it's a total bubble, it's a total echo chamber. And so these guys do not realize they don't realize how bad universities look right now. They don't understand any of that. And they think that what they say matters. The only difference between them and Hollywood elite is that the professors on average probably are carrying higher IQs.
Yeah.
No, this is on the way out the door because I am gonna bolt. It's like these people are lost, and the
true believer Eric Hoffer,
when they are forced to actually look at themselves, and they will, right? They'll go, oh my, and everybody's gonna look at them and go, yeah, that was who you were, and now you're going to live with that. And, it at some point, it's, the universe is going to give them what they deserve. in some way, manner, or shape, we always get exactly what we have sown. At the end of the day, we are the sum totals of all of the decisions we've made in our lives, good, bad, or indifferent. And this is going to eventually, they feel good about it now. It makes them feel good. They get it out of their system and they're like, oh, yeah, no.
Harry
And when they will either and they will either sink into depravity further and then eventually die off physically, spiritually, emotionally, however, or they will pick themselves up. And then hopefully somebody will be there to help them pick themselves up. But we're not getting out of this without going through every fucking bad thing imaginable. I've been warning this. I've been saying there's no path out of this. The other side of it is not terrible, but I got news for you. The only way out is through, and it's going to suck.
Yep. As the valley of death.
Yep. We're going through it. And
and there it is.
Yeah, most of us.
So y'all keep talking.
No. We're gonna wrap it up. Tom, Stephen Murray, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen Murray just texted me and said, "Tell Luongo I said hello."
Yeah, no, and
awesome.
Tell Steve that I'm gonna try and get on. I told him, yeah, we need to do a show, but I want to wait a couple of days to have a conversation with him about these things. Like I want 3 or 4 days for the for things to percolate.
Yeah.
So
And he and I were just chatting the other day about it. He's like, we're both going hard. He was like, we're gonna talk on Friday. He's like, let's take an easy weekend. I was like, I agree. Fucking motherfucker.
Yeah, I mean, if you want, I mean, actually, Tommy, if you want this, I can make this easy. If you want, since he crashed my last time I was on with Mike Ferris, my show, like I can crash your show and the 3 of us can do a stream on Friday.
Let's do it. Yeah, I'll text him.
Wait a minute. What do you mean he crashed Ferris's show? He came in as
so I was supposed to do a thing with it was supposed to be me and Mike Ferris on Coffee and a Mic. And then I pop in and Steve and Lieutenant, and Steve Murray's there as well. And he's like, Mike invited him in without, like 5 minutes warning. I'm like, no problem.
Yeah.
Because okay, if Steve Murray comes, I'm like, fuck yeah, that guy's awesome. Let's do it. And then we had like the best 2.5 hour chat ever.
So actually, I enjoy the threesome foursomes more than the twosomes.
It depends on the people. Present company, I adore them. It depends.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. These are really the only big shows I do. Other than that, I really very rarely do I want more than one guest. But Tom, we'll let you guys. Dave and I wrap this up. Jim, I don't know.
Go back.
Good seeing you as always.
I don't know.
Wife and all of that.
And we haven't roasted Jim for not being here, and that's not fair because Dave got roasted when he wasn't here. So Jim, I don't know where you are. I'd imagine you're rapidly disassembling a service rifle and burning off your fingerprints because where are you, Jim? Where are you? Were you on top of a roof? Were you on top of a roof?
There's something going on between Jim and the chicken.
Watching Jim transform from being a guy who hates conspiracies to a guy who now realizes they're all true.
Exactly.
They're all true has been quite an experience.
And I don't know what. And it's gross that he took a shot at the president yesterday. Jim, shame on you.
I know.
All right, gentlemen. Love you guys. Guys, stay safe.
Take care, Tommy.
Pray,
take care, Dave.
Love each other. Sunday. August 11th, 2024, 12:06 p.m. Eastern time, and with Mr. Jim Kunstler, Mr. Dave Collum, and Tom Luongo is late, and so we can only assume he's sucking off a couple dudes and smoking crack, and that's about the best I think our intel shows right now. And we're talking.
I think there's goats involved.
I think
what a generous fellow you are.
It is.
I know.
It is. Listen, I mean, I think he is. I've never known him to be late, so I can only imagine he's got a mouthful of a goat cock. Right
no, he's deep in prayer and meditation. I'm sure.
I don't
praying for the future of our nation.
That would make sense right now.
What do you think about the Kamala using AI to expand her audience size? Have you seen that?
Do we know that's true?
So I was looking at some of the videos because I don't. Yeah, again, it's because so like my buddy was just all over like the Waltz like horse cum meme, and I was like, you got to find out if it's real. And he was like, why? I'm like, because they will use that to discredit all future criticism if it turns out that's not real. So no, right. To find out if it's real isn't some defense of Kamala. Because if you look at like the horse cum meme and you go, oh, well, it turned out they were lying about that. Then when you see something legitimate like stolen valor, you go, oh, well, that's also not true. And
why don't you explain to your listeners what the horse cum meme?
That one. I'm having.
I've heard of it.
There's a meme going around that the selected vice president Waltz. I don't. What's his first name? I don't know. Tim Waltz.
Tampon Tim.
There's a meme going around that back in the day in college or something, he drank so much horse cum that he was hospitalized, and it's not real. But for the people saying who cares if it's real or not, it's because there are legitimate criticisms of him, like leaving his unit before they deployed or stolen valor. And if you look at that, you could very well say that the horse cum meme might have originated from that party because it poisons the well. So when it turns out that that's fake, then all future criticism when we go, well, that might be fake too, and it's not. So there is a legitimate.
That would be, look, Tommy, that would just be a boilerplate strategy for
Yeah.
dealing with any kind of criticism
Sure.
of these two cats.
Sure.
So
Well,
there's nothing really super complex about it.
No,
It's
no,
just-
no, not at all. But for the same reason, you got to find out if the enhanced Kamala crowd is fake or not. I did look at it, and
Look.
as someone that knows at least some shit about photo editing and video editing, no, they're pretty telltale signs. Not even just on like misshapen hands and faces. There's a softness that AI generation does. There's really no super hard corners if you
Hey,
zoom in.
don't you
Yeah.
expect them to do every fucking trick they possibly
Of
can
course. Why
to
wouldn't
queer
you?
this election?
Why wouldn't you?
Of
They are
course.
doing
So,
it, and if they weren't
know.
doing it, I would think less of them.
So as Joe Pesci would say, end of story. Hey.
Yeah, as well as you should. But that being said, I mean, you can that does make sense. And then what do you think about was it yesterday, the Trump plane, or 2 days ago, doing like an emergency landing because of leaking hydraulic fluid? Do you think that's another attempt on him?
Yeah, I think that obviously he's got to be careful about who's working on his plane and who's guarding his plane, and yeah, that would be a simple
can I
way to
slow
get
us
him down.
a little?
Yeah.
We're jumping here. It's like we're all on Ritalin here.
We're all smoking horse cum.
I would like to go through a little bit in sort of a lightning round fact check on Tim Waltz. Because you mentioned, for example, the stolen valor story. I'm not even completely convinced that that's legitimate.
Sure.
So let's start out. So Tim, I think, really did some very bad stuff in Minnesota. I think he did, totally botch the riots. Although botching a riot, those are kind of forced errors at some level.
Yeah.
But he acted as though it was okay with him. He's super woke, gender bending. His laws. He did seem to legitimately set up. Correct me when you disagree with one of these. I'm just trying to get this going. He did seem to legitimately set up a hotline for people who were going outside inappropriately unmasked and things like that. These are all things that would, in my world, get you banished, right?
I think he's gone a long way towards wrecking the state of Minnesota. And the amazing thing, among the myriad astonishing things that are happening before our eyes that are just so hard to believe, is that nobody seems to be bothered by it.
It troubles
nobody
me.
seems to care that he's wrecking the state of Minnesota.
Tommy, I sent you that video
of
Kamala, not jokingly. I think you ought to play it. I think you ought to play it. Have you seen this, Jim, where Kamala's talking to Tim on the phone?
I'm not sure.
You would know. Can you play that, Tommy? You would know. I guarantee you. You will be changing your adult diapers by the end of this goddamn video. It's the best meme I've ever seen because it's got unbelievable content in it. So let's keep going. Stolen valor. I have listened to him being interviewed, and he sure as hell is attempting to present himself in the best possible light. But I'm having trouble finding him saying, I was in Afghanistan. I was in Iraq. I'm having trouble finding those statements. I'm finding statements that says I help support, enduring freedom or whatever the thing's called. But he talks about he then makes reference to the European region.
Well, he's kind of fudging between he did some kind of active duty in Italy before his unit was called to go to Afghanistan or Iraq, whichever one it was. So he was in Italy, and he's trying to fudge the fact that he was, had his hands on a weapon in Italy as being the equivalent of holding a weapon in a theater of war.
But someone like Bill Clinton, for example, has a way of saying stuff that you say, "Oh, I got him," and then you get back and you go, "He didn't actually say that," right? So
Yeah.
the question is, do you have
I
the
thought that I have
smoking?
heard, I seem to believe that I have heard him saying that in various recordings.
Well, what you
At
just said
least
though
one
is not
recording.
saying he was in Afghanistan. I've not heard him say I was in Afghanistan. I've not heard him say I was in that region. I've heard him
Well,
say things that would lead you to carelessly infer that. So he is
so then he's
stretching
a
it as
fucking
far.
weasel, you know, then he's
No,
a
no, no,
weasel.
no.
I mean, what's
You
the
go
diff?
inside the Beltway, swing a dead cat, you'll hit a weasel, right? So the stolen valor thing, I think, shows he's a weasel, but I'm having trouble finding the smoking gun.
Well, it's
And
not just about whether he said he was in Afghanistan or not in Afghanistan. It's the way that he undeployed himself through the paperwork and the applications that he made. The fact that he didn't complete the 2-year course for sergeant major that he was required to complete, and that he just ducked out because he wanted to run for Congress, or
well,
maybe the Minnesota state legislature or something like that at the time.
but that's not a completely crazy goal. It's not like he ducked out and worked at
No.
7-Eleven, right? So I'm steel manning this. I'm really trying to find out legitimately where the truth is falling off.
David, I'm patient about it. I think that this will sort itself out in short order in the week ahead. That we don't have to wring our hands about it. That we'll find out one way or the other. It looks to me like he weaseled his way out of a deployment, and in some ways let down his men, and in some ways lied about it. And if it turns out that he merely weaseled, we'll find that out, and we'll turn to other things. People will
Let me
forget
ask
about
this
it anyway.
question. A guy who's as woke and left as him, you can imagine him being in the National Guard. And I don't know what the National Guard really is intended for, but I could imagine thinking, well, it's the National Guard. And I'm okay with that. I could imagine a guy, what was it, 2005?
Yeah.
Right? I could imagine a guy in 2005 saying, I don't support this goddamn war.
Well,
Yeah.
he didn't say that though.
Well, but I could imagine the guy. I don't think he wants to say that now, but I could imagine a guy saying, "I don't support. I've been thinking about running for Congress. It's time. It's time to get the hell out of here." Have you heard an interview from guys in his unit saying he's a douchebag?
Yeah, one guy in this unit at least, who I forget his name, and I forget whose show he was on. Actually, I'm sorry to say, because I have to process an awful lot of video and a lot of
I
written
know.
material. I mean, it's very hard to remember exactly on whose show it was, but I think actually this guy was, among other things, he was on Fox News, maybe what's her name at 7 o'clock. The
I'm
blonde.
I'm
Yeah.
I'm with Dave though. I don't even. It's like for the same reason when people would attack, Trump, be like he's a draft dodger. I'd be like, he dodged Vietnam, a war that I would also dodge. So I'm actually with you, Dave. I'll go out on this
We
limb.
also did 24 years in the National Guard, which most of us have not done.
Exactly. So I've never served, so I can't really cast like any shade on that. But it's also what you're saying is like, yeah. I mean, let's just be very honest about it. Is he supposed to go and honorably die in a war that legitimately accomplished
Well,
nothing?
as far as I know, he made
Like,
absolutely no statement about being against the war in the Middle East.
well, your actions might show it more than anything. He left. I'm just
Well,
saying. I'm just to play devil's advocate and be fair.
He's a politician.
Sure.
He's got to have some kind of public stand about important public issues.
Sure.
But
I'm
he
just
can't just not have a position about.
no. I get you, but I just
even
have,
in retrospect, if he was against the war in Iraq or Afghanistan, in retrospect, he's got to have some position about it.
I know. I'm just being fair in that, like, I don't really look down on someone for not going and fighting in Iraq. I have to be completely honest and say, yeah, neither would I.
I just
I
looked down my nose
down,
at somebody who
let down
lied
his
about it.
troops.
That's it.
Yeah.
To let down his troops, the stolen valor sort of thing. It's almost like, they were in Iraq and they went out to fight and he wouldn't go out or something.
Sure.
To leave 24 years in the National Guard to become a congressman strikes me as a pretty good cover story.
Yeah.
That's my point. Is
Yeah.
that now I still think he's a total douchebag.
Sure.
And yeah, I'd use him as a toilet brush before, and the story about him being a great, this wonderful grandpa guy and stuff like that. I would rather see a stronger person. Actually, we're already going to have enough trouble with Kamala, who, as Tulsi Gabbard said, will not be able to stand up to any of the military-industrial complex. Kamala will have absolutely no capacity to do that.
Well, who has though? I'm just again being fair. Like, who has had the ability to stand up to that?
Look, I gotta
Well,
say, I think that Walls is I'm sorry to be so blunt. I think he's kind of a sick fuck, and I think it shows in his body language.
I
I have
think
no problem. I have no problem with that. I'm just trying to understand
I'm
the
all
facts at
for.
some level.
I'm also
I
all for
I
saying
think he
that.
is not a well person.
No,
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
And I don't
I
know
agree.
who
I
he's
agree,
trying.
Jim.
I
I'm
don't know
for
who he's
property.
trying to impress with all of his wokery,
I'm
but it's really peculiar. It's really
I'm
Well,
with
it's
you.
peculiar.
I'm for
it's
propagating anything about it. I'm down with saying I've seen him eat a baby. I don't care. I'm just
Yeah.
I'm just like it means nothing to me.
what I find really interesting is how he's not only is he down with all of that stuff, but then his belligerence in his public persona about defending it and all of it. Like, so, I mean, I'm happy that he's willing to embrace his tyrannical impulses and show them to everybody in public. For once, oh my God, is a politician actually telling the truth? That would, that would be new. But this dude's not a side you're supposed to show to everyone, is the way I would put it.
And I think if he shows it enough, he's going to really alienate the voters.
So I did a Twitter poll the other day, and I said, my Twitter poll feed is mostly right wing, admittedly. So here's your choice. If you had to choose one of these three people to be president, not vote for him, to be president, who would you choose? I gave him Biden, Waltz, and Harris, and Biden took 80%.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Because because at the very least, like, he's not going to actively do anything terrible, because he can't actively do anything other than eat ice cream and Jello. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
That's a fair point. Yeah, I don't. But you also have
that's what I would choose. I didn't vote in your poll, Dave, but here's another vote for you. I'd vote for Biden.
But then you also
Speaking of our president, how long do you think they're going to be able to continue just simply disappearing the guy? Like he's just not there. They're pulling a Woodrow Wilson on the public.
I'm more worried. I'm actually more worried that Walz is actually the guy they want to be president.
Yeah.
That's the thing that bothers me more than anything else, because that guy knows how to run things. That guy has done government. Kamala Harris clearly doesn't know how to do anything other than what she's told and how to cut deals in order to put herself in a good position, which she's done. She knows how to social climb, and she knows how to do what she's told at the right moment in time. That's it. This guy's actually run a tyrannical state. It's called Minnesota. He brings nothing to the ticket other than his experience of running a tyrannical state.
Kamala's going to be back-to-back token VP.
We were talking about this
president.
a few minutes ago, Tom. And
okay,
does it amaze you that nobody in Minnesota seems to object to Walz wrecking Minnesota?
I mean, I don't know.
What happened
really
to all these Garrison Keillor types? These sort of sensible, above average intelligent people who supposedly live in Minnesota. They haven't noticed that he's wrecking their state?
Jim, this is the only state that voted for Walter Mondale.
Well, he was their senator. He was from there.
But still, good comeback.
Come on, man. Like, like at the end of the day, Minnesota, this is my problem with Walz, is the choice. Like, he brings nothing to the ticket they don't already have. Are they worried about losing Minnesota?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? No, of course not. They're not. What it actually implies to me is that they know that they can steal Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
But what Jim said about how long can they continue to hide Biden, that was kind of an answer to a question I hadn't asked yet. I was going to say, like, doesn't it kind of feel like,
could he be dead?
Well, no, not well. Maybe I don't know. Maybe Walt's
No,
made him.
that's running around out there. The
Sure,
question is,
maybe.
have they put that
There's a lot of
theory
things
to
that are going
rest?
on here.
But that can still play into what I'm saying. Is like, doesn't it kind of feel like it's the cat with the laser pointer? Like we're arguing about
Absolutely.
Waltz and was doing the
Yes,
how much did he do? And it's like,
he's
wait, okay,
chum.
all important, sure. But isn't there kind of some bigger things we're avoiding? Like they tried to blow Trump's head off. We still haven't have that all figured out. And the Secret Service was clearly compromised and no one's seen Biden. And we're kind of like, he fucking abandoned his unit. And it's like, hold on. Trump's plane just had to make an emergency landing. We don't know where Biden is. Like, isn't it kind of like, hey,
Tommy,
forget all this shit?
Tommy, we never had the discussion about the fact that the cabinet and the vice president, who's now running for the top job,
We're delegated.
knew that he was that the president was non-compos mentis for over a year and did nothing about it, and they are guilty of treason. And we weren't allowed to have that conversation either. We immediately switched to, oh, who's going to replace Biden? No. Why aren't you people? Where's the Senate investigation on this?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, Joe Biden is, oh my God, Joe Biden's senile. Like, this is obviously we are being run here, folks. We are being run.
Right?
This is an operation, and the fix is already in.
We knew he was losing his marbles when he supposedly got elected. So that's why we're not talking about that, because we've been through 4 years of that pain and suffering, right? Yeah. But a more interesting question: did Biden's campaign get disassembled, not just because he stepped down, but they disassembled his campaign and says, now, Joe, you have nothing left. Now you must step down
as president?
Well, that's a great point, Dave. I want to point something else out to everyone. They knew this 6 months ago that this is what they were going to do.
Right.
You don't do the ad spends that they've done that show up 4 days after. I mean, like, dude, I can tell you firsthand accounts in Gainesville, Florida, shit lib central, there were Harris for president signs the very next day.
Mm-hmm.
Those very next day, there were signs all over the city of Gainesville, Harris for president. There were billboards all over the country. I'm Dave. I voted for Trump twice. I'm voting for Harris this time around, showing up 4 days after she is made the candidate. Those ad spends had to happen 3 to 4 months ago. Bullshit. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Was Shapiro a bait and switch? Was he there just to keep the news busy while they placed everyone in position?
Yeah, possibly, or they remember. I've also said that the Democrats have decided to go to run on an anti-Israeli platform. That their shtick has been to go pro-Palestinian and anti-Israeli, and I'm dead serious when I say that at a certain level, are they going to pull they're trying to pull this, anti-war thing with de-escalating the situation with Russia. And of course, the French and the British are pushing that as far as possible. And we see what's going on in Kursk this morning, which was organized and is still being pushed by the French and the British. Like, there's a lot going on here, but this was all part of the plan. And I just, Shapiro is, I as far as I'm concerned, was never really a thought.
I think he might have taken himself out.
He might have.
He might have. He just saw what a shit show the Democratic Party is now at the highest level, and just, said, look, I got a political future, and it's not going to be with this gang, this particular cohort.
Or Obama's still in charge of the party.
I'm a little surprised you said they're anti-Israel. I know that the Democrats are more prone to be pro-Palestine. I know that that's kind of, if you were to sort of look at a college campus, right, who are they cheering for? but I can't say that I'd picked up on the anti-Israel platform of the Democrats. They all seem to do standing O's for Netanyahu in Congress and stuff
They're
like
trying
that.
to have it both ways, really.
Yeah, they are. They exactly. No, I agree
They're
with Jim. I
paying
think they're trying to
lip
have
service to Israel at the same time that they're making it clear that they really support the Palestinians.
Well,
Yeah,
then
no,
Well, so
that's
How long
saying
that'll work?
I thought Shapiro was trial ballooned, maybe, but I agree with Tom. There's a lot of stuff that might have been teed up, but my first thought was he's being trial ballooned, and it seems to me that he would be a tough candidate because I think there's still a legitimate quantity, not a legitimate quantity of just raw anti-Semitism in the country, right? I think there's still plenty of people who just say, I don't want a junior of the White House, right? Shapiro has the added sort of feature of having a decidedly pro-Israel stance, right? So he tried to join the Israeli army and stuff like that. And you could imagine someone who's not an anti-Semite saying, but I do not want a guy whose allegiance to Israel may be even stronger than his allegiance to the United States. So my thought was those two might have made him simply not viable. Is that rational? Is that...
You know, but by that token, Dave, then how did Obama become president for 8 years? Because that guy clearly hates the United States. Like, you know what I mean?
But you have to kind of infer his hatred of the United States. And was it obvious before, you know, or did they keep it under wraps, you know?
I'm mostly being a dick.
so.
No.
Yeah, well, so 2 days ago, the Harris campaign says it doesn't support an embargo, an arms embargo to Israel. So they're having their cake and they're eating it too. They're pro-Palestine,
exactly.
but they're also like.
So to Jim's point, I think that makes Jim's point quite clear.
I don't take any. I don't take really any anti-Israel thing serious that they're saying.
Well, no, I think that I think that what they want is to be no. I don't. Okay, I'm at the point now where I firmly believe that they all want war. They just want it after November 5th. And they want to act like they don't want war until November 5th. Okay. So that's why we have special forces on the ground in Ukraine helping the Ukrainians invade Russia right now. That's why we have boats steaming towards Israel. And so, but they don't actually want a war. They just want to be able to secure the election, stolen or otherwise, so that on November 6th they can do, they can do what they plan to do. Again, it's the same argument about, it's an extension of the same thing. The policy was already written. Now all we're watching is how they go about, maybe ham-fistedly, maybe, badly, as they try to improvise their way through this. But they had a policy and they're just like running the policy at this point. That's the way I see it. And the policy is, we're going to have, we have to have a war.
Frozen and Tom stopped talking.
Sorry?
Oh, everybody was frozen and stopped talking.
It was okay from my end.
Yeah.
Okay.
But no,
this is horrible. This is the war machine is horrifying now. We're in such a dangerous place.
Well, I was about to say, so we sent over the USS Abraham Lincoln, last week with 4,000 Marines. And then as of yesterday, the USS Georgia missile submarine appeared in the Mediterranean Sea, like completely unannounced. It just kind of surfaced.
Yeah.
So you can see what Tom's saying is but it is a weird balance in that I don't think the left wants war right now because that would make Biden a wartime president and then he might not step down. So they don't want war until the election.
Do they want him stepping down before February? Do they want
what if this is
down?
a crazy 5D chess move to make Biden not have to campaign and then right before the election they go, Biden's actually the candidate?
Or they just cancel or if they just cancel the election because look, at the end of the day, right now we have a fake election.
Yeah.
Right. We just identified that we have a fake election. And if that doesn't work and somehow, Harrison walls crash and burn, well, then the next step is just to make sure that it doesn't happen. So you always reserve the right. It's optionality. You reserve the right to start World War III before and a financial crisis before the election in order to ensure that you get the outcome that you want. I mean, you just have to think like Evil Corp. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's the way you have to do
Technically,
it.
Tom, it's not Harrison Walls, it's Harry Balls. Okay, just for the record.
I don't
Tom, have
think
you seen that video?
I didn't know I was running for
Tommy
president. Okay.
No. Did Tom? Did you see that video? The parody of Harris talking to Walls on the phone?
No, I didn't see the parody of it.
Tommy, I swear you ought to play this. Archive the mother.
Oh,
I think you ought to play it. It's about a 3-minute video,
I'll pull it
and
up.
it's got so much content. It's so goddamn clever.
You know,
Right.
I'm not sure that Harris and Walls are going to go into the convention and come out intact.
That would be great.
I don't know why. I don't know why everybody assumes that's going to happen, because
I'm actually not assuming that either. It's interesting, Jen. I literally was just chatting with my partner Dexter White before I had to chat with him about some stuff before I could come on. That's why I was late. And he was literally making that exact point about why is Gavin Newsom running around cleaning up California with media crews following him around and everything.
I don't buy
what the hell's
any
up
of
with
this.
that shit?
I don't buy any of it.
he just hired
Because we all
a
like to look at
six-figure
his wife.
photographer.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, it honestly, it would be fucking brilliant if it was Kamala Waltz as just like a smokescreen, and then they pull Biden out like October 20th, and they're like, he's running.
Or even better, like Walls is literally the guy that he's just the chum that we all get upset about for a couple of weeks, when the reality is that he's going to step aside, and because they could never get Newsom through because he's hated by everybody. He's hated more than Kamala Harris is. He's hated almost as much as Trump is. And the key to understanding American elections, if you're going to steal one, is that you have to have plausible deniability of which way the center of the country, which is the largest party in the country, i.e. no party affiliated, the independents, they're 45%. You can't alienate those people. And majority of them would never go for Gavin Newsom on the ticket.
I think it's Newsom Daniels. Stormy Daniels. The porn ticket. The porn ticket.
There you go. Nice. I like it, Dave. I'd vote for it just as I chuckle and collapsitarian. So,
Yeah,
I don't even know where the hell we go from here now.
By the way, in that video I keep talking about, there's this one part where she says, it's like when your GPS on your phone keeps rerouting you randomly, and that happens, and it really drives you bananas when all of a sudden your GPS keeps doing reroutes, and you have to like do a reboot on the route, and that's what life feels like to me now. Your GPS rerouting you nonstop.
Yeah, no.
I'm just a little surprised that the American public is not isn't fed up and completely insulted by the way that they're being gaslighted, fucked around. You know, it just seems like enough is enough.
How do you know they're not? How do you know they're not?
I don't. And you know, we might get a clue about that in the convention, because the Democrats are notorious. They're infamous for falling into the ranks and going along with what they're supposed to go along with. But let's face it, they're human beings who, you know, may actually have opinions of their own, and they may have some you know, ill feeling about what has happened and the way that this whole thing has been engineered. And I wouldn't be that surprised to see it expressed at the convention.
Well, maybe the convention will be AI. Maybe it'll be an AI convention. Maybe they'll do the same thing they do with these stadiums.
I mean, to Jim's point, I'll be honest with you, Jim. I would love to see that. I would love to see that that moment, right?
There's also the question of Hillary. You know, you have to wonder what kind of secret backroom meetings has she been having the last 3 weeks.
She's been quiet,
and yeah, she's been laying low like Brer Fox. And there's you know, the question of how much does she actually still own the DNC? After all, she bailed the DNC out in 2016, and I haven't seen any evidence that she ever got paid back or bought out. And you kind of wonder what that all means. I don't think that her ambition has lessened at all. I think she wants to just swoop in and do a just do a juke move that gets her past Harris and Walz and gets her the nomination.
It's like a 19th century convention where
Yeah,
they really do go wild in there and finally find a candidate they want.
I mean, what kind of phone calls has she been making to the super delegates? She owns the super
30%,
delegates. Yeah.
30%.
And she's completely out of the news. Nobody's paying any attention to her at all right now.
So what would work perfectly then is if Harris and Walz totally tanked right leading up to the convention, a complete tankage.
Yeah, they got 10 more days or so, or 9 more days, whatever it is.
Which is 8 more than you need, right?
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you, Jim, I would like nothing more than to see that happen. Like I think it would be really no. What I mean is that it would be an honest to God, the people who show up at the convention, the actual delegates, decide who the hell is going to be their candidate. Yeah. Here's the problem with that. Everything I just said previously, that this has been stage managed to this point, and this has been a policy and an operation, and we're just going through the various stages of the Gantt chart and, just hitting all the high points here. So I would like to believe that there's room for that right at this point. But, to me, it like bracket that, in a 85 to 90% chance, you're going to come out of the convention with Kamala Harris as the presidential, the top of the ticket, and someone, probably Tim Walz, as the bottom of the ticket.
And when you say an operation, it brings up the question, whose operation is it? And one would have to infer from all of what we're seeing is that it's basically the intel community, deep state. It's not anybody in the Democratic apparatus, and might not even be Barack Obama, but what you really got here is a situation where a lot of people in the CIA, the FBI, and Homeland Security, and other State Department, other agencies are liable to go to jail if they lose this election.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's basically at the bottom of everything that they're doing. It's very serious business.
I think I agree that it's a major motivating factor for certain people within the apparatus. I think this is an operation that is being directed from outside the country. It still maps with the goals of look. We just watched Britain go through a sham election. We just watched France go through a sham election. I've been watching European politics. I was literally just saying this to Dexter about 20 minutes ago. I'm like, I've been watching European politics long enough to know that these things are that the fate of nations is too important to be left to elections. And, just like war is too important to be left to the generals, right? And because of this, we're seeing the mechanics of it here in the United States different because our system is different than what exists over in Europe, but the end results are always the same. We have a different, mechanically, we have a different system, but the goal is deny the democracy, deny everything, ensure that we get our people in place where we need them. And like the thing about Harris and Walz is it screams Obama. At the same time, it also screams Pelosi. And I don't know. Like,
I think those guys are pawns. I don't think those guys are high enough up.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean. Is like, who's actually in charge of the Democratic Party?
Well, by definition, the deep state's in charge. By definition.
Well, right. But then who does the deep state actually represent, David? Again, a part of this thing. What are they trying to protect? Not just themselves, but
the globalists. Right. The globalists.
Right. And so which globalist faction?
Where I'm never sure is what the globalist means. So you always have the Davos versus the Asians versus the whatever.
Right. We have three different factions, and they're all represented within the Democratic Party. Obama represents roughly Europe. Clinton roughly represents the old British remnant, the neoconservatives, and Pelosi and Newsom and Harris represent California, and the Chinese.
And Walz certainly represents China.
How about that story? Holy friggin' moly!
Talk about looks like
I actually watched a short live stream, guys, by a black guy who's a leftist, And his first reaction video to the announcement of Tim Walz was, "Oh, this was Pelosi." Now, I didn't agree with him about, all of his electioneering stuff, but he's like, but I'm like, oh, Pelosi took care of all this. He's the one. She's the one who engineered.
She's Sammy the Bull Gravano. She is not the head of the crime family.
What's that? I'm sorry.
She's Sammy the Bull Gravano, but she's not the head of the crime family.
Right. No, I agree, but she represents other powers, but she's very, very good at enforcing her will.
Right.
What's the China story?
I'm sorry?
Waltz has ties with China that are off the charts. He got married in Tiananmen Square.
Really?
Yeah.
He was in China during Tiananmen Square.
He went to China some like 30 friggin' times. He taught there. I mean, no, he is an honorary Chinese. I mean, best I can tell. Maybe that whole story is made up. We're back to my GPS is rerouting me nonstop at this point. I don't know what to believe.
And if the Walz China angle, right? Pelosi, China, Feinstein, Newsom, blah blah blah. If they're the ones that pick this ticket, then that gives credence to Jim's point that maybe Hillary is not done because the Brits are not going to roll over on this.
Oh, this will be an epic podcast if Hillary ends up getting it.
It's going to be Hillary.
Tom, a question for you. What stake does the British Crown, for example, and whatever they represent in the way of the upper class of Britain, what stake do they have in this guy Keir Starmer? How does he serve their purposes? I don't see it.
Well, they in some ways they don't. The UK is being destroyed as well. Do you remember you have the UK is being destroyed, like literally being destroyed.
That's clear.
Yeah, no, that's clear. And I think that, as long as look at this point, the way they're acting, coming out of with the foreign policy that they're pursuing, that they want the United States to fight a war with Russia. They want Israel to back down, get rid of Netanyahu so they can make a deal with the BRICS so that they can bring in, again, it's always about oil, by the way. The little point here. It's always about oil. They've decided, like, the Brits are okay with the Europeans buying their oil from the Middle East as long as it doesn't come from Russia. And so, you have, and it's like, if you look at the way this is playing out, there's like this, the split in the top of the British hierarchy. I've been saying this for a long time. Brexit versus non-Brexit. And then you look at what's happened in Israel. There's been a mirror image of, Netanyahu, anti-Netanyahu going back and forth, and everybody maps to one side of the conflict. Everybody maps to one side of the conflict. So now the question is, it's all very murky, and I think that there's as much a fight at the top of that power structure. I think the UK is being torn apart at the seams the same way that the United States is being torn apart at the seams. But if City of London, they win strategically if they can get the United States to politically implode, because then at that point, how does the money doesn't flow back into the US if we have a settled election? Because we have a settled election here in the United States, Europe is fucked. Every way, 18 ways from Sunday. If the only reason that any money is still sitting in Europe is because of this clown world that they've engineered here in the United States. I've been saying this for 2 years, and every day we sit here and we're like, our GPSs keep getting rerouted, and we like don't know where we are. The volatility washing is the new black, as it were, right? Vol wash us at every on every issue. We see it in the capital markets. We see it in the manipulation of the Overton window, all of it, and everybody, no one knows which way to turn, or as my dad would put it, nobody knows whether to shit or go blind, right? And that is that, and literally that's what the man used to say. And then when you think about it, how do they win? They win if the old British remnant wins if everybody is weakened relative to them. That's always been Britain's foreign policy going back 300 years. If they can't win they can't get what they want, then they always have a fallback plan to ensure that whoever they've triangulated into conflict is both weakened. or both weakened. It doesn't matter if you look into, World War I or World War II, or it doesn't matter. And so it's clearly the goal here has always been get the United States involved in a conflict that it can't win, to weaken it politically, structurally, economically, culturally, all of it, and run effectively the color revolution script here in the United States. And at the same time, you pick, you put your enemies, which in this case would be Iran and Russia, because they're the two people that control trade and commodity flow around that region. Like, this shouldn't be that difficult.
What was the term?
Like, what's that?
Volatility washing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when you want to push, if you're a big player, you want to push small people out of the market. You move the market up and down quickly in both directions, and you wash them out of the market through the use of volatility. So you create a false breakout to the upside. Everybody goes long, then you fuck them, and then you turn the market over, and then you go short, and you just vol wash everybody out of the market. They've been doing this in oil for 2 years.
Well, there's another lower frequency version of that I've been thinking a lot about, and that is the boom bust cycle, which is longer than volatility, but it's just it's a very low frequency volatility. Right. And on the boom is fueled by easy money, people investing, people developing, people doing things, and so that's sort of a wealth creating period of time. And then the bust basically scrapes away all the capital assets, puts them in the hands of the wealthy, wipes out the little guy, and then we start a new boom, and they dust themselves off and start wealth creating again. And so it's this gigantic, we create wealth, they squeegee it away sort of cycle. And it's a disturbing reality.
And you do that through the manipulation of interest rates, and of course by extension the cost of capital. And as long as you control the cost of capital, you can do that. Now, here's what's really fascinating is that when you stop to think of it from those perspectives, the aristocracy and the underclass are natural allies in that environment. And who is their enemy?
The capitalists.
The middle class, the bourgeoisie. I'm using the bourgeoisie on purpose.
Right.
Okay, because this is how you get people to distrust capitalism. And then the lower classes are rightfully pissed off about the wealth inequality, but they wind up being misdirected towards the wrong people. Now, the good news is that for the first time really in our history as people, we have a kind of communications that allows us to, point these things out and get this dynamic, talked about far more than in the past. But have we reached critical mass on this yet? I don't think so. I really don't. And, narcissistic abusers triangulate between two classes. That's what they do. And, that's that's the thing. So,
well, the biggest event of the last month, as far as I can tell, in the UK has been the murder of a bunch of little girls by an immigrant from Rwanda. And I really fail to understand why the solid center of the population of the UK hasn't gone into a complete revolt against its government for allowing these people to come into the country.
I don't know, Jim.
I mean, they burned down a few. They've burned down a few hotels that house illegal migrants, but not much more has happened. And the British authorities under Starmer have become much more severe about communications in social media.
Hate speech.
Supposedly, yeah, which, might allow people to organize this and that. But, look at, I grew up in the 1960s. You didn't need social media to arrange a riot. And I'm just a little surprised. I'm just a little surprised that there hasn't been more action about that. I mean, really, how disgusting is that? You start killing little girls in your society. Isn't that the bottom? Isn't that pretty much as low as you can go?
What's happening here too?
I would think so.
It's happening here too.
It is. It's happening here. It's happening everywhere. It's
Well,
and at some point, what do you do? And I think that I'll be honest with you. When I look at this, I say, have they figured out our MO? Allow us to talk about it, allow us to have our venting, have our relief valves, and then just continue doing what they're doing, because they understand that as long as we have just enough, we're not going to revolt. The only people who really
Bread and
revolt are
circus.
are the
Just
ones who
bread
have
and
nothing
circus.
left to lose, right?
Right.
One of my
Yeah.
people the other day, on Friday, actually, right before I read the quote from Solzhenitsyn, the Gulag Archipelago, right before I went on a podcast, somebody else's podcast, and it was about, if we had only realized while Stalin was locking up a quarter of Leningrad, and I'm paraphrasing here because I can't,
Right.
quote Solzhenitsyn off top, verbatim. But it's like, if everybody realized that they had nothing left to lose, when they came knocking on your door, you wouldn't just be huddled in the corner hoping they didn't knock on your door. You'd be standing there with axes and knives and everything else, and make them have some consequence for coming and getting you. And if it just a small percentage of people had done that, we probably could have avoided all of this. Well, a lot of people are cowering on this.
yeah. Well, but at the same time,
you
got this thing going.
I can't even blame them at this point, to be honest with you, Jim, because I don't know we all like to believe that we would be the guy who wouldn't follow the order, and wouldn't, and would, meet them at the door with our guns or whatever. We don't like to believe that, but the real question is, are we that person? And I don't know.
Probably
Well,
not.
at the same time, that the American people are becoming more economically uncomfortable by by
And the
increments.
downturn is just starting.
Yeah.
Yes, it has.
And that is really, I can see that really turning the screw on the American voters in the next 90 days.
And I'll be honest with you, this is why I don't think Powell's going to cut rates in September.
You think he wants to break the economy?
I think he wants to break these people.
Mm-hmm.
And the only tool he has is high interest rates. It may not be enough, but it's
Who's
close.
these
And then
people?
he's also
Who's these
the
people?
globalist sons of bitches who are trying to kill us all. And the who control us through the Eurodollar markets, who control us through the cost of capital and everything else. And I think he has a wingman. And I think that wingman is called the Bank of Japan. And we got the beginnings of the beginnings of it the other day.
The unwind.
Beginning of the unwind, baby. And if you think this is over, it's not over. This is the bounce. The bounce is going to last a week, maybe two.
It was nothing. It was nothing.
The
people who think that was pain are out of their minds.
Out of their minds.
You have to be psychotic to think that was pain.
I mean, no, Dave, you're right. And let's put it this way: everybody in our kind of corner of financial commentary has glommed onto this idea that the Fed is in there constantly propping up stocks by making, this is a meme that's been out there. It's a zero hedge meme. It's it's an Occupy Wall Street meme. It's been a meme. It's not true. The Fed, especially under Powell, the Fed only cares about one thing. The Fed will only do QE and will only go to the zero bound if the bond market goes illiquid. If the bond market goes bidless, you'll see Powell out there tomorrow with an emergency meeting.
Well, there's going to be something like $17 trillion worth of U.S. debt rolled over in the next year. So someone said, well, it's the most liquid market. And I said, well, it's going to take a really liquid market to buy those bonds.
Agreed. But notice where we are right now. We're at 3.9. We're at 3.99 on the 10-year. We're at 3.85 or whatever.
Yeah, but those guys have been bidding on those bonds. They've been wrong. They've been flat out wrong. I agree, but they were bidding on the bonds, assuming 6 rate reductions, and they got none. And they've
agreed. And remember, I said, and you and I have talked about this. We've talked about it on this podcast. We've talked about it in other venues. That I back in December said there's no way that Powell's going to cut at all. Their market's trying to blackmail him into 7 rate cuts, and and that's not going to happen. So here we are, 0 rate cuts so far this year, still at 5.25%, 5.25% to 5.5%. BOJ is now tightening. Ministry of Finance is coming in and bombing the end market and defending itself. So, you
So
know,
who's
and
buying
who's
the
out there, and
10-year
who's out there
bond?
screaming, and who's out there screaming? Larry Summers is out there screaming today that we're calculating the VIX wrong because he wants to prop up the stock market for Kamala Harris.
So who's buying the 10-year bond, for example? That's
A lot of people
driving the
who
interest rate down.
there's at least two groups here. One, clearly European central banks across the board, especially surrounding the United Kingdom. I have the TIC data. It's very clear. I've had this talking point for a year and a half.
Mhm.
And then the other thing is that Nouriel Roubini last week, finally came out and said something rational or worth listening to for the first time, I don't know, since 2009, said, Janet Yellen's out there selling T-bills and not selling bonds. And she's doing that on purpose to keep the supply of bonds short and the supply of T-bills rich. But she's doing that on purpose to manipulate the yield curve. And there are people out there in new collateral. And they can only get that collateral from the U.S. bond market. And if the U.S. bond market, everything 5 years or whatever, the bonds started 10 years and go out. If they need bond collateral, got news for you. And they're not buying German bunds at 2.2%.
Yeah, but why wouldn't they buy the short-term bonds?
There is no short-term bonds. It's T-bill. It's a different.
I mean, the bills. The 3 month.
But because they may not be
short-term
because they may not be able to post a 3-month T-bill as collateral. They can only post a 10-year as collateral. And so the drive for collateral.
Is that a rule?
Depends on. No, it's not a rule. It depends on who you are. It depends on the prospectus and of your investment portfolio.
There's a lot of statutorily mandated bond buyers, right?
Yeah, there is.
Insurance companies.
I mean, this is where I
who are by law, by prospectus, as you said, by whatever, who have to buy U.S. debt.
Yes.
And
so
they can't buy
short-term
short-term bills and notes.
Right.
It's all laid out. It's all laid out in the details, which I don't know the details, but they have passed plenty of laws that make sure that there's a bid for U.S. debt.
And why now are they scrambling for the 10-year?
Because they're worried. Because if they're worried about a global meltdown and you need to be in a place where you need collateral, well, then you go and get the highest quality collateral you can, even if that collateral is overpriced.
But the funny thing is,
if you think Powell's going to blink, and
a lot of them are also front running the rest of the Treasury market as well. And Yellen is also in there buying, by the way, Jim.
Wait a minute. If they're acquiring this collateral in the face of a meltdown, all it means to me is that they're going to have to surrender that collateral to the people that they're leveraged against.
I know, but it's like, look, they're falling off a cliff and there's a branch. Do you take the branch? And when you're there, do you eat the strawberry? I mean, this is where you are. I don't know what else to tell you. Like, it's not like, when you're falling off a building, you aim for the awning. That's 10 stories down. Like, you do your best, right? Like, I don't know. And that's part of the process. And it's natural.
We are past the fail-safe point, right? That ship sailed. And one could argue that, foreign wars did it. There's all sorts of ways to argue it, but we are past the fail-safe point where the payments on the debt are simply spiraling. There's no way to unspiral them because we're boxed in by runaway inflation if we go one way, boxed in by can't afford to make the payments if we go the other. We have finally. One of the best analogies for why can't this go on forever was Richard Russell, who said, go in your kid's room and start stacking blocks. You keep stacking them. The higher the stack gets, the more shock sensitive, the bigger the pile of debris. When it falls, you reach a point where just a tiny little butterfly flicker flapping its wings in Indonesia, some bond default in some faraway land causes the pile to shake.
Yep. And in this case, the Bank of Japan dumped $40 billion and got a $20 trillion move.
Yeah. Like 15 basis points or something. And then,
it wasn't just the interest rate rise. It was the fact that the Ministry of Finance literally dropped $39 billion on the market when the yen market was like, again, 95% net short because everybody was front running the yen that it was going to go to 200. Right. And the Bank of Japan let it go. They let it rise. They created a double top right around 162, and then boom, baby.
Meanwhile,
get your max, and then boom. What's that?
What it underscores is the fact that the plebes, that would be us, are at the mercy of having some sort of level playing field, and the playing field is now on a 45-degree angle, and there's no way we're going to win.
There hasn't. Yeah,
Well,
we've never.
what kind of equivalent mischief can the European Central Bank make?
Well,
What kind
this
of
is the thing.
equivalent?
This is the thing. What's really interesting about this. This is what I was like kind of looking at the stuff the other day. The euros has been propped up for the last couple of months by the Swiss National Bank, who preemptively started cutting rates, rebalanced the Swiss franc versus the euro down about 15%, which helped prop up the euro versus the dollar. The euro is still sitting there at like 109, and the Swiss franc versus the euro turned 2 weeks ago. So now the Swiss are done. They're out of bullets. Who's next? The British pound is 15 cents higher than it should be. The Swiss national, like there comes a point where the next aftershock is going to be if the dollar yen carry trade is worked out or somewhat worked out. What's the next aftershock? And I think then we now transfer to Europe. Remember, Europe is not a reserve. The euro is not a reserve currency. The biggest effect of the war in Ukraine was destroying the international flow of the euro around the world in non-European and non-Eurozone trade. That dropped from 35% of foreign trade outside the Eurozone to 13% was all scooped up by the dollar. Again, like if Brent Johnson was here, he'd be like, exactly, Tom. So now the question is the euro is really no better than the yen or any other currency in that respect, right? It's not a reserve asset that people are demanding to hold on to as a reserve asset. So now when the next aftershock comes, the euro should be exposed here, I would think. I mean, it's like, again, I've been calling for the euro to collapse for a long time, but again, it's like everything else. The more you learn, right, the more your arguments get better because you try to become an expert in something. And so slowly over time, you see how each individual pillar of the support system underneath a particular market changes. And
so how much of a mind-altering event is that for the British, for the European population when their purchasing power goes to shit very quickly?
Well, right now the euro, I'll be honest with you, the best thing that could happen to most of Europe outside of Germany is for the currencies to drop.
So they can sell more of their shit.
Good for Italy. It would be good for Greece. It would be good for Spain and Portugal. The euro's too high. They're being destroyed.
Yeah, but not France and Germany.
Not France and Germany.
Well, they're kind of the key to the European Union.
They kind of are the European Union from this perspective.
I was about to say exactly.
And so because of that, they're the ones that have the most to lose. And they're the ones whose, Germany is the United States of Europe in this respect, that they are the safe haven trade of Europe. When money has to go to ground within the European Union, it goes to Germany. Lagarde knows this. Yellen knows this. So that if you can manipulate U.S. bond yields, you can manipulate German bond yields. Okay, go look at the German yield curve. Goes up to 10. It goes up to 2.5% or 2.2%. It's never got. It won't. Nothing. It's not allowed to go above 2.5%. Like, and all the way out the duration beyond the 10-year. Like it goes up to 2.5%.
It's where you and I are different. The more you learn, the more you understand the system. The more I learn, the less I understand the system.
Well, I gotta go take a Benadryl because I got stung by a yellow jacket about an hour ago, and my hand is swelling up.
How come the crack jokes? Here we go.
Yeah, I'll be back.
I mean, I was late, so I'm sure you guys said horrible things about me and my relationship.
We actually laid off you. We really
thank you.
We really didn't do much damage. It's a great way to get full compliance from the participants, though. It is a terrifying thought to not be present in one of these. We had lost 2 out of 4.
I know. I agree, Dave. I'm like, oh my God, like about 11:45, I was getting finished with my morning work from my patrons, and I and Dexter pinged me. He's like, I need to chat with you. And we had just, and for a variety of reasons, I needed to like prioritize him this morning. I couldn't put it off. So I'm like, oh man, I'm going to be late to this meeting. I'm going to be late to the show.
You're going to be
This
slaughtered.
is good. This is going to suck. I don't want to be late. So I gave him about 15 minutes. I'm like, dude, I got to go before they start roasting me like alive.
We did at the beginning. To what Dave was saying about the debt's just getting too big, and no matter which way you go, it's the pile and the kids, whatever. It makes me. So I love listening to Tim Dillon. He's just this fat fuck comedian, and he's been fat his entire life. And I was listening to one of his shows, and one of his buddies calls in, and he talks about how he's going on Ozempic, and he goes, "Oh, I'm going to get on it too." And it's a guy who's been morbidly obese his entire life. And the guy on the other end of the phone is also morbidly obese, and he goes, you can't be on it forever, but it's fine because you go on it for a little bit and then you lose weight. But I talked to my doctor, and then they said all you have to do is change your Ozempic habits, and then you get off of it. And they're both nodding, going, "Yeah." And I'm just thinking, like, all you have to do is change your habits, which is the very reason you're a morbidly obese fat fuck, is because you can't change your habits. But when it comes to this new miracle drug, all of a sudden you're going to become a new man and change your habits, but you've never been able to do that in the first place. Right. So I think about like the debt, and it's like getting trillions and trillions and tens of trillions of dollars of debt is a society at large that is okay with just kicking the can down the road and not doing like what is morally right beyond any reasonable amount of debt. Why would that society not also start World War III to continue to not pay their debts? It's all you have to do is change your habits. The very reason we're here is because we can't change our habits, and we have no respect for like personal liability. Why would we not go to war with China, reorder the global order, kill 2 billion?
But that just makes it a three-sided barrier. You got inflation on this side, you got can't pay the bills on this side, and you got go to war on this side, right? These are just all unacceptable options to a situation which you've crossed the fail-safe point, right? Now you're simply trying to figure out where to crash the plane. You're just choosing a crash site at this point.
Well, what I would say is, I mostly agree with Dave. Like my base case is one of those three options, but I also say that it's a numbers game as well. As long as you're willing to engage. Tommy's right. We don't want to change our habits.
Yeah, we're not going.
The question is, do we really not want to change our habits? How do we define we?
All right.
Let's define we.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Let's define we, because you and I want to change our habits. Tommy wants to change our habits. Jim wants to change his habits. Most of the American people see the problem and they want to change their habits, and they're not being allowed to.
Yeah.
So now the question is the problem real? I mean, it's real, but is it really that unsolvable? Because I don't know if I've told you, I had this talking point a couple of days ago. In 2019, we spent $4.47 trillion, and we brought in like 3.7 or 3.9 or something like that. In 2023, we spent 6.13 trillion and brought in 4.7 trillion or 4.4 trillion. There's a budget deficit of $1.7 trillion. Now, the difference in those two budgets, 4.7 or 4.4 versus 6.1, is literally the current deficit. We have the tax base, even under Trump's terrible tax cuts, we have the tax base to balance the budget at 2019 levels with 2023's taxes. So why can't we go back to 2019's budget and fix the problem? Maybe because somebody doesn't fucking want to. Maybe because this is policy. Maybe because this is actually. I'm sorry. I look at this and I'm like, this is so fucking obviously a goddamn operation.
Those are uninflation adjusted numbers. Let's start with that. So you got to be a little careful there.
So maybe there's I had a $500 billion deficit versus a $1.7 trillion deficit. We would be lauded as fiscally responsible, and trillions of dollars would flow into the United States.
This is why Kennedy was getting legs, at least for a while, because he'd say, look, we spent $8 trillion on foreign wars. Bring them home. We'll save a ton of money. Right?
Exactly. How about we just kill all the NGOs?
But here is the problem. The problem is this is like the fat guy who weighs 350 pounds. He could stop eating. He could walk. He could start walking a little bit, stuff like that. Once you're on the scooter, you're at great risk because now you can no longer do what it takes to sort of get the exercise. Once you are laying there in bed and you weigh 1,500 pounds and your family just bringing you trays of food, and then if you go on TV on the 1st of January, you will see show after show after show because of New Year's resolutions of morbidly obese people. It's a really interesting phenomenon. I noticed it one year. And the families always bitch about how fat the guy is. I go, you're feeding him. That guy's not getting to the refrigerator. He can't even lift his head up. And so the problem is you reach a fail-safe point where the habit change becomes not even a solution if you get too far in. And so you reach a point where, like the guy goes on a diet, he dies from a heart attack and liver failure and stuff because of the blood toxicity. You reach a point where it's get your affairs in order because you're not going to make it now. That's why we are at great risk. We may be at the fail-safe point where the only options are are brutal.
No argument, Dave. I agree with you that they are brutal options, but they are not unsolvable. Is my point. We have collateral, we have assets, we have where there's a will. In this case, it's just a matter of cutting spending.
But we have so it drives me nuts.
Our system's not going to seize up if USAID is ended tomorrow and Samantha Power has to go get a real fucking job. Okay, we're not going to end. The United States is not going to end tomorrow if we stop spending $2,000 on a fucking toilet seat lid.
Right.
Okay.
But
that's the point.
We have to cut the government in half.
Okay.
The government has taken over the GDP.
That's the
but GDP is a useless statistic that doesn't matter. That doesn't.
I mean, let's not even think of it in terms of their statistics. Just in terms of the productive capacity of the country,
we have been productive either, for starters, right?
Well, we have been replacing productive capacity with government money creation and spending, and we can't get off that hamster wheel.
And trade imbalance, right? So they say the economy 70% consumption. I go, no. The economy is, by definition, in my book, production.
Yeah.
Consumption is something you get to do after you produce, right? You eat what you kill.
Agreed.
Right? Now, you know, the unfunded liabilities, the promises made that we have no idea how we're going to pay the bills, are now roughly $2 million per taxpayer. Yeah. I haven't budgeted $2 million. You haven't budgeted. So then you go on social media, someone will flippantly say, well, we're just going to inflate it away. And I go, okay, you're right. We're going to inflate away $2 million of spending power from you. How the fuck is that any different? That they got to get it out.
That's more money than most people make in a lifetime.
That's right. And also you can do the math where you say, okay, let's take the 20 richest guys in the country and take all their assets. It still doesn't get us out of the woods. That's how big the numbers are.
I know that's how big the numbers are. I know. And
so at some point, if we have promised way more than we can produce, which is what an unfunded liability is, right?
Yes.
Then either the people who have to pay that money are going to have to work way harder than they think, and they're not going to. We're going the other way. Or the people who are expecting to be compensated, whether it's healthcare or whatever, they're not going to get it. They're just someone's going to get screwed.
No,
everybody is happening. It's happening. Look at the inflation numbers. Look at the pain. Look at the suffering.
And look at the disintegration of things like medicine and social services.
Oh, it's awful.
It is. They're disintegrating.
Right.
Completely off.
You can't go into the emergency room at Albany Med, a large teaching hospital, and actually have anyone look at you for like 12 hours. And if you're in the throes of an infarction, that's not going to help a whole lot.
Right.
I know.
And meanwhile, private equity with its cheap capital is buying up all the ERs and buying up all the hospitals and buying up all the insurance companies. And so it's this necrotic form of capitalism. I will not call it capitalism, but it's the cheap money is causing such damage to the system. And, you know, I just talked to an ER. I just talked to a surgical nurse who said he just got laid off. I said, I thought there was a shortage. He says, well, they're way understaffed, but they're still laying people off. That's private equity guys. They're getting into the game. They're strip mining away the assets. They're cutting down the bare bones. Someone please explain to me why they're not going to burn in hell. I just, if there's a God, he's going to slam the door in their faces hard.
Well, where are the regulatory authorities?
They're owned. They're owned. They're completely owned.
Apparently,
Yeah, of course they are. Again, to I no disagreement on this front. We have been strip mined, and but again, there are ways there are still ways of mitigating some of this.
I'm not convinced. I think we're heading down into the valley of death, and there's only one route out, and that's to come through it and come out the other side.
Well, yeah, I know. I agree with that. I know. No, I agree with that.
Horror.
I agree with that as well.
I think the language you're choosing to use makes it sound like there are possible mitigating things you can do, and I don't think so. I think it's stage 4 liver cancer, and I think what the system is saying: get your affairs in order. Your kids will take over where you've left off. I mean, some generation will get their shit together and fix this. Yeah, but I think the boomers.
But if we don't start the process now, there's not going to be anything for them either. And
at some point,
I think honestly, that's what this election. I'll be honest with you. I think that's what this election represents.
The problem is they don't even know it. They're going to vote against their own interests.
Well, I think there's a distinction to be made between fixing the financial apparatus and fixing the armature of productive, purposeful existence in a society.
Yes,
those are different things, because most of the financial apparatus is really a hallucination.
Agreed. So the question is, I guess, but
making stuff and getting stuff and moving it around and being occupied during the day at some activity that's meaningful and that actually helps your community create some kind of matrix of exchange.
Sure,
that's real stuff.
So when I was in grad school, I worked 7 days a week. I worked 9 to 11, 7 days a week. I got extremely lucky. I got my PhD in 2.5 fucking years, believe it or not. I came in at
organic chemist.
Can you see that?
Yeah.
That's the parking lot at 11 o'clock. That's our parking lot. That's my car. That's my car. There are no grad students in that building except maybe those who walked. There's no one in the building. I'm the only car in the parking lot at 11 o'clock today. Now it's a Sunday. But I work Sundays. People I knew work Sundays, right? The serious grad students work Sundays. When you're young, the one thing you can bring to the system, you're not skilled, you're not wise. You bring energy. You bring firepower to the system. That's why the guys in law firms work 90-hour days. That's why the interns and the residents bust their balls. They bring the fuel to the system, and right from that picture, you can see there is no fuel. Now, the unions have taken over the grad student populations by the dozens in the major research institutions. They've been unionized.
Oh my God!
They are going
to
be. Yes. I twice beat the unions, and I'm not. When I say one of them, I was fighting them single-handedly, literally single-handedly, and. Now they're here, and now one of the things we're hearing rumors of right now, we're just negotiating. We lost. I twice beat them. We lost 95-5% wise this time. We got destroyed by the unionization, which I predicted because I said, the mood has changed. Labor now wants a say. But what it's going to do is produce a 40-hour work week for our grad students. Now, if they don't work efficiently, that becomes a 20-hour work week.
Yep.
And then we end up with unqualified products, which are our PhDs. We end up with research programs that don't put out anything.
Yep.
So the juggernaut of the scientific research program, it used to be in academia. We used to crank the shit. is going to get gutted, completely gutted.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No, I'm not.
And it's happened
again,
within 2 or 3 years. It's been
Wow.
we're going to be we every time we get into a situation like this one, I don't care if it was 2008, 2015, or it's always we're going to have inflation or deflation.
right.
Everybody asks that question. It's always the wrong question to ask. So what's going to deflate and what's
Right.
going to inflate?
Right.
That's the bigger question. It's like, do we go back to the 2008 Harry Dent versus Peter Schiff, inflation or deflation? And if you used to listen to Jim Paplava all the time.
I
and they would
remember Jim Paplava.
Oh, yeah, no, I remember those. Yeah, I knew I brought those up because I knew you were.
The Mogambo
Yes, you remember that.
Guru. Oh my God, those were
So
old days.
the Mogambo Guru. Yeah, Mogambo. He was so awesome.
He died.
Oh my
2
God.
years ago.
So that period, it was always inflation or deflation. And I would sit there in my laboratory screaming, commodity inflation, asset price deflation, credit asset price deflation. And if you allow that to happen, that is what will actually begin the process of rebalancing. I'm not saying it's going to get us out of this. I'm saying that you have to start, it has to start there. And it's not going to start if the Fed goes back to the zero fucking bound. So the Fed holds rates at 5.5%, forces liquidations around the fucking world, forces us. We're literally on the the Bank of Japan just told us the other day, folks, we are moving into a credit deflationary environment, and it is policy. The Fed wants it, their wingman wants it, and everybody else is screaming that they don't want it. And guess what? They don't have any fucking power. The Fed still does.
So here's what's going to happen. There are
now whether or not the Fed's now whether they can run the clock out on Powell or not to not change anything between now and 2026, that's the question.
There are a ton of financial concerns, whether they're people or whether they're small businesses or you name it, who are clinging by their nails in these current interest rates. They have to roll over debt. They can't afford it. And they are clinging by their nails, hoping, praying Powell's going to drop rates and save them. And if he doesn't, it is going to be a wholesale liquidation.
So
because they're going to go, oh, fuck, it's over. I'm done.
I'm telling you, Powell's going to cut rates. If Trump wins the election, Powell's going to cut rates hard after the election's over. If Harris wins the election, he's going to raise rates.
So
that's what I see is happening.
A lot of people said Powell's a swamp creature and he will do this to protect Biden, right? Until 2 weeks ago, it was Biden. I said, what makes you think Powell has even the slightest warm spot in his heart for Biden?
None. Biden held his friggin' reconfirmation over his head. They tried to get rid of him with a fucking bullshit insider trading scandal.
Let me tell you a story. Quick story. When that story broke, I had the information before it broke.
Okay,
so what happened is I'm sitting at a meeting, and there's a bunch of us sitting at this meeting, guys, and Danielle DiMartino Booth is late to the meeting, and she comes down and she
remember this story.
She is breathless.
Told me this story.
And she says she tells a story about how the Fed governors were thrown under the bus for insider trading, and they were thrown under the bus by Brainerd, she was pissed off she wasn't a Fed chair. She was pissed off she didn't get Treasury. She throws the governors under the bus. The Financial Times says, whoa. You were in charge of signing their financial conflict of interest agreements, and you signed them. And then all of a sudden, Brainerd realized she's totally host, so she says, "Okay, you back away from me. I'll give you a bigger fish." And they go, "Okay." And she says, Powell was selling commercial real estate investments that he had, and they bit, but then it didn't stick to Powell. But then that story broke that week.
Wow. Yeah, no, I remember because you and I, you actually told that story on my podcast a while ago, actually, because I remember Danielle telling a version of that story all during I was listening to her very carefully during that period where she was trying to let everybody know that this was a political operation. And I'm like, I was listening. That's part of the reason why I refused to back off on my quote unquote Fed theories. Like I could see it. I'm like, oh, this is so obvious. And then, So there's zero love loss here between Powell and Obama, Biden, all of the rest of them. He is trying to fuck these people and take them out of power. I'm telling everybody here.
Or be more generous.
Think of it from this perspective, he is not cutting rates next month. He came out the other day and he said, disinflationary effects haven't gotten enough momentum yet. He went to the ECB last month.
It's not just inflation. He has to deleverage some massively over leveraged systems.
Right. And
let's be generous to Powell. This is an old guy worried about his legacy. He has to decide. He has to decide whether he's going to be Arthur Burns or Paul Volcker.
Right.
And he personally wants to be famous for being the guy who got it right. And so also we're too close to the election. The pressure on him not to do anything right up against an election is huge. Everyone says that.
Yeah. No, what's really funny is that you say that, Dave, and what I've been saying to people in other venues is that, Powell has the choice between being Burns or Volcker, and I think he wants to be both. Burns brought interest rates up and held them for a while, and then he left, right? And he should have kept raising, but he held them.
But he kept them low too long. He kept them low too long.
He did, but again, okay, so that and the same thing happened to Powell, but Powell had political pressure on him to keep interest rates at the zero bound because they held his reconfirmation over his head. So what Powell wants to do is raise interest rates up to a certain level and just hold them there, and then hopefully not make Volcker's mistake, which is to, when Volcker took over, to drop rates and then have to go and then
back up again.
And Volcker famously said that was the biggest mistake I ever made, and that forced him to go all the way up to 13 or 19 or whatever the hell he did.
He tried to bitch slap him once, and it didn't work, and so he had to do it again.
And so I think what Powell wants to do is just very simply, I'm putting rates up to 5.5%. And what he said the other day was, we're nowhere near the neutral rate at 5.5%. That's what he said. And again, he went into the ECB last month and said, I don't see disinflation. I don't see inflation expectations in the United States coming down to under 2% until the end of 2026.
Damn. And the Fed always talks about inflation expectations to the point where I think it was Rivlin or someone said the inflation expectations are non-existent, so there can't be inflation. I remember thinking, that's fucking stupid.
I mean, the point being is that if you so this is what I think Powell's doing. I don't think he's going to cut rates next month. He's going to go to Jackson Hole in a couple of weeks and he's going to say the same damn thing he said the year before in the last couple of weeks. And then if Trump wins the election, and so what do you think the counter move to that is? Well, the counter move to that is that they want to make sure that Powell, I mean, I'm talking now from the globalist perspective, they need to create either such a financial crisis that they can somehow turn around and blame it on Powell, which I don't think was going to work. Because look, we all know that U.S. voters are not that sophisticated, right? They're not.
I'm told.
Right?
I'm told.
I've been told that too, and I think that's a fair read. So the incumbent will get screwed by this. So there's rock. Hard place is, that they need to then keep the stock markets up.
Okay, so can Trump win the election? Period.
Yes, he can, but I think it's going to take more of what we saw to Glenn Youngkin.
No, I'm asking the question.
Election systems,
meaning that Virginia. I think Youngkin just put Virginia in play, saying, "Look, we're going to do full-on paper ballots only, registered, checked, all 9 yards, no bullshit in Virginia." Trump twice has done better in Virginia than anybody ever expected him to. Now, I don't know if Virginia is actually in play or not in play because, look, the MIC lives in, northern Virginia, and whether or not those people are enough to just run it across the board. But what if Virginia actually is red? Because, again, let's go back to what I said at the beginning. If they choose Walz because they don't care about winning Minnesota, because they know they're going to win Minnesota, that means that they're going to cheat egregiously in Pennsylvania, and they've already printed the 3 million ballots they need to make sure that they win Pennsylvania. So what's the counterplay? Well, the counterplay is if Virginia's in play, now all of a sudden Trump has an electoral map to victory without Pennsylvania. So if you get Brian Kemp in Georgia, to do the same thing and make sure that Georgia doesn't flip and there was a meeting at Mar-a-Lago the other day, or a phone call between the Georgia GOP, between Brian Kemp and the Trump people. Again, there's things happening here. Not everybody is an idiot. They all can see what's happening.
Awful lot of
And there's a little bit, and there are little counter moves happening. And then let us not discount all of the stuff that we're seeing about Smartmatic and about this one, about that one. Let's see what happens. I'm not saying Trump's going to win. I think it's a coin flip. But if Trump wins the election,
if it was a legitimate election, would Trump take 49 states?
I mean, no, but he certainly takes 38. He takes enough to win 330 to 240 or whatever, and it's not even an issue.
It is not imaginable to me that someone could vote for Kamala.
I
think there are a lot of retards in this country.
I think there are a lot of people who honestly believe that they are the resistance or the Rebel Alliance, and that Trump is fucking Darth Vader. I think they deluded themselves into this, and I think there are millions of them like that. I just don't think that they're in the center of the country.
Elementary adults. Disney.
No, I was in Cape Cod this weekend.
And the other side of this, Jim, just okay, go ahead. I was going to give you a point, which is I think this is good for RFK. That's what I was going to say.
Well, I don't know. I was on Cape Cod this weekend, and I just, every conversation I overheard was some kind of woke insanity. So, I've just come to the conclusion that there's an awful lot of mental illness out there in the USA right now. But, it's a mental illness that fits within the construct of Dr. Desmet's mass formation theory.
Right.
So, it is a political psychosis.
I like Matt. Did you see Malice's interview with, I think it was Rogan? I like watching Malice and Rogan because Malice spends 3 hours trying to shock Rogan. And
I did not see that,
which is a high bar. And he makes passing reference to ableism against Harris. And Rogan gets reeled in and says, "What do you mean ableism?" And he goes, "She's a fucking retard."
Well, Scott Adams has been saying repeatedly that she's a day drinker, that she's drunk most of the time that we see her on video. And it does seem a bit like that.
He has big balls. He goes out there.
He's been canceled completely, and he's kind of reconstructed his career, or at least his revenue flow, and he's comfortable, and he's in the comfortable position of being able to say exactly what he thinks. So he's doing it. Credit to him.
Twitter.
No, I will give credit to Scott now that he's gotten beyond the mass formation psychosis of COVID-19.
Yeah, because he had to overcome that himself.
In that one. He got suckered bigly.
Yeah, I didn't listen to him for 2 years, and then I
couldn't stand listening to him. Yeah.
I tuned back into him when he got canceled.
Yeah. So it is interesting. I know all I was going to say is that if you go back to thinking about the middle of the electorate, and the people who can't pull the lever for Trump, but they can't pull the lever for Harris in the center either, then it gives then RFK being in the race gives a natural exhaust valve on that, a natural pressure release.
So who's the bigger loser, Trump or Harris?
Harris, because Kennedy's been running because Kennedy's been running to the left,
way left,
right? And I honestly think that that's been a strategy. I think Trump and Kennedy in some way understood what the situation is. That Kennedy needs to go left and suck the left of center support away from Harris.
Do you think Kennedy has a cabinet position waiting for him?
I do. Absolutely. Or something like it.
I think so.
Something he wants. Something he wants.
I think that they're going to have him run the public health apparatus.
Wouldn't that be great?
And I would be okay with that.
Oh, I would be enthusiastic with that.
Yeah, exactly. And, and I would be really happy for that. But he can't say anything until after the election. He has to run for president. Yeah. Right.
Well,
but if you, if you read the tea leaves.
Who do you want to see in Trump's cabinet? How about Douglas McGregor for the Secretary of Defense?
How about our National Security Advisor?
That would be fine, too.
Yeah. Some non-neocon crazy would be nice. Clearly, we all agree in some level that Tulsi Gabbard should be in the administration. I'm
Yep.
thinking Veterans Affairs to start out with, and then or assistant secretary of state or something like that. I don't think she'll get sec of state. I don't think that's on the table. But you bring Gabbard in to deal with like Veterans Affairs, get her into the administration and if Trump wins by 2026, she'll be moved into the State Department, which she belongs. But or defense or something like that. But I think
I'd like to see my dog Stephen Miller at the Department of Justice.
I want him to bring
Kylie. Okay, so Jim just revealed the fact that he's the Joker, and that's awesome, Jim. I love you for it. So
I want Kayleigh McEnany back as press secretary.
But he's thrown her under the bus. That was the way he treated her earlier in the year. I was like, I was almost enough for me to get off the Trump train.
She was really good. She was.
What did he do to her? I kind of missed that.
Yeah, I never followed.
What did he do to McInerney?
He said, "Look, it says Trump during the primaries." So I don't remember everything, but it was a moment, like as always, an unforced error on his part to go after somebody who showed the modicum of disloyalty, and like that was just dumb. But that's Trump during the primary, so you got a bracket for that. He's always like twice as ridiculous as he normally is because that's what he does during the primary. Like where would you really think that he and DeSantis don't get along? Bullshit. They get along. Like
where would you put Kash Patel? Homeland Security. That would be fun, wouldn't it?
I'm okay with I'm just okay with no neocons, no Kaganites,
no neocons,
no Crystalites, no Clintonistas, none of them. Like they all need to go away. And do you think that
Trump is capable of constructing that kind of government this time around without getting bushwhacked by the forces on his own, supposedly on his own side, who are going to try to undermine him?
I think he is capable, but he could blow it. He could deal make his way into a mess.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he could. I agree with Dave. What I was going to say is it depends on how long his coattails are if he does win. Mm-hmm. Again, does he have a real majority in the Senate if he even gets one? Because the likelihood is the base case is that the Democrats are going to hold the Senate. And, and then he's going to have to, and that's where all the cabinet appointees come from. So unless somebody in, the Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, Little Tech, Manila Envelope squad has a stack of compromat on a particular number of rhinos that's big enough and deep enough across enough desks to ensure that Trump has a real senatorial majority, again, this is going to be move, counter move. This is how this is part of their flow chart. This is part of the globalist flow chart. If Trump wins, how do we ring fence him? How do we deal with him? Right. Mm-hmm. And that's what we have to, and that's what we're trying to bracket here. I don't have good answers for all that. I just know that that's the parameters of the problem.
Okay. They're going to try to whack him again?
Yes.
I think they'll try. Yeah.
That
shortest conversation ever, Dave. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Let me ask you this. Is there any doubt that was a multi-headed Hydra conspiracy to take him out in Pennsylvania? Is there any doubt?
No.
Yeah, not on my part.
Not on my part.
No.
I believe Crooks was the shooter.
Involved.
I believe Crooks was the shooter.
I'm not even sure Crooks was a shooter.
You're right. There's always reasons
right underneath him.
Dave, I know. My point is, I'll be honest with you. I don't even want to have the conversation about it because it muddies the waters about what the situation is.
I get that. Now, what's driving me nuts is I can't find anyone on mainstream media who's willing to say more than just providing a list of people who should be fired. We've got a dead guy. We've got wounded people. We've got an attempted assassination of a contender and a former president. And all they can do is list people who should be fired.
Yeah.
Where are the people saying, let's get them all in separate rooms. Let's get them testifying. Let's find the perpetrators and let's execute them.
Well,
where is
that's
that?
Not
where
happen-
is that?
But that's not. That's not
where
happening.
Is that call on any network?
And the funny thing is, the fact that we're not doing any of that is the biggest tell that they were all that they were all in on it. That's it. I mean, that's your prime of it. That's your quote unquote prime of it.
So 2020 was about the Democrats rigging the election and the Republicans shutting the fuck up. That's how I viewed 2020. Republicans said, look, you rig it, we just won't complain.
Because we are controlled, because the Republican leadership is a captured pawn just like everybody else's.
And then they all got elected.
Yeah.
they like getting elected.
Yeah,
they're going to do that again, I presume, because that's what Fox News should have. Even guys like Bongino stop short of saying, you know, there were shooters within the Secret Service, or someone gutted the Secret Service so badly at that event that it was intentional. You know, draw them off to Jill Biden, you know, whatever. But somehow that event was not just a crazy kid. It was not just a crazy kid.
No way.
And I'm not convinced he even fired a shot, which gets to the Stephen Paddock level of conversation. But we're not investigating it. There's not going to be a Warren report. There's not going to be anything.
Nope. And that's and I want you to bracket, folks, that that's part of the humiliation ritual.
That's right.
I wonder if
humiliation.
I wonder if Trump is running his own private security solely now. If he's just,
I would certainly hope he is.
You notice his Secret Service entourage when the next time we saw him, we're all dudes.
Yeah, no,
and they were big dudes.
But I wonder if
I think the key player in that is Eric Prince.
Yeah, I was wondering if he contracted with Eric Prince to, protect him.
I don't trust Eric. I don't trust Eric Prince.
I don't think you should, but I think that, like everything else at this point in time, you go with the guy you trust
the most.
More, yeah.
Well, what's your brief on Eric Prince? Who's he in the service of?
I'll leave that to Dave.
Deep State. I mean, he was on their payroll for years.
Yeah.
But so was Elon Musk, and so was Peter Thiel.
Well, but that's why I don't 100% trust them either. Elon Musk is potentially a phenomenal limited hangout. He's out there, chatting away about free speech and shit like that. Every single goddamn company of his is a deep state, angel funded, you name it.
Well, this is the interesting part about that. I know a little bit about people with the Vandal perspective, because I hung out with libertarians for an awfully long time. And what I'll tell you is this: there is a school of thought within libertarian thinking that, hey man, anything you can do to get tax money that they stole from you back, you do. And if that means, taking a government contract, you take the government contract and you justify it to yourself as, I'm just getting back the money they stole from me. However I get my money back that they stole, it's illegitimate money. And if you, and I've listened to enough Thiel and Musk and whatnot to think they could easily have that perspective. Like, look, if I want to build I had Pete Canones on the podcast a couple of weeks ago, and we went through this stuff. He's like, look, this is Pete's argument, and it's not a bad one. It's at least one worth considering, which is like, look, if that's where the free money is to build the systems that you want to build, then yeah, take the money, build the system, and then build something that they can't take away from you. And they've tried taking it away from Musk, and they can't. And then Musk makes deals with the right people to, how does fucking Musk wind up with Twitter?
Yeah.
I just don't in my world, if Musk doesn't own Twitter, we're still questioning whether or not someone tried to assassinate Trump. Yeah. Because they would have run this thing as, Trump it was a bee sting, or there were gunshots over there, but it's all that's what because they tried to memory hold the fucking thing when we saw it on national television.
Right.
So I just don't think these people are that potent, guys. I just don't. I think they're potent. I think they've got lots of apparatus to ad hoc create stuff. They've got an infrastructure for creating malicious and disinformation. They're very good at it, and they know how to do that well.
If they whack Trump, we are going to be at the fork in the road where we are either going to take the fork that says we now have to do something, or
Yes.
we are going to take the fork that says there's no hope.
Yep. And I just don't, and to me, what I've always been worried about, I go back to the bond market, I go back to the national debt, I go back to the global flow of capital, and I think to myself, what's the actual end game for all of this? And the end game is split the United States, no matter what. Because at that point, if you can split the United States, you split the bond market. You split the bond market, all of a sudden, the U.S. Treasury market is not the global safe haven trade anymore. And that's where I've been for 3 years.
So
And
what does that translate in terms of states in some ways dissociating themselves from the U.S. government? Because that's what you're talking about.
that's what I mean. That's what I'm getting at. Is that you push secession talk, you push people into thinking about our only option now is to get rid of these fucking people. And I'm telling, get away from these people. And I'm telling you, no matter who wins this election, someone is going to try and secede. Be it the left, because they don't want to be associated with Nazis, or the right, because they don't want to be associated with communists.
Yeah.
And that is, and we should be looking at this going, no, fuck you. We don't want to be associated with y'all.
Well, I see another.
I don't know that we can get there, Jim. I don't think we're going to get there.
I see another strange alternative. Okay. I began to see about a month ago a chance that, strange as it seems, that Mr. Trump would find a way of actually unifying the population much more than we imagine, because there will be so many people who are just fucking sick of the Democratic Party mind fucking that they just can't stand it anime
Like, for example, the gender benders, right?
Yeah.
Gender bending alone is unifying the country because and in the peak, the grand finale of the attempt to drag us in that world might have been the Olympic boxing, for all I know. That might have been the moment where everyone said, that's it, I've had enough.
The opening ceremonies were bad enough.
There was
a great quote I found this morning from a blogger named Dexter Duggan, who said, gender-affirming care, quotes, is actually a highly judgmental and inaccurate propaganda term for what more accurately is gender-denying health damage.
I saw a great meme that says, you want us to accept you for who you are when you could not accept yourself for who you are.
Exactly.
Oh, that's beautiful. I hadn't seen that one yet.
It's so sick. And I wonder whether even the people in Massachusetts who I was around all week, the wokest state in America, these self-satisfied schmucks over in Cape Cod, I really wonder whether they're beginning to, think that we've had enough of this.
It's a little like the vaccine now, where people are now, when they say they've been vaccinated, they say it apologetically.
Yeah.
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 So there's a big change there.
Point.
Now, I made the mistake. So I had my prostate out. Not due to cancer, due to the fact that it was too fucking big and I was getting bladder stones. And what I'll tell you is, here's the most important thing. I can now piss 14 ounces in 4 seconds. It's amazing. You old guys, you know what that means, right? Now, the other thing is, I can get an 8-foot arc.
I like to take my time.
What I haven't mastered is measuring all of those in one experiment. That I haven't figured out how to do. But here's the key. The night
you're going to need help with that one, Davis. Apparently, this is definitely a 2-person job. So
I'm not that good. The night before I had my prostate out, I watched a 15-minute video on creation of artificial vaginas and dicks, and it was intended not to be the most flattering video to gender affirming care, and the imagery was horrific. And I'm sitting there the next morning at 7:30 in the morning, laying in the waiting room to be dragged into surgery. And I've got images of these horrific dicks and these horrific fake vaginas. And doctors talking about how, well, it's kind of gray and it's not getting any circulation. That's not a good sign, And I'm going, they're about to operate on me down there. I go, why the fuck did you watch that video?
Yeah.
But
I don't know,
I
Dave.
highly recommend it.
I hope the pre-op sedative worked on you.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
Jesus.
I was more troubled by that when I had back surgery. Back surgery is not a big deal. This thing, I'm laying there going, "Oh my God, what are they going to do down there?"
Well,
But
I was on the table for open heart surgery, and I had the one stage of the IV sedative, and I was in a teaching hospital, Albany Med, and the anesthesiologist was there with an African med student, and I'm lying there on the table, and I'm hearing the doctor say, "No, not that way, this way." That was
and
just
then a
before
big
they.
oops.
That was just
You're
before they cut my chest open like I was an Aztec sacrifice victim.
You're speaking to. I'm listening to this. I think back to when I was 19, and I had a pilonidal cyst removed. Which is the cyst right on your on the small of your back, and I'm like, I was put under for that fucking thing. I'm like, I don't want to be awake for this. It's and my poor mom was like, "You sure that's really?" She's like trying to talk me out of getting put under. I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to be awake for this. And it's a good thing, by the way, because it turned out that the infection was so widespread across my back that it took them 2 hours to scrape all the infected tissue away.
So do you watch Dr. Pimple Popper?
No, my wife does. I refuse.
Great.
I refuse. I'm like,
It's
I have
great.
leaned
It should
over
be
a couple of times and
possible.
thought, I've leaned over a couple of times to like walk by, kiss my wife on the head,
Some
look over,
guy
she's
walk
watching
in
it,
with
and I'm
like
like, fuck are you watching? And then I immediately leave. I'm like,
some
yeah,
guy
no.
walk in with like a frog growing out of his forehead, and Dr. Pimple Popper will say, well, how long has it been there? Well, since I was 18. I go, you really did have that looked at. Now it reminds me of the joke where the guy walks to the bar with a frog growing out of his forehead. And the bartender says, "Holy fuck, what happened?" And the frog says, "This thing grew right out of my ass."
Come for the geopolitics, stay for the surgery jokes. Okay.
I've had some surgery.
Hilarious.
I've had some surgeries I've enjoyed. Like I had a neuroma, which is an inflamed nerve bundle between your metatarsals. And I got the IV sedative and a local anesthetic, and I watched the whole thing from my head, looking down at my right foot, and watched them sort of disassemble my right foot. They went in through the top and removed this bundle of nerves and took it out. And I felt like I was at a party, and this was the entertainment.
I came out of my bladder stone surgery, which was awful actually, because when they're in there laser zapping an 1.5-inch bladder stone, they miss it. They miss it a lot. So you get a lot of damage done to your bladder. But I come out and I'm waking up while they're wheeling me down the hall. And I happen to remember this. And I am higher than a kite. And I am ranting and raving about how, oh man, I'm so fucking high. I'll do this again. I'm going bananas. And then what was the other one I had? Oh, I had a cystoscopy done about 10 years ago. And I live tweeted it.
Oh my God.
Okay, so you live tweeted it.
While he's listening to
Tommy,
my dick.
So Tommy, this is what we have to look forward to when we get to be Jim and Dave's age, where we're gonna live tweet our fucking surgeries. I had 3 stitches. I had 5 stitches put in my jaw after I passed out and cranked my head on a countertop, and I was awake for the entire thing. She's like, but that was the. I mean, the pilonidal cyst is the only thing I've ever really been in a hospital for. My entire life.
I know the inside of a hospital because my wife has had, wait for it, 60 surgeries.
Jeez.
Now, the more amazing record is she's broken her neck 3 times, slipping, falling, 3 times. But the most amazing part of that statistic is December 5th, 2022, I think it was, she breaks her neck. It turns out we didn't find out too much later when a puzzle piece got put together. She fell December 9th, 2022, and broke it again. Different break. She broke her neck twice in 4 days.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Twice in 4 days.
And she's still alive. This is amazing.
She's still alive. And the second one was the death shot. It was C1.
Right.
Except for the fact that she's so brittle that it doesn't take a death shot sort of hit to break. What normally to break C1, you have to get your neck snapped.
Right.
but hers just cracked. It just gave out. So she's a bit of a mess. And there's days where I say, it could be worse, could be me, right? But I do know the inside of a hospital. So when things are not going right, well, I used to read the manual for the PCA device. The nurses in New York would come in and the thing would be broken. I'd say, look, just unlock it, I'll fix it. And I would do that. And what you never do is you never take a loved one to a major medical center for a surgery and then leave them. You have to stay there with them. The major, like you go to a New York City hospital, they might be good surgeons, they might not, but they might be good surgeons, but the healthcare's chaos.
Right.
And so if you're gonna have a real bad one, like she had a spine fusion, hire a private duty nurse for the first 24 hours. Just because that's the period of complete pandemonium. She was in there for like 12 days post spine fusion.
Jesus.
And it was by far the worst thing I ever saw.
Which hospital was that, by the way?
That one was NYU. We've had a bunch done at Cornell Med.
Because my girlfriend's going to Cornell Med sometime.
Cornell Med so far has been better than the NYU.
For spinal stabilization.
Was she getting a rod put in there?
No, it's some kind of hardware, but it's not a rod exactly.
Well, so be very careful. The first 24 hours are do and die on those because
I'm supposed to go down
because there's so much discomfort depending on the surgery.
Uh-huh.
Now I got wheeled in for a back surgery where I couldn't walk. I actually drove home. I was in my car. I'm yelling. I said, someone's got to help me get out of my car. My back had finally gone beyond repair. So they took me to the hospital. And then the guy does a CT scan and says, you got a chunk of shit right in your spinal canal. If I take that out of there, you'll feel better. They wheel me into the hospital the next morning. They take it out. And I literally could walk out. That's how good that one was.
Wow.
And I haven't felt any pain since.
Wow.
Well, a little bit because I tried to go back to Taekwondo and that didn't exactly work.
Yeah.
Tom,
And I rode on a wave runner 3 months later, and that was a dumb idea too. I was on the sofa for about 5 days, and I'm sitting there going, "Dear Lord, I will never do that again if you just let me off this hook."
What's a wave runner? Remind me. Is that
Jet
like
ski. Jet ski.
A jet ski? Oh my God!
In
And
the
you're
Gulf of
bouncing up and
Mexico.
down?
Yeah.
Oh.
And I'm out there, and all of a sudden I go, oh, I can feel stuff I'm not supposed to feel. So I puttered my way into shore, and then I was on a slat for 5 days. It
Nice
was
vacation.
stupid. Yeah, it was stupid. Well, I broke my wrist right before going to Turks and Caicos. That didn't help. So, in any event, I've seen the inside of a few hospitals in my day.
Yeah, Tom, when you said this is what we have to look forward to, I'm on the top floor of this apartment building, and before you said that, all I was thinking when they were talking was like, yeah, I might just fucking kill myself at 34. I might just. That sounds awful. I'm just listening to you guys. I'm like,
Oh, you could get a few good years back in.
it'd be a couple seconds of terror, and I'd hit the pavement, and it'd be over. And I'm just
Right.
like,
what's the last thing that goes through?
That's
through
all
Tommy's head before he hits the pavement, his ass. You know.
I wouldn't start thinking about that until I was 47.
That's all I was just thinking when you guys were talking. I was just like, yeah, I could go right out. It'd be just podcast.
Well,
you get over this shit though.
I know. I don't have those. I don't do that anymore. I just know that I'm like, okay, yeah, the neck cracks and it sounds terrible, and I don't do martial arts anymore for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is because my neck cracks and all that. But it's like every time I eat something that I know I shouldn't, and I have a massive friggin' inflammatory response, and I wake up the next day like I have a pint of like we didn't have power for 4 days down here after the hurricane.
Oh, yeah.
It's a weird thing that's been 4 days. I haven't been without power for 4 days in years, because usually it's about 2 days, and this was not a bad storm, but it was just the last people to get to, and I'm like, the third night I sent Camille and Sophie to a hotel for them to get a halfway decent night's sleep, while I stayed there just in case the power came back on, so I could close the refrigerators and all the rest of the shit, close the house up. And I ran out and I went and got myself a thing of ice cream. I got myself a pint of Haagen-Dazs for comfort food. And I wake up the next morning. I'm telling you, dudes, you wake up worse than any alcohol hangover I have today if I go on a sugar binge. It's I do better after a couple of drinks the next morning than I do after eating like any amount of freaking wheat. It's terrible.
Wheat?
Wheat, tomatoes, you name it. Like everything at this point is like I've uncovered more like latent food low level food allergies that I'm just not used to anymore. And I'm like, that's it. Meat and salt, sardines, like I'm doing it. Like, and then you fall off the wagon and you go get French fries. But I ate like shit for like 4 days because I had to eat out for 4 days basically.
Yeah.
And
So
God, it was terrible. I'm just starting to get over it.
I have childhood celiac, and I almost died a couple times, I'm told. But as an adult, I'll eat bowls of pasta and shit. It doesn't bother me now. Now, when they do when they do a colonoscopy, they can see that I have celiac. They can see that I'm slowly ripping my intestines up a little bit. But there's days where just eating is by far the best part of the day. And I one time had some chick said, I would rather have a cheeseburger too, but I'll choose to eat a salad and broccoli. And I go, well, do you like salad and broccoli? And she goes, yeah. And I go, well, I don't. I like cheeseburgers.
Well, the cheeseburger is actually better for you. Just take the bun and just don't eat the bun. Just eat the cheeseburger. Like
so I've done the Atkins. I've done the intermittent fasting, and you know what it is? It's like in baseball, you lead off the bag and then you go back and you got to retouch the bag.
Yep. Yeah. You just I just find that I can't do it. I can go off the wagon for a few days, but I went through this period like for the last couple of years that things have been that bad. Like we talk about all the things that we've talked about so far today. Like, for me, eating is one of those coping mechanisms. Like, we went out for breakfast Thursday morning. It was the day we got our power back. And I'm like, yep. Camille and Sophie came home. We went out for lunch. I walked into my local burger joint. I was going to get something. And I said, oh shit, I missed breakfast. And they're like, no, we do breakfast all day. And I'm like, great. I want a large bowl of oatmeal. Because I'm not allowed to have, because oatmeal's terrible for me. And I'm never happy. I don't care. I want a large bowl of oatmeal and a big friggin' 3-egg meat lover's omelet. Doing it. I don't care.
Right.
And, but
as Red Fox said, all these guys who are, super health conscious will be laying on their deathbed dying of nothing. Yeah, I know. I'm going to die with a smile on my face. You ever seen the famous last words? The famous last words, there's a compendium of famous last words. And one surgeon, he's watching his pulse. He's got his fingers on his pulse. And then he goes, it stopped. And then he dies.
Oh, snap.
Yeah, he felt his pulse all the way to the finish. That is the question. So, the guys who get their heads cut off by a guillotine, how long are they conscious? So they hold up your head and you're going, fuck me. Holy shit, I'm just a fucking head.
Yeah.
You got about 15 seconds.
This was an episode of the bald ones. It's now turned into an episode of the old ones. And I think Jim has finally let everybody know that it is about that time, folks.
No, I was just thinking, like, this is why, like, whenever I get like too sucked into like, are we going to war? Is it the end of America and the empire and the dollar? And then I'm just like, best case, if all of it keeps going, I just get to the point where I'm like, I can't eat oatmeal anymore. I'm like, what do I really care? Like, what do I really fucking care? Dying at 34 or fucking 94? Like,
and
what am I really worried about?
There's a reason why I lit another one of these guys. It doesn't matter. I knew this podcast was almost over, and I still lit another goddamn cigar.
Like, what do I get? What do I get? What am I working?
I read somewhere, and they tell me it was Warren Zevon who said it, but someone said he was dying, and someone said, "What's your message?" And he says, "Enjoy every sandwich."
Exactly.
Enjoy every sandwich. You're sitting there, you're wolfing down this egg salad sandwich, and you're not paying attention to the fact that it tastes really good.
Yeah.
Enjoy that, Don't let that go by.
Grab the strawberry, folks. We may be falling off the cliff, but, eat the strawberry.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it may be the only thing we get.
We'll end with this. I can look out from my porch and see in Portland Jetport, and that's where 9/11 started. Muhammad Atta went there and then transferred to Boston. And I always just think about, like, man, someone was going there that morning just so, like, in their head about some business presentation, and then they just plowed into the North Tower at 600 miles an hour. It's really not worth worrying about. Like, it was just a Tuesday, and you're like, fuck, I got to do this, that, and the other, and then you're dead. So I don't know. That's my message of good hope. But on Jim's note, we got to wrap this one up. Everybody watching, please go in the description. Please go follow all of them on Twitter, all your Patreon subs, whatever the fuck you guys have. All the links are in there. Yeah, as always, Been a pleasure.
Thanks, Tommy.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Jim.
Thanks,
Thanks,
guys. It
Dave.
was good.
Bye.
It was good catching up
Bye,
with both of you.
everybody.
Fuck
And
yeah.
enjoy your weekend, Jim.
All right,
Thank you.
guys, thank you so much for watching. Till next time, my friends. Always enjoyable. Friday, October 18th, 2024 at 12:05 p.m. Eastern time, and now we are streaming. This is actually episode 1600, and it's kind of I guess a coincidence that election cast and 1600 Pennsylvania Ave, and episode 1600. But yeah, we put it together at the last second. It wasn't planned, and I don't know how, through the grace of God or the lack thereof, we're all together. And yeah, so everyone listening, before we start, and at the end, I always say, please go in the description. Please go follow all these guys on Twitter, their Substacks, their Patreons, their podcasts. Please go subscribe. Gold Goats Guns, Clusterfuck Nation. Please go subscribe. Give them a couple shekels for the free entertainment you get. And I don't know. I mean, it's where do you guys stand on this? In that it's I feel like it's leaning towards Trump, and I don't feel good about that. Something feels odd. Like, I feel like it's like Charlie Brown kicking the football. Like, it doesn't seem like there's the 2020.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Considering the potential for fuckery, it's
Yeah.
natural to feel that something's going to go wrong. Sure.
Yeah, it feels there's a great guy I follow, Mike Shelby
We
on,
live? Are we
yeah.
live?
Yeah,
Are
we're
we-
live. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a great guy I follow,
Let me
Mike
see.
Shelby. There's a
Rumble, I'm tweeting it.
Yeah, you're good.
I'm good.
On Twitter, I've had him on before, former intelligence guy, and he put a long piece about this, about how he just doesn't see the groundswell of what was, because all these guys that I have on, the former special forces guys, they all look at it in terms of what they were taught, like guerrilla warfare. Like 2020 is so clear. You had multiple factions, they were clearly funded, they were coordinated, BLM, Antifa. There was a steady rise in kind of stochastic hysteria, which allows for more pops to happen. You're less surprised when it happens. They're all like, none of that's happening right now. And it's very, very odd. And that's kind of how I feel right now.
Well, things are a little bit still. It seems to me that the Democrats are kind of throwing Kamala Harris under the bus,
Feels that
and
way.
hoping that they can dump some kind of a financial catastrophe
On
on
Trump.
Donald Trump, and then come back in 28 and do their thing. But I think that Trump would have been burdened with a financial catastrophe any way you cut it. It's just inevitable, and he's prepared for that. So he's going to have to sort of play a Franklin Roosevelt role to some extent in whatever's coming, if he's allowed to, or if he gets there, if he gets to the inauguration, gets in the White House.
I feel it's a weird time. I was expecting more fireworks from these people, to be honest with you. We have 2 weeks left, right? But I guess all
she's such a
depends on whether
limp
you talk
target.
about Israel, Iran, and then and Ukraine, Russia. Obviously, those are fireworks. I'm not like trying to downplay that, but
Yeah.
I was expecting more domestically than this. So.
Kamala is such a limp target.
I think Kamala and T. Diddy have made it impossible to pretend that they're competitive. I think that their choice would be, and if they cap Trump now, for example, I think it would be truly unbelievable. And so I think it's possible that, as you say, they're gearing up and basically hoping to regroup after Trump wins it. Kamala, that Fox News interview was just horrendous. I was right before you guys came on, I was listening to Taibbi and Walter Kern analyze it. They nailed it. I mean, she did nothing well. She did precisely zero well in that interview.
I actually didn't watch it other than a couple of
I didn't watch it either.
I did. I
clips
saw
here
it.
or there, but and the last thing I saw before I popped on was the lead on Zero Hedge about the Al Smith dinner last night and the unbelievably pointed barbs that Trump threw last night that are going to all go viral, and they're all just they were like because they were comedy is truth plus pain. Well, the amount of pain on Chuck Schumer's face was that was he was really uncomfortable.
Chuck Schumer should have done better, right? Chuck really did poorly, but yeah, I agree. Trump threw out some cantaloupes, but those don't matter. It's like being deposed. It's what you give them that they want that matters. And I think Trump threw out so many barbs. And I read an article this morning that said that Kamala ripped her basically chief of staff for 30 minutes, had her in tears for advising her not to do that dinner, and that it's destroyed her campaign. Now, I got to tell you, if that really is true and that really gets out, that just shows you what a complete sack of shit she is.
Well, yeah.
She made the call. She made the call.
Yeah, and it wouldn't have changed anything. What was she going to do? She's going to go in there against Trump?
Yeah.
Oh, no, but I think she could deliver funny jokes. They'd have to be written for her.
Sure. Yeah, she could do it.
I think she could deliver good jokes.
I think Jim's right. I think they're looking at it and it's like, yeah, I mean, shoot Trump now, and then the whole thing falls apart, and including, you can shear a sheep many times, you can skin it all he wants. Or, I mean, if what is everyone, supposes that this is a 50, 100-year long march to global tyranny, they might just be saying like, hey, do you want to just wait 4 years? You just can't run again. Just wait, obstruct, do all the shit, but just it's 4 more years like that. I mean,
yeah, I don't see them being able to do all that shit again.
Yeah, I agree, Jim.
I think they're just gonna go, yeah, fuck it, let him run take him for 4 years, and then who's after Trump? You could have anyone. No one is going to be Trump. Doesn't matter who the Republicans put forward. They can put forward a good person. They won't be Trump. Like there's a easier way out to fight.
Also, we don't know what deals he's been cutting to keep from getting assassinated. I can imagine him saying, look, this is our bright line right here. You can't pull us out of Ukraine. Don't even try. Or you could imagine really saying, look, you've got to play along on this on Israel. Right?
Yeah.
I actually wrote a blog about this morning.
Okay. And what did you say, Jim?
Well, it was about the fact that, he's renowned to be a deal maker. That's supposedly the essence of his character.
Yeah.
And should he actually get into the White House, I think he'll make a deal. And the deal will be with the blob that they're going to have to cough up X number of sacrificial goats who are going to get prosecuted for their misdeeds. Big ones, big fish, goats, fish. Sorry about the mixed metaphor. But, like Mayorkas, Merrick Garland, Christopher Wray, Comey, Brennan, they're going to be told to cough them up, and if they cough them up,
who would you like to see go down?
He won't demolish their institutions. That'll be the deal.
One. Who would you like to see get eviscerated? If you got to pick one of those five,
Brennan, top of the list.
Brennan.
But before,
although I think Mayorkas would be kind of a better demonstration project.
I actually hate Garland the most.
Well,
he's right up there too.
Yeah, Garland is a great choice as well, Dave. I agree. Yeah. But Brennan is so deeply embedded with the Obama fuckery machine that I think you get rid of Brennan and you start to, because it also sends a big message to MI6 and to the Brits. Like going right after Mr. Head Commie himself. That's a big one. I mean, Garland is a piece of shit. I mean, don't get me wrong, but like you have to go after the former head of the CIA, who is clearly a fucking traitor. And
doesn't have to be one or the other, Tom. Doesn't have to be one or the other. It can be both of them.
That can be both. I agree.
And I think that they're going to need some significant sacrificial victims. And the deal will be he lets the institutions live. He doesn't completely demolish them.
That's what I want to hear. As juicy as
but
all
then
the names
here's the thing.
Yeah,
he's going to go back and demolish him anyway.
Well, no, he'll stab him in the back. I'm more curious about what is it that what do you think is, so they're making all these sacrifices, which they will. They're all demons from hell. They literally fuck kids. There's nothing off the table. But like, so they're gonna put out these sacrificial lambs. They're gonna be juicy and all the headlines and whatever. What's the thing that he's saying? Like kind of the military industrial, like you get to kind of keep, like you can have Ukraine, you can have Israel, Iran.
No, he's not going to give him Ukraine. He's going to stop all this fucking.
Yeah, no, Ukraine is a. Well, then what's he has to stop Ukraine.
Well, then what's the deal he's making?
The deal he's making is he's not going to destroy Israel. He's not going to destroy this. No, he's not going to destroy the CIA, and he's not going to destroy the FBI as institutions. But he's he's going to gut them.
Yeah,
and that's going to be the deal.
Look, this morning, the big story in the financial markets is that I just saw this morning was that Tim Cook actually went to Trump and said, look, the EU's shaking Apple down for $17 billion for antitrust violations. And Trump's like, yeah, wait till I get back into power. Like the EU is out of fucking control. Okay. Because they really do believe that they can shame, regulate, and tax everybody else out of existence in order to keep themselves alive. Like that's what they're doing. And Trump knows this. And so you've got Cernovich out there this morning saying it's time for us to leave freaking NATO. I think all of this is a big gambit ultimately to, he's not going to destroy a lot of these things. He's not going to destroy Raytheon. He's not going to destroy any of these things. Everybody is trying to figure out who can get what piece of the smaller of the pie that's coming that Trump is going to leave us with. I remind everybody that we're re-regionalizing. The world is breaking up into economic blocks. I have a friend out in Arizona that like shows me pictures every day of the rate at which they're building fabs outside of Phoenix is off the fucking charts. In 5 years, PMSC is going to be in Arizona. It might as well be AMSC because it's not going to be in Taiwan anymore.
They don't have water there, though.
Taiwan's not going to matter. What's that?
You need a lot of water.
They're building all this shit. It's all there. It's happening.
What are they going to do for water?
Whatever they have, I don't know. It doesn't matter. That's what they're building. Okay. And so whatever they're going to do, it doesn't matter. What they're going to do is that. And that's what's happening. It's happening in Boise, Idaho. It's happening in a couple other places around the country as well. Nobody's talking about
it. The two chemists will tell you that a byproduct, one way to get water, it's a byproduct of burning fossil fuels.
Yeah. And the nuclear power facilities and the light water reactors and all, where
Google they just rented out 7 of them. And AWS is building the small nuclear react SMRs and
as Dave pointed out yesterday, very astutely on Twitter, by the way. What if the whole AI thing is about restarting our nuclear power
That's the only way you
facility?
can power it.
Right. And
if you guys haven't read that article by Leopold Aschenbrenner, Situational Awareness, it's like a 3-hour read. I'm also retarded, but the entire thing is like his whole thing is like there's always big hype around from the fucking cell phone to he's like, I get that. The thing he's looking at is every power contract is being sucked up right now going at 10 years because there's only one answer for that, and it's the AI superclusters.
Well, and look, the DoD just wants to make sure that they have their contracts in place for the next generation.
Yeah.
And, if Trump's going to end Ukraine and at some point we're going to deal with Israel and Taiwan is being, deprioritized, you have to like trump this stuff up, all puns intended, into a big, huge thing in order to, try and scare everybody to get the contracts lined up for the next, because that's their business model. So that's fine. I'm okay with, I'm not okay with it, but what I mean is that, if we have to have this thing and we have to, then at the very least, let's, if we're going to do that and not have wars, well, okay, I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? So let's see what happens. But
it sounds like
better than what we currently have.
It sounds like what we're talking about is a major reorganization in many, many, many power relations.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's the BRICS. Yes. That's the BRICS for starters.
Yeah. And
the BRICS, you got 25 countries of non-trivial consequence who are saying for the first time in our memory, I'm not hanging out with the United States anymore.
This gold went over
Empire
2,700
or anybody else, or the European powers.
2707, I think.
Gold went over 2,700 yesterday.
Yeah, and silver's going to break above. Silver's probably going to close today for at 3,250 in the cash market, and that's going to set up a move to 38.
Let's go.
Well, it's 3,276 on Kitco.
You got to watch. I watch the cash XAG versus USA. I don't watch the futures price. On these, because there's better volume on those than depending on where you. The futures market is such a freaking mess. And
isn't it true that
CFDs and everything else?
That silver generally outperforms gold in a real bull market, and it hasn't been. It hasn't been outperforming gold for the last year. So what's your take on that?
Well, silver's an industrial metal. That's my take on it.
Well, also gold may be getting driven by central banks, and I don't think they give a shit about silver.
Yeah, they don't. It is being driven by central bank demand. Like central banks are 15 to 20% of the gold market at this point. Because again, that gets back to this re-regionalization of the global economy, and it's all going to be based on gold.
I did a podcast the other day and I got asked about BRICS and I gave them I'd spent a couple hours with Hanky, who's a currency junkie, right? So if anyone's going to talk about a BRICS currency, it's going to be Hanky. And I said, it's not about a currency, it's about alliances. And the currency is just a talking point. And at some point I got asked about, well, what kind of currency would they use? I said, well, if they decide to use gold, all they have to do is get some printing presses out, print some gold certificates, and they got their currency. So it's that simple. But there was mention, this was this Michelle Macquarie of Kitco, and she says, well, the BRICS are meeting, I think it was this week or this month at least, I can't remember where, 25 of them, the new BRICS, in Russia. How important is that? And I said, you just answered your question. We've demonized Russia with everything we got, and they're holding the meeting in Russia. It's not Iceland. It's not in the Netherlands. It's in Russia.
It's in Kazan.
Right?
It's in Kazan. It's going to be this. It's next week. It's the 22nd to the 25th. It's this year's BRICS summit. The Russians are the chair of this year's meeting. It's a big deal. And the BRICS pay thing was just announced this morning. And Vince, my good friend Vince Lanci is all over this like a rash. And he's like, here we are. Here's all the payments that you can make, all the currencies you can pay, and one of them is XAU. Gold.
Interesting.
Well, to tie it back into, I don't even remember if it was just you and I, Tom, or if it was all of us, but just kind of the general, I guess, I don't know, early lore of these shows was like talking about like it was a war between like the Wall Street guys and the communist pedophiles, the Jordan Belfort versus like the fucking Eyes Wide Shut guys.
Right.
Doesn't it? But it's like, doesn't it? It just, I don't know, maybe I'm just retarded, but like the entire tone right now, it feels like 2 years ago, it was like, we're clearly like, we're vaccinating everyone to death. We're going to World War III. And now it's just this weird, like, yeah, Kamala's probably not going to do well. And what fucking deals were made somewhere? Because those powers don't just stop because they lost interest.
Trump lived.
Well, it's really hard to.
It's probably.
I think it's really just that. This
really
thing was on auto fucking pilot until Trump got it in the ear. As opposed,
we did jump timelines.
It's really hard to understand how Kamala Harris got nominated. I just don't get it. They had the opportunity when they shit canned Joe Biden to have some kind of straightforward, clear-cut process in an open convention, which they could have even manipulated to their to their desire, to nominate some figure with standing politically, not just
Kamala said it on Twitter. I think Kamala nailed it with one tweet. She said, "Oh, they're going to bypass another black woman."
Yeah,
And I saw that tweet, and I go, "She just beat the Democrats with her own stick."
Yeah, which is, I mean,
because Jim, it's funny. I know I think we've talked about it in the past, and for the last 2.5 years, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Dexter White and I have been handicapping this, going, Kamala Harris has all the cards. She's the VP. I mean, they have to go through her, and eventually
I think the transfer of the money was illegal.
I know.
I think
Joe Biden agrees with you.
Campaign money.
I think that's the least.
Yeah, I think Joe Biden agrees with you.
I think you could win a class action fraud suit saying that you raised the money under pretense.
Mm-hmm. Of course, you'd need a federal election commissioner that would go along with that.
Oh yeah, and we'd get one of those right away, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, no,
I didn't say it was convictable. You notice that I said illegal.
Yeah,
and it's funny when I've been watching Joe Biden now for the last month or so, and I had dinner with a couple of people 3 weeks ago now, and it was brought up at the table, having spoken with some people who talked with some people in Washington. I don't know names or anything else, so salt all this to taste. But that Joe Biden is really angry about them stealing his money, and about the fact that Ukraine is probably going to collapse, and that was Joe's legacy. And when you start thinking about these people in terms of being mob bosses, I think it becomes very crystallizing as to who they actually are. And when I see Joe Biden pick up a MAGA hat, refuse to let his handler take it away from him, then he goes out and
Wait a minute. He
chairs
picked
the
up a
press
MAGA hat?
conferences.
This was a
He
couple
picked
weeks
up
ago.
a
He put
MAGA
on a
hat?
fucking Trump 2024
But
hat.
he put on a
Trump.
He put on a Trump MAGA hat when he was
Oh,
doing a
fuck.
when he was
Trying to
doing a
take it,
glad
and he was
handing
like-
thing with some kids at a school.
I think he's
and then
pissed.
took the MAGA hat, put it on, and then when his handlers tried to take it away from him, he's like, "No," and he held on to it, and he walked into Air Force One with it.
Yeah, I
Okay,
think he's
like-
angry.
I missed that.
I think he's
Okay,
angry.
yeah, no, this is really important. And then after that, he does those couple of pressers where he shows up and ties all of his bad policy to Kamala Harris. Like, it's very clear that they stole Joe's money. They fucked with him and on Hunter's sentencing by pushing it till after the election so he can't pardon Hunter, right? And then, and then he is.
Can he
I'll be
not
honest
pardon?
with you, I think he
Can
made a
he
deal with
not
Trump
Can he not pardon someone until some legal event has occurred?
until they've been sentenced.
You
Until
have
they've
to,
been
I think you have to be
sentenced.
guilty.
No, Gerald
You have-
Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon before he was even indicted or before there
But
was any
in-
legal process.
This
all.
is
I think that's right.
He
I think
pre-pardoned
that's right.
him. Yeah,
but
I'm sure of it.
Pre-pardoned.
I was a
But-
newspaper reporter when
as
that
far as
happened.
this stuff's concerned, he has to be sentenced.
So it
He has
could be
to-
legally he didn't pardon him, but it basically was a
He
statement.
pardoned Richard Nixon legally, peremptorily.
Okay. Well, I figured that's why, by the way, people say, why didn't Trump pardon all the January 6ers? And I go, because they had not been named yet.
So
Or
another, in
And
addition,
again, and
Well-
Jim, the circumstances of what happened with Nixon may be different legally than what's going on with Hunter Biden. Okay, there's again, different laws, different jurisdictions, yada yada yada. So,
I do have a thought about Biden, though. I wonder if he doesn't manage to pardon himself and his family before January 20th. I have this fantasy that Trump will pardon Joe Biden, but not his family members, and leave them subject to prosecution. Frank and Jim and the wives and daughters who are all laundered money through their bank accounts, and Hunter, and they'll all get and leave the bitter old Joe Biden to spend his last days and hours thinking about how he fucked over his own family.
I
Do you
don't think
think
Joe
Trump
cares about his
hunts
family that much.
Do you think
To be honest
Trump,
with you,
do you think Trump is bothered by Biden as much as he is by the Democratic institution?
no, I think.
Well,
he thinks, I think he thinks.
I
Biden's
hasten to
bad.
add that's a fantasy of mine. It's not necessarily
That's right.
what Trump thinks or what he would do, but it would be cool to hang Joe Biden out to dry like that. He'd be like that character in The Road to Perdition, played by Paul Newman, one of his last movies,
Mhm.
where he plays an Irish mob boss.
Did you
living
Did
this
you guys see that
Twilight
clip?
world.
The other, sorry to interrupt. Do you see that guy's clip a couple days ago of like Biden talking with Obama or something? It's the most.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, they
It
had
really
some
starts
heated
to make
argument.
me think that I've been duped because he didn't look out of it at all. He looked like Joe Biden, like VP
He
Joe
looked pissed
looked
Biden.
out of
yeah.
it to me.
I almost
He
really-
looked like he was going like this.
okay, maybe. But so
Well,
another thing is
you notice how Joe Biden is now starting to look a lot like Jimmy Carter. Do you see that Jimmy Carter photo?
yeah,
You
no,
go,
he's
I don't know if that's pre or post autopsy.
Yeah, I thought it
No,
was.
I mean-
I thought really that he was a
that man's
cadaver.
dead. But this is
I felt
not
awful sorry for him, though. I mean, imagine making that long journey and the last, 5 years of your life, you're like
You're just a
a
basket
walking
case.
basket case zombie.
yeah, no,
Oh gosh, terrible.
This isn't
Uh-huh.
negligible. 4 days ago on Instagram, AOC, the horrors unfolding in northern Gaza are the result of a completely unrestrained Netanyahu government, fully armed by the Biden admin, while food aid is blocked and patients are bombed in hospitals. This is a genocide of Palestinians. The U.S. must stop enabling it. Arms embargo now. That's a non-negligible defection from the kind of democratic establishment. You might say, well, it's pandering. Sure, it's like 3 weeks to the election. This is not a time in that you step out. This is This is something that you do 6 months ago or a year ago. This is clearly like they don't think Kamala's going to win, so now they're going, let's just start getting points for whatever. This is not something you
I
do
don't know.
when-
It sounds to me
They've been-
like
She's
that
never
wing of the
said this in
Democratic
the
Party has
last year,
been on a talking point for a year.
But
And I
she's
think
going
that
out of her
there's-
way to say it now.
Yeah, yeah.
That's not, but that's not something you do in the days going up to an election.
Well, the goal is to tie Trump to Israel and the Democrats to Palestine in order to keep a particular part of the base on board and to keep the center of the country out of Trump's camp. That's the way I've been reading that whole thing for, well, since October 7th last year.
Okay.
To be honest with you. So I don't see that as being from that perspective, I think it works. Maybe it doesn't work. Maybe I'm not saying you're wrong to think that AOC isn't like trying to, make sure that she wins her House seat, because I don't think she's got anybody credible running against her, so it won't matter.
Yeah.
So
from a tactical point of view, it's just business as usual for the Israeli army to root out these Hamas stations that, in schools and hospitals. That's where they put their guys, and that's where they put their operational headquarters. So they go into the schools and hospitals, and they go in and destroy them. That's what they do. Hamas shouldn't use their own people as human shields.
Yeah. No, I'm with you. It's just
the whole thing is a mess.
Well, it's very unfortunate.
It's terrible. And what bothers me more than anything else is that everybody involved in this, of all of these conflicts, be it Russia, Ukraine, Israel, Gaza, Israel, Lebanon, now, it's all in service of much bigger, more cynical geopolitical stuff. This is all about fucking collateral, folks. This is all about energy and
I'm not sure that the
resources
Israeli
and everything else.
is.
It has, I mean, all the rest of it is just cynical grafting at this point. In my, it's the way I've been reading it, and
I think that's much more true of the Ukraine operation than, from our point of view, of our operation in Ukraine, not Russia's operation in Ukraine, which is entirely different story. But I don't think the Israeli operation is about world money per se, although to some extent it may be about oil, but not really the international banking collateral issue.
Okay.
I don't think.
Well, what I would say,
I think Israel's just really got to, it's a small nation of what, 9 million people. It's surrounded by enemies, and its enemies are aggressive and hostile. And the most hostile and aggressive are Hamas and Hezbollah, and they're going in and punching them out. And I don't think it's much more complicated than that. And to some extent, I think the world wants people to think that it's more complicated than that, so that, because they, want to punish the Jews.
I don't know if it was just, I don't know if it's just been my own. Go on, Tom.
Go on, say it. Go on.
What I will say in service of that, and again, I understand that part of it. I really do, and I'm not discounting it. But there's another side of that, which is that we opened this conversation with the BRICS, and the BRICS now have control of all the maritime sea routes, in effect, around the Arabian Peninsula. And it is about oil, and it is about collateral, and it is about City of London and their ability to make money ensuring shipping lanes around the world, because that's how City of London makes its money today. The City of London doesn't make money pretty much any other way other than currency arbitrage and insurance. That's like 90% of City of London's business, and that's 30% of British GDP.
And yet, it's mysterious why we can't take out these, semi-Stone Age people, the Houthis, who are, getting rockets from Iran, I suppose, to make this mischief. Is there some reason why we can't locate where these missiles are stored and where they're being fired from and just blow them up? I mean, why is that so
send
difficult?
B2s out the other day. We did send B2s out.
Yeah, I know. And what was the result? Did we put an end to that, or what? We must have some intel on that.
What'd you say we sent out, Dave? Or Tom?
B2s.
B2 bombers.
B2 bombers to take out the Houthis like 48 hours ago.
Fucking love that stuff. But I think why they don't, I think on the grand strategic level, those things are probably convenient to go, all right, it's like a warrant waiting. Like, there's an armed group, they've done some. I think
it's absurd though. Nobody believes it. The Houthis are going to defeat the world
No,
shipping.
of course
It's
not. But
fucking
what I'm saying,
absurd.
if you leave it there, there's probably like a shelf life to this shit. It's beyond anything we
There's a
think
shelf
about
life to
because
all
we're all
these things.
no, because we're normal people who don't look at shit this. But the same way they look at like like
Speak for
hey,
yourself, Tommy.
what?
Speak for yourself.
Speak for myself. All right. I think at that level, you probably at like the military level, they probably look at like behind closed doors. It's like, well, hey, if they ever actually do anything, we'll do X. But right now, this is a convenient inflection point to do X, Y, Z, and you take it right off the shelf and go, we could do this, that, or the other thing with the Huth. I think they do. I think it's like I think it's like waiting to send in a SWAT team at some place that's been, monitored by intelligence services for a month. Like you're probably waiting, and if it's politically expedient to do something now or to do something later, I think at that level it probably is like a shelf life. Like, hey, we'll call on that when we want.
Well,
Maybe
I
I'm
don't know. This has
cynical.
been going on for like 8 months or more, and
So is Ukraine almost over? That's my
I
opinion.
think
But
so.
I don't know. I think that's gonna keep
I
going.
think I think the Russians are going to roll, just roll through, and it's really more a question of what they leave behind and what kind of rump state Ukraine is going to be. The final result of it is going to be Ukraine is going to be neutral, a neutral place, region, even if it's maybe a country. Now, I think it was Mark Rutte, the former PM of the Netherlands, who's now the head of NATO or something like that.
General
What the fuck
Secretary of
is he?
NATO, yes.
Secretary
Mhm.
General of NATO. He came out today or yesterday and said Ukraine is going to be a member of NATO. And I thought, what is this guy smoking?
there's
That
no chance. It'll be
that
World
ain't
War
gonna
III if
happen.
they try to
So
do that one.
they're so deluded, and so that's the final outcome is going to be Ukraine is not going to be allowed to be a burr under the world's saddle.
Well,
Ukraine was a
this is
fucking place for 75 years. It was not a problem for anybody, you know?
so so I let's unpack that one step further because it's very clear that what's being pushed here on the Ukraine Russia front is coming from the EU and City of London. Meanwhile, the Pentagon is telling the State Department we can't fight this war even if we wanted to. I was talking to this weekend when I was at the Mises Supporter Summit. I was talking to a guy and retired lieutenant colonel in the Air Force and current pilot, and still has huge. And I was talking with Steve Murray yesterday on Coffee and a Mic, and I brought up the same point, which is that he told me flat out, he's like, all the O5s and O6s, that would be the full bird colonels and the lieutenant colonels. And Tommy, let's go back to when I was first on your show 3 years ago, and I said the military's actions here will be decided by the full bird colonels and the lieutenant colonels. They're all saying we can't fight this war. They're all passing it up the line to Austin and to all the political jackasses who are running who are at the top of the brass at the Pentagon. They're saying we can't do this. We don't have the supply chains. We don't have this. We don't have the armament. We don't have blah blah blah. We can fight a war for 2 to 3 weeks, and then what?
Yeah.
So now, with that in mind, when I said that to Steve Murray yesterday on Coffee and a Mic, he was like, absolutely. And I also then said, and if you have no idea how much power as a lieutenant colonel I had to shelve operations by saying, look, we can't do it. And so we're not going to do it. The generals say X and we say, well, no, it's not happening. That's nice, but it's not happening. So that is, I think, what we're all feeling right now is that we've had a quiet, almost unremarked on coup or just I don't know. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Quiet strike, right? Quiet quit by that level of officer down in the U.S. military, saying this can't happen. So you better start figuring out a way to get out of what you just created. And if you look carefully at what we've been seeing over the last couple of months, that's exactly what we're seeing. So we're seeing half-assed support we're seeing the State Department go over there and say, we're going to give Zelensky long-range missiles to go attack St. Petersburg or whatever. And Austin's the next day is going, no, we're not.
Yeah, no, the fuck we're not.
Did we gain
Yeah, but
anything from Ukraine? Is there a hidden gain there? Because right now it
A
appears to me as
lot.
though that
A lot of
it appears to me
defense
as though
contracts.
the United States' biggest task is to pretend like that war was never facilitated by us, and to pretend like the 600,000 dead Ukrainian soldiers are not our fault.
Yeah.
And to pretend like it just didn't happen, or pretend like we won or whatever. But to the extent that it goes to some point where Putin gets what he wants, and I'm pretty sure that he will get whatever he wants when this is over. Then the question is, beneath the surface, did we gain, or did we completely fuck that up?
I think
we humiliated ourselves for one thing.
We certainly did that.
We did.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a hidden gain that we don't know about.
We demonstrated that there is a new kind of warfare, a new kind of technological warfare that we hadn't quite anticipated. That we didn't anticipate that tanks would be made completely obsolete. We're beginning to learn, I think we already knew that the navies were, to some extent, the carrier groups were obsolete. And so we learned a lesson, but I don't think that we have digested or figured out what we're going to do about the humiliation. And that gets to Tom's question or point, which is, do we just, or maybe both of you guys, can you just walk away from this? It is an enormous humiliation, but it's a humiliation for Joe Biden, the neocons, and Tony Blinken and the State Department. And that regime is going to be gone in 90 days.
We hope, yeah.
You could launder the end of it.
I mean, that's part of it. I think the other part of it
so it wasn't just a cabal of guys. The entire U.S. propaganda machine was 100% anti-Putin, pro-Ukraine. Ukraine's a democracy, the whole argument. So it's that was not just a partisan fuck up. That was a national scale fuck up, and there were very few of us who said this war is NATO's fault.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I had a guy call me yesterday and tell me I was nuts for thinking that.
Remember, we're talking about. Okay, I've talked about this in other podcasts. I don't know if I've talked to you guys about this, but my good friend Alex Craner did a bang-up job of tracing the last 3 or 4 months worth of maneuvers by City of London and the British government and the Bank of England, and how much they're on the hook for, because they've guaranteed to the IMF tens of billions, if not more than $40 billion worth of Ukraine's debt, which they have now defaulted on. After negotiating a haircut, and then Zelensky then turns right around and says no, and then Fitch downgrades them, and it's like all this stuff. And I absolutely recommend everybody go read Alex's Substack on that. He and I did a podcast on it. We did an hour and a half trying to explain all this. A lot of people went into this thing saying, we're going to win in Ukraine. We're going to get all the collateral that's in the Donbass and the Sea of A's off, and we're going to use that as a means by which to break up Russia, and we're going to get all these tens of trillions of dollars worth of future cash flow. It was a dumb idea. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm not saying it was a good idea. I'm saying that was the plan. Putin preempted that by going first and putting us on our back foot, and then everything has been a war of attrition since then. And now all you have to do is run the clock out. And that clock was a 2-year moratorium on Ukraine having to pay back its debt. Now you have a whole bunch of people who were guaranteed trillions of dollars in future cash flow that are angry. And they're trying, and the people who guaranteed all that, the people who set this fucking thing up, some of them are in the State Department, some of them are at the DOD, some of them are on Wall Street, a lot of them are in City of London, and a lot of them are in fucking Brussels. And they all did it. And it was all part of the fucking mother weffer plan. And because you kept talking about how Ukraine was going to be the model country in the future.
Yeah.
Of this whole WEF, you will own nothing and like it shit. Like, it was all right there. They told you everything they were going to freaking do. And Larry Fink is in there now, like, arguing. Larry Fink and Bill Gates this morning went to Keir Starmer.
Oh, there's a guy.
Did anybody miss this?
I didn't see that. I missed that.
I did.
I didn't.
My people were like all over that shit like a fucking rash this morning.
What do you think Larry Fink's message is?
He's a
The message is
douchebag.
turn the
what I
machines
think.
back on.
Where's
Turn the machines back on, like trading places. Get those fucking people, get those
Where's my-
Americans to go in there and kick some fucking Russian ass because we're all going to go broke.
Where's
It's
my
not going to
money?
happen,
I
though.
firmly believe the Bank of England is on the verge of bankruptcy.
From the get-go, this thing was logistically alone a foolish enterprise.
Hold on.
You know,
Well,
idea
it's,
that-
it's right up there with the idea
Was
that
it?
we were going to pay for the Iraq war
Hold
with
on,
Iraq's oil.
Hold on. Let me answer Dave to what you said. What is the purpose of all? Well, first of all, like as with
What
all
did
these
we
things,
gain?
yeah. So let me
What's
just
the win?
So one, and it's not a huge one, but all the aid we give them is only money they can spend on our defense contractor. So in a way, we kind of just doubled our own DoD budget, which isn't, it's our own money, so it's whatever. That's one thing. Second thing is through like BlackRock, right? It's like Ukraine has to pay us back. We're not giving it to them. Like they have to pay us back for every bullet they bought. Well, that's another thing. And then this is from September, I think, of this year. Remember when Lindsey Graham said, so Ukraine is a quote gold mine with quote $12 trillion worth of critical minerals. They're sitting on 10 to $12 trillion of critical minerals. They could be the richest country in all of Europe. I don't want to give that money and those assets to Putin to share with China. And that's from June 13th of this year. That's
Well, what makes the people who want all this shit think we're going to get it now?
I'm not saying this. I'm back to what Tom's saying. I'm not saying that's what's going to happen. I'm saying
Well,
that
that's
was
what
the
I'm
shitty
asking.
That's what
plan.
their
I'm saying,
motivation
so we
was.
wrap
What
up-
they gain now, Dave, is saving face. Back to Jim's point.
Yeah,
Now,
no, that
forget
was
the
the
space
plan.
saving shit. I want to know what we gained. I
Nothing.
don't want to
That
know
was
what
the plan.
the narrative will be. Yeah,
we
I get
haven't
all
gained
that.
anything but humiliation. That's what we've gained.
That's what I see.
Yeah,
Because
and
we're
I'll
not
tell
going to
you,
get the resources. Putin's not going to let the West come in and make Ukraine pay them back by giving up all their resources.
Of course
dude,
not.
they literally, if you listen to these people talk, they all kept saying the same thing. When we force Russia to lose, we're going to make them pay reparations. And
I know what the narrative was. I'm asking, did we gain?
Absolutely not.
No.
Okay,
No,
I just want to make sure
loss.
there's not a hidden gain.
Not only did we not
There's
gain
probably something
anything,
hidden. There's
but
probably
not
something
only did we
hidden.
not gain anything, but when the Western banking system craters, we're going to be so preoccupied with our losses that we'll never think about Ukraine again.
I also think we lost the dollar on this one. I think it was going to go anyway, but
there
I
you go.
think we lost the dollar.
You lose the dollar, you're going to lose the banking system.
I think there's
Here's the thing.
I think the dollar
I'm going to push back just a little bit on all this and say we did gain something. We were being sold out. We as people, as Americans, we were being sold out by people at the top of our government for the purpose of doing the bidding of old colonial powers of Europe. That's the way I've seen this, the way I've framed it for 3 years. And I think what we gain by losing here is that we don't wind up in World War III, and we don't wind up in a situation where we're on a terminal path to dollar devaluation and all of it. I think we've lost a lot, but ultimately what we gain is what we didn't actually lose. If we walk away from this with just our tail between our legs, that's our best case scenario, because the win is the win is to keep the bond market, to keep the US bond market as one organism. Because the goal
I was just going to ask you,
split the country and destroy the bond market and destroy the dollar. That's been the goal the entire fucking time. And for the EU to outlast us in a war of attrition over financial assets and the role of capital flow. That's been my interpretation of events for 3 years, and I haven't seen anything other than that the entire time. Do you
think that this is an opening for Donald Trump to do something that he talked about in 2016, which is
buy Greenland,
a default on sovereign bonds, but especially default to foreign holders of our sovereign bonds?
Maybe, but I don't think that's what he's going to do. I think he's going to threaten that because it's one of his Zopa things. He likes to do that. Like he likes to talk about, hey, I'm offering you this, and it's nothing, right? And then he's going to try and negotiate down to half that, right? I don't think he's going to. I think what he'll do is he's threatening massive tariffs is what he's doing.
Yeah.
And notice who is complaining the most about the tariffs. It ain't China. It's the EU. It's the European Union is the one complaining the most. I'm telling you, between Powell at 5%, Trump threatening fucking tariffs, like the EU's fucked. And they all know it. And that's a
But we-
good
they-
thing. That's the source of all this shit.
They're
that we're
also
talking about.
largely
Screwed
self-fucked.
energetically. They're also screwed energetically.
Yeah, exactly. They're self-fucked. You know, I mean, the Germans have has stood by for 2 years while we destroyed their energy supply, and now they're
Right.
sitting watching their industry whirl around the drain.
And BRICS is not a European friendly operation.
Yeah.
No. And they control all the world's, and they control most of the world's oil, other
That's
than the
right.
United States and Canada.
Right.
So
Mexico.
So the bottom line is it
oil
does look like
production,
Europe
that's on
got
one
their ass
side of it.
kicked.
Yeah, no, I've been saying this for 4 years. Who's the weak man at the table? The one with no collateral. Who's the one in desperate search of collateral for the last 10 years? Europe. How are they trying to do that? By making energy production more expensive for everyone else in order to normalize, quote unquote, tax harmonization and all the other bullshit. Like they're trying to saddle us with carbon credits, okay, in order to normalize this shit. The United States was like, you know what? Fuck you. Like Trump said, like, fuck you. If Russia's the enemy, then you don't get to buy your oil from Russia. You got to buy it from us. But if you want to buy the oil from Russia, that's fine. But don't expect us to pay for NATO. That was literally all Trump ever said. And that was beyond the pale, because what they wanted us to do is they wanted us to pay for NATO and for them to buy cheap oil from Russia and then use our armies and our blood and treasure and our boys to go fight their war to break up Russia, to take all their oil at 10 cents on the fucking dollar. This is not hard. We've been doing this shit for 400 fucking years. Like, it's not tough. Like, it's not we're all trying to make this way too complicated. Like, as Jim said earlier about Israel and Gaza, whether I agree with that or not is irrelevant. It's the same framework.
Yeah.
It's a simple thing. It's a war for collateral, and they have it, and we don't want them, and we want to extract. And the old colonial powers of Europe, who've always gone around the world looking for everybody else's shit but they only want to pay 0.1 pennies on the dollar or on the euro. When the rest of the world is saying, well, can we at least have 5%? And they're like, no, absolutely not. We're Europeans and fuck you. Like, that's the way they act.
It is just human history.
That's simple.
Like,
fuck these people. Like, let's just watch them all implode in their own.
And that I think that's the critical thing is that
and all the rest of it. Fuck
we're watching the approach of a really kind of politically violent threshold in Europe, especially in Germany, where the new opposition of the AfD is really just surging ahead, and the old establishment is pulling out every stop to persecute people who associate with the AfD and basically turning themselves into a new Nazi party without the swastika. And what I think we're going to see is, we're reaching, it's like 1848 in Europe, where we're going to enter a revolutionary change turnover in Europe of regimes, because they're not going to last. Olaf Scholz's coalition's not going to last. The Dutch are in this strange situation where they elected an opposition a majority that can't rule, that doesn't have its own prime minister, right? They didn't allow Geert Wilders to become the prime minister. They stuck in their CIA, the equivalent of their CIA chief. The French every day more and more hate Macron, and he is more and more trying to persecute the conservatives who oppose him, and eventually he's going to be overthrown. And then you have this immense migrant problem in Europe that is just a terrible irritant to the political tenor of all those countries. And something's going to give, and something's going to break, and it's going to be those governments.
And what I'll say is, and it just quickly, it's back to Tommy's point originally about, hey, why don't we just wait these people out? Why don't we just wait till 2028? No, why don't they just wait us out and then regroup the Democrats and what I call Davos and all these people? Wait us out until 2028. They can't. The political imperatives, the trends that you just identified in Europe, they're happening here in the US. Yeah. All the people that they bought with Diddy and Epstein and this, that, and everything else, all those people are now 80 or dying off or worse. Like, so it's all, I've always said that it's
like just in time.
They're running out of time because all the assets that they put in place, they're past their depreciation curve. The point of where their depreciation curve is dropping to zero. They're in the terminal phase of the depreciation curve.
Mhm.
And
Their
so
sell
I
by
think that
date.
that's
They passed their
Yeah.
sell by date.
exactly.
So
Yeah,
what
that
breaks
makes
first
sense.
in Europe? Is it their currency? Is it their
Yes,
markets?
it's the currency in the bond markets, without a doubt.
And when do you imagine that's we're gonna see the rupture there?
When Lagarde and Yellen run out of money to prop up the markets.
Like this whole idea that anybody with any sense would be trading in Ukrainian bonds, debt.
There's
I
no.
mean, it's insane. And the expectation that you're going to get $40 billion back from Ukraine,
Well, they
the
sold
brokest state.
Argentinian century bonds at 6% at one point. So the
Yeah,
insanity is not that rare in
and
this
that
world.
regime that did that is gone.
How about
Yeah.
this? Why don't you replace the word Ukrainian bonds with German bonds at
Yeah,
2%? Okay, like go look at the
point
German
taken.
10-year and tell me why it's trading 180 basis points below American debt of the same duration. It makes no fucking sense other than someone's got their thumb on the pulse of that market.
Yeah, it's not because so many people want it.
Right. There's no market there.
Yeah.
Like, and we have to realize that this is one of the things we've been writing about a lot. We've been talking about a lot internally, and I'm actually writing about a little bit this month. Is this idea that we have to realize? I did a podcast with my friend Chris Sullivan, who's a hedge fund manager and a market maker, and he's like, guys, like these markets are fake and gay. Like it's all about order book manipulation. But what we see in the markets today and what we think of as liquidity is everything is really just order book manipulation on a daily basis. Like I go back to thinking about the beginning of COVID, right? At the beginning of COVID, there was remember the big OPEC plus meeting. I've given this story multiple times, but let's think about at the beginning in March of 2020. The big OPEC plus meeting happens on Thursday, and it's reported on Friday that they're not going to cut production. Oil's trading about $80 a barrel. Right? Monday morning, after that happens, oil opens at $40 a barrel for a 500,000 barrel per day expected cut from what the markets wanted. That's bullshit. Like under no circumstances would that cause a halving of the price of oil. And yet it happened. How did it happen? And then what happened to the price of oil after that? And then eventually it goes negative. And then they give us the big pandemic and da. How fake are these markets, really?
Hey, I got to ask
how fake is the liquidity? And then remember that in 2020 we were at 1% or 1.5%. Now think about where we are, 5%.
I got to ask you because no one's paying attention to this. There's a big country in Asia called Japan.
Mm-hmm.
That's a major player on the stage. First of all, they're in a very weird situation over there with their markets, their currencies, and their debt. What's going on with them, and how do they relate to, for example, your UK scenario?
Sure.
Because they're in there. I mean,
I have talked about Japan an awful lot, actually, Jim. It's just you and I haven't spoken in months, so I've been banging my shoe on the table about Japan for a while now. I've said many, and I've watched since the day Kuroda widened the band on the yield curve control on the 10-year back in December 2022. I'm like, Japan just entered the game. For the first time in 35 years, if this is a poker game, Japan finally stopped playing Texas Hold'em with their hole cards face up. They finally turned them face down. Okay. And then like for 30 years, the Japanese played Texas Hold'em with their hole cards face up. Okay.
Oh, round eye.
What's that?
Round eye.
Make a South Park reference of me, dude. Harsh my vibe. But since then, it's been a steady move towards Japan normalizing their activities in the marketplace. The election of Ishiba at the top of the Liberal Democratic Party is that's a watershed event because Abeism and the neoconservative Abe wing of a nationalist wing, or not nationalist, pragmatist wing of the Liberal Democrats, because remember, Japan is a one-party rule, are out of power, finally. That would also be I don't know, I guess you call the IC blob, U.S. IC blob wing of the Liberal Democrats. There's a very good blog called, I think it's Understanding Japan, something like that. It's written by Ira Harris's son Tobias, which I absolutely recommend everybody subscribe to. It's worth every penny. You'll get an insight into Japan that most people just have no clue about. And I've been learning a lot about Japan, and I can tell you that the Bank of Japan has always been the Fed's wingman. So if we had globalists at the Fed running the Fed, we had globalist monetary policy from the Bank of Japan. So if we needed to put under the market to make money cheap, Japan was there. We don't have a globalist in charge of the Federal Reserve. I'm sorry. Jerome Powell is not. If he was, we'd be at the zero bound, folks. So we should expect the Bank of Japan to start acting as our wingman again, because under that regime, and that's the kind of the TLDR on all of this. Japan will be there to continually shock the markets as necessary. And the goal is to defund or make much smaller the offshore dollar markets, without a doubt. Because we can't afford to keep sending dollars out and get nothing in return. We have to start rebuilding what's happening with the actual economy of the United States. And I don't believe for a second that Wall Street gives a shit where they invest their money. They can invest it domestically or they can invest it overseas. They're going to just go wherever the yield is best. So watch all of this very carefully. I've been watching all the major players on this, Diamond, all these people for years now. And what I can see is the same. I keep seeing the same thing over and over again. We're watching the world regionalized. Back to Dave's point about the BRICS.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So we're going to break back up into regional economic blocks. And then you have to ask yourself, whoever has the collateral is going to win. And we have collateral. The BRICS have collateral. Japan is a swing state, and they will go, and they're going to chart a slightly more independent path. And they've got a long road ahead of them, but they have a way out of where they are. Because the Bank of Japan has both stocks and bonds on their balance sheet. They've got massive currency reserves. Like, they have a lot, and they can rejigger that entire economy if they want, and they will. But
well, they don't have any of their own oil. That's
their biggest problem. Which is why they had to strengthen the yen, and why they had to start normalizing monetary policy. It was finally time. So I think the statement by the Japanese that 162 on the yen to the dollar, that was their line in the sand, that was a big deal. And we need to respect that. And just, I'm waiting for the next leg down. Right now, the dollar is gonna go through a bull phase, and watch the Bank of Japan carefully to see when they intervene, and then watch the interplay between that and the euro. Watch the euro yen cross. Watch the euro pound cross, guys. I'm watching that like a hawk right now. That's a huge one, because there's a big story about that. I don't want to hog the microphone.
Well, wait. The pound's at about $1.30 now, and the euro's at about $1.12 or something like that.
No, $1.85. The euro's now $1.85.
And you're expecting to cross?
The euro pound cross is sitting right around 83 cents, 8.83 euros to the pound. That's a level that the Europeans have defended since Brexit. And it was designed to devalue the pound and then trap the Brits in such a way that they couldn't get the benefit of the weaker pound versus the euro, because no one was able to invest in Europe, in the UK after Brexit, in order to destroy Brexit. That was always the goal, and they did that and they did. It's a huge story. I mean, if you really stop to think about all of this with Trump and the trade deal and getting rid of Trump and Biden and all of this stuff, it was all designed to keep to force Britain back into the UK back into the euro. And what you wound up with was a pound that lost 25% of its purchasing power in 2016, that never recovered, and in order to turn the entire country against Brexit.
And yet they're playing all these games. They're playing all these currency games, and yet a nation like Britain, as you yourself said about 20 minutes ago, really has no economy beyond the insurance business in the city of London.
That's right. And Brexit was supposed to bring that back, but the currency arbitrage the currency devaluation and the lack and the fact that the Brits could not cut trade deals with anyone because the Biden administration said no because they were working for Europe. If Trump had been in power in 2020 to 2024, Brexit, he would have given them a trade deal. Okay, we would have seen reinvestment in Little Britain, in the Midlands and British and British industry.
Is it too
What
late
happened
though?
to
I mean,
Liz
they have
Truss?
no
The minute
industry
she said,
left.
think of it this way: minute Liz Truss said, "Hey, we're going to open up drilling on the North Shore in Scotland." 48 hours later, she was gone. There was a gilt crisis. BlackRock pulls their fucking bids on the gilt market. The pension systems all go busto, and the Bank of England has to. This is all Alex Craner's work, and the Bank of England has to bail out the pension funds with tune 160 billion pounds, which, by the way, the British Parliament is on the hook for to pay the Bank of England back for, and they still haven't done it. Like this is absolutely a destruction of the British middle class. In the same way that they're trying to destroy the United States middle class and the German middle class, they're bringing everybody low. They believe that they can create a war to bring everybody low, get everybody pissed off, start World War III, default, and then reset the system after the war is over. No different than what they did after World War I. Same fucking playbook.
You know, do you think that we're going to be preoccupied in our country with internal violence and street violence and you know, the kind of things that Jim Rickards has been hollering about after the election and going into the inauguration in 2025?
Depends on how much money they still have to buy rent-a-mobs.
Well, I don't know that it doesn't seem to me that Kamala Harris is spending much of that $1 billion campaign fund that she has. It doesn't cost that much money to rent an Antifa mob, really.
I don't
No,
think
it
she
doesn't.
I mean,
I
a few $100,000
What do you
maybe.
say, Dave? What are you saying? I mean, you've been very quiet while I've been like hogging the microphone. I hate
This
that.
is kind of outside my skill set, the Forex markets. So,
Right.
so I don't know. I don't know what happens to Kamala's war chest after she loses the election. That's a fascinating thing.
They might not want to spend any of it because they're going. It's like a fucking NFL team that's lost the first 12 games. Like it's bad. I don't think you're allowed to say let's throw games. I don't think you're. But I mean, there are teams that are just like, let's just go 0-16, and then if they get the first draft pick, they might be going. Kamala is so fucked, and we've got like $1 billion in that chest. Don't spend a penny of it. Humiliate her. Who gives a shit? If they don't think they're gonna win and they're not willing to go all in and like release a bioweapon, then your next move is, well, then let's save as much as possible.
Hey, so if we have this theory that the Democrats are now basically throwing her under the bus and
Start shifting
regrouping for
And I think they want to
2028.
throw her under the bus and make sure she never reappears.
It is
Oh,
kind
I
of
don't think
funny
there's any chance that she will reappear because she has no real skills.
No.
The skills that she had, you know, were the skills of an ingenue, and she's not an ingenue anymore. That's
Isn't
politically
ingenue a streetwalker?
Yeah, well, you know, a political plaything.
You seen the
a
pictures where she
for-
actually looks like she was a hooker? I'm
Not a
not
good
convinced
hooker.
she wasn't a hooker.
Yeah.
Yeah, she might have been
It'll be
a
so
high
fucking
class
funny
hooker.
if Trump beats 2 women.
If
They
Trump
already
what?
hate, it'd be so funny if Trump beats a second woman.
Well, the other thing that would be really funny
They hate
would
him
be
so
if
much already.
the P. Diddy story is different than Epstein, and I'll tell you
Yeah.
why.
And you've been diving into all that stuff where I haven't. I don't know.
He
if
is our resident expert.
I'm sitting back and listening to this.
I'm the resident expert on pedophilia. Yeah.
And I don't mean that as an. I think it's great that you understand it. I know you've gone deep in it.
I don't understand it.
It's what runs the world. It is. It's
I just understand what I don't know.
Okay.
Unlike Epstein, who ran an airtight operation that slowly sort of eroded at the edges and kind of got out of control briefly, P. Diddy ran massive orgies with no adult supervision. So I'm not sure they can put the P. Diddy story away because there's way too many victims, way too many drug-addled people who are just going to... This is not like, okay, what are we going to get Ehud Barak to say? He's easy to control. What are we going to get Bill Clinton to say? He's easy to control. right?
Yeah.
But what are you going to get? These rappers, they're going to throw each other under the bus. There's the prostitutes, the kids, the Justin Bieber's. Then the interesting question is, who could be caught in this trap? And there's two names that come to mind that are most entertaining to me. Who was a prominent girlfriend of a prominent black Hollywood elite type who might have been at those parties? And the answer is Montel Williams' girlfriend, Kamala Harris.
Ooh.
What if all of a sudden Montel and Kamala showed up in that raucous mess? The second thing is Bathhouse Barry.
Yeah.
What if they took out Obama and Harris in the P. Diddy explosion?
Oh,
now that would be get out the popcorn moment.
Oh, my poor liver.
I know. We'd have to have a four-way.
I can't. There's not enough whiskey in the world for that.
We'd have to meet in some neutral place like Iceland and do a four-way podcast for 3 straight days.
Oh,
Dave,
God,
is that a coffee cup bigger than your head?
This coffee cup turns out to be 20 ounces, just like a Vente. The reason this coffee cup is so great, and I have 4 of them, is that it's well insulated.
Oh.
I have never tipped it over.
Oh.
Yeah. There you go.
Right? So you work at your desk. How many times have you sploosh some shit on your desk?
Fucked up. I've almost destroyed this computer so many times.
I destroyed a keyboard yesterday
if
while
you
having
go
lunch.
If you go on Amazon and you search plastic 20-ounce plastic mugs, you'll find these guys. And I had one from a convenience store and I bought 4 more.
I go full retard. I go cap and everything now. I can't be trusted.
I love this one, and yes, it's easy to knock over, but it's perfectly insulated.
But this guy never gets knocked over. Now, you don't take it in the car with you because you have to put it on the floor because it needs pretty much a helipad to put down.
Fair enough.
So,
back to the pedophilia.
Yeah.
I prefer coffee mugs to pedophilia, to be honest with you. At least, one is actually
it's conceivable the P. Diddy story will catch some really spectacular people. And in particular, you start saying, okay, where, and one of the things they talk about, the guys who are focusing on P. Diddy, is they say this is a region of society that the deep state, the blob, couldn't get to easily. And P. Diddy kind of got there. So they could get to the politicians, they could get to the Hollywood elite, sort of, but P. Diddy got into the black rapper community. And so then the question is, who else could be caught? And there could be some spectacularly prominent characters.
I'm less inclined to think that because we still haven't gotten any real. I guess I don't know. I guess you did say that though, but
takes time.
That was more buttoned up.
Takes time.
I think it's less that we'll see it, and it's more so that you'll kind of see the patterns of real power shifting. Like I don't necessarily think we get to see it. I think it's more so like you see where it just kind of seems like they're throwing Kamala out, and I think it's more so that like the unrushed mass.
All I need to do is see a picture of Kamala and P. Diddy and Montel in some party, and I got my answer.
Well, but
do you suppose that's already happened? That somebody has seen that photo, and that's one of the reasons that.
Well, there's a fake out there with there's a fake out there with Kamala and P. Diddy.
I think it's more so that
it is a fake.
I think it's more so that like we see the shockwaves in our as opposed to. You see the actual picture. I think you just kind of see Trump going ahead in polls,
it's sort of like the earthquake. You feel it, but you don't actually see.
That's
what
I mean. It's like it's more so like you're never gonna see those pictures. What you are seeing is like Kamala getting skewered on on Fox, or Trump getting backed by Elon, or kind of.
Well, the other thing about the pedophile story, what's really pretty noticeable, is that the victims of the networking, which there's truly tremendous numbers, usually talk about people who are dead. So someone like Kathy O'Brien has been speaking for years saying, Gerald Ford stuck it up her ass repeatedly. They will talk about the dead guys. It's like in the Ghislaine Maxwell trial, there was all sorts of cryptic statements made that really pointed no fingers at anyone important, and then they sent her away, and so they made sure that the trial really didn't spill any guts. It's like Hunter Biden's laptop. They charge him with all the things that they could charge him that had no connection to his father. Hunter Biden's charges are all un-Joe Biden connected.
What do you suppose happens when there's a new DOJ?
I party for 2 days just to get Merrick Garland out of there.
But Dave, you don't drink. So how are you going to party?
I think they're so deep statey that I just don't think that. I just don't think they're going to go after each other. Yeah. At one point, Bill Barr looked like an okay guy, and then he turns out to be not. And, I mean, there's just you see pictures of Bob Mueller. They said he was the man, and then you find by the end he looks demented. You see pictures of Bill Barr with John Kerry in prep school, and the whole system is so corrupt. Here's one that scared the shit out of me the other day. This really troubled me. Two things. One is there was a woman who testified against watching a senior politician bang a 5-year-old girl because he was facing that or was told these other 3 kids right in front of you are going to get murdered. So
that was supposedly Bernie Sanders.
And that's right. It turns out she named him. She said it was Bernie Sanders. He was crying. She said, I've never seen anything like that. So the question is that real? No way to know, right? But there was one that freaked the shit out of me, and that is a guy named Janda who was in the Bush administration, some low-level undersecretary of something, but he was an orthopedic surgeon.
Dave Janda.
Janda. So Janda gets hauled into an office by a guy as soon as he gets inside the Beltway and says, here's what I'm going to tell you. Never, ever, ever go to a private party. And the reason is, and they said, even if it's the vice president's house, which I think was Cheney at the time. And they said, because you will wake up with a hangover, you can't remember anything, and there'll be a Polaroid on your chest with a 5-year-old in your arms. And I realized that even if you're the most honest guy, if you make one little mistake by drinking a drink that someone gave you at a party, and next thing you know, they got a Polaroid. No matter what you scream about, no matter what you say, you're toast. They've got you.
I think that's probably.
And that scared me. That's because that would be trivial to do.
Trivial. No, absolutely.
So it doesn't require moral weakness. That's the key.
You get anyone here. You have a beer. You wake
my coffee, right? I gave myself a roofie. I'm going to wake up tomorrow not knowing what we talked about.
And yet, no, it's that I think that is what runs it all, which is also why.
But I always had this image that they corrupted people, and the people knew they were being corrupted, and that one just totally changed the whole. And by the way, there's a movie about that. There's a movie somewhere out there where some cop, they drug the shit out of him, and then they film him doing porn shit, and then they own him. And I'm going, Hollywood tells the truth.
You should read The Franklin Scandal by Nick Bryan.
I did.
Oh, you did. Yeah,
I actually did a podcast with Nick, who's really very precise in his analyses.
That's a book. And he says that I've listened to an interview with him, and at the end of it, people are like, if this is so dark and so fucked up, like what chance do we possibly have at fighting?
The problem I have with Nick is Nick is so by the book in terms of if he either knows it to be true, he will not speculate.
No, he won't. No, he won't. And he didn't in this show either that I watched with, but he did say something that I always actually bring up all the time is, he says, I don't entirely know how we'll fight it, but by diagnosing it, we can at least know what the evil is we're up against and move forward from there. And that's why I said earlier, right. I said they'll do anything. I said at the beginning.
I asked him about Pizzagate. About Pizzagate.
Yeah, no.
And I believe Pizzagate's real. I believe Pizzagate's real.
Here's the central mystery of this thing to me is, what is the attraction of having sex with children in the first place?
Well, those are pedophiles, but the ones who are doing this, it's not that. It's a power mechanism. It's power projection.
Well, I understand that, but I don't understand
of the few that are pedophiles. I don't either. I don't either. It's it's people that are serial killers.
There's a reason that mature men and mature women engage in sex.
Why did Jeffrey Dahmer eat
reproduction? And the second reason is that we're programmed to appreciate sex with mature people.
Well, given your response, what it tells me is you're not a pedophile, so I have to go delete some tweets.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, okay.
But I gotta call off a couple tips.
No,
I'm not leaving this podcast
mental,
early for the
I
life
believe
of me.
it's a mental illness problem. It is some
Yeah.
form of mental illness.
And
The other thing I think was also true is that every human being needs neurotransmitters, dopamine, serotonin. After you've made too much money, after you've done everything you can do, you still need them.
That's
You don't
what
all of a
Nick
sudden get to
Bryan.
some nirvana point where you say, okay, now I've got all the money and all the power, and therefore I don't need any more neurotransmitters. So I think you start groping. I think your brain starts saying it's sort of like, sex, you get kinkier and kinkier because the other shit just doesn't cut it anymore.
Well, that is what Nick Bryan says.
I don't know. I'm 76 years old, and I find it very hard to believe that you have to get kinkier and kinkier. I mean, it's
no, but you're
you know.
you're getting your neurotransmitters from other mechanisms.
From a normal, healthy life.
Okay.
These are-
Yeah,
these are
you do
people that are just-
podcasts, you get to
it's a-
rail
yeah.
on these guys.
Yeah.
Hey,
no,
Jim,
it's-
you don't have infinite money and infinite power.
Yeah.
I don't.
Right. And so, and neither do I, and neither the four people in this.
So it's the
podcast,
pursuit.
or
I
most
have
of the people
infinite
listening to it.
It's
Do you?
The world is my bank. I just don't have access to it. That, by the way, is what they say about Putin.
I didn't mean to put words in your mouth or take money out of your bank.
Well, they say Putin's the richest man in the world, and then you know what they say? They said the money's not in his name, and I go, well, what the fuck is it then?
That's
right.
Tommy's actually the richest man. You guys, you don't know my associates, the Rothschild.
Wow. As I like
I've
to say, I
never-
live on Cuba Lake, but I'm
the
not a
point being is that
fishery.
yes,
I don't have the PIN code.
Well, to Dave's point, we all get our neurotransmitters from a certain from certain activities, and that's the way that works, and some of us get it, and have to get them in a variety of different ways, and some of them we do through.
But there is a certain kind of
past
stock,
trauma and all the rest of it. So.
there is a sort of stock programming that most human beings are born with. That is, it's like the normal programming of Toyota Camry that they're all the same programming. You don't find pedophile
make 8 billion
Toyotas
Camrys.
or homosexual Toyotas.
No, but
I think it's the same with zebras.
Metrosexual Toyotas, on the other hand, they're like a dime a dozen.
But what you're saying, Jim, is you
lions and tigers.
Make 8 billion Camrys, and you'll probably see a couple of them act really weird. But at a low enough percentage, when multiplied by a large enough number, you will see them. And then,
but now we're in a situation in which is like the United States has turned into the whole 1980s daycare. Child
scandal.
molestation hysteria.
The McMartin scandal.
The McMartin. It's like the McMartin scandal has now taken over the psyche of the entire collective psychology of America.
Well, argued. It would be argued. Someone like Whitney Webb might argue it is that it's always been there. But see, now one of the problems we have is we have the internet. And so I think in some sense it was more peaceful before we had it because they just had to hide the shit. Now they can't hide it. And so now the knives come out.
Yeah.
Right. So if you can't hide it, then you have to brutalize anyone who mentions it.
Yeah.
And that is produced in many ways a more authoritarian world than them just hiding shit. It was easier when we thought Kennedy got assassinated by Oswald.
Yeah.
Nowadays, if Kennedy got assassinated by Oswald, within a half an hour, Twitter would have found all the shooters and the guys on the knolls. And
that's what we saw with Trump. Is it was happening in real time. Like he.
So do you think? Let me ask you this question: do you think Ruth was actually an attempted assassinate? The whole thing looks fake to me.
Oh, the second one. The
second one looks totally fake.
I think
they stuck him in a hedgerow for 12 hours just to
Well, no. But the point is his origin story is all screwed up.
No, his origin story is
the money part of it is very screwed up.
His connections and his
I think he was smoked out.
The fact that there's videos of him in floods in Hawaii and videos of him doing other things elsewhere. He has this presence in the world from the past that
Zelig
makes no sense.
Zelig, nice.
Yeah.
I think he was probably smoked out. I think there's probably a mole in the Trump or Trump whatever close circle because you don't just. It's one thing if again if you're going after me, you can go hang out in the bushes for a week straight until you see me. You don't get on to the billionaire ex-president's golf
But
course.
he couldn't have even known. He couldn't have even known Trump was going to be playing golf.
That's what I mean. And not only that, but it's after an assassination attempt already. I think they
Right.
probably smoked that out. They're like, who the fuck else is, who knows what's only say, because if they said at the last minute, Trump decided he was going to golf. He like canceled something else, and that guy's there.
Well, Dave, do you have any idea what he represents at all?
Well, he was recruiting, single-handedly recruiting Afghans to fight in Ukraine, and it happened to actually look kind of logical, except for the fact that it wouldn't be some guy from Hawaii.
Well, I
So
think the
he looks deep
Ukrainians were
state from head to
laughing at him when he
toe.
was doing that. The Ukrainians themselves were considered him a
But
crank.
but guys from Maui don't go to Afghanistan, and he how do you recruit? He was offering to pay him. He didn't have any money. The whole story is goofy. It looks to
Hmm.
me like an intentional distraction.
I think
Why? They would manipulate the Overton window, Dave. I'm
Oh
shocked.
my God, they'd never do that.
Getting
I
the vapors over here, like
I
fuck
think
me. Like,
I think the first attempt and then this and I think we're kind of seeing like they tried twice. They tried two Hail Marys, and the second one was already kind of half-assed. I think we're gonna see them just kind of dribble out Kamala and sacrificial lamb. They're gonna save as much of the war chest as they can. They're gonna try to, I don't know, stop Trump or obstruct Trump where they can. I don't think they'll go summer of love again because again, they don't need to. All the stuff they did in his first term was to destroy his first term and to stop a second term. The
mhm.
calculus is entirely different now. What's Trump? Trump's like fucking 80 now. He one term left. There is, and like what you said earlier, Tom, they can't just wait out because there are a lot of things that they put a lot of money in. But
Mhm.
again, I think that if this
Especially considering. Well, the other thing I would say, Tommy, is that especially considering the team that Trump has put around him,
He's
yeah,
got
like the
powerful
team that
deputies
Trump has
who are
put together.
waiting beside him who are pissed off and determined and energetic,
I think we might
between
have is
People
Tulsi
are
and
committed to
Musk
what they're.
but
and
but
Kennedy.
but you also have a lot of people in DC who are just total psychopaths and sycophants. I think a lot of people are going like they're taking off the whole World Economic Forum climate change get vaxxed mask and they're going fuck it like nationalism's in. They don't give a shit. They want money and
Sometimes
power.
elites circulate. Sometimes
Yeah, that's
elites
what I
are just
mean is
overthrown, and
I don't think you need
it
to
just happens.
I don't think
It's
you need to
like
take
I
over
said,
all of them.
1848.
It's like
Did you remember? I don't know if your listeners know about 1848.
what
1848 was like a almost universal revolution in Western Civ. Didn't affect the United States much, but all throughout Europe, regimes were overthrown, kings and monarchies fell, prime ministers were bum rushed out of power, and it was a big thing, and it happened all over the continent. And
I kept hearing
I
reference
mean, it'd be interested
1848,
to
and
see
I
what
didn't know
happened.
what
Was
it
happening.
was. I didn't realize that's what it was.
I'd be interested to, as always, I would be interested to see what was going on in effectively the stock and sovereign debt markets at the
well,
time
what
of
was really
the
going
versions of
on,
that where they existed at the time.
what was
Because
really going on was that the Industrial Revolution was reaching a pitch where so many people were leaving the countryside and moving to the cities that it really destabilized not just urban life, but the political life of each nation that was involved.
Mhm.
And to some extent, our technological revolution has made changes like that. I had a weird experience yesterday. I had a documentary film crew, or not a crew. I had a documentary guy shooting yesterday, and he took me down to the Empire State Plaza in Albany, New York, which is this immense, pharaonic, monumental ensemble of buildings that was started under Nelson Rockefeller. And they destroyed about, I don't know, 50 acres of the south end of Albany to put it up, destroyed the city. Uh, and it's this vast podium with 4 office towers
Didn't they
on it.
call that Rockefeller's Folly?
Well,
Didn't they
whatever
give
they
that
called it.
name?
Yeah. It has many elements of it which are weird. One of them is that, of course, Nelson Rockefeller was a modern art collector and he had a lot of money to do his collecting. And this, in a way, was a sculptural collection that was designed to be seen and enjoyed from the highway for its magnificent, heroic, pharaonic, colossal scale.
Mm.
But it was also, they had moved most of the state agencies into these buildings. So we were shooting there yesterday and talking about it on film. And one of the things we noticed in the parking lot below the podium stage, which is this big, half-mile long granite and concrete structure that the skyscrapers are on, in the parking garage was practically empty. And I don't know if any people are even showing up for work in this gigantic complex anymore. I had the feeling that the state was doing what they could to maintain the thing and keep it sort of spick and span, looking like it was still being used. But I think it's become completely obsolete and it's an empty shell and the habits of mailing it in from COVID are still in force and people are not coming into the office, so this thing's not being used. And what it said to me was this entire New York State regime, of Kathy Hochul and the woke Democratic Party and all of this stuff is like an empty shell now.
Hmm.
Just saying.
It's
Yeah, no, it's a
an
good, it's
old
a great
power and
observation, Jim.
old
It,
guard
it, it,
inertia.
It was
no,
very peculiar.
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
it sort of goes hand in hand, by the way, with collapse of now almost 60 colleges, which is the beginning, not the end by any
Mm-hmm.
stretch.
Speak more about that, Dave. I
The
hadn't heard this
collapse
yet.
of malls, the collapse of commercial real estate. And so we've
Yeah.
got, your books from 20 years ago that described, sort of the collapse of this bloated suburb and stuff, is now playing out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
No,
don't.
it is fascinating. Well, I mean, we are living in this is one of the things that I've been thinking about for a long time now, which is that we've reached a moment of the institutions. People have lost all faith in their institutions, right? And this is part of it has been the natural part of the cycle, and the part of it, of course, has been um, designed, and we've been pushed towards this. So, like, okay, we want to get rid of these existing sclerotic institutions and replace them with something better, right? Um, and the problem when you do that is when you invite chaos like that and you invite that kind of apathy, people don't always do what you want them to do, right? And the people who have and so they wind up we're going to wind up with new institutions, and if you look at the young kids, they don't believe in any of this crap anymore, and they're far more gleeful about like destroying the previous bigness. And I used to write about this all the time. That one of the things I hate is bigness. Right? I don't like big things because big things and big ideas and big complexes and big institutions. The individuals are lost in that, right? And the communities are lost and all of that. And so that's part of what we're seeing. We're seeing it in the media. We're certainly going to see it in politics, and we're going to see it in all of this. Again, that gets down to this question of going back to the beginning of the conversation about the BRICS and all of this other stuff. Like, we're seeing it at the global level. They've pushed for globalism, and now we're getting a push back towards regionalism and I mean, the Bitcoin guys like talk about decentralization at a to an almost crazy degree, and the libertarians to a lesser extent at this point. But it's true and it's happening. And then the question is, that's incumbent upon all of us, is to say, okay, what are we going to replace it with?
Yeah.
And that's where we have to. That's what we have to really be focusing. I think all of us in this space now have claimed, like, okay, we've described the problem. What are we going to replace it with?
Well, there are a lot of things in our life that are hollow inside, including our money.
Mhm.
You know, that our
Mhm.
money, and the things that purport to represent our money in financial
Mhm.
instruments, they're empty.
Mhm.
And you know, what I sort of fear and think about is that we're going to end up we're going to end up in a an era of tremendous capital scarcity, where you know, all the money that we thought was going to be there to do the repairs that you're talking about and the replacement of stuff that you talked about is not going to be there, and we're
And
going to
then we start
find
getting
out the
into
hard way.
it's fine. Well, the question then, another way of saying that in economist terms, is say the division of labor is contracting, and when the division of labor contracts, then the demand for money contracts. It's a very important point that people forget about, right? Because really, when the division of labor is expanding and it's becoming more sophisticated, then you have this need by the market. The market drives the creation and it all has to do with that and resolution and a variety of other things as well. Like when you have a money that cannot be subdivided any further than, in this case, say the penny, but you're creating things and you've got comparisons that need to happen within that economy, which are less than a penny. How do you resolve that without there being some kind of arbitrage?
Well, when you say the
Unless,
division,
of course, you inflate the money supply in order to affect that. You can either inflate the money supply or increase the resolution of the money. You can't, it's one or the other, or you can do both, clearly. But when you have people who refuse to allow that, the resolution to increase, then we have one of two things are going to happen. So what we've seen is the capital roll up through the central banking system into, the oligarch class, and now
well, those are
and
abstract
they've created valuations
operations.
that are insane, and so that we have to get a collapse. We have to get a collapse, and that is also going to be a contraction of the division of labor.
You're describing abstract operations with money. And but when you introduce the idea of the division of labor, what that prompts me to think is occupational niches and the complex networks of
Yes.
interdependence that come with them. And one
Yes.
of the things that's most obvious and visible in our culture right now is the destruction of those networks. Like
Mm-hmm.
just a small town that I live in, and maybe Dave, you know, the town that you live in is relatively small American upstate town. When you destroy the commercial networks and replace them simply with one Walmart, and you no longer have those networks of
In our
jobbers.
dreams, actually, the days of fighting against Walmart are now quaint, because
Oh
now
yeah.
it's you want Walmart to stay because you don't want to have to just go to Amazon.
Yeah, but the point is that you have this population of people who no longer have any role in the economy when
Mm-hmm.
when they could have and did formally have a rich array of roles performing as people who distributed goods, produced goods,
Mm-hmm.
brokered goods, many, many roles in a complex economy have been reduced to this sort of simple, ultra simple ecosystem that really won't support the people who occupy the terrain of our
Mm-hmm.
country. And so
Mm-hmm.
you have this population lost in anarchy and purposelessness. Uh, who don't even have the understanding that they could seek a role in a complex economy or make it happen for themselves. And
Mm-hmm.
so, nature is kind of punishing us right now by pushing us through this bottleneck that's going to create a lot of hardship for people. And then, when those large structures, I think, do fall in of their own inertia, we will, emergently rebuild more complex ecosystems for economic life. But it's going to be a very, very hard transition.
Just like the tall trees burning down and ending up with
Exactly.
succession. The other thing that I've been pondering is the fact during COVID we lost 3 million small businesses, I'm told. The small businesses are connective tissue, sort of glue for the very large corporations. They fill in the interstitial
Hmm.
spaces
Mm-hmm.
where where, okay, you can go to this large corporation, but you also need a guy down the street. Got to be able to go into some hardware store and ask the guy questions. And now it's very hard to find that person. Usually you find some guy with purple hair and a nose ring who couldn't tell you the difference between a screw and a nut. And you can't get the help. And so you can't help but notice that everything that you used to take for granted as just kind of being there and working now all of a sudden is just kind of missing.
Yeah.
And
the big corporations,
there's things that do work well. Something like Uber is this fantastic addition to our system. Uber is great because all you need is have your phone, no cash, no nothing, and boom, it comes wherever you are. So that's a great addition. But for the most part, depending on just corporations, which is what COVID essentially pushed us towards, is a potential real problem.
Yeah. Do you think that's over, the COVID thing, or do you think that there are going to be repercussions coming out of that?
Well, in that Trump rounding up the bad guys, I'm not sure that he would round up the Faucis because they kind of were on his team, and so that would be there'd be a splashback on him. He
but
has
Bobby Kennedy might force his hand.
He might, and I hope he does. But Trump has been distancing himself from the vaccine, and I presume that's because he's been talking to Bobby a lot. And Bobby's been filling him in, saying, by the way, Donald, and I don't blame Trump at all, actually. He got called upon to do something fast and aggressive, and he did it better than, put it this way, he did it better than Kamala would do it, is my guess.
And he was surrounded by these people importuning him.
That's right. Now, other people have been duped. Like a great story that's like that is Jeff Sachs, who simultaneously was sort of dealing with Ukraine and dealing with a committee to find out where the virus came from. But he had Daszak and these guys on his committee, and he says it took them months to figure out that they were lying their asses off.
Mm-hmm.
And so there, and I think Sachs is a little gullible in the sense that I think his default setting is trust.
Yes.
And then he really gets hurt. Like he was the guy who told Russia, when the Berlin Wall fell and everything fell apart, he says there'd be a Marshall Plan. Now he thought there'd be this big plan to help him, and then it didn't show up in the miscalculation he did. And it's his own admission was that the only reason we had Marshall Plan is because of the Soviet Union existing. And so we did not have a foe we had to beat with a special plan. And so we just let him rot. And I think that was a mistake. I think Sachs was correct. We could have been in there intervening in a very passive way to prevent the Bill Browders of the world from raping and pillaging Russia. Mm. By the way, I've been reading about FDR, and Bill Browder's grandfather was all over the Soviet Union 2 generations back.
Oh, really? Yeah, you found that. You found that.
His name.
I always know that. I always know that Browder was a fucking commie.
He was a total commie, but Earl Browder turns out to have been a total commie too.
Oh yes, absolutely.
I think it's
one of the first things I ever did in this early on in this. I remember when I was doing regularly doing the fault lines on Sputnik Radio with Stranahan and Garland Nixon, Lee Stranahan and Garland Nixon. Lee turned me on to
those guys once. They sort of disappeared from
Lee turned me on to the whole Browder story, and then he got me involved with Alex Craner, and that's when I sat down and chatted with that, because Alex wrote a great book about Bill Browder and taking apart Browder's book, like bit by bit by bit.
I read Browder's book, and it didn't make sense to me, even though I wasn't yet onto Browder's shtick.
Right.
There were parts of it that just didn't add up. I go, wait a minute, there's something.
Alex's book is a great takedown on this. It's hard to find. It's called The Grand Deception. I think it's banned on Amazon. It's banned in a couple other places. You can find it. You can email Alex, and you can probably get a copy of it from him directly.
So in the small world, it turns out Alex and I have been in a doctor Zoom group together for a number of years. So it's just this digital world is not that
What's the chatter there?
No, it really isn't. It's not. And I think I'm doing I do a show with Alex regularly. I think I might be doing one tomorrow. I don't know.
Dave, what's the chatter in that doctor's Zoom group? Are you guys still talking about COVID?
It's really shifted more to a geopolitical authoritarianism slant. So hardly anyone went through the group who didn't come out of it darker than shit. I mean, there's
Right.
almost no one who came out of it and said, "Oh
Is
yeah, that just makes
Cariati
them
in
out."
it?
Is Cariati?
Yeah, Cariati
Aaron
in it?
Cariati. I believe he went through. So there were the regulars, and then there were the guys who passed through. And so the passers through were a very impressive group. It was RFK, Senator Ron Johnson, you name it, they were there. And then there were some regulars like Jerome Corsi was a regular, some NSA guys, a guy named Stephen Coughlin, who turns out to be very impressive. He was the
I
Pentagon
caught
expert.
him on Ferris.
Right. Well, he was on Ferris because I put Ferris onto him.
Uh-huh.
And so it turns out that he is the GOAT in terms of Islam in the Pentagon. And he tried to tell the Pentagon, hey, you guys got to wake up. You got to understand Islam better than you understand it. And they basically told him to fuck himself. And so
Who are you talking about?
A guy named Stephen
Coughlin.
Coughlin.
Got it.
Very impressive, very mild-mannered. All the intelligence guys I know are actually pretty tame in terms of their delivery. Not all of them, but a bunch of them really are these kind of bespectacled, wonky guys. And another guy named Lee Slusher,
I've had
like
Lee
4
on.
tours of duty in the Middle East somewhere. And again, I know a sweetheart of a guy who's a Canadian intelligence guy, and so they all the Dr. Zoom group went full authoritarian. They just at no point did they buy into the idea that there were honest mistakes being made.
Mm-hmm. When you say they went full authoritarian, you mean they
bought the authoritarian model. So some of the guys think, they're trying to knock the world population down to 1 billion. And I go, look, here's the problem with knocking the world population to 1 billion. Everything will break. Mm-hmm. We're not. If it was knocked down to 1 billion and the billion was in a region of the world, you might be okay.
Right.
But you will be hunter-gatherers real fast if you knock it down to 1 billion. And so that just doesn't make sense to me. That's never made sense to me. But
unless you believe that the robots are going to replace a lot of those people, and I think
but someone's got to build the robots, right? I mean,
the robots are going to build the robots, Dave. Don't you understand?
Yeah, I know.
We don't need people. This is the way these people are insane. Obviously,
I think it's
and there could be that, right? I mean, there could be that. I did a kind of a pseudo deep dive on World War II this year. I say pseudo because a deep dive on World War II is 20 lifetimes, right?
Right.
I read a half a dozen books that were kind of revisionist historians who were looking at World War II saying, let's actually look at the real facts. And it's a very scary narrative where what you discover is that the narrative we got starting in social studies is just a total load of crap.
What's the outstanding difference?
The outstanding thing is that Stalin owned us the whole way. The whole way. FDR was simultaneously culpable and gullible. FDR's right-hand man was a guy named Harry Hopkins, who was a complete Soviet spy. Harry Hopkins stood between FDR and anyone who could get to FDR. He was like his right-hand man, like Cheney was to Bush Jr. And Harry Hopkins made sure that every goddamn move they made was in Stalin's best interest. We gave, for example, you wouldn't know this, Lend-Lease program. Ben Steele's book, which I copy edited actually, so I read it very carefully, talked about the Lend-Lease program bending Britain over a barrel, right? And so we fucked Britain with the Lend-Lease program. We tell the story like we're their best friends, but we weren't in the war, but we did everything we could. No, we fucked them like dogs. Yeah. We set up deals that made sure they would never be powerful at the end of the war. That came out of Steele's book. Then you find out that FDR basically got authorization to do anything that he saw was appropriate. He gave the Soviets probably 20 times the amount of armaments he gave Britain.
Yeah, we gave
them. And then you find out. Then you find out, even past the war, it's argued that we actually gave them so much shit that allowed them to become a superpower after the war.
Yeah.
Now, it turns out also that every time some U.S. soldier or something would end up in Soviet territory, they'd send him to a gulag. He wasn't an ally. They all went to, if a pilot was flying, like some of the Doolittle guys ended up in gulags in the Soviet Union. And so at the end of the war, the narrative was that, oh, maybe a dozen or two were missing. And, this is unfortunate. There's nothing we can do because we don't want to upset Stalin and this and that. You find out the number's 20 to 25,000. And we left them there.
Yeah.
And then what you find out is that Stalin gave us nothing back. He gave us nothing. He every step of the way. And FDR is actually quoted as saying that if we give Stalin everything he wants, he will probably cooperate with us. And that was his assumption. But he also, I think, was guilty. I don't think. So then I read books about FDR and the New Deal, and you find out the whole New Deal was this gigantic grift. So the New Deal gets a bad rep from the right because they say it's a welfare state and it's not free market and this and that. And you can debate that all you want. But FDR handed out all the goods to his cronies the whole way.
What were the goods?
I mean, the goods were all these WPA programs and
grants
AA
to build
programs.
shit,
build shit,
national parks,
all that money,
federal
all
works
that
programs.
money. And at the end, Morgenthau, who was,
but wait a minute, at least they had something to show for it.
No, they had very little to show for it. It turns out. They really had very little to show. We see it because that's what's visible. What you can't see is that what they did, the business. So they put in price controls so that guys are going out of business left and right. They're saying, look, we can compete in the marketplace if you'll let us cut the prices back. And they wouldn't, and so that they'd go bankrupt.
Is this during the war itself or just the Depression?
The Depression. So I went back to the Depression. See, now in the middle of all this grift was Harry Hopkins. He shows up again, and I'm going, holy. So FDR, turns out the guys who wrote about FDR before he became a politician said he was worthless at everything he ever did. He was lazy. He was a good for nothing. And then he finds out he's politically good. He lied in ways that would make Biden blush. He was a compulsive liar, and his administration had to kind of keep covering for him, but he'd promise it and then just say, fuck you, I'm not doing it. That was yesterday, today's today, that sort of thing. But he was a compulsive liar.
Was someone running him besides Harry Hopkins? Or was Harry Hopkins running him?
Well, Harry Hopkins was basically a Soviet handler, so it gets a little tricky. And I did a podcast with Dinah West, one of the authors of one of the half dozen books, two of the half dozen books I read. And I asked her some of these questions, and some of it's not known. The idea that when the Soviet Union fell, the archives opened up and we learned what happened is complete fiction. Mm-hmm. And I knew it because I said, okay, how big are the Soviet archives? What, 1 billion pages, right? These are going to be monstrous. Now, the question is, who wanted them open? The former Soviets? I don't think so. The Americans, which all the dirt had been collected on? I don't think so. And so when I asked her, why didn't we get our soldiers back? She said, well, I think what happened is they were going to be used as bargaining chips, and it got too far along, and it got embarrassing. And so they said, okay, we don't want to hear about it. So apparently for decades after that, people would get out of gulags and say, yeah, there's Americans in there. There's guys who've been in there for decades.
I mean,
and so here's the bottom line. So she's Jewish. I said, one could make the argument that you could debate who beat the Germans, but I don't think you can debate who won World War II, and the answer is the Soviet Union. We ended up no better off than we were before, except for the rest of the world was flattened. So by comparison, graded on a curve, we were ahead. The Soviet Union's grabbed a huge land grab, and they were able to do it because we let them do it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so the bottom line is this narrative. And so and I reached out to Stephen Coughlin because Wes mentions Coughlin in her book in a passing comment about the president. And I happen to know Coughlin, and I really had great respect for him. And so I reached out to him and said, did you read American Betrayal? Is it credible? Is Diana West credible? And he said, oh my God, is she credible? He said, after her book was written, she used to be on Lou Dobbs twice a week and stuff. And he said, the neocons just savaged her. Now, the reason is pretty obvious to me. What is the high point of the American story, right? Besides the founding fathers. The next high point is World War II. We won World War II. We're the good guys, right? I mean, if you destroy that narrative, the dominoes start falling fast.
Well, and don't forget that on top of all of that, the neocons are, they're the grandsons of Trotsky. Politically.
Right.
Like these people are all communists.
The CIA came from organized crime, came from Meyer Lansky and these guys.
I got like at the end of the day, like I was like, I've always thought FDR was a commie. Like, but it's interesting.
But he was maybe it wasn't FDR.
It was the chief of staff. Yeah, it was the chief of staff. That's what that's the TLDR on this one, right?
But FDR was so complicit that you have to ask the question, how much did he know he was doing? He was doing bad stuff.
Right.
And it's really disturbing. It's really disturbing. The things he did and then Sean McMeekin, who turns out to have written Stalin's War, which is a deeper book. He spotted a communication between Wes and I somewhere out there on social media. And he said, you got to read Stalin's War now. So I read Stalin's War, and he went into the gory details of all the things, the way Stalin stuck it up our ass repeatedly. And,
Dave, it's really funny. You're thinking about, you're saying,
but I didn't know any of this shit. I didn't know.
Yeah, no. I'm just like listening to you talking, and the thing that was popping into my head is my recent insights as to what went on during World War I and Churchill and Wilson and all that stuff, and and then my discussions with Richard Poe about the origins of communism and blah and what happened during World War I, and I'm like, it actually makes a lot of sense that Stalin would take over the FDR administration and then fuck the Brits after the Brits fucked Russia like so badly after World War I.
So here's a question that I asked.
Oh my God, this is all this revenge now. Yeah, exactly.
Here's where I get into on very thin ice, but I got interested in a question which I don't have an answer to, but we know Hitler was nuts and a psychopath and shit like that. A friend of mine who's Jewish, I asked the question about, did he have a tactical reason for the Holocaust? Now, it's often like, ethnic cleansing, a common foe arguments, which I don't find very compelling. And the question is, was there a tactical reason? And this friend reached out and says, there's a 2,500 page biography on Hitler. And he says, I read it. And I go, well, I'm not gonna. And he says, let me tell you, Hitler was anti-Semitic, but he was not bad by comparison to his inner circle. Now, here's the interesting question, back to the question. Did Hitler have a tactical reason for the Holocaust? And no one ever talks about that. And so I asked it, and then one day, a month ago, so I'm reading Fergus O'Connor Greenwood's book, and Fergus said that the multinational banks founded the start and the continuation of the Soviet Union. So the bankers were playing both sides. We know this from, we know this from all sorts of books, right? That they fund both sides. And so that gets me thinking a little bit. And then I read a quote from Putin. And Putin says, I hope that future generations will not be tied down by the shackles of the Rothschilds. And all of a sudden it sort of clicked. If the Rothschilds, which we'll call the mega bankers, were funding the Soviet Union, Hitler, you could imagine, again, accepting he's a psychopath, saying, if we scrub the world of the Jews, we scrub the power structure of the Soviet Union.
Good.
I don't know. I thought,
if
my own understanding of it is pretty simple, perhaps simple-minded. merely that the Weimar Republic was so destructive to German culture and to young Adolf, who had just gotten out of the army, that
Mhm.
that's really what turned him in that direction. And it disturbs me now. I wrote a blog about this on Monday. I guess it's Friday, isn't it? On Monday, about the coterie of Jewish lawfare lawyers. I'm Jewish, by the way.
Yeah, we
Uh,
know. You're
okay,
a
just
resident.
saying, so your listeners might not
Yeah,
know
yeah,
that.
yeah.
But the coterie of Jewish lawfare lawyers, Norm Eisen, Mark Elias, Michael Bromwich, Michael Sussman, very long list of people, Benjamin Wittes, um, who have been doing tremendous damage to the rule of law in America and to our elections in particular, to
Mhm.
the degree that Americans have lost faith in their own elections. It's hard to imagine anything more damaging uh, to a republic than that. And
Although
I can
lawfare is a
see,
close second.
yeah,
Lawfare.
I can see, let's, for lack of a better term, I can see whatever remains of normie America being extremely resentful of what these people have done.
Mhm.
And I worry about what it's going to mean in the future. And I wonder what you guys think about it and if you paid attention
Uh,
to it.
yeah,
I've
I'll
been
say
worried
that.
about it for years, by the way. Like all the
Mhm.
stuff that's happening in Israel, Gaza, all the stuff. I've been absolutely like I've been
Let's
saying
put
for a long time that
Israel
I'll be
aside for
honest
the
with you.
moment. Let's put Israel aside and just talk
He,
about the lawfare guys.
all the I just it's in general. I am absolutely worried about you know the idea that we could create another set of scapegoats again.
Hmm.
And
So
that's what bothers me. And it's
Well,
like
we're already doing
I'm
it.
at the
Just
point
just
now where when
walk
I
on a
get
college campus. Just walk on a college
dude,
campus.
Hmm.
I literally as as you were talking earlier, I was looking through my Twitter feed and I was checking some guy said something about I have a tweet up there about I don't know the British or whatever, and he's like, no, it's all and basically it's all the Jews, and I went block.
oh,
Like guy with 30 followers on Twitter, and and like I'm not listening to it anymore, and I'm not listening to it because I know that it's now being used. And again, I if you have not read Richard Poe's book, how the British created communism and blamed it on the Jews, and goes over all of this stuff about the motivations for Churchill's speech about blaming everything on the Jews in 1920. And that's his inciting incident for the book. And then he goes through the history on both sides of 1920 to explain it. It's fabulous, and it's a fabulous bit of a version of history. And like, and I've gotten to the point with Hitler. I look at Hitler, I'm like, he was set up by the West to go attack Russia, and then and in a very simplistic, my very simplistic view of it, then realized that he was getting fucked, and then decided to attack in both directions.
Hmm.
Well, so the other thing
And
that I didn't understand at all.
and that
So when I started,
and
I had a social studies level understanding. I mean,
right,
it was really horrible.
yeah.
So
right.
even what everyone accepts to be true, I didn't know, and that is all the shifting alliances early in the war and all the skirmishes that really were occurring before the war really got rolling. I didn't know about, and I didn't know about Stalin's relationship with Japan and the whole idea that the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor unprovoked and that we didn't know it was coming. Not only is that's not a conspiracy theory. The record on that is a
It's clear.
encyclopedia thick record that
Yes.
we cracked all their codes. So I read about that too this year. So I
The
threw
Japanese
in,
trade delegation was in in Washington
that's
to
exactly right.
to try and work out the trade the oil embargo, which we put on them on purpose. Blah blah.
And then we end up, the diplomats get pulled, and
Don't forget
and all of a sudden there's
War,
an attack, and we didn't see it coming.
War
Of course
Plan
we did.
Orange. We
bullshit.
had it written out like 2 decades
Right.
before it
And
started.
so,
Yeah,
but all that stuff. But besides that, the normal stuff, the normal stuff, I didn't even know.
No, again. I've been looking at this stuff from the standpoint of the Treaty of Versailles, reparations, and money for the last few months, and trying to figure out gold revaluation. I rewrote about this in the newsletter, and how that, and we just traced all that, and I've learned to and I've talked about it in multiple podcasts. I'm going to have to run soon because I got another show in 20 minutes. And
I have to run now. So,
right. So I'll just tie a bow on this and say that I've been looking at this from that perspective, and I keep seeing the same playbook over and over again about currency arbitrage, reparations, trying to destroy the Russians, blah, 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 blah. And then all this other stuff is just, in a sense, it's just filling in like the counter moves that were going on between, in between.
But you can make it counterfactual.
Look up Dawes bonds, Dave. I want you to look up the Dawes bonds after the German hyperinflation. Go do
I read a little
dive on
bit
that.
about it.
Yeah, and how when Hitler in early 33 finally just said, enough, we're not paying the Dawes bonds back anymore. And then 6 months later, FDR had to close the banks and revalue the dollar versus gold, and the shit everywhere, dudes. It's crazy the how deep this stuff is. And so I'm not in no way, manner, shape, or form I absolving Hitler, but you can start to see why he did some of the things that he did.
Evils of the Soviet Union and the narrative that was used to cover up these evils were monumental.
Yes.
And we somehow convinced our entire nation that the Soviets were valid allies. They weren't bad guys. We had major reporters talking about sunshine and Skittles rainbows over in the Soviet Union. Mm-hmm. That I just didn't know about any of this. This was a concern. I read The White Pill. I read the Red Thread. I read a bunch of books, and they all were going, holy shit! I've been lied to at a level that's just unimaginable.
Yeah, and to me, at the end of the day, I just see like all the people themselves, the British people, the Americans, the Jews, clearly everybody, they're all fucking victims of all this fucking power politics bullshit, and it just drives me up a fucking wall. All this empire, it's like it goes right back to it goes right back to that line from the great movie Breaker Morant. Well, Peter, this is what comes of empire building, and then they are marched off to be executed, to be scapegoats for the British to get out of the Boer War, and then the final line of the movie is shoot straight, you bastards, don't make a mess of it. And then they're shot, and then the movie ends, right? And
I remember that movie; it was a good movie.
It's a great movie. I watch it every couple of years just to remind myself, yeah.
To kind of wrap it up, I was gonna say it's for what Jim and Dave were saying. It's either back to Hitler removing the Soviet power base. It's either A, he had a reason for it to exterminate them all, or what Jim said. It's World War I, Versailles, Weimar Germany, and then it's just kind of just white rage, just hatred. Either or, we've seen that whatever the logic is, whether it's he's really not in charge and there's people around him, like you were saying about FDR, or whether it's just this blind rage, just fuck everything kind of teenage angst. They both are things that today you could say it's either, retarded neo-Nazis, or you could have the argument of like, well, Mayorkas is Jewish and therefore he is, regardless, like we're seeing both scapegoat reasonings happen again, and that's something to stay aware of. But then the other thing is talking about everything, the shifting alliances and the narratives in a weird, fucked up way. I do kind of see it as optimism inducing in that the monoliths in front of us now are monoliths because that's the narrative being told to us. We've seen in the past that there's no honor. It's all shifting sands. And because of that, it doesn't have to go down this route of climate change, woke, transgender, Satan, fucking faggoty pedophilia. Is it can go a different way. They'll just flip the narrative, because that really says is that they're all psychopaths and they have no alliances anywhere, which in an odd way is actually
I have another great book for you. I have a brilliant book, Jonathan Turley's latest, the Indispensable Right, is a riveting, scholarly, you don't get those two together very often, riveting story of the battle for free speech since the founding fathers. It's phenomenal. I gotta go.
Yeah, no, we'll wrap it up.
Always fun. And by the way, one last thing,
to see you all, as always.
Hitler had a tactical reason to attack. A tactical reason for the Holocaust doesn't mean he wasn't a psychopathic crazy fox, right?
Yeah,
absolutely. Got to make sure that's crystal clear, right? But the question is, did he have a tactical reason? That's a separate issue.
For everybody watching,
please
go in the description. Please go follow all these guys on Twitter, all their Substack, all their Patreons. All those links are in the description. Gentlemen, thank you as always, guys. Thank you for watching.